See Circle Calendar Year 1500. On the lofty execution platform of Loguetown. As the executioner's long blade pierced through Roger's body, the square fell into a brief stunned silence, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Some cheered because the evil pirate king had finally been put to death, but far more did so because of the words he uttered at the very brink of death. Want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go and seek it. I left everything I own in that place. The cheers in the square rose and fell like waves. On the outer wall encircling the square, the 9-year-old Dylan straddled the top of the wall, sweeping his gaze over everything within. Red-haired Shanks, Heavenly Yikshaw, Doflamingo, Hawkeyes, Myhawk, Desert Crocodile, Crocodile Dragon, Buggy, Moria. Some wore blank expressions, some smiled with sinister delight, some howled in uncontrollable grief. Dylan reached out to catch the raindrops falling from the sky, his eyes fixed on those formidable figures who in the not-so-distant future would shake the world with their names. So it has begun, the great age of pirates. Half a month later on an unnamed island in the East Blue. Brat, this is a Marine branch. What are you doing here? A Marine with a full beard barred the path of a thin, small-framed figure. I want to join the Marines. Join the Marines. The Marines aren't some child's game. Where are your family members? Go back home at once. Dylan shook his head. I have no family. The Marine at the gate froze for a moment as though he suddenly understood. In this era, slaughter, plunder, war, and oppression were everywhere. Looking at the silent boy before him, his clothes worn yet not filthy, the Marine on duty nodded slightly. Wait here for a moment. When he emerged from the base once more, a tall, broad-shouldered Marine walked out beside him. What is your name? Dylan. Why do you wish to become a Marine? Why? Dylan pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was because after crossing into this world he discovered that aside from a remarkably sturdy body, this new vessel of his offered nothing else he could truly rely on. After witnessing Roger's execution in Loguetown with his own eyes, Dylan had pored over maps and deliberately chosen this unremarkable Bythebook Marine base. As for why he did not remain in Loguetown. In the future, that place would not only harbor the hot-headed smoker but also countless troubles. It was far from an ideal choice. Moreover, besides the East Blue, people from all four seas, and even the Grand Line, would frequently flock to Loguetown to pay homage to Roger's place of beginning and end. Joining the Marines meant access to systematic training. As long as one possessed talent, one could obtain ample resources. Even if he could never awaken the 3 colors of hockey, he could still greatly enhance his combat power through the 6 powers of the Marines. As for Iron Body, that one he would gladly pass on. For peace. Dylan looked at the Marine flag fluttering at the center of the base and answered with certainty. Peace, huh? Following Dylan's gaze, the Marine also looked at that flag. It was that very banner that overawed these seas and guarded them. Register him. Menial recruit. He can attend basic training and handle part of the chores. Yes, sir. After issuing his orders, the tall Marine turned and walked back inside while the gate guard beckoned to Dylan. Come with me, kid. From now on we're comrades, ha 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 ha. See Circle Calendar Year 1512. Major Headquarters reports traces of the red-haired pirates in the East Blue. Shanks. Dylan instinctively reached for the sword at his side. So he had come to the East Blue. Red hair, why had he come to the East Blue? To see Buggy. To revisit Loguetown for nostalgia's sake. As one of the future 4 emperors, Redhair could not possibly be unaware that the Goa Kingdom was Garp's homeland. So what business did he have in Fusha village? To seek Garp out for a bout with blades. At present he likely did not yet possess that level of strength. Or was it, to Frost Moon village? What are the base commander's orders? We are to report his movements only. No need for direct confrontation. Understood. Inform the base commander that I will be away for a few days. Yes, sir. Upon leaving the base, Dylan had already changed into civilian clothes. His long white hair hung loosely over his shoulders at a height of 2.4 meters. His tall, lean frame appeared even more imposing beneath that mane. A faint edge of coldness lingered on his handsome features. A black-sheathed blade was tucked casually at his waist. One hand rested on the hilt while the other slipped into his pocket as Dylan boarded the ship bound for the Goa Kingdom. In the waters of the Goa Kingdom, a small boat drifted upon the surface of the sea. In the distance, a pirate ship of similarly modest size rode the waves. The flag on that ship bore a skull whose left eye was marked by a scar. Boss, there's someone ahead. Looks like he's coming straight for us. Yasop raised his telescope and peered forward, describing what he saw. Just one man. No flag. No marine uniform. And he's carrying a very long sword. Oh. A swordsman, perhaps. Red hair, his body wrapped in blood-stained bandages, stepped out from the cabin onto the deck and followed the line of Yasop's gaze. As if sensing his gaze, the man on the little boat raised his head at the same time. He doesn't seem all that friendly, Shanks. Want me to go? Ben Beckman, smoking at Shanks' side, spoke up. Wait, Shanks raised his right hand. Let's sail closer and take a look. When the two vessels had drawn near, Shanks stood by the rail and looked toward the small drifting boat. It appears you were waiting for me. Dylan lifted his head, making no move to touch the sword lying diagonally at his side. Yes. Shall we talk up here? Or should I come down? Dylan scooped up his long blade and in a blur of motion his figure appeared on the deck of the red-haired pirate ship. Bring the wine. Shanks waved a hand signaling his eager crew to stand down and cutting off whatever admonitions they were about to voice. This is a fine liquor from my homeland. Its flavor differs from what you find in the East Blue. Try it. After downing a large bowl of the strong drink, Shanks asked with a smile. Well. Dylan nodded slightly, offering no Seeing this, Shanks set down his bowl, his expression growing solemn. Then, for what purpose did you go to such lengths to wait for me here? Marine. At the word Marine, the other's expressions instantly grew tense. Yassop even lifted his rifle a fraction, only for Ben Beckman to press it back down with his hand. Ignoring the subtle movements around him, Dylan fixed his gaze on Shanks's eyes. Someone like you, what are you doing in the East Blue? Is the New World not enough for you to stir up? I'm merely voyaging around the four seas. For a pirate, that's rather normal, isn't it? Shanks looked at Dylan with a faint smile, though his expression was far from relaxed. Dylan continued to meet Shanks's gaze, clearly unconvinced by such an explanation. After holding that stare for a moment, Shanks burst into a laugh. My apologies. As for the deeper reasons, I cannot tell you, at least not yet. Hearing Redhair's answer, Dylan rose and swept his eyes over the surrounding sea. Do not linger in the East Blue for too long. With that, he leaped from the rail back down to his small boat. After Dylan's boat had sailed some distance away, Shanks seemed to recall something. Standing by the rail, he called out toward Dylan, and what about you? Why are you in the East Blue? Dylan did not look back. With his back to Shanks, he lifted a hand slightly. Like you, I won't be staying here for long either. Even after Dylan's boat had vanished from sight, Shanks remained by the rail, staring dazedly at that stretch of sea. Shanks. I'm fine. What an interesting fellow, he murmured. Turning around, Shanks grinned broadly at his crew. Who would have thought the East Blue harbors so many intriguing people? Fitting for the captain's homeland. The East Blue. Yassop, himself hailing from the East Blue, laughed loudly. The East Blue is known as the weakest sea, you know. Before the others could react, Shanks's expression suddenly stiffened and the hand holding Ben Beckman's cigarette paused midair. Rakuyo, gnawing on a hunk of meat, asked through a mouthful of bone, what's wrong with you two? You too. Shanks let out a wry smile without speaking. Ben Beckman took a deep drag on his cigarette before saying, we used to think the East Blue only seemed weak because of its routes, and because of Garp. Now it seems. With a heavy exhale of smoke, Ben Beckman continued, over here in the East Blue, aside from Garp, another remarkable monster is lying hidden. Returning to the branch base, he happened to run into the base commander coming straight toward him. He was no longer the towering man from back then. More than 10 years had passed and many things were now utterly different. The former base commander as well as the Navy officer who had first led him through these doors were long gone. The current base commander was a burly man named Hans, transferred here only half a year ago, holding the rank of colonel. Dylan, Hans called out, stopping Dylan just as he was about to head inside. Did you go looking for Redhair? Dylan nodded lightly. I took a glance at him from afar, no direct contact. After all, that fellow has been quite in the limelight these past few years. Hans agreed. Shanks, that fellow had indeed been very much in the limelight these years. Though his power still lagged behind the old generation of Titans, rumors said he had already secured a foothold in the so-called New World. After Roger's death, the arrogance of the pirates had not been suppressed, instead it had only grown fiercer. In the New World of today, people called monsters like Whitebeard, Big Mom and Kaido the emperors of the sea. Nonsense. By the way, the pressure on the Grand Line has been mounting in recent years. Headquarters has issued another summons. I heard you turned it down before. Hans knew little of Dylan's past. Only a few elderly veterans vaguely remembered that this fellow had been stationed at the branch for a very long time. Even his military rank had been accumulated bit by bit through small merits until it reached the level of major. A major had to go to headquarters to receive his rank formally. Your conferment has not yet been officially completed. This time, I'll go this time. When? Dylan's gaze slipped past Hans, landing on the Navy flag fluttering in the wind just as it had all those years ago. Hans quietly let out a breath of relief. This man held considerable prestige in the branch. Oftentimes Dylan's orders carried more weight than those of Hans, the colonel base commander himself. As soon as possible. Considering the journey, I'll give you 3 months. If you can make it, I'll report back to headquarters with my approval. Hans had once studied Dylan's file. The documents left by that former base commander recorded Adams Dylan. Place of birth unknown. Orphan. Joined the Navy at the age of 9. Common temperament with exceptional physical aptitude. Devoutly upholding justice and peace. After that came pages upon pages of Dylan's military exploits added by successive base commanders. Dense lines of text filled dozens of pages. The bounties on those pirates had not been large, but the sheer number was staggering. During his own term, Hans had personally added nearly 4 pages of achievements to Dylan's record. What a monster. Watching Dylan's departing back, Hans muttered to himself. Shimatsuki village. Stepping onto the small island, Dylan stretched lazily. He had not expected this place to lie right along his route. People nearby noticed the pitch-black long blade at his waist and cast him strange looks. "Are you here to challenge Kushiru as well?" Dylan turned toward the voice. It was a young man, a sword hanging at his own waist. "No, I only came to have a look." In the original tale, Shimatsuki village was intricately linked to Ueno, and even the Revolutionary Army, and that narrow-eyed Kushiru seemed far from simple. Before Dylan could finish speaking, a rough voice suddenly barked behind him, "Hey! You damned sword thief!" Dylan acted as if he had not heard and continued walking forward. A threat of anger burst forth in the voice behind him. "I'm talking to you. You in the white clothes. Steal my treasured blade and think you can just walk away." Dylan's steps halted. He turned back, looking over. A Ronin with a Chanmage topknot was staring greedily at the black scabbard at Dylan's waist, eyes shining. The Ronin licked his parched lips. This had to be a fine blade. Even sheathed, he could feel the edge's murderous sharpness leaking through. The onlookers stepped back one after another when they saw him. This man was a notorious local Ronin, his IAI draw as swift as lightning. But he was unfortunately a scoundrel. No one knew why such a wastrel possessed such talent for the sword. "This is your blade." Dylan lifted his eyelids lazily, looking at the man with the Chanmage hairstyle. He disliked that haircut intensely. "I'll give you 5 seconds. Get out of my sight." The icy voice rang in the Ronin's ears. Instead of fear, the Ronin burst into loud laughter. Then his body leaned forward slightly as his right hand gripped the hilt at his left side. "In that case." A red flash streaked past. The Ronin suddenly felt a chill at his neck. A moment later, the world spun. He saw a scene that utterly baffled him. Who was that? Why was he wearing his clothes? And holding his sword? This time he had truly run into a sword thief. A chorus of gasps rose from the crowd as Dylan turned away unconcerned and walked off. "My apologies. Until now it has only been the blood of these small fry." A faint tremor ran through the black scabbard at his waist. "Ishin Dojo." Hearing the commotion outside, Kushiru slowly rose to his feet and walked to the doorway. Dylan was already standing in the courtyard while a large crowd gathered beyond the gate as though awaiting something. Kushiru, wearing glasses, smiled at Dylan. "May I ask, honored guest?" Looking at Kushiru's frail appearance, Dylan was suddenly reminded of something amusing. "I've heard that narrow-eyed fellows are always strong." The spectators at the gate let out a collective "oh" and then wore expressions of "just as expected." "You jest, honored guest." Kushiru did not seem the least bit offended, still politely asking, "May I ask, honored guest?" Dylan chuckled. "Just a joke. I'm not here to cause trouble. I only wish the master of the dojo to appraise my blade." "Oh." Kushiru glanced toward the long blade at Dylan's waist. "Please come inside, honored guest." Seeing there would be no fight, the people outside the gate dispersed in disappointment. A jet black scabbard, a dark red hilt. As Kushiru received Dylan's long blade with both hands, his brows furrowed slightly. With a trace of expectation and a hint of inner conflict, he slowly drew the sword. A wave of bloodreek surged forth from the blackened blade, and faintly a streak of blood-colored light seemed to seep from the steel. With a sharp snap, Kushiru immediately sheathed it and handed the sword back to Dylan. "Shura, one of the supreme 12 great blades." Dylan took back Shura, running his fingers lightly along the scabbard. The stench of blood hanging in the air vanished in an instant. "Does it have any special properties?" Kushiru looked at Dylan in surprise. "As for its properties, has the honored guest not already drawn out its nature to the fullest?" "Is that so?" Dylan rose to his feet and inclined his head slightly to Kushiru. "I've troubled." After Dylan left, a bead of sweat rolled down Kushiru's forehead and he swallowed. "Shura, he actually forged it into a black blade, and it yields to him so completely." Once he had steadied himself, Kushiru's narrowed eyes and gentle smile returned. Facing the screen to the side, he beckoned. "Come out. That must have frightened you." A short-haired Kuina and a green-haired boy poked their heads out, peering in curiosity. "Father, that man just now." "Ah, you two were still quite far from him. But, if you intend someday to become the world's greatest swordsman, I suspect he will be one of your greatest obstacles." Just that faint hint of Shura's aura had nearly made the two of them faint, and even these normally proud children found themselves unable to utter any bold declarations now. Kuina clenched her fists tightly, turned without a word, and left. Seeing this, the green-haired boy gritted his teeth, spat out a single "damn it," and ran out as well. Watching the two of them, a smile tugged at Kushiru's lips. The world's greatest swordsman, HM. Thinking of that seemingly obscure man, Kushiru still felt as though something were constricting his chest. At the small harbor, the local officer on duty verified Dylan's identity, then snapped to attention with a crisp salute. Watching as Dylan the townsfolk had already testified that it was the Ronin who had tried to seize the man's weapon, provoking the duel. Though duels to the death were technically illegal, if it were reframed as an assault on a major of Navy headquarters, then there would be no problem. On a medium-sized merchant vessel, Dylan leaned against the rail with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, the lookout atop the mast shouted, "Bad news, pirate ship ahead." After a closer look, the pitch of the lookout's voice twisted in terror. It's the Krieg pirates." The Delanord Sabero flagship of the Krieg pirates, a colossal three-decked galleon whose prow bore the snarling visage of a black panther, a nightmare haunting every merchant vessel in these waters. Men, the name of Captain Krieg shall echo across the world, and I an admiral, a merchant ship ahead. A merchant ship. Krieg bared his teeth in a cruel grin. Dare any merchant vessel sail so brazenly where I reign? Men, entertainment has arrived. I am the immense Delanord Sabero drew alongside the merchant vessel in under 10 minutes. And the merchant ship dared not even turn its helm to flee. To encounter the Krieg pirates was certain doom for ordinary merchant vessels, they could never outrun its sheer speed. And should one attempt escape capture meant slaughter, every soul aboard would be extinguished. Even begging for mercy offered no guarantee of survival, for aboard that ship sailed not only Krieg but also a man cold-blooded and merciless, Arlong the Ghost. May that man be absent today, or choose not to partake in this raid. And Dylan narrowed his eyes, observing the sailors and merchants frozen in helpless despair. Krieg. Has he not yet set sail for the Grand Line? Nee's usual hunting grounds had lain far from Dylan's marine branch. Dylan had never sought him out deliberately until now, recalling it all. Indeed, such a figure existed in the East Blue. Yet, and had he not later proclaimed himself Supreme Lord of the East Blue, or perhaps King of the East Blue? And Dylan rose, blade in hand. The sailors and merchants, kneeling moments before on the deck, let out terrified cries as they saw the young traveler, once a quiet passenger, now standing armed at the bow. Hey, stranger! Get back, your recklessness will doom us all. Dylan tilted his head thoughtfully. I recall a man named Arlong aboard his ship, ruthless, relentless, sparing no one. Do you truly believe kneeling here will earn you life? Arlong the Ghost, Nat, that name, faces on deck paled, but a sliver of hope lingered. Perhaps Arlong is not aboard today. Stranger, we gave you passage out of kindness, you mustn't, and thank you for the ride. As repayment, and before their eyes the youth vanished from the bow, gone without a whisper. Hope flickered faintly among them, yet despair weighed heavier. In these waters the Krieg pirates had never known defeat, not against rival pirates nor against the Marines. On the uppermost deck of the Delanord Sabero iron wall, Baru pounded rhythmically upon the twin shields strapped to his arms. Yah-ho ho ho. I shall become Admiral Krieg's mightiest shield, and is that so? How mighty? A voice calm and detached rang with crystalline clarity through the air. Upon the great black panther's prow stood a man clad in white, long silvery hair streaming behind him in the wind, a slender katana resting lightly in his grip. Iron wall. Baru's wits lagged, he remained uncomprehending, while Arlong the Ghost stepped forward first. Who are you? To appear silently atop the prow of the Delanord Sabero, such a man is not to be trifled with. And Marine. Marine. Just a Marine. Baru finally roared, surging past Arlong. And shit, and with a subtle push of his thumb against the hilt scarred Dylan sent a crimson ripple flying from the mere inch of blade exposed. Just a Marine, and Dylan leapt down from the bow, passing Baru, now split cleanly from brow to groin, as if strolling past a fallen statue. Arlong the Ghost swallowed hard, yet did not retreat. Marine, you dare challenge the King of the East Blue? And Dylan's eyes narrowed. A fierce gust erupted from his body, slamming into the pirates like a physical wave, sudden, overwhelming, leaving them reeling, dizzy, disoriented. Then one by one they collapsed into unconsciousness. And hundreds of crewmen fell like grass bent flat beneath a gale, sprawled helplessly across the deck. Only two remained upright, Admiral Krieg and Arlong the Ghost, both drenched in sweat, barely clinging to awareness. And what in blazes is this? Krieg, clad in golden armor, forced himself upright. And don't underestimate us, Marine. I am. A thin line of blood arced through the air, two heads soared high. What King? And Dylan vaulted onto the mainmast, impaling Krieg's severed head atop its peak, then returned calmly to the merchant vessel. Let's go, they won't trouble us again. And you. And before the first mate could speak further, the lookout atop the crow's nest gasped, it's Krieg's head. He's dead, he's dead. Stunned, the first mate stared at the young man before him, calm, distant, unreadable. And he had vanished, just moments ago, and now the Krieg pirates lay shattered. And set sail. Set sail, and sails billowed upward. As the Delanord Sabero receded into the distance, Dylan's right hand closed firmly around the hilt of Shura. King of the East Blue. A streak of scarlet light erupted from the stern, shearing the Delanord Sabero cleanly in two from prow to stern. The East Blue needs no such king. Dazed crewmen tumbled over the tilting decks and shattered hatches like raindrops into the sea. And atop the mast, Krieg's severed head still stared into the horizon, frozen in fury and terror. Loguetown. And Dylan strolled leisurely along the cobblestone streets. Beyond lay Reverse Mountain, but he had no intention of taking that route. Marine warships possessed the unique capability to traverse the calm belt. He had come only to revisit the past. And hey, a familiar voice called from behind. And Shanks the red-haired stood alone, a bottle of wine dangling from his fingers. What a coincidence to meet you here again. Are you bound for the Grand Line? Shanks studied Dylan. The young Marine radiated an unnerving presence. Though they had never crossed blades, Shanks sensed in him a force unlike any he'd ever encountered. It bore no resemblance to the Marines he knew, the unyielding resolve of Garp, the decisive authority of Zephyr. None matched this quiet intensity. Even the rising stars of the Navy, Kizaru, Akiji, Akainu, their auras were fundamentally different from this aloof, inscrutable man. He was more like an abyss, profound, still immeasurable. No one could fathom what depths lay hidden beneath its surface. And indeed a coincidence. Are you nostalgic too? Back then you wept like a child right here, and Dylan glanced sidelong at Shanks, neither hatred nor fondness colored his gaze, only detached neutral. Not yet the time to draw swords. And back then, and Shanks paused, then memories of over a decade past flooded in, dimming his expression instantly. Ah, yes. Were you here then too? Judging by your age you must have been only 10 or so. Back then, and Shanks lifted his gaze. Have you ever considered setting sail? Setting sail, and Dylan pressed lightly on Shura's hilt, his gaze lingering on Shanks with quiet, unsettling significance. As a pirate. Setting sail, and Dylan pressed lightly on Shura's hilt, his gaze lingering on Shanks with quiet, unsettling significance. A thief is a thief. Dylan cut him off coldly. Bandit, pirate, robber, it matters not. All are thieves. Those who blindly pursue their own freedom by preying upon the weak, no lofty dream can absolve them of being thieves. Do not speak to me of dreams, freedom, or comrades. Your freedom, ne'er warped visibly around Dylan, and is built upon the suffering of the weak. Crackling black lightning surged forth from Dylan's silhouette, visible, visceral, terrifying. N.U. Shanks' pupils contracted sharply, black lightning erupted from his own form. Their clashing auras twisted the heavens themselves, spiraling storm clouds overhead. When the pressure subsided, fine fissures webbed the nearby walls. And this is a town. For now I have no intention of fighting you, yet hear this red-haired, and Dylan's gaze pierced Shanks like a blade. Do not overstep your bounds, or not only will the new age deny your ship its place but your dream. I shall extinguish it myself. Nonly after Dylan departed did Ben Beckman and the others emerge cautiously from the alleyways. Lucky Rue's ever-present roasted leg was nowhere to be seen. Jesus Burgess gripped his spear with white-knuckled tension. A terrifying man, and Jesus glanced toward the corner where Dylan had vanished. A man bearing the qualities of a king and having mastered Haushiko Haki to such an extent, a Marine. Marine Ford. Dylan emerged from the administrative wing, his commissioning ceremony freshly concluded. Oh my, what a remarkable newcomer has arrived. A languid voice sounded nearby. That tone. Kuzan. Admiral Kuzan. Dylan offered a slight bow. You've come to headquarters for your commissioning. Kuzan adjusted the eye patch resting on his brow, regarding Dylan with quiet curiosity. Yes. Kuzan glanced left and right, then leaned in care for a drink. Does he even drink? Right, hadn't he indeed drunk heavily at Zephyr's funeral? But is drinking even permitted at headquarters? Following Kuzan into his office, Dylan swept his gaze across the room. Sparse furnishings, bordering on austere. Only two things stood out: an invitingly comfortable recliner and his personal plaque. The Justice of Indolence. Oh my. Now that I think about it, our temperaments are quite different. Kuzan retrieved 2 bottles of liquor and tossed one to Dylan. I uphold the Justice of Indolence, but you're alarmingly diligent. Dylan caught the bottle, popped the cork, and took a long swig. You know me. Kuzan drank deeply in turn, then spat sharply. What kind of man's liquor is this? Dreadfully bitter. After muttering under his breath, Kuzan studied Dylan more deliberately. You've been nominated for recruitment by me several times over the past few years. Yet each time you declined. Why did you accept this time? He'd always been the one nominating me. Dylan furrowed his brow. Was this classified naval intelligence, or GARP? Noting Dylan's expression, Kuzan volunteered it was Mr. GARP. He remarked that every time he returned home the East Blue felt unusually tranquil, so peaceful in fact that he scarcely needed to sweep it clean anymore. We conducted an extensive investigation. Only with great difficulty did we finally locate you. You've done exceptional work in the East Blue. So, would you consider joining my division? I'll grant you considerable autonomy. Kuzan, the Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, a candidate for Fleet Admiral. Disciple of Black Arm Zephyr, devoted admirer of GARP. One of the future 3 admirals, Kuzan, Borsellino, and Sakazuki. Sakazuki's stance toward pirates was unyieldingly rigid, though superficially aligned with Dylan's own. Their philosophies diverged at the core. As for Borsellino, that wily old monkey, his conduct was deeply suspect, cringing before the Straw Hats, yet striking Zephyr with ruthless force. Perhaps he was a double agent for the Revolutionary Army. Though serving under him would grant access nearly equal to Vegapunks, there was always the risk he might betray you without warning. Kuzan, however, laziness aside, possessed genuine honor. After all, hadn't he once rescued the perpetually unlucky smoker from Don Quixote da Flamingo's grasp? You wield the blade, I bear the blame. Oh my. True enough, but perhaps you could phrase that more diplomatically. How vexing. The upper echelons frequently assign missions I'd rather avoid. Kuzan lifted his head and drained another generous gulp. So, you've accepted. Why not? If I joined Sakazuki, I'd likely spend every day cleaving pirates in two. I still have much to accomplish. I see. Kuzan made no inquiry as to why Dylan had omitted Borsellino. Before that, however, I must attend to certain matters. I may return within half a year, or it could take 1 to 2 years. Quite the busy man, aren't you? Need any assistance? Dylan shook his head. No need. Should fortune turn against me, I may never return. As a devil fruit user, you'd best stay clear. Devil fruit user. Never returning. For once Kuzan wore a troubled expression. Are you heading to some perilous region tied to the sea? Never mind, if you require no help I won't pry. Just exercise caution. Contact me via Den Den Mushi if you need anything. 2 years later. Skypiea. A tempestuous storm of lightning filled the heavens, crackling, coiling and surging through the clouds for nearly an hour before gradually fading. Enel watched as the figure emerged slowly from the holy temple, and with him the entire populace bowed their heads. Lord Rago. Enel. Compared to his appearance 2 years prior, Dylan's features remained unchanged, yet somehow more refined, more profoundly enigmatic. Below the temple the people of Skypiea gazed upward at that tall imposing figure, deep as an abyss, feeling awe stir within their hearts. No one knew when he had first arrived on Skypiea. When he appeared he had vanquished the former sky god Enel with absolute overwhelming power, yet he spared both Enel and the other priests. After discovering the golden bell hidden within the clouds and striking it, the centuries-old feud between the Scythians and the Shandia ceased, and together they proclaimed him their god. This Lord of Thunder imposed no harsh decrees, indeed he could be called a merciful god. Governance of Skypiea fell entirely to Enel. Enel had long served as the island's sky god and remained deeply trusted and beloved by all. I shall depart for a time. Until my return Skypiea remains under your stewardship. Sever all routes leading up from the Blue Sea, and should intruders appear contact me immediately via conch shell or Den Den Mushi. Yais. Lord Rago. When the crowd raised their heads again the figure atop the temple had vanished. Enel drew a slow breath, then turned and commanded, seal the holy temple, and cut off all paths from the Blue Sea. Beneath Skypiea. Jaya Island, Mock Town. As Dylan stepped into a tavern he spotted a pink-haired figure seated before the bar drinking alone. Beside him stood a towering man broad-waisted and armed with a massive sword. On the opposite side a grotesque elder interrogated a group of street thugs. That place is unbearably dull. The Don Quixote pirates are the pride of the North Blue, we dream of becoming pirates like you. Have you ever killed anyone? Dylan seated himself beside the pink-haired man without invitation, lifted a glass and drank deeply. So, you lot mere street rats aspire to feast at the table of this flamingo. Flamingo, the word barely left Dylan's lips before the giant beside him stiffened and the snot-nosed elder whirled around from his interrogation, yet the flamingo himself merely grinned foo-foo-foo. Who are you? A marine. A marine. That's. Diavolo's hand had just brushed his sword hilt when Doflamingo sharply rebuked him, stand down Diamante. TCH. The 7 warlords truly are troublesome. Dylan's face fell disappointment plain watching Diamante freeze mid-motion at Doflamingo's command. Had that man drawn steel Dylan could have eliminated him and the entire Don Quixote pirates without reproach. He cast a sidelong glance at the stunned Diamante, then turned slightly toward the blonde thug, eager, excited yet trembling with shock. I ask you a question. Have you killed anyone, or did you bring wooden sticks to Playhouse? Bellamy threw his arms wide and laughed wildly. Of course I have. We sailed all the way from the North Blue, killing's what we do best. We're destined to join the Don Quixote pirates. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. At that instant the air itself seemed to freeze solid. Doflamingo seated beside Dylan went rigid, then slowly mechanically turned his head. Hey. You can't be serious. Before the words fully escaped his lips blinding arcs of lightning erupted from the bodies of the street thugs. Treble standing beside Bellamy leapt back in terror. Amid the thug shrieks Dylan rose calmly like a man strolling through a garden. Do Flamingo. He ambled leisurely toward Bellamy, unhurried, unruffled. From beginning to end Doflamingo uttered not a single word, not a syllable of protest nor a gesture of intervention. He simply watched motionless as Bellamy and his crew convulsed and screamed beneath the thunder. See? Before absolute power even your idol dares not move. Bellamy writhed, then slammed his fists onto the floor with a guttural roar. Curse you. One last chance, have you truly killed anyone? If you're bluffing I'll dismiss you as ordinary street scum. But if your hands are stained with blood. Dylan's expression darkened, the very air trembled, then you die here and now. Bellamy strained to lift his head, gazing toward his idol, the heavenly demon king Doflamingo. What met him was only suffocating silence. Bellamy looked up at the man looming before him and with his final ounce of strength gritted his teeth. No. Clap. Clap. Dylan clapped his hands lightly. There, that's more like it. Go back where you came from. Oh, and one more thing. Pausing at the door Dylan glanced back at the slumped blonde youth. You said, you despise those pirates who chase empty dreams. TCH. Pity. Your idol harbors the grandest, most audacious dream among all pirates in the world, yet you truly don't deserve to board his ship. With that Dylan pushed open the door and stepped outside. Creak. Creak. The tavern's wooden door swung idly in the wind, as if mocking Bellamy's hollow bravado or scorning his idol in silent disdain. Doflamingo rose, his face shadowed with grim fury, and strode toward the exit, Treble and Diamante following closely behind. He paused beside Bellamy. He spoke truth. You truly don't belong aboard my ship. Marineford in the office of Akiji. Doflamingo. That guy has some issues with his identity and his means of becoming a warlord is quite unusual. But these were all agreed upon by Mariewa. Akiji shrugged. I don't want to concern myself with that much. Dylan glanced around. You've been promoted, Admiral Kuzan. I had no choice. The Grand Line is not peaceful right now. By the way, have you finished what you were supposed to do? All done. Dylan extended his hand. A ball of lightning gathered in his palm. I went and got a fruit. Akiji's previously laid-back demeanor shifted instantly at the sight of the lightning, the rumble fruit. This Loguetown fruit is among the top in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and Akiji recognized it immediately. Yes. This is also my primary objective for coming to the Grand Line. You. Akiji straightened slightly from his leaning position but soon slumped back again. As long as you get it, that's good. Ah, Loguetown, I'm really envious of you. You envy me. You're also a Loguetown fruit user. Although Dylan thought this in his mind, he still preferred the long-awaited rumble fruit for himself. After all, lightning possesses the ability to fly and incredibly high mobility, and its lethality is also formidable. Moreover, using lightning to temper his body can continuously strengthen him, preventing him from being completely suppressed by the CNC Prism Stone like other ability users. So you're back without other matters. Akiji slumped on the couch with a hint of frustration. I don't have anyone here to help and I have many things to do myself. If you have time, could you take on some tasks for me? You have nothing to do, right? Is your only task riding a bicycle to follow your loli? Or sunbathing on Kark's ship? Sure, but as a major it's tough for me to represent you, right? A major representing an admiral to take out someone. That seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Military rank, huh? Ah. Akiji scratched his head, realizing that this was indeed tricky. Although the Navy ranks are based on background and strength, officer level ranks still emphasize practical achievements. Now is not like the period after the Marineford War when the Navy's elite forces dwindled and special recruitment was conducted worldwide. Got it. Akiji's eyes brightened as he rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a bounty notice. You go take him out and he'll apply for your military rank. Dylan took the bounty notice and looked at it. Bloodhook Rod bounty 550 million berries. Is there such a character? Where did this guy come from? How come I've never heard of him before? Well. You're still young, it's normal not to have heard of him. He was a minor character in a terrifying pirate crew from long ago. A terrifying pirate crew. A minor character. Dylan rubbed his chin and re-evaluated the photo on the bounty notice. He looks to be in his 50s or 60s. At such an age. Could he be one of the guys from the Rocks pirate crew? Yes. It's indeed Rocks. Akiji widened his eyes. You know about the Rocks pirates. How old are you? Really? If that's the case, he is indeed a minor character compared to Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Kaido, and Big Mom. Gold Lion. That guy is still hiding in the sky studying monsters. Should he be taken out in advance? Normally these fruit users are contained rather than killed, as this effectively limits the devil fruit powers. If ability users are simply killed, it would be like the burn fruit where the previous holder died not long ago and was then acquired by other pirates. This situation is obviously something both the Navy and the world government do not want to see. As for the float fruit. Forget it, I'll set it aside for now. When I have time I'll look for him. It's not too late to deal with him then. After all, I'm just a mere major now. Yes, just a mere major. Where is he? Dylan pointed at the man on the bounty notice who looked ferocious. This photo must have been taken recently. Then the Navy should also have his whereabouts. The last tracking was in the Alabasta Kingdom. You can go take a look. If there's new information, the headquarters will notify you via Den Mushi. Alabasta. Isn't that where the crocodile is? The current crocodile should have already failed to challenge Whitebeard and is preparing to look for the Pluton now, right? Then him off. Dylan rolled up the bounty notice, put it in his pocket and left. In the office, after Dylan's footsteps faded, Akiji pulled down his eye mask. How did he know the location of the devil fruit? And knows about Rocks? What a hassle, forget it. In the first half of the Grand Line, Big Brother Dafu, why have I never heard of that guy named Rod before? Mom actually values him so much. She even specially called me to the paradise to fetch him to Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Dafu, with two balloon-like things on his shoulders, glanced at his younger brother beside him. It's normal that you don't know he's an old guy, once a flunky on Mom's ship. On Mom's ship, the Queen Mama's Symphony. How come I've never heard of it? Not that one. Dafu gazed towards the relatively calm paradise compared to the New World. It was a ship from even further back. In terms of strength, no one was stronger than them. Alabasta Kingdom. Rainbase. Unlike other areas in Alabasta, Rainbase, as its name suggests, is humid and refreshing. Rain Banquet Casino. A tall and beautiful hostess' eyes lit up at the sight of the tall and handsome Dylan. Beyond being tall and handsome, the way this man dressed and his sword along with his aura clearly indicated that he was a wealthy man. Several hostesses desperately showcased their figures to Dylan, hoping he would choose one of them to accompany him. Feeling their intense gazes, Dylan paused slightly and then surveyed the surroundings. You. Dylan raised his hand and pointed to one of the blonde hostesses. The blonde hostess was overjoyed, walking up and pinching Dylan's arm with her ample bosom. "Guessed what would you like to play?" she said, arching her back, letting Dylan's arm feel a wave of friction. "Ha ha ha." In the distance a rowdy laughter echoed from the hall and Dylan raised an eyebrow. "As expected, it's here." In the sea, the intelligence capabilities are primarily attributed to the big MOM pirates, followed by Morgans and the CP organization. However, the Navy's intelligence is equally powerful and has a broader coverage. Not long after Dylan left Marineford, detailed intelligence regarding Bloodhook Rod was transmitted to him via a Den Mushi. This included the guy's hobbies and behavioral traits. Gambling was one of them. Back in Rocks, this guy lost his right hand due to his obsession with gambling. "I bet big." The rarely victorious Rod laughed heartily while tossing chips onto the table. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit. "I bet small." A similarly arrogant voice came from across the table. Dylan, with a cigarette tilted in his mouth, tossed a handful of chips and saw Rod glance at him, puffing out smoke provocatively. "Ha ha ha, then let's get started quickly." Rod licked his lips, let you know that Rod's luck is always undefeated. 10 minutes later. The people who had originally stood behind Rod had all vanished while the young man across from him was surrounded by many. Hey, out of money. This is boring. Since when did Rain Banquet start catering to these poor souls? Can Dylan gamble? Of course not. But controlling the direction of the dice with small electric currents was a piece of cake. Just as Rod stood up to leave, cheers arose from behind. The young man was throwing the chips from in front of him all around. Come, these are all courtesy of that one-armed uncle. After saying this, the young man laughed heartily. Don't you all thank the one-armed uncle? The surrounding people were first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Thank you, one-armed uncle. Rod's body stiffened and the dark armament color began to envelop his hook. No. No way. Rod swallowed hard. Having barely escaped the Navy's pursuit, he absolutely could not be discovered in a place like this. Even a man like the captain had been defeated by Carp back then. Although the likes of Whitebeard and the others seem powerful now, Rod knows that once truly targeted by the Navy or the world government, there would be no good outcome. In the distance, Dylan scattered chips into the air while placing a few of the highest denominations into the palm of the blonde hostess. "This is a reward for you. I hope that next time you come you're not here anymore." Dylan stood up, stopping the blonde hostess' attempt to follow him. "Guest." The blonde hostess watched the white-haired youth wobbling out of the Rain Banquet entrance, somewhat dazed. "What does that mean?" Generally, if a guest is satisfied with the service of an escort, wouldn't they hope to have her service again next time? After Dylan exited the door, the blonde hostess' body trembled slightly, her expression complex as she gazed at the entrance. "What a gentle guest." After speaking, the blonde hostess tightly clenched the chips in her hand and raised her hand to adjust her collar. Outside Rain Base, Dylan halted. "Hey, that iron hook, have you been following me all this way without making a move?" Rod walked out from behind the hill, his face dark. "What are you scheming by luring me out?" "Oh." Dylan smiled at the wary Rod in the distance. "Ho. You're quite cautious. Since you know I'm luring you out, why do you dare to follow?" He. Rod instinctively licked his lips. If it were Sengoku or Carp. No, even Akiji or Sakazuki here, I would have run away long ago. But you. The armament color instantly covered the iron hook on his right hand. "I've never heard of you." "What a coincidence." The black armament color also swiftly covered the sheath of the Shura sword. "I haven't heard of you in the original version either." "Big brother Dafu. It's bad." A lean young man ran to Charlotte Dafu, pinching a small card with his fingertips. "That guy's life card is burning. He's going to die." "What?" Dafu stared incredulously at the life card burning slowly before his eyes. Or had he provoked the hounds of world governments? And driven by unwavering mission focus, Dafu refused to tolerate failure. His chest swelled as he roared full speed ahead. "Mother's orders must not falter." Alabasta. And Dylan stood with one foot planted atop the unconscious Bloodhook Rod, dialing a Den Mushi. A pair of eye patches materialized from thin air upon the Den Mushi's antennae. Its round eyes turned dull and lifeless like those of a dead fish. "And oh my, already finished so soon. It was exhausting, you know. By the way, do I need to deliver this one personally? I still have to return to the East Blue Marine Ford." Nkuzan scratched his head. He can be taken to the nearest Marine base, but his origins are complicated. Word is Big Mom is searching for him. You know how formidable her intelligence network is. Perhaps N is anyone actually taking custody. If no one claims him, I'll sever his head myself. After all, he isn't even a devil fruit user. And Rod, feigning death on the ground, swallowed hard, yet remained utterly motionless. Is this man truly a Marine? And to casually threaten decapitation. Wait just a moment, if you lop off his head, what if Big Mom, and so that's what worries you? Dylan paused, startled. Kuzan really was loyal. And but, na flash of crimson light, Shura cut through the air. Rod's expression of shock hadn't yet faded before his head parted from his body. "Damn you!" Na furious bellow echoed from afar as Charlotte Dafu's lower half, steaming with heat, surged forward at blinding speed. His life card had vanished entirely, and he'd witnessed with his own eyes the young man's blade cleaving off Bloodhook Rod's head. As Charlotte Dafu closed in, a figure resembling an Aladdin's genie emerged from his belt. And your head shall atone for this sin. Demon Man / not colossal demon warrior swung a massive blade, unleashing a devastating crescent slash toward Dylan. And hey. Didn't I tell you to stay calm? Shall I come over? And no need. Be sure to credit me with the full merit. This is Charlotte Dafu, Big Mom's third son. Dylan held the Den Mushy in one hand and raised Shura with the other. And ding. The enormous slash halted instantly upon contact with Shura's blade. No matter how fiercely Charlotte Dafu or the Demon Man poured their strength into it, the force could not advance a single inch further. The Bean Minister of Totoland. Oh my, what a troublemaker you are. Are you certain you don't need me to intervene, and troublemaker? Me. Wasn't you who ordered me to cut him down? And after this I demand a full month's leave. And oh my, Kuzan hadn't even finished speaking before Dylan hung up the Den Mushy. Interrupting someone's phone call is terribly rude. Didn't Lin teach you that? You? Charlotte Dafu watched the youth deflect the Demon Man slash with effortless grace and felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not strike again rashly. Dylan smiled faintly at Charlotte Dafu's darkening expression. Anna Charlotte. Did Lin send you to fetch this fellow back, to sire children? Then I suppose I've just slain your stepfather, and you wretch. An already wary Charlotte Dafu erupted in fury at Dylan's words. How dare you insult mother? Demon Man, fine cut, and countless slender slashes erupted from all directions, converging upon Dylan like a storm. And foolishness. Dylan snorted, twisting Shura's hilt in a fluid arc. And Crimson Sword aura burst forth like a gale, more violent, more intricate than anything Charlotte Dafu could muster. Their slashes collided midair with explosive force, hurling sand and dust skyward. Thick clouds choked the air. And got overheated steam, and Charlotte Dafu burst from the haze, his entire body sheathed in armament hockey, the blackened fist radiating searing heat, while the Demon Man loomed beside him, raising his great blade high. Die. And seeing Dylan make no move to evade, Charlotte Dafu's eyes flickered with triumph and rage. And how dare this man scorn him so? Truly, you never learned. Now black arm pierced the smoke, seizing Charlotte Dafu's fist. And Rai Batsu. Boom. Now thunderous detonation split the heavens. A lightning column meters wide descended, engulfing both figures in blinding brilliance. Hey, is that real? And from a distant dune crocodile exhaled smoke from his cigar, staring at the colossal pillar of lightning. And are there still Marines like this in the fleet? When the lightning dissipated, Charlotte Dafu knelt, gasping, smoke curling from his scorched body, while the Demon Man had vanished without a trace. Not only masterful swordsmanship and hockey, but a Loguetown devil fruit user as well. No, it went beyond that. His fruit ability pierced armament hockey effortlessly, its power refined to terrifying perfection. Poro, entrapped in Dylan's grip, Charlotte Dafu gave up struggling and instead reached into his coat for a Den Mushy. Dafu, what's going on? Why did Rod's life card ignite? Did you eliminate him? At the moment the call connected, the Den Mushy's face swelled round and plump, thick lashes sprouting above its eyes. Forgive me, mother, I failed. Rod was slain by a Marine, and a Marine. Is there such a Marine in paradise? Yes. Charlotte Dafu glanced up at Dylan. An unknown Marine, I heard him speaking with Moon. The Marines remain as formidable as ever. Say, Marine, would you entertain a deal? And Dafu pivoted the Den Mushy toward Dylan. Oh. Lin herself, what do you propose to ransom your son's life? And Big Mom seemed unperturbed by the familiar address, instead bursting into hearty laughter. A bold little fellow, you want what? Treasure. A legendary blade. A devil fruit. Or, shall I offer you my most beloved daughter in marriage? If you're willing. A devil fruit. I'll collect it at Sabaya Archipelago in 2 months. If its value falls short, Dylan's gaze swept coldly over Charlotte Dafu's body. I'll claim the difference, in flesh. A shiver ran down Charlotte Dafu's spine. And this man, and if the fruit disappointed him, he would carve off a piece of his body. Absolutely. Such greed in a child. Yet the Charlotte family's intelligence web spans the globe. Devil fruits are the least of our scarcities. Rest assured, it will match my son's worth precisely, and let us hope so. With that, Dylan released Charlotte Dafu. The Den Mushy dimmed. Nonly after Charlotte Dafu staggered away, 2 massive shoulder guards clanking with each step, did Dylan turn toward a dune to his flank. Still waiting for an invitation, and whoosh, now whirlwind of sand coalesced before Dylan into a human silhouette, black cloak billowing, slick back greasy hair, and a deep scar bisecting his face. Crocodile. Pathetically weak in you. Crocodile's eyes hardened. Saran. Before the sandstorm could gather, it dissolved silently, leaving Shura shimmering with black red light resting lightly upon Crocodile's shoulder. Do you wish to die? And Dylan's gaze was ice-cold. The man who fought Barrett and the man defeated by Whitebeard are worlds apart. Cold sweat broke across Crocodile's brow. This man meant it. He'd die the instant he moved. Nan overwhelming pressure pressed in, not from roaring hockey but something far more chilling. This sensation dwarfed even his battle against Whitebeard. And what do you require of me? And Dylan sheathed Shura and gazed toward the horizon, the direction of the east blue. Remember this, should you fall to some nameless fool while holding the title of warlord, then I will end you myself. So, stay vigilant, you arrogant little lizard. N. Crocodile's face darkened. Defeated in paradise. Yet he dared not protest. Before him stood a man who regarded him as less than an ant, and he knew with absolute certainty that combat would end in instantaneous annihilation. Dylan tossed Rod's severed head to Crocodile, then dissolved into a blinding bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. Crocodile clenched his fist, staring at the empty space where Dylan had stood. Damn. If only I could wield the Pluto. The East Blue. Kokoyashi Village. Ha 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 ha. Lowly humans were born to be ruled by fishmen. You are the first to be punished by Master Arlong, for love. How utterly trivial. Arlong, his nose jagged like a saw, stood with one hand on his hip and the other pressing a pistol against a human woman's forehead. No, Jiko. Nami. I love you both. With the pistol pressed hard against Belmir's temple, Arlong laughed cruelly. Ha ha ha. Under my rule the penniless shall all perish. Have you understood? You inferior races. Fear and anguish flickered in the eyes of the villagers surrounding him. If you truly love them, shouldn't you protect them properly? Far down the road a lone figure approached the crowd, long sword slung across his back. Belmir, blood already trickling from her lips, had resigned herself to death, yet that lazy voice struck her heart like a thunderclap. Inferior. Shoom. Before Arlong could finish speaking, a blinding white streak flashed before everyone's eyes, and then his massive arm soared into the air. Damn it. Damn you. A torrent of blood gushed from the stump. Before the fishmen or villagers could react, Dylan had already kicked Arlong to the ground and pinned him beneath the tip of his blade. Shura. Superior race. A salmon fishman clutching a wine bottle cried out in alarm. Hey, you wretch. Our captain is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At those words Arlong's pupils contracted sharply. Do not speak his name. We owe nothing to that traitor. Jinbi. That fat blue coward. I hear he slaughtered humans without mercy just years ago. When I find him I'll boil his head into fish stew. You? Arlong spat blood, his gaze unyielding. Ha ha ha. Wretched lowborn scum, you think this petty display will break the noble fishman tribe? Cannot. A sly smile curled Dylan's lips. She surged from the hilt into the blade, visible ripples pulsed outward, and the sheer concussive force slammed Arlong deep into the earth. The Arlong pirates have attacked a human village and murdered civilians. All members, executed. In an instant the crowd blinked, and a shadow too swift for the eye to trace darted through the air, accompanied by faint razor-sharp whispers of cleaving. When the echoes faded, only Arlong, buried deep in the ground, and one octopus fishman remained standing. Every other member of the former Arlong pirates lay severed and scattered. A suffocating miasma rose instantly, the metallic stench of blood mingling with the fishman's briny musk thickening the very air. Hey Octopus, Jinbi's name won't save you now. Why not try invoking Rayleigh instead? Octopus fishman Hachon gaped, his trumpet-like mouth frozen in speechless shock. And you. Seeing Hachon utterly broken, Dylan turned away without another glance, retrieving the blood-slicked Shura and returning to Arlong's side. What to do then, O superior race? Shall we settle this with coin? How much is your eel-like life? 5 berries. 10. You wretch. Filthy human. Fishmen will never submit. Clap clap. Dylan drove Shura into the earth beside Arlong's throat and applauded. Truly admirable courage, though tragically misplaced. He reversed his grip on Shura's hilt. A black and crimson blade light erupted from the ground, ascending like a pillar of wrath. Instantly Arlong's body, save for his head, vanished into mist. I don't play by your rules. Hachon, standing at a distance, trembled violently under that overwhelming aura. The humans gasped in stunned disbelief. Hey Octopus. Dylan kicked Arlong's severed head straight toward Hachon. Hachon instinctively flinched as the grotesque snarling head hurtled toward him, but under Dylan's unblinking gaze his limbs locked rigid. Dazed, he reached out and caught it, still burning with fury. Return to Fishman Island. Tell that blue fatso, and every gutter rat in Fishman Street. Shura slid home into its scabbard. Its lethal radiance vanished. If I so much as see another so-called superior race upon the Grand Line, I will raise your Fishman Street to dust. After the corpses of the Arlong pirates were cleared, the crowd dispersed. Only Genzo Belmir and her 2 daughters remained, watching the young man seated calmly atop a boulder. Why you, are you? Navy. Genzo swallowed hard, staring at the tall white-robed youth. Though he'd harmed no human, the sheer pressure radiating from him had nearly knocked them unconscious. Ah, yes. Navy. Dylan crossed his legs and leaned Shura casually against a nearby tangerine tree. Then, may I ask who you are? I'm looking for someone, Dylan said, lifting his gaze to Belmir's pink hair. Belmir met his gaze, startled. You're looking for me? Leaning against the tangerine tree, he tapped lightly on Shura's scabbard. I invite you personally to rejoin the Navy as part of my command. Belmir hesitated. She'd been retired nearly a decade, her battlefield days long past, and her daughters Nami and Nojiko still so young. I am Navy, not pirates. I will neither coerce nor manipulate you with debt or gratitude. After all, protecting civilians is the Navy's sacred duty, is it not? Then. I accept. A booming voice cut in from beside them. You must accept, Belmir. I know this is your dream, and Nami and Nojiko will be safe with me and with the whole village. Genzo, the village watchman, declared loudly. Go forth and chase your dream. And when you grow stronger, Belmir, don't forget to protect our village. Older sister Nojiko, tears welling, tugged gently at Nami's sleeve, and together they stepped forward to embrace Belmir tightly. Auntie Belmir, we thank you for raising us. When you return to the Navy, please visit often. Nami tilted her small face upward. When I'm older, can I sail aboard your warship and chart the seas? Oh really? Belmir knelt, pulling both slender girls close, then turned to Genzo, protecting the village. That's your job, isn't it? That's unlike you, Belmir. Didn't you always say women must embody courage? Genzo laughed heartily, his face glowing with quiet pride. Hey, I said Navy, not impel down. No need for funerals. You'll come back often. Dylan, unable to bear the melodrama any longer, interrupted their tearful farewell. Belmir burst into relieved laughter. You're right. With a man as formidable as you for a commander, I doubt I'll even get the chance to die. She patted the girls' backs gently, urging them to release her, then rose. May I ask why me? Why? Dylan clicked his tongue, offering her a faint smile. Pirates seek comrades. So too does the Navy. As for why you, it is your courage. I believe it is the rarest, most boundless potential of all. Bubble bubble, bubble bubble. Hey, I'm Dylan. Oh. Already in the East Blue. Rod's head has been delivered to HQ for verification. Also, headquarters has reassessed your merits there. Congratulations, Rear Admiral Dylan. Rear Admiral, passable I suppose. Rejection stings, doesn't it? By the way, the Den Mushi mentioned encountering a Charlotte family member. How did it go? How indeed. Belmir, hearing Akiji's nonchalant tone, felt her heart lurch violently. That voice on the Den Mushi was Fleet Admiral Akiji. Ha! This man could speak directly with a Fleet Admiral. I cut him down, but let him go. Let him go. Dylan rose, hoisting Shura onto his shoulder. Yes, let him go. Now is not the time to wage war with New World pirates. So I struck a deal with Big Mom. She bought back her son. The Den Mushi fell silent for a long moment before Akiji's voice returned, calm and measured. You needn't report such matters to me. Dylan laughed aloud. Are you planning to report me to Sengoku? If I'd returned with Daifuku's head, he'd be the one losing his mind. Oh my. You certainly understand Sengoku-san well. Very well, let him go then. But what of the Charlotte family? Won't word leak? Rest easy. If news escapes, I'll merely be expelled from the Navy, but the Charlotte family would suffer disgrace before every major pirate crew. They won't speak. That crocodile isn't foolish enough to risk it. Understood. By the way, you're now a Rear Admiral. Once you've settled affairs in the East Blue, return to HQ immediately. You'll stand in for me. Bubble. Marine Ford. Akiji gazed at the closed Den Mushi, lost in thought. Who exactly is the Fleet Admiral here, him or me? Overwhelming aura, and it's merely a designation for a certain type of power, innate yet also cultivable and strengthenable through rigorous training. Belmir, 30 years old, stood smoking as she fixed her gaze upon Dylan's right hand, its surface enveloped in the pitch-black aura of armament. Haki manifests in three forms: armament, observation, and conquerors. Among them, armament is both the most common and the most pragmatically versatile. Observation Haki can be cultivated, but only by those endowed with innate aptitude. As for conquerors Haki, and Dylan spread his hands lightly, only an exceedingly rare few are born with it. Armament Haki itself possesses myriad applications. The first you must master is hardening, and Dylan seized a large stone, hurled it high into the air, then extended his arm. The stone plummeted with a shriek and struck his forearm with a sharp crack. And not a tremor, not even a ripple, disturbed the muscle beneath his skin. This. Belmir's eyes widened in astonishment. And this is the most fundamental application, armament hardening. Naturally fundamental does not imply weak. At its pinnacle, this technique remains formidable, capable of rendering ordinary firearms and bladed weapons utterly irrelevant once even rudimentary hardening is achieved. Moreover, armament hardening confers immunity against many devil fruit abilities and simultaneously imposes direct tangible suppression upon them. Is that so? Truly remarkable, devil fruit said to channel the very essence of demons yet susceptible to suppression. And such was the chasm separating the four seas from the Grand Line. East Blue, the so-called weakest sea, harbored neither Haki users nor devil fruit wielders in any meaningful number. The rare few who possessed such powers invariably hailed from the Grand Line itself. In contrast, devil fruit users were commonplace across the four seas and the Paradise segment of the Grand Line. By the time one reached the New World, its treacherous second half, even low-ranking grunts mastered armament hardening. Among prominent figures, mastery of fire-based techniques was nearly ubiquitous. Null and all the Mara no Mi. Not even a dog would bother swallowing it. It was precisely this disparity in regional strength that enabled even those defeated in the Grand Line to return to the four seas and reign unchecked. Men like Krieg and Arlong, for instance. NVVVVNON lost in thought. Dylan sensed the subtle shift in ambient energy and turned his gaze sharply toward Belmir. Truly such power exists. Belmir stared in disbelief at her own hands, now shrouded in black aura, then burst into hearty, unrestrained laughter. Seems I possess remarkable aptitude after all. Indeed, your talent is exceptional, but more crucially, this power has always resided within you. It remained dormant only because cognitive thresholds obscured its existence, preventing you from recognizing, cultivating, or wielding it. In future combat strive to move beyond firearms. Though snipers occupy vital roles within both pirate crews and the Marines, their mastery demands extraordinary innate gifts and profound observation hockey. Of course, Belmare dispelled the black aura from her arm with such power at my command conventional firearms truly are obsolete. Next you must reflect deeply what path of combat suits you or calls to you. Close quarters brawling. Swordsmanship. Or perhaps, do you feel capable of mastering a devil fruit's power and a fruit? I've heard whispers, though I doubt them. Legend says consuming one condemns one to drown like a landlubber. As for swordsmanship, I fear I lack the requisite gift. So I shall fight with my fists alone and excellent. Settle your children's affairs, then prepare to accompany me to Marine Headquarters for systematic formalized training. Marine Headquarters maintain dedicated curricula and methodologies for both the Rokushiki and Haki, far more rigorous and comprehensive than any ad hoc instruction Dylan could provide. With the exception of Blackbeard, all top-tier figures had already emerged onto the world stage. Even Shanks would soon ascend to the rank of Emperor of the Sea. Though the Marines held overwhelming superiority over any single faction, confronting two or more major powers simultaneously would leave them strategically vulnerable, if not outright overwhelmed. Furthermore, the Marines' institutional mandate severely constrained their operational scope, forcing them largely into reactive defensive postures. And admirals, indeed, bore excessive limitations. No wonder Vice Admiral Garp refused promotion his entire life. Before arriving here, Dylan's understanding of this world remained profoundly limited, his perspective for the most part tethered exclusively to the Straw Hat Crew's journey. As a youth he had deeply admired that optimistic fearless boy, but in adulthood weariness gradually settled in, giving way to quiet skepticism toward the protagonist himself. May that day never come, and Dylan drew deeply on a cigarette plucked from Belmer's abandoned pack. After all, he had been someone Dylan cherished in his own youth, yet even now the ceaseless chance of Pirate King. Pirate King grew tiresome. A carefree boy, entrusting hope to legends as insubstantial as mist. And when every soul in this world holds the potential to attain near divine power, why beg fate for scraps? Truly, incomprehensible. And sir, you seem burdened with many thoughts, Belmare remarked, hands tucked casually into her pockets, standing a short distance away. All arranged, and Dylan offered no explanation, only rose and glanced past her. Village Officer Aiken and the Nami sisters watched him warily. Though outwardly handsome and languid, the cold, unflinching resolve he displayed while executing Arlong's crew was not easily borne by ordinary. Dylan gestured for Nami to approach. And she clutched tightly to Nojiko's sleeve, her body rigid with tension. Go on, Nami, Master Marine is a good man. He protected us all, didn't he? And Nojiko, the elder sister, gently encouraged her. Beside her, Belmare and Aiken offered warm, reassuring glances. Nami pressed her lips together, then stepped forward and murmured, Master Marine, and I hear you aspire to chart the most complete, most detailed map of the world. Everyone assumed Belmare had told him, except Belmare herself, whose expression flickered with genuine confusion. She had shared nothing about the children. How then did he know? Yes. At the mention of her dream, Nami's eyes lit up. She withdrew a half-finished map from behind her back and handed it to Dylan. Dylan examined it closely. And undeniably gifted, the draft lacked the precision and depth of official marine cartography, yet for a self-taught novice it was extraordinarily accomplished. He carefully folded the map and returned it to Nami, then addressed Village Officer Aiken. I will arrange for specialized cartographic texts to be sent here for her studies. For now I entrust the sisters to your care. East Blue poses little threat, but should dangerous intruders appear, and Dylan placed his spare den mushi into Nami's palm, this connects directly to me. In case of mortal peril I will arrive within 2 hours. Master Marine, may I one day sail aboard a marine battleship to chart the entire world? And absolutely. Dylan gently ruffled Nami's hair. Not only may you, we will publish your charts as official atlases bearing your name so the world may share in your triumph. Yes. Nami grinned, pulling an orange from her pocket. Here, this is for you, Master Marine, and I'm in Kokoya Village, East Blue. Yes, dispatch a battleship to retrieve me. Oh. But you can fly, can't you? And will you send it or not? N. Kuzan stared blankly at the den mushi, doubt stirring anew. Also include comprehensive cartographic texts, more and more detailed the better. Understood, and designate Kokoya Village a protected zone. Furthermore, investigate the local base commander, Major Rat. His conduct raises serious concerns, have internal affairs verify it immediately. Right, N. Pop. N. Nat Marineford. Kuzan gazed perplexed at the den mushi now slumbering peacefully. Even Sengoku wouldn't hang up on him like that. N. Too much trouble. And having relayed Dylan's orders, Kuzan lowered his eye patch once more. Nico Robin had already entered the Grand Line. Should he go see her? What path would her life unfold along? Marineford. Under the guidance of Akiji, Dylan, who has completed his commissioning, finally possesses a cloak and an independent office. The file of Belmare was also retrieved by the Navy Department, and with Akiji's assistance the re-enlistment process was completed smoothly. He was re-promoted to the rank of Major. What is this? Can this be considered the justice of the Navy? Damn it, how is this any different from a pirate? A roar echoed down the vast corridor and Akiji rubbed his forehead in distress. Ah, really? With a loud bang, a short-haired man with white hair looking like a thug and smoking a cigar stormed out of the office. Smoker, did you get into another argument with the inspection department? Don't you think about why you're still a major? Because he was too weak. Dylan watched the figure striding toward them with an air of indifference, the notorious pirate, the shame of the Logia fruit. Smoker. This rank thing. Smoker exhaled a large puff of smoke nonchalantly. As he approached the two, he looked at Dylan, who was already wearing a major's cloak. So you're the one Kuzan has been thinking about. You look rather frail. Ah, this guy. Akiji glanced at Smoker with a bit of a headache, then said to Dylan, he's my friend, go easy on him. Damn Kuzan. Who do you think you're looking down on? Smoker was furious. Although he still held the rank of major as a Logia user with substantial merits, he was stuck at this rank for years due to his reckless behavior. After all, the Mad Dog Navy didn't earn its name for nothing. But Dylan didn't give Smoker a chance to respond. Before Smoker finished his sentence, a dark arm had already grabbed his collar. White. Ha. Abilities are not omnipotent. Dylan pressed Smoker against the wall. His powerful armament haki completely suppressed Smoker's elemental transformation. You bastard. Smoker pulled out his sea prism stone 10 hands. Kuzan had told him that this guy was also a Logia user. Even though haki could restrain him, as long as the sea prism stone touched him, it could instantly seal his abilities. The 10 hands whistled down towards Dylan while Akiji narrowed his eyes slightly. Sea prism stone. How to deal with this? Dylan pressed Smoker down with his left hand, tightening his right hand as the dark armament haki instantly enveloped him. Sea prism stone is also not omnipotent. Without any fear, his black right hand advanced toward the 10 hands embedded with sea prism stone. WH. What? Seeing Dylan grab the tip of the 10 hands, Smoker's anger vanished, leaving only a look of disbelief. He had tried touching himself with the sea prism stone before. It basically rendered him powerless instantaneously and his abilities would be sealed. Crack. A cracking sound came from the tip of the 10 hands. Smoker's shock turned into terror and Akiji's eyes narrowed. Hey, is this for real? Snap. Dylan twisted his hand that gripped the 10 hands, forcefully breaking off the part embedded with sea prism stone. Then Smoker and Akiji saw small metal powder particles falling from Dylan's palm. The sea prism stone is indeed very hard. Dylan released the now completely dazed Smoker, examined the small sea prism stone in his hand and tossed it at Smoker. Here, take it back and forge a new weapon. A newcomer. Truly impressive skills. Pohaha, if it weren't for Kuzan's constant summons, I would have liked to keep him in the East Blue. That would have saved me a lot of trouble. At one end of the corridor, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu and Kizaru approached the three. Very powerful strength. Have you considered serving under me? I have learned about your past. Your style is quite similar to mine. You shouldn't be under someone as lazy as Kuzan. Akainu looked at Dylan. He greatly appreciated Dylan's attitude towards pirates, while Kuzan. Sakazuki, are you really going to openly poach people like this? Pohaha, Garp laughed while stuffing a donut into his mouth. Forget it, Sakazuki, this kid is different from you. Sengoku shot a puzzled glance at Garp. This guy had hardly been in the headquarters these past few years and rarely involved himself in matters here. Why would he directly refute Admiral Sakazuki's opinion this time? Hoof. Hearing Garp speak, Akainu didn't linger, huffing coldly before pushing through the crowd and leaving first. Oh, how terrifyingly powerful the young people nowadays. Kizaru observed Dylan with a tilted mouth but didn't say much else, greeting Kuzan before leaving. As for the notorious Smoker, just a mere major, Akainu and Kizaru ignored him. It wasn't that they didn't know him, but Smoker's reputation within the Navy was not good and his rank and strength were insufficient to earn the attention of the two admirals. This dealt a severe blow to the pride of the Mad Dog Navy. Am I really that weak? A glimmer flashed beneath Sengoku's glasses. Although Smoker's strength was lacking as a Logia user, he still had potential. He couldn't let him give up on himself so easily. Smoker. You are also a student of Zephyr. You should know that there are many ways to fight. In these seas, almost no one can simultaneously master physical skills, swordsmanship, haki and fruit abilities to the extreme. So you need to choose what you excel at. Pooh-ha-ha. There are still some examples like Newgate and Linlin, aren't they like that? Garp interrupted Sengoku's words with a hearty laugh and then turned to Smoker. But Sengoku was also right. To become powerful, you need to first recognize yourself and find your own path. After all, monsters that excel in all abilities are indeed few and far between throughout history on the seas. Garp glanced at Dylan's sword Shura, silently thinking, perhaps there will soon be one more. Having heard what Garp and Sengoku said, Smoker fell silent. Although the Logia fruit is powerful, his development is indeed poor. As for physical skills, because of his fruit abilities, he is hardly trained in the Navy's 6 styles, has 0 swordsmanship, and for haki. Up until now he hasn't even mastered the basic armament haki, relying solely on the sea prism stone embedded at the tip of his 10 hands to combat other ability users. I understand, Mr. Garp. Admiral Sengoku. I will seriously consider my path. Facing Garp and Sengoku, even a proud person like Smoker lowered his head humbly to accept their advice. Sengoku turned to Dylan. What about you? Me. Dylan was somewhat unclear about Sengoku's meaning. To be frank, after you accepted Akiji's summons and obtained the Thunder Fruit, the headquarters conducted 2 rounds of investigation on you. It was confirmed that you were born into a merchant family in the West Sea and later your family's merchant ship was attacked by pirates leading you to drift to the East Sea. You have done well in the East Sea these past years maintaining Garp's style. The East Sea continues to hold the title of the weakest sea. Dylan chuckled slightly and did not respond. The East Sea wasn't as weak as imagined. During his years of cleansing he had encountered quite a few potential individuals. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that he could completely clear the East Sea as the vastness of a sea region made it hard to cover everything and nuisances like Krieg were almost on the verge of claiming kingship. Your strength is strong enough. Although you are currently under Kuzan, you can choose to become a directly affiliated major of the headquarters, or we can make an exception and send you to become the base commander of a branch. The base in the Grand Line is not part of the Four Seas. Ah, Sengoku-san, that's not very fair to me. Kuzan, I know you have doubts in your heart regarding the Navy and the government's actions. You still have skepticism, but for the peace of the majority, sacrifices are sometimes necessary. Akiji scratched his head and looked at Garp. How about this? I am willing to accept the position of base commander, but I need to choose the location myself and I will still remain under Kuzan's command. I will take over his tasks, but... Dylan looked at Sengoku, whose expression was growing serious, and continued, I need your acknowledgement of the promise Akiji made to me, which is that I still need sufficient autonomy. What do you mean by autonomy? Sengoku frowned slightly. He had heard of this young man's style. His attitude toward pirates was almost on par with Sakazuki. If this guy were placed in the New World, no, even in the first half of the Grand Line, he would undoubtedly stir up a storm among pirates, possibly even inciting war. It's exactly what you're thinking, Admiral Sengoku. Dylan chuckled lightly. But you needn't worry too much, I'm not a madman. Even if a war breaks out, I will wait for the right opportunity. Opportunity, huh? Sengoku looked at Dylan, revealing a meaningful smile. So where do you choose to go? G5. In the New World, at the Navy G5 base, a group of grim-faced sailors gathered together, discussing without reservation. Has the headquarters sent a new base commander? I wonder what kind of person he is. Most of them were not in the Navy's white uniform, merely displaying the number 5 or G5 on some part of their bodies or clothing. Who cares? If he's a soft-hearted guy, we won't have to pay him any mind. After all, this is the New World. Soft-hearted people should go to the Four Seas. But what if he's a powerful guy? A voice completely different in tone from theirs chimed in. The previous speaker responded instinctively, if he's strong enough. Enemy attack. Several perceptive sailors reacted quickly, using their weapons to support themselves as they stood up rapidly. At the entrance of the base, a tall figure appeared in their line of sight. Hey you. This is the Navy G5 base. What are you doing here? The figure showed no sign of being moved. Sengoku and Garp mentioned that the G5 has a special position, so the style of this base is quite similar to mine. However, countless black lightning surged from Dylan's body, shaking the Navy within the base. With your level of strength, I cannot agree with you. You lot are trash. Now get to the training ground and line up. Anyone who doesn't arrive within 1 minute can get lost. You are the newly appointed base commander, the newly promoted Rear Admiral Dylan. Dylan stood at the entrance of the base, raising an eyebrow at the one who asked any problem. You have 50 seconds left. After exchanging glances, the others rushed out in a flurry. Time's up. On the training ground, the G5 Navy had already lined up, but the formation was quite a sight to behold. The crooked formation was filled with murmurs of discussion. Dylan walked down toward the training ground and the G5 Navy immediately fell silent. Their years of warfare in the New World had granted them perspectives far beyond those of the Four Seas or Paradise. This man, the newly appointed base commander, surprisingly possessed the qualities of a conqueror. This was the potential of a king. The question remained. What kind of king would this man become? A Navy king. Dylan slowly descended the steps, expressionless as he regarded the sailors who resembled pirates. I do not care how you were before, but from today onward my rules are the rules. Those with objections can either hold their tongues or get lost. Is there any dissent? A formidable aura emanated, causing the sailors to straighten instinctively. Gulp. Many sailors swallowed hard, but no one voiced a question. The G5 Navy branch, in both appearance and style, bore a striking resemblance to pirates. Although they professed justice, they looked down on the style of the headquarters and other branches exhibiting brutal methods toward pirates. They revered the strong even more. Since there are no objections, your first task is to manage the construction and sanitation. Dylan tossed down a blueprint. You have 2 months to complete the task. After speaking, Dylan's body flickered and vanished from the spot. The G5 members stared at the disappearing Dylan in silence, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Oh. A powerful guy has arrived and our days are about to get better. In the sky, Dylan paused momentarily upon hearing their voices, then turned into a streak of light and flew off into the distance. At the sight of Marineford, impel down. Is that the recently popular Rear Admiral Dylan? Magellan looked at Dylan in the reception room and asked, what brings you to impel down? I'm here to retrieve someone. Dylan did not sit down but stood in the center of the reception room. Seeing Dylan's attitude, Magellan did not inquire further. The Navy often devised specific combat plans that required prisoners as bait or resolutions for execution. Then, what about the procedure's Rear Admiral Dillon? Most of the prisoners in Impel Down are devil fruit users. Although you're a newly promoted Rear Admiral, I believe you are aware of the rules. I am not here for a prisoner. Prisoners are of no use to me. I'm here for someone else. Someone else. Magellan gazed directly at Dillon, piecing together the rumors about him, and seemed to understand. I see you want to transfer Shiryu. However, that also requires procedures. Once I meet him, if he satisfies me, the transfer order will be conveyed by Sengoku. Magellan's face twisted into a grave expression. In that case. Magellan pressed the intercom in the room. Notify Shiryu to come to the top floor. After shutting off the intercom, Magellan's massive form scrutinized Dillon. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke. Shiryu is excessively bloodthirsty, and once he begins killing, he cannot distinguish between friend and foe. I hope you can better control him rather than be influenced by him. Dillon chuckled lightly in response. So your tolerance for him must be nearing its limits. If I hadn't come, you would have likely prepared to take action against him, right? Later, Shiryu was indeed defeated by Magellan and imprisoned, sentenced to death. During the waiting period, neither spoke and Magellan's expression remained serious. Dillon meanwhile recalled information about Shiryu. No one was useful. The truly powerful figures in the Navy were mostly admirals or chief staff officers. Those so-called vice admirals in the headquarters. TSK. They had impressive titles but were unstable in actual combat power, and most were under the command of Kizaru or Akainu. Akiji was a lazy fish, and the only one he could command was the incompetent smoker who was just a rookie. To end the era of great pirates, one must gather all available forces. Magellan, you called for me. The 3-meter-tall Shiryu appeared in the reception room, a cigar clenched between his teeth. It is not I who sought you, it is this man, the G5 branch base commander, the newly appointed Navy Rear Admiral Dillon. Magellan looked at Dillon and then at Shiryu, then fell silent. He was also not fully convinced about the rumors surrounding Dillon. Oh. Is he the newly promoted Rear Admiral with combat power rivaling the admirals? Shiryu exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, studying Dillon. What do you want with me? Dillon slowly drew out Shura, causing Magellan's pupils to contract and a smile to appear on Shiryu's face at the entrance. Let's talk about other matters after I verify your strength. The moment Shura was drawn, its black and red blade exposed to the air, the massive reception room felt as if the air had been sucked out. Shiryu raised an eyebrow. This aura. It was more than that of a fierce beast, it was downright demonic. Interesting. Dillon remarked. If you get taken down, consider it Magellan's premature judgment on you as he flicked the... Shiryu showed no signs of retreat, instead excitedly stating, if I take you down I'll have to defect, but... This is truly thrilling. Ding. In the reception room, two shadows flashed, Thunderstorm and Shura clashing together. What a terrifying power along with such a domineering strength. Shiryu rotated the cigar in his mouth, his eyes glowing red. If this is all you've got, Dillon, I'm not satisfied. Dillon's arm moved and the dark-colored conqueror's hockey coiled up the handle of Shura. Of course not, I haven't felt this excited in a long time. Shiryu's arm tightened as well, the dark red aura climbing up his arm toward the blade of Thunderstorm. Rain. Cut. Now that's more like it. Shiryu. The dark-colored conqueror's hockey erupted and the blades that had once been pressed against each other gradually pulled apart. In Shiryu's astonished gaze, Thunderstorm trembled for a moment before finally unable to withstand the pressure, bouncing backward. Shiryu's body was also propelled backward by the force transmitted through the blade. After retreating several meters, Shiryu stabilized himself. What kind of strength is this? Can Conqueror's hockey really coil? Shiryu's eyes gleamed red. This world is indeed splendid. Come with me, Shiryu, to the new world. There are plenty of people for you to kill. With that, Thunderstorm returned to its sheath and the red glow in Shiryu's eyes gradually faded. As you wish, Commander. General Dillon, the formalities must still be completed. Though Magellan held no fondness for Shiryu, he could not simply let him depart without proper authorization. Ah. Understood. And Dillon retrieved a Den Mushi. An Admiral. This is Dillon, and from the insect-shaped device, now transformed into eyeglass form, came Sengoku's voice. What is it? Surely they haven't clashed already, and, in your excellency's estimation, am I truly such a man? After a light wry smile, Dillon cut straight to the point. I require the transfer of Impel Down's chief warden Shiryu to base G5. Both he and Warden Magellan have consented. Shiryu. Dillon, he is no ordinary swordsman. Ensure you keep him in check, do not let Slaughter's hunger consume him. Sengoku spoke plainly, unbothered by whether Shiryu himself stood nearby. And of course, Admiral. Unless one day he surpasses me in strength. Then, and only then, will he claim my life. Until that day he remains the Navy's sharpest blade, and remember those words, Dillon. Naas the Den Mushi Dim. Dillon lifted his gaze to Magellan, who gave a silent solemn nod, then turned to Shiryu, towering over him by a considerable margin. You shall have one chance each year to challenge me. Win, and you walk free. Win, and even my life is yours. Lose, and for the next 12 months you obey every command I issue without condition or hesitation. Any objections? And how refreshingly direct. Ha! Shiryu exhaled a slow plume of smoke. But I accept. To follow a man as formidable as you, only then will my blade cease to know loneliness. And emerging beyond Impel Down's colossal gates, Dylan glanced skyward before addressing Shilyu. For now station yourself at base G5. I must depart once more. Understood. And Dylan cast one final glance back at the abyssal prison, then vanished in a streak of blinding lightning. Shirley flashed Magellan a feral grin before boarding the departing warship. Magellan watched them vanish, brow deeply furrowed. And Marineford. And the training ground. Enho and Belmere sparred with a middle-aged Marine, both enveloped in armament hockey. Dylan sat on a bench at the field's edge, observing their exchange, attack and counter, rhythm and resistance. You spent so many years in the East Blue, why begin her training only now? Frankly, past adolescence her potential may remain inherently limited. Then Kuzan ambled over a collapsible lounge chair tucked beneath one arm. And Dylan eyed the officer already slumped upon it, and silently sighed inwardly. Indeed, aside from Akainu, every Marine seems constitutionally inclined toward idleness, and not necessarily. After all, this vast sea has never lacked for miracles, has it? Miracles. Kuzan murmured, offering no rebuttal, then casually lowered his visor to shield his eyes from the sun. By the way, a case has arisen in Water 7. Represent me there. See that no chaos unfolds in Water 7. Dylan frowned, pondering. Tom's trial no. You already know. I'm stepping out. I entrust Water 7 to you. Since the O'Hara incident, Kuzan had grown increasingly listless and withdrawn. Once he upheld a fervent, burning ideal of justice, but witnessing Akainu's indiscriminate assault upon civilians and fellow Marines shattered his faith in the Navy's professed righteousness. He grew indifferent to most affairs, save one, his little girl. And very well. I'd also like to meet the man who built Roger's ship. But Kuzan, if I confront something that defies justice, how ought I act? Dylan's gaze remained fixed on Belmere mid-combat as he asked almost absently. And Kuzan's languid frame stiffened abruptly. Defies justice? That question has haunted me for years. Perhaps. You'll give me the answer. And understood. And Dylan rose and shook his cloak, sending ripples across its dark fabric. On the training ground, Belmere broke off her sparring the moment she saw Dylan rise, her form dissolving into a phantom blur before reappearing instantly before him. Your sorrow is refined, Dylan observed regarding Belmere, her bearing sharp, rebellious, unmistakably youthful. And your armament hockey coverage shows marked progress. You have 2 months. Report to base G5 precisely then. And yes, sir. Belmere snapped a crisp salute, then grinned impishly. So serious, General Dylan. But when do we get paid? I'm nearly out of cigarettes. N. Dylan turned sharply toward Kuzan, still lounging. Hey, we're your subordinates. Surely an advance on wages isn't unreasonable. No. You're broke. I recall quite well, you distributed most of your East Blue bounty among the destitute. Yet what remained was still astronomical, wasn't it? True enough, but it's not on me. Once G5 is established, I'll send someone back to retrieve it. So you intend to withhold pay from your devoted subordinates? Kuzan blinked slowly, momentarily flustered by Belmere's eager gaze. It's not that I merely go to personnel, Dylan instructed Belmere. Tell them Admiral Kuzan has authorized an advance, 10 million berry. Yes, sir. Belmere vanished, reappearing far away in an instant, faster than before by a clear margin. And hey. Kuzan scratched his head. Well. Fine. There aren't many under my command anyway, do as you please. He sank back onto the lounge chair. Not faint knowing smile touched Dylan's lips. Then I'm off, Kuzan. Should I stumble while walking the path of justice, you'll bear part of that burden, won't you? Yeah. Kuzan waved dismissively into empty air, feigning impatience. Nonly after Dylan's presence had fully faded did he murmur to himself, a different kind of justice. What might it look like? N. Water 7. The legendary shipbuilding sanctuary, home not only to the lost ancient weapon Pluton but also to Gol D. Roger's flagship, the Golden Jackson, and later Monkey D. Luffy's Thousand Sunny. High above, Dylan hovered, gazing down as the sea train roared across the waves. And a remarkable invention, and nearby a world government judicial vessel lay anchored upon the sea. A grotesque purple-haired figure clutched a den mushy in his hands. And Spandam, the current captain of CP5. Pluton. Yes, the lost ancient weapon. Its blueprints likely remain in Water 7's possession, most probably with Tom himself, given he forged Roger's Golden Jackson. Complete this mission and you'll be promoted directly into CP0. CP0. And Spandam trembled violently, gripping the den mushy. And CP0. Damn it, that old man's sentence expires in 3 days, and damn it. I must not miss this opportunity. Dylan hovered unseen in the sky, observing Spandam's every gesture, every twitch. His unique training from Skypea observation hockey's mantra allowed him to perceive unimpeded the movements and even inner thoughts of those weaker than himself. His agreement with the world government must not be broken, but neither can he simply be granted freedom. And Spandam's eyes narrowed, recalling the 2 children who accompanied Tom. Ha. Since the crime of building the Golden Jackson is soon to be pardoned, then I shall simply add another charge to his ledger. Dylan watched coldly from above as Spandam cackled within the ship's cabin, then withdrew his den mushy and transmitted the recording to... Silence followed the transmission, then the device went dark without a word. And still running Kuzan. The O'Hara Buster call had been orchestrated by Spandam's father Spandine, and Kuzan too bore responsibility for that tragedy. Dylan slid the den mushy back into his coat and ascended, slowly vanishing into the storm-laden clouds. And Spandam. You rank among the rarest, most despicable men this world has ever known. His eyes narrowed, then flared wide open. And countless arcs of lightning erupted around his form. The already brooding sky plunged deeper into oppressive gloom. And Spandam threw open the cabin door, staring up at the churning thunderheads overhead. And does even the paradise suffer such weather? And sir, the situation is anomalous. A CP-5 agent approached the doorway. This is no ordinary atmospheric shift, and what do you mean? And Spandam whirled about, scanning the horizon. What do you mean, not ordinary? It may be a living entity manipulating the skies. We should withdraw from these waters immediately. And withdraw. Spandam shrieked, just as a voice echoed across the deck. Where exactly do you plan to go? Dylan stood on his toes, looking at Spandam with his messy purple hair. Every time I see your ugly face I can't help but feel irritated. The Navy. Spandam screamed. Who authorized you to board my ship? You Navy are just the lapdogs of the world government. You a mere rear admiral. What do you want? Spandam pointed at Dylan. Take a guess. Dylan gently tapped the ship's railing, countless lightning bolts swirling around him, dense electricity filling the air, enveloping the judicial ship in the center. Rear Admiral Dylan, are you planning to attack the CP and the Judicial Island ships? Oh. Have I been recognized? Dylan looked at the CP-5 member who spoke. The CP organization has a vast intelligence network constantly monitoring every movement on the sea. After Dylan defeated Bloodhookrod and was promoted to Rear Admiral, CP reassessed his past. He is a very powerful man possessing the strength of a Vice Admiral. This is the CP organization's judgment. Mr. Spandam is the CP-5 commander appointed by the world government. And Dylan seemed not to hear him, casually walking towards the cabin door. Keep recording. What's wrong? Is the snail phone broken? The CP-5 member's expression darkened. His small snail phone and the hidden image snail in his hat fell silent. Rear Admiral Dylan, please think carefully about the consequences of attacking judicial officers and CP as a Navy personnel. Let me think about it. Dylan glanced at Spandam's purple nose. I've thought it over and I intend to eliminate you all. You. The CP-5 member's face darkened and the figures standing beside Spandam flickered simultaneously. Pointed gun break. Stormfoot break. Bang. Bang. Seeing his subordinates rush up, Spandam showed no hesitation and turned to run inside the cabin. Dylan threw the two CP-5 members like dead fish into the cabin. You bastard. Spandam picked up a golden snail phone from the bedside. I don't know what tricks you used, but once I press this button. The Demon Slayer order. Or would you like to try it? Dylan leaned against the doorframe, nonchalantly watching the sweating Spandam. Crack. Spandam's hand shook, awakening the golden snail phone. I pressed it. Spandam's facial expression shifted from shock to a grim smile in less than 2 seconds. TCH, forget it. Since that's the case, prepare to meet your doom for daring to attack Lord Spandam. Dylan leaned against the doorframe and scratched his ear. This is still at sea, right? If the signal is sent out, you will also become scum under the Navy's cannon fire, won't you? Are you kidding me? However. Dylan snapped his fingers. Within my capacity the signal cannot be sent out, so don't worry. Isn't that even scarier? You bastard. That's true. Dylan licked his lips. I now somewhat understand Shiria's taste. Spandam retreated to the edge of the cabin. What are you going to do? I will return you to the essence of your life. Azura appeared and Dylan slowly drew out his sword. You scum. Whoosh. 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 Crimson blade light erupted from around Dylan, piercing through the judicial ship and Spandam's body like cutting paper. Bang. The Azura was sheathed and the entire judicial ship disintegrated like a set of blocks with its base removed. Dylan floated in the air, chuckling as he watched the debris drifting on the sea, then transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Water City. Fran. Did you randomly add weapons to the ship again? Bastard. What kind of ship is it without weapons? I beg you, you idiot, it's really not cool at all. Meow ha ha ha, real man should face the ships he builds boldly. Mind your own business. Mind your own business. Dylan slowly landed on the abandoned ship island and looked around. Can a sea train really be built in such a pile of garbage? Indeed, one cannot underestimate that guy named Tom. Especially since this guy is in cat form. Seeing Dylan descend from the sky, Tom's chubby face showed a hint of seriousness and the previously bickering Frankie and Iceberg fell silent. Although Dylan did not speak, the aura he exuded made the three of them instinctively feel uneasy. The world government. Looking at Dylan's cloak, Tom subconsciously thought that the world government was preparing to breach the contract. Dylan threw the recording snail in his hand towards Tom, who caught it and pressed the switch in confusion. Pluton. Yes, it's the lost ancient weapon and it should still be in the hands of the people of Water City. Most likely it's Tom after all, he built Gold Roger's ship the R.O. Jackson. Once this task is completed you can be promoted to CP0 in advance. Hee hee. Hee hee. Since the crime of building the R.O. Jackson will be absolved then. I will give you an additional crime. After listening to the recording, Tom fell silent for a moment before staring at Dylan and asking, what do they plan to do? Their original plan was to steal that idiot ship, the Frankie pirate ship, to attack the judicial ship so that idiot would be sentenced to death, leaving you with few choices. Building the sea train can only absolve one crime, how will you absolve the other? The Pluton design. Or your life. Is that so? Tom looked somewhat downcast. It seems that my loud self cannot escape fate after all. Beside Tom, Frankie and Iceberg, who were originally arguing, both showed serious expressions. They lived near the judicial island in Water City and were well aware of how easily the world government could frame them. Due to some personal reasons I have already taken care of that guy, but... Dylan shook his finger. This does not solve the problem. The world government's search for Pluton will not end because of CP5's failure. Damn. Whether it's Pluton or the R.O. Jackson, we are just shipwrights. How can we control whether the person sailing is a god or a devil? Should we be blamed for that? Who knows, this is not something a small person like me can decide. Just eliminating the CP5 that was about to frame you guys took a lot of resolve from me. Or you can choose to run away now if you want to avoid the world government's threat. Becoming pirates in the new world is also a good option. Dylan sat down against a huge ship's wheel. What he said was indeed true. With Tom's high recognition, hiding was nearly impossible. The only way to ensure temporary safety is to go to the new world and join one of the Yonko crews. After all, the world government currently does not have the capability for a large-scale assault on the new world. Pirates. Damn. It's not that simple. Fran. Tom rarely looked serious as he lowered his head to stop Frankie. The pressure this man exerted on him was even stronger than what Roger did back then, not to mention that this man was wearing a Navy officer's cloak. Since you have saved me, I must still be of some use to you, right? I wonder what you want. Is it the Pluton design? Tom spoke frankly without the attitude he had towards Spandam in the original work. Pluton. Dylan shook his head. Perhaps it will be needed in the future, but not now. Tom's huge palm clenched. Then what do you want? My naval base, and I need a shipwright for my future vessel. Joining the Navy. Regarding Pluton, my Navy will take that on for you. Moreover. Dylan turned to glance at the mature-looking Iceberg. I will also tell you a way to avoid the threat of the world government granting Water City enough autonomy and voice. This way you can focus on building your ideal ships. What do you think? What method? Green-haired Frankie immediately showed an excited expression upon hearing Dylan's words. Iceberg and Tom, however, looked at Dylan with serious expressions. Joining the Navy. For them, wasn't that akin to sending sheep into a tiger's den? If I refuse, the world government will likely send someone again soon, right? Tom looked at the abandoned ships around, a wave of sorrow and despair rising in his heart. Probably after all it is Pluton, and the next time they come it certainly won't be the likes of CP5. After a moment of silence, Tom suddenly laughed heartily. Meow ha ha, it seems that my loud self truly cannot escape fate. Since that is the case, let us face it directly. It was my honor to build for a man like Roger. A man like you, I believe, will not be inferior. Old raccoon. Frankie stared wide-eyed at Tom. Are you really going to join the Navy? The Navy. What's wrong with... There are good people and heroes among pirates like Roger, but there are also more bad people. Among the world government there are bad people like Spandam, but there are also more good people. Tom stood up with a grin. I chose you because I see in you the same hope as Roger. No. Completely different hope from Roger. A prophet, huh? Be careful not to get stabbed. Dylan joked. No, not a prophecy. Tom shook his head. It's the voice of the heart. Dylan looked at the serious Tom and slightly nodded. Then he looked at Iceberg. If you want to have enough voice, you need to integrate the entire Water City and make it the best shipbuilding base in the Grand Line and even the world. In this way the world government can only cooperate with you instead of using military threats. If you encounter resistance, I can provide some military support, of course secretly. Dylan looked at Iceberg, who seemed somewhat moved. More often than not it's best to conquer this place yourself, otherwise even if you unify it, it will still be very fragile. I see that is indeed a good idea, Tom said with rare kindness, smiling at Iceberg. Icebegu, the future of Water City is entrusted to you. Hey. Old raccoon, why not me? Meow ha ha ha. As for you, Fram. Tom's hand pressed on his shoulder. You need to build the coolest and most impressive ship in the world. Just as Dylan finished explaining his vision for unifying Water 7 and prepared to depart, three distinct auras swiftly converged upon the derelict ship island. Three tall figures, each wearing eerie masks, appeared at the island's edge. Adams Dylan, Rear Admiral. We speak on behalf of the world government's highest authority, and we have questions for you. CP0. Dylan regarded the masked figures with calm scrutiny. Their auras betrayed nothing extraordinary, merely ordinary strength. At most, they matched mid-tier combatants from one of the four Emperor's crews. Oh. You know who we are. Then you clearly possess certain classified knowledge. Thus, the lead CP0 agent pointed toward Tom. We suspect your involvement in CP5's disappearance and demand to know your purpose in approaching this condemned criminal. CP5's affair is unknown to me, Dylan replied, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. After exhaling a slow plume of smoke, he added, as for him. He paused thoughtfully before addressing CP0 directly. Call the 5 elders. I'll explain it to them myself. You hold no authority to speak directly with the 5 elders, the lead CP0 stated, voice devoid of inflection. Is that so? Dylan smiled faintly. How truly blind you lapdogs are. A sharp crimson blade flash sliced through the air. Before the leftmost CP0 agent could even react, he was hurled backward like a rag. A streak of blood bloomed across his chest. The Marines. Are you intending to? Silence. You maggot wallowing in the gutters. Were it not for the peace of the seas, I could sail freely as a pirate at any moment, and if I chose, both Kaido's and Big Mom's crews would welcome me without hesitation. You rotten turnips, you putrid eggs, you lack both the power to stop me and the dignity to address me thus. Though Shura had already returned to its scabbard, the fleeting aura it had unleashed pressed down upon everyone present, stealing their breath. My patience wears thin. If the 5 elders refuse dialogue, I shall return to G5, and what follows thereafter lies entirely beyond your control. The lead CP0 fell silent for a moment, then withdrew a den mushy and dialed. After briefly recounting the incident, he spoke. Adams, Dylan. Why did you assault CP0 agents? You must understand, they answer solely to the world government's highest authority. This act borders on open rebellion. The den mushy's face transformed into that of a golden-haired, ruddy-cheeked man, one of the 5 elders. Certain matters lie beyond their jurisdiction, Dylan mused, gazing steadily at the den mushy. I harbor no intent to rebel against the government, a fact you've long confirmed through investigation. My decade-long service in the East Blue stands as irrefutable proof. Indeed. That is precisely why we consent to speak with you. We believe you remain loyal to the world government and committed to maritime peace. A cold smile flickered inwardly, though Dylan's expression remained unchanged. Then let us dispense with preliminaries. Regarding Pluton, it is not located in Water 7, as CP has surely verified. As for Tom, keeping him under Navy custody is far wiser than executing him or driving him irreversibly into opposition. You agree, do you not? The den mushy paused as if conceding the logic. Your reasoning holds weight, but the world government cannot abandon the trail of Pluton so easily. How vexing. Dylan flicked his cigarette butt aside and met the den mushy's gaze. Then allow me to offer another piece of intelligence in exchange. How does that sound? An ancient devil fruit, one the world government has pursued for 800 years. The den mushy's half-lidded eyes snapped wide open. What else do you know? Very little, Dylan shook his head. I have never set foot on Raftel or O'Hara. History holds no fascination for me, I pursue only the future. Have you not already cross-verified these facts repeatedly? Or do you distrust your own judgment or CP's intelligence capabilities? So it seems. Though your past is thoroughly documented, the very fact that you speak thus and name that fruit proves you are no ordinary man. Let us not dwell on that, elders. We are not enemies. And truth be told, many others know the world's deepest truths. The crew who sailed with Roger to Raftel, certain remnants of the Rock's pirates, men like Doflamingo, are they not also among them? Dylan's words plunged the 5 elders into silence once more, while the CP0 agent clutching the den mushy trembled violently. To learn such truths that underpin the very nature of the world, was no stroke of fortune for him. Precisely. Compared to Roger's crew, what harm could a man like you do by knowing the truth? We trust you will still safeguard the sea's peace. Then tell us, where has that fruit gone? It was seized by Shanks the Red. Him. The den mushy recoiled in shock, then faint murmurs of dispute erupted from the other end of the line. The elder speaking through the den mushy addressed Dylan. Adams, Dylan, Tom remains under your custody. Should you obtain definitive intelligence regarding that fruit, notify us immediately. How shall I notify you? Dylan glanced at the CP0 agent, whose hands now shook visibly. Through CP0. No. You will contact us directly. The golden-haired elder's voice resonated. CP0 will provide you with a specially modified den mushy capable of direct communication with us. I see. Quite an extraordinary privilege. Incidentally, beyond that fruit, I also possess certain insights concerning the 3 ancient weapons. Yet my manpower is insufficient. Might CP0 assist me when necessary? The masked CP0 agent bowed low, holding the den mushy. Upon hearing Dylan's words, he lifted his head, though his face remained concealed. Dylan unmistakably sensed his rising fury. Permitted, but you may only share intelligence through CP channels. You hold no authority to command CP operatives. After the den mushy went dark, Dylan turned his gaze upon the lead CP0 agent. With a faint twitch of his lips, the agent withdrew 2 den mushies from his robes, one sapphire blue, the other slate gray. The blue connects directly to the 5 elders. The gray connects solely to me. The CP0 agent hesitated, then asked, you. Do you wish to be promoted? Dylan studied him calmly. I know some intriguing things. Submit them as your personal investigation report and promotion is all but assured. Though the elders declared you beyond my command, would you privately be willing to test that boundary? Beneath his mask the CP0 agent's expression shifted, subtly yet decisively. This man privy to secrets even he had never heard speaking freely with the five elders. Perhaps. Dylan pocketed the Den mushies and smiled. I know your intelligence network and financial resources are vast. Help me locate several devil fruits. I can provide approximate coordinates. Once found, I'll deliver the promotion-worthy intelligence. Which fruits? And what precisely is this intelligence? Dylan leaned close, whispering into the CP0 agent's ear, whose eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Ignoring the agent's stunned silence, Dylan laughed aloud and turned toward Tom. Come along. Your charges have been cleared. From this day forward you serve as shipwright for G5. Dylan had conducted the entire conversation with the five elders openly, without shielding Tom from it. To hear such discourse between a rear admiral and the world's supreme authority left Tom utterly speechless, shocked beyond measure. Even at Tom's age, Gol D. Roger possessed neither this strength nor such profound insight, influence and authority. Then please, Rear Admiral, grant your humble illustrious servant your generous patronage. Tom burst into hearty laughter, years of oppressive gloom finally lifting from his heart. Apsarago, I entrust the sea train's continued construction to you. Tom cast one last glance toward Iceberg, yet said nothing more. After all, CP0 still stood nearby. Leave it to us, old raccoon dog. Frankie roared triumphantly. We will make Water 7 the greatest shipbuilding center the world has ever known. After boarding the ship of CP0, Dylan looked at the CP0 agent with a face as sour as if he had eaten something foul and said, oh come on, don't be so stingy. We are partners, at least colleagues, aren't we? CP0 gazed at Dylan, who was lazily leaning against the deck, momentarily at a loss for words. The Gorosei said you have no authority to mobilize CP. But isn't it just sailing together? Dylan smiled at CP0, saying, don't be so stingy, there will be plenty of room for cooperation in the future. CP0 fell silent, quietly digesting the locations of the fruits Dylan had just shared as well as the secrets that could promote him. If it's true. By the way, what's the deal with Spandam? Dylan casually asked while enjoying the sunlight, leaning against the ship's railing. Spandam has left the CP organization but still holds some influence within it. Although CP0 didn't like Dylan personally, under the pressure from the Gorosei and Dylan's own strength, he hesitated for a moment before answering the question in a standard manner. Moreover, there was a transaction between the two. While Dylan was chatting casually with CP0, the previously calm sea suddenly began to churn. Dylan looked out at the sea and spotted a familiar figure. Has the blue fat guy come looking for me? You guys keep sailing, I'll come over later. Dylan transformed into lightning and vanished from the deck. On the sea, Jinbei stood on the crest of a wave, calmly watching the rushing lightning. Hey, it seems the octopus conveyed my words. After a moment of silence, Jinbei met Dylan's mocking gaze, saying, although Arlong. Although what? Dylan scoffed, his gaze on Jinbei beginning to change. Crime is crime, I do not differentiate between races here. Without mentioning the fishmen, the number of humans who have died at my hands is no less than 80 to 100,000, and the reason is simple, they are guilty. Dylan's navy cloak billowed fiercely in the howling sea wind. So Jinbei, keep those ruffians of Fishman Street in check. If you can't do it, you'd better take them out yourself. If I have to step in. The sea roared with wind and the clouds in the sky began to churn, countless bolts of lightning crackling through the clouds. It won't be a problem of just one or two heads. Feeling the intertwining and chaotic lightning in the air, Jinbei asked in a deep voice, then what about the criminals who kidnap and sell our compatriots? Use violence to counter violence. Dylan replied calmly. I understand. Facing Dylan's imposing aura, Jinbei nodded, stating, I will suggest it to Neptune as for Fishman Street. His eyes lit up. I will personally take care of it. That's best. After speaking, Dylan's figure began to blur and the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Moments later, apart from Jinbei still standing on the crest of the wave, the entire sea returned to a sunny state. Staring at the nearly invisible sails in the distance, Jinbei remained silent for a long time, wrestling with his thoughts. Back on CP0's ship, Dylan sat down again by the railing and CP0 glanced at him before silently walking into the cabin. Carrying Tom with him, Dylan could not directly use his powers to fly. There would still be some troublesome characters on the way from Water 7 to G5, and if he went alone he would likely attract unwanted attention. By the way, Tom, you're a fishman, right? Dylan looked at Tom, who was sitting obediently beside him. Yes, indeed, a famous bull-headed fishman. Tom grinned widely. Dylan glanced at Tom's chubby body. This guy could lift a ship with one hand. His sheer strength was formidable, especially being a member of the fishman race. Have you fought before? Fight. Tom looked at Dylan in confusion. I'm a renowned shipwright, I don't do much fighting. No. That's not what I meant. Dylan looked at Tom, his expression serious. For once, having power and not using it easily is different from having no power at all. Tom, on this vast ocean, whether it's the Navy or the pirates, only by possessing power can one better uphold their beliefs. But the usually kind Tom hesitated. Although he was immensely strong due to his nature, he truly was not good at fighting. What do you think of my strength? Tom was taken aback, rubbed his palm and said, very powerful, perhaps even stronger than Roger in his younger days. Correct. Dylan raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Because I am strong enough, my choices are many and the world will be more accommodating towards me. Whether it's taking down CP5 or forcefully protecting you, it all stems from my strength. Why can he still live openly on Sabaody Archipelago? Because he is strong enough to make the Navy and the world government consider whether it is worth the risk to forcibly hunt him down without him going berserk. Why can he still live openly on Sabaody Archipelago? Because he is strong enough to make the Navy and the world government consider whether it is worth the risk to forcibly hunt him down without him going berserk. This is the convenience brought by strength. Seeing Tom's struggling expression, Dylan looked at the sea. Have you never thought that if you possessed great power, not to mention useless CP5, even the world government where those great pirates wouldn't dare to easily trouble you? And you could better protect your disciples and help Water 7. Hearing Dylan's words, Tom fell silent. If it were really like that, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing. Dylan had no reason to deceive him. If that day hadn't been Dylan taking down CP5, if Dylan hadn't been present in Water 7, both he and his disciples, even the fate of Water 7 would have been completely different. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, Tom struggled for a moment before his breathing grew heavier. So what should I do? Utilize your strengths. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, Tom struggled for a moment before his breathing grew heavier. So what should I do? Utilize your Hey! CP! Dylan shouted towards the cabin. Come out to do business. The expressionless CP0 walked out from the cabin to look at Dylan. The world government has been active for 800 years. Surely they have completely recorded the training methods of Fishman karate, right? What do you think? Should I go to the Gorosei or should we trade? Seeing Dylan's almost unreasonable attitude, CP0 opened his mouth. There is indeed something. What do you plan to trade for it? Dylan stroked his chin. Fishman karate wasn't really that hard to acquire. Many people already knew it, but the version recorded by the world government was certainly the most complete. What to trade for? What about the surgical fruit? CP0's pupils contracted. The surgical fruit. The fruit priced at 5 billion berries by the world government. To trade for just the training methods of Fishman karate. Seeing CP0's starry-eyed expression, Dylan laughed. Are you dreaming? Besides the complete training methods of Fishman karate, at least one fruit I need in exchange. 2 fruits would balance this deal. How about that? CP0 pondered for a moment before nodding. That's acceptable. If you're willing, you can directly obtain similar fruits from the treasury of Mariewa. Although there are differences, they belong to the same category. That works. Receiving Dylan's reply, CP0 immediately contacted the Gorosei. What is it? The one answering the phone was still the golden-haired Gorosei. After listening to CP0's explanation, the Gorosei motioned for CP0 to point the transponder snail towards Dylan. The surgical fruit is also a crucial fruit. We can meet your request. Now tell me, where is its location? CP0 will bring the fruit catalog from Mariewa to find you later. In Fusha village, a boy named Trafalgar Law consumed it. His background is somewhat complicated and has some connection to Sengoku. The rest is up to you to investigate. Understood. The rest will be verified by the CP organization. The transponder snail went silent. Dylan looked at CP0 with a meaningful smile. So how about that? Is this merit not already in hand? CP0 remained silent, ultimately nodding slightly. Law. Since you wish to inherit Rosinantes, well then do not become a pirate. Go shine in the Navy. After sailing for more than half a month from the city of water, CP0's ship finally reached the front of the New World. Hey, we are about to part ways. Don't you have any farewell words to say? On the ship, the masked CP0 seemed to be accustomed to the usual cheerful demeanor of Dylan. Don't be so serious. Even as a spy, one can still be a bit lively. Dylan patted CP0's shoulder. CP0 neither dodged nor responded. Seeing CP0's attitude, Dylan let out a TCH and picked up 2 small boxes, saying to Tom, "Let's go, Tom, we are home." Inside the boxes were 2 devil fruits he had chosen from Mary Gioa's Devil Fruit Compendium. After a dull half-month voyage, even someone as strong as Tom felt a bit weary. Hearing Dylan's words, Tom shook himself awake and walked over to Dylan. Finally reached the destination. Even I, the illustrious one, find it a bit exhausting. After disembarking, CP0 stood at the bow of the ship gazing at Dylan's retreating figure. 10 days ago, after a swift investigation, they confirmed the identity and background of the boy named Trafalgar Law. The world government quickly took action, even directly mobilizing Sengoku to go to the neighboring town to recruit the boy. After learning of Law's past, Sengoku took Law's small hand and returned to Marineford. As the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku personally called Dylan, although he only said 2 words, "Thank you." But the weight of those words was self-evident. When Dylan walked into the G5 base, the previously chaotic and dirty base had already become quite tidy. Although still under construction, it had taken shape. "You're back." At the entrance of the base, Shirio, biting on a cigar, looked at Dylan and Tom behind him. Having been transferred from Impel down to the G5 branch, Shirio's rank had also changed to Navy Colonel, now under Dylan's command. As for Tom's identity, Dylan had discussed it with Sengoku during the journey, but Sengoku stated that Tom needed to contribute to the Navy to earn a rank. Dylan did not argue against this as neither he nor Tom relied on the Navy's salary for their livelihood. Nothing happened right. Dylan looked at the unusually quiet G5 base and expanded his observation hockey. Don't tell me while I was away you killed all the cats and dogs at home. After sensing around he found that the number of people hadn't decreased but they seemed to have lost their previous arrogance and wildness. It seemed they had been beaten up. After all, Shiryu wasn't exactly known for his good temper. Being able to hold back without taking them out was already quite restrained. Dylan stepped inside while Shiryu took a half step back to walk alongside Tom. After casting a sidelong glance at Tom, Shiryu quickly shifted his gaze away. Just some small fries. Adams, Dylan. I want to lodge a complaint against you to the headquarters. Before they even entered the hall, a boisterous voice rang out from inside, followed by an ugly-looking Navy officer striding forward in anger. What kind of guy did you bring back? It's simply disgraceful to the justice of the Navy overhead. The Major General with a belt slung across his chest cast a glance at Shiryu behind Dylan, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes. However, seeing that Shiryu did not immediately beat him up like usual, the Major General's arrogance returned overhead. This guy has been abusing the Navy officers of G5 every day for less than a month. This is. Bang. A fist covered in strong armament hockey struck the Major General's abdomen. Like a fired cannonball, the Major General was sent flying, crashing heavily into the distant wall. Deduct the relevant expenses from this scum's salary for repairs. Dylan turned to the nearby duty officer and said. Yes. The duty officer straightened up, glanced at the Major General and thought to himself, you finally have your day. Then Dylan dialed Akiji's phone. What's going on again? I was just starting to enjoy some peace and quiet. Akiji's voice came through. Major General overhead of G5 suspected of human trafficking, smuggling and embezzling Navy assets. Should I execute him on the spot or should the headquarters take over and escort him back for investigation? Is this true? It should be. Executing him on the spot might not be good. Just report it to the inspection department and someone will come to take over. Hey, can you show some patience towards your cute subordinates? Bloop. What the hell, Akiji? You're starting to hang up on people now. Dylan shook his head, stuffing the den mushy into his pocket. After the duty officer took overhead away to be imprisoned, Dylan walked into his office and sat down. Shiryu, your thunderstorm hasn't been refined into a black blade yet, has it? Shiryu rolled the cigar in his mouth and pulled out thunderstorm. This is not something just anyone can achieve. As far as I know, currently only Mihawk's Knight has been refined into a permanent black blade. Wait, your sword seems to be one too. Dylan chuckled. In fact, there's another sword as well. That sword. Dylan thought for a moment, where is Joshua now? In the Devil's Triangle. The national treasure of Wano. But it's still early, there are still 8 years before the Straw Hats set sail, no need to rush. Let's just leave it with Moria for now. Besides, hockey swordsmanship is also a very important aspect. Of course, if you're just purely pursuing power, I have even better options here. Shiryu raised an eyebrow. What is it? Dylan picked up a box he had brought from CP0's ship and placed it on the table. Zoan type, human fruit, mythical beast type, Ashura form. Mythical beast type. Shiryu took a breath. Having served for many years in Impel Down, he certainly knew how rare the mythical beast fruits were. Dylan looked at him with a smirk. In terms of rarity, the mythical beast fruits were indeed rarer than the Logia types. But that doesn't mean they were necessarily stronger. Strength is a very broad concept encompassing various comprehensive factors. Physical skills, hockey fruits, talent, experience, and even racial traits and weaponry can all influence a person's power. Compared to mythical beast types, Dylan believed that the abilities of Logia types were purer and more straightforward. This fruit is very suitable for you in some aspects, as the legendary Ashura is equally fierce and irritable. How far you can develop it depends on your own fortune and its recognition. Recognition. Dylan did not elaborate. After all, awakening a devil fruit requires certain specific conditions, especially for mythical beast types, as it seems that every mythical beast fruit contains some kind of will. To awaken and gain the true power within, one must earn the recognition of the will in the fruit. Seeing that Dylan did not answer him, Shiryu stopped asking further, standing in front of the table lost in thought about the Ashura fruit. Dylan, on the other hand, had begun to enjoy his tea. 10 minutes later, Shiryu seemed to have made up his mind. If I accept, what price will I have to pay? There is no extra cost. You are my blade, and the sharper the better. Dylan pushed the box containing the Ashura fruit forward. The taste is a bit poor. I hope you aren't picky. Shiryu stared at Dylan, and after a long while he smiled and said, I really don't know how strong you truly are. Or rather, in your heart, even if I refine Thunderstorm into a black blade and develop this mythical beast fruit to its fullest, will I still not be your match? Dylan chuckled but did not deny Shiryu's statement. Let's talk about that day when it comes, Shiryu. War isn't far off and you don't have much time left. You crave blood, you crave battle. You need not worry about that. Soon there will be endless battles waiting for you. It's not about lacking opponents but fearing that you are too weak. Is that so? Shiryu smiled. Then I won't be polite. The gratitude for this fruit I will repay with the blood of my enemies. After saying that, Shiryu picked up the Ashura fruit and without a moment's hesitation took a bite. 1.5 months, Sabayati Archipelago. Dylan strolled on Island No. 12. Passing by a bar, Dylan paused. Shacky's bar. He stopped to look at the sign. Isn't this the bar run by Rayleigh, the former first mate? Dark King Rayleigh should now be working as a coding technician at No. 56. After glancing at it, Dylan turned to leave. Hey Navy boy, looking for someone? Ahead on the road, Rayleigh was holding his clothes in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, looking at Dylan. Just passing by. Dylan glanced at Rayleigh, who had not shown up during the Paramount War or the Wano arc. He only guided the Straw Hats training for 2 years in between. Rather than guidance. It was more like prenatal education. He was far inferior to Kaido Sensei. That guy taught Monkey D. Luffy to use Conqueror's Haki in half a day and even guided him to awaken a mythical beast fruit. And what about you, Rayleigh? You taught him for 2 whole years. As a result, when Luffy set out, his observation Haki was taught by Kaku, his armament Haki by Fujitora, and his Conqueror's Haki by Kaido Sensei. How can you claim that Luffy is your disciple? It seems you are just trying to take advantage of him. Rayleigh, seeing that the Navy in front of him was not paying much attention to him and was instead staring at him with a strange and teasing look, felt a bit odd. Aren't you coming in for a drink? No thanks, you poor guy. Coding doesn't make money. You go to the black market every day to sell yourself. What good wine could you possibly offer me? Watching Dylan walk away, Rayleigh paused for a moment, then remembered what Shanks had said when he returned from the East Blue 2 years ago. Rayleigh, I met a very interesting little brat in the East Blue. Did you know? He said the same thing as the captain. I have placed all my hopes on him. Oh. That sounds quite promising, but... The excitement on Shanks' face faded, replaced by a serious expression. In the East Blue I also encountered a very special Navy officer. A special Navy officer. Rayleigh looked at Shanks with some curiosity. This guy in a certain sense was also one of the seeds of change, always exuding strong confidence and unparalleled optimism. Why would he show such an expression? A very special Navy officer, Mr. Rayleigh. Shanks recalled the moment Dylan's Conqueror's Haki erupted in Loguetown. His strength was simply suffocating. Even if I hadn't lost my left hand, I fear I still couldn't defeat him. Oh. Hearing Shanks' words, Rayleigh also set down the wine bottle in his hand. At that time, Shanks in terms of personal strength was already close to matching the old generation of powerhouses. And the Navy officer who could make him feel oppressed. Among the current active Navy, only Garp and Sengoku seem to possess such strength. Moreover, he is very young, seemingly a few years younger than me. Mr. Rayleigh. After a moment of silence, Rayleigh smiled slightly. Shanks, that's how the sea is, isn't it? To pursue dreams, one must overcome one mountain after another. It is an essential experience. Since you have faith in that kid from the East Blue, then choose to believe in him, because after all, the sea is not lacking in miracles, right? Adams Dylan. No sooner had Dylan stepped away from the entrance of Shachi's racketeering bar than a woman's voice rang out behind him. A woman nearly 4 meters tall stood at the street corner, her head concealed beneath a hood. Dylan regarded her in silence. Today was the day he had agreed with Lingling to settle the payment, so this visitor must be from the Charlotte family. So tall, could she be from the Long Lake tribe? Smoothie. Dylan arched a brow. The title 3 Sweet Commanders had yet to emerge, but Smoothie's rank within the Big Mom Pirates was undoubtedly among the highest. Sending someone like her, did Lingling intend to cheat me outright? The woman leaning against the wall shook her head. I am Charlotte Snammon. Smoothie is my elder sister. Ho. So you're just some nameless nobody after all, have you brought the goods? A flash of fury crossed Charlotte Snammon's face beneath her hood, but she restrained herself. After all, this man had effortlessly defeated her elder brother Capone. Her own strength stood no chance against him. Shall we inspect the goods here? Dylan had initially intended no inspection, but something in her tone gave him pause. Let's go to the bar ahead. Charlotte Snammon followed silently behind Dylan as they entered Shachi's racketeering bar. Boss Dong Peely. Shachi, standing behind the counter, paused for a fleeting moment upon seeing them, then broke into a carefree smile. Oh my, what an unexpected honor. We're truly flattered by your visit. At a corner table, Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly as Dylan walked in. Young Navy officer. None of your concern, old man, just drink your liquor. Having silenced Rayleigh, Dylan seated himself before the bar and fixed his gaze on Charlotte Snammon. What extraordinary item warrants such personal inspection? Could it be a Logio-type devil fruit, or perhaps a mythical Zoan? From the shadows of the corner, Rayleigh pricked up his ears, tracking every move Dylan made. It is a Paramecio-type devil fruit, the iron wall fruit. Charlotte Snammon opened the briefcase in her hand, revealing a grayish-white devil fruit whose rind bore intricate slate-like patterns. Dylan took the iron wall fruit into his hands, examined it briefly, then turned to Shachi. Boss, is this genuine? Shachi covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. Indeed, it is the iron wall fruit, a most uniquely potent specimen. Hey now, your job is to verify authenticity, not inflate its value. You're making my business impossible, boss, is that so? With elegant nonchalance, Shachi exhaled a curl of smoke and smiled. My apologies, young Navy officer. Consider Dong Peely my treat. Dylan idly rolled the iron wall fruit between his palms before glancing up at Charlotte Snaman, who stood nearby. It has some utility, but surely a mere paramecio-type fruit isn't worth more than Capone's life. Of course not, Charlotte Snaman replied, shaking her head. This is merely to ensure a face-to-face transaction and to demonstrate the Charlotte family's sincerity. Mama's message is clear, further cooperation lies ahead. Ho! Is that how it is? Dylan stroked his chin, appraising Charlotte Snaman thoughtfully. The Big Mom pirates, though one of the 4 Emperor's cruise years hence, would prove the weakest among them. Lingling herself was profoundly unstable, her hunger, sickness, the none her episodes of uncontrollable rage that erased all familial bonds. Even every citizen of Tato Land was compelled to surrender fragments of their soul and lifespan to her. Such deep-seated volatility rendered this seemingly colossal crew riddled with vulnerabilities. Tell Lingling the transaction is concluded. As for what follows, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. With a dismissive wave, Dylan watched Charlotte Snaman depart silently from Shachi's racketeering bar. Shachi folded her arms across her chest, observing Dylan as his fingers tapped lightly against the bar. Rayleigh, unnoticed, slid into the seat beside Dylan. Young Navy officer, have we met before? You seem to harbor an unexplained hostility toward me. Rayleigh rested one hand on the bar, the other gripping his bottle. You're a thief, I'm a soldier. Isn't animosity between us only natural? Must I abandon my convictions and allegiance simply because you are Rayleigh, the Grim Reaper of Roger? Dylan placed the iron wall fruit back into its case, rose, and flicked his cloak. We are inherently opposed, but you've long since withdrawn from the world, and Captain Garp chose not to eradicate your crew. That alone speaks volumes about your moral standing. Still, Rayleigh, Shanks must have sought you out already. I'll deliver the same words to you once and only once. Live out your retirement in peace, I won't interfere. But do not overstep. You hold your convictions and your vigil, I hold mine as well. At the word vigil, Rayleigh's glasses glinted sharply. Oh. You? Before he could speak further, Dylan pushed open the door and vanished into the street, leaving Rayleigh motionless, lost in quiet contemplation. Shachi emerged from behind the bar and stepped softly behind Rayleigh, gently resting a hand upon his shoulder. What is it? Worried about the spark of this new era? That doesn't sound like you. Rayleigh tilted his head back and drained his glass, then fell silent for a long moment before turning to Shachi. Shachi, back in our youth, were we ever this strong? Shachi held her cigarette in thoughtful silence, then slowly shook her head. He hasn't drawn power yet, I can't gauge his full strength. But this much I know, at the same age he far surpassed both you and Roger. Yes. A wistful melancholy softened Rayleigh's expression. He's several years younger than Shanks, and ever since Shanks encountered him, even the spark's resolve has begun to waver. Rayleigh. Shachi leaned back against the bar and glanced sidelong at him. Your mission is complete. The spark has been passed on successfully. What comes next belongs to fate's design. Fate. Rayleigh offered a self-mocking smile. So even we one day must simply wait in silence for fate's decree. Has it ever been otherwise? The Holy Land, Marine Ford. Within a vast gilded palace, the 5 elders gathered in solemn conclave. According to CP Intelligence, Adams, Dylan appears to have struck a private agreement with Charlotte Lingling and also engaged in direct contact with the Grim Reaper Rayleigh. The bearded elder rustled the report in his hand. How do you interpret this? The elder wielding the long sword wiped his blade absently. No cause for alarm. His past conduct reveals a pragmatic mind, not rigid dogma. Dealing with pirates is permissible if it serves global stability. The elder, bearing a birthmark on his forehead, steepled his fingers, skeptical. This man remains shrouded in mystery. His strength is undeniable, but certain anomalous abilities raise grave concerns. Could he be one of the lamps? Or, perhaps, the spark itself? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but likelihood remains low. Having aligned himself with the Marines, he forfeits recognition and support from the ancient bloodlines, effectively disqualifying himself from becoming the spark. A heavy silence settled over the chamber. The golden-haired elder pondered deeply, then spoke. If certainty eludes us, then let us seek guidance from Imuzuma. She will illuminate the path forward. Seconded. G5 base. 2 months of construction had transformed the base beyond recognition. Inside the headquarters, Belmare sat slouched in Dylan's office chair, legs crossed, draped in a major's cloak. Rear Admiral, word from headquarters says you're a demon incarnate in the East Blue. Yet you've remained utterly inactive in the Grand Line for months. Why? Dylan propped his boots upon the desk and swept a cool glance over Belmare and Hina. Must I say it plainly, that you're simply too weak? This is the New World, not the Paradise nor the Four Seas. Any sortie risks immediate confrontation with legendary pirates. At present, G5 lacks the requisite strength. Indeed, the usable combat force at G5 remains limited, Hina remarked, polishing the blade of his saber Raimai with practiced Ugh, how utterly belittling. Belmare slumped deeper into the sofa, humming listlessly. Hina turned his head slightly toward Belmer, paused, and said quietly, though I don't understand why Dylan places such faith in you. I believe true growth demands battle. After all, your innate talent pales in comparison to that shipwright outside. At the word shipwright, Belmer stiffened. That fool Tom. Having mastered armament hockey, and coupled with his peerless monstrous strength, he surpassed even Dylan in raw power. Yet even now Dylan demanded relentless training, unceasing refinement of both armament hockey and physical might. Thus along the beaches near G5 Base one frequently witnessed a portly figure sprinting frog-style, 2 warships hoisted across his broad shoulders. As for armament hockey, Tom would merely coat himself and stand motionless, while Belmer's furious assaults left only bruises upon Belmer himself. Damn it. We're all human, how can the gap be so immense? Belmer slammed his fist onto the table. Puff. Hina exhaled a slow plume of smoke. That man isn't human, he's a fishman. Belmer lifted her gaze to meet Hina's. And you are human, aren't you? Hina narrowed his eyes, holding his cigar between 3 fingers. Even among humans, there exists an abyssal chasm. Take him for instance. Hina tilted his chin toward Dylan. Even without a devil fruit, his mastery of hockey swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat ranks him among the sea's absolute elite. And? Hina slid Raime back into its scabbard. How old is he exactly? Hearing those words, Belmer shattered, cursing under her breath as she stormed out of the room. Once Belmer had departed, Dylan rocked his chair and addressed Hina. You're right, her potential can't be unlocked through routine training. Here's the plan: in 2 days send her to the West Blue. To the Flower Country, to test her mettle. You'll follow covertly. Interfere only if her life hangs in the balance. The Flower Country, the Bao Bao Water Tribe. I hear there are some formidable figures within. No issue, Dylan stretched languidly. At your current level even Chief Chojiro wouldn't pose a threat. Chief Chojiro. A crimson gleam ignited in Hina's eyes. Sensing the rising frenzy in Hina's aura, Dylan furrowed his brow. Your mission is to watch over Belmer unseen, not indulge reckless bloodlust. The Azura's wolf seeks worthy challengers, not senseless slaughter of the weak. Hina. Understood. Hina bowed his head slightly, a quiet acknowledgement of command. West Sea. At the border of the Flower Kingdom. Tisk, country that mainly relies on plundering. Bayermeyer jumped off the warship with a cigarette in his mouth. After the warship of the West Sea branch dropped off, Bayermeyer had left. Looking at the land ahead, Bayermeyer pulled out a map from his pocket. The 8 Treasure Water Army, huh? Just you guys. In the distant woods, Shilio mumbled as he watched Bayermeyer leave. That idiot, he won't just go looking for the 8 Treasure Water Army, will he? At the G5 branch, Dylan lay on a beach chair wearing sunglasses, watching Tom, who was madly training on the distant sea. Sea Tycho. With an angry shout, the originally calm sea suddenly began to shrink. From a distance it seemed like the entire coastline had dropped significantly. Then a massive shockwave erupted around Tom's body. The G5 Marines standing beside Dylan were blown about by this overwhelming force. Dylan slightly turned his neck and the Marines next to him instantly jumped up and lined up neatly. Poof. Dylan let out a low hum and the rogue Marines of G5 broke into a cold sweat, standing still. Hey. Tom. Dylan called out to Tom in the distance. Hearing Dylan's voice, the plump Tom leaped up from the surface of the sea like a cannonball and fell towards the group. Russell, the dust cloud that should have appeared, did not materialize. Tom lightly landed in front of Dylan. You need to go to Fishman Island and take care of something. Tom laughed heartily. Shilio and Xiao may have been gone for almost 2 months, and now it's finally my turn to make a name for myself. Not necessarily a good thing for you. Dylan looked at Tom with a smirk. Tom's expression turned serious as a man, once a choice is made, one must face it heed. So tell me, Major Dylan, what is the mission? Go to Fishman Island and see if Jinbei has kept his promise. If not, bring me back 2 people. Hody Jones and Vander Duncan, no matter what it takes. At Fishman Island. You are Mr. Tom, the shipwright from Water City. Jinbei looked at the horned fishman, who was nearly the same height as him. Tom also looked at this compatriot who was striving for a stable life for their race. Thinking of the task Dylan had given him, a flicker of conflict arose in his heart, but it quickly settled. As he said himself, once a choice is made, it must be followed through. No, I am a shipworker of the G5 branch of the Navy. Jinbei looked at Tom with a complicated expression, having heard something about Tom's background. But he did not know that Tom had joined under Dylan. Major Dylan sent me to ask you if the promise has been fulfilled. No. Jinbei's expression changed as he awkwardly said, some things happened a few days ago. The situation on Fishman Island is quite dire. Is that so? Tom recalled the strange atmosphere he sensed when entering Fishman Island. Every face was filled with sadness and anger. But Tom clenched his fist. Major Dylan said that a promise is a promise. 2 months is enough time for you to fulfill your word. If it isn't completed, then it falls to me to collect the interest. Jinbei's body stiffened as if he anticipated something the so-called interest refers to. Hody Jones and Vander Duncan. This is bad. Jinbei's heart tightened. Vander Duncan was fine. But Hody Jones, that guy, is now the leader of Fishman Street. After Princess Otoheim's death he has been spreading the word that humans killed the princess. No way. Jinbei immediately rejected without a second thought. Although Hody Jones and Arlong are both trash and waste, he cannot allow others to execute them so recklessly. Especially in this critical period. Is that really the case? Tom's expression showed some disappointment. Deep down he did not want to come to blows with his fellow fishmen. But that man's orders cannot be defied. Buzz. The pitch-black armed color instantly enveloped Tom's arms. Then for the sake of making a name for myself I can only carry out his will. See Hero Jinbei. You must. Before Jinbei could finish his sentence, Tom's massive fist accompanied by a whistling sound struck towards him. Shark cannon. Shark cannon. As the two jet-black fists collided, a visible ripple spread out around them. Bang. Jinbei's form swayed slightly before being sent flying backward. What incredible strength. Jinbei looked at Tom in shock. I had no idea you possessed such formidable combat ability, and your fishman karate seems to differ from ours. All of this is a gift from that man. Let's save the small talk until after the important matters are settled. Tom kept his fists tightly clenched. Seeing his stance, Jinbei's pupils constricted and he raised his fists as well. See Taiko. See Taiko Void. The two waves of energy compressed simultaneously and then erupted, but the energy erupting from Tom far surpassed Jinbei's. This is. Boom. The thick energy pressed through, passing through Jinbei's body. Cough. The violent impact pierced through Jinbei's body. Despite his efforts to suppress it, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Tom walked up to Jinbei, who was half squatting on the ground. So can I go look for those two people now? Blood trickled from the corner of Jinbei's mouth as he forced himself to stand up, his expression calm as he said, go ahead, Hody Jones is on Fishman Street. I hope you won't harm any innocent people. As if recalling something, Jinbei raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. No. He'll go with you, otherwise those idiots. Tom nodded as he really did not want to harm any other compatriots aside from the two specified by Dylan. He is not like that guy Shilio. As Jinbei and Tom walked side by side into Fishman Street, the gazes of those around them were entirely different. Some eyes were filled with admiration while others sparkled with disgust. Hey Jinbei, you traitor, do you have the face to return to Fishman Street? Hody Jones. Tom looked at the shark fishman wearing a beret ahead. After scanning the surrounding area, Jinbei seemed to have made up his mind and said in a deep voice, everyone else disperse except for Hody Jones. What? Hody Jones revealed a set of sharp teeth. You traitor want to represent humanity to capture me. Despite his seething anger, Jinbei still held back his rage and shouted, in doing this to protect more people. And Hody Jones, you are not Brother Tai, nor will you become a hero of Fishman Island. You are merely a waste blinded by hatred. Ha ha ha. Jinbei. Have you finally lost your composure? As more and more onlookers gathered, some familiar faces appeared. They were former members of the Sun Pirates. Jinbei. Some displayed expressions of confusion, wondering if Jinbei really intended to wipe out Fishman Street. If you choose to believe me, then do not interfere. I will provide you with an explanation afterward. Jinbei shouted towards his former companions, feeling immense pain within. Former comrades. After a moment of hesitation, the members of the Sun Pirates exchanged glances and retreated to the sides of the street, indicating they would not intervene for the time being. Ha ha ha, have you all forgotten what humans have done to us? Hody Jones raised his arms and shouted loudly, but some have not forgotten. And should not forget. Water shot. Just moments ago, Hody Jones, who was riling up the crowd, suddenly struck, and a small droplet of water shot towards Jinbei like a sword. Bang. The speeding droplet was caught by Tom with his bare hands held in his palm. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I am here to clarify. The one coming to arrest you is not Sea Hero Jinbei but me. Shipworker of the G5 branch of the Navy, Tom. The Navy. The Navy. The expressions of those around changed dramatically, especially the former members of the Sun Pirates. Many even picked up their weapons. What's wrong with that? Tom shouted. The Ryugu Kingdom is also a member nation of the world government. Can't the Navy enter? Is Fishman Island going to break away from the world government? Once Tom spoke, even the members of the Sun Pirates were taken aback. They were indeed pirates and they loathed humans. But if they openly attacked the Navy and broke from the world government, Fishman Island would be thoroughly categorized as a hostile force to the world government. This is definitely not the outcome they desired. Jinbei's scalp also tingled. If such words were to reach the land, the Ryugu Kingdom's efforts over the centuries would be in vain. Still not dispersing. After some whispers among the crowd, most finally stepped back. The shock of breaking from the world government was something they absolutely could not endure. Hody Jones looked at the dispersing crowd with disdain. You guys, the fishmen, will eventually be doomed at your hands. Then, what's left are the diehards. Tom gazed intently at those still standing with Hody Jones. Water shot needle. The droplet of water that Hody had just thrown transformed into dozens of fine water lines, instantly penetrating the bodies of those around before they could react. Put. Blood splattered and everyone except Hody Jones fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Bang. Tom leaped up and landed next to Hody Jones. Then with a massive palm he pressed down on Hody Jonas' head. Blurp blurp blurp. Tom answered the call and Dylan's image appeared. How is it, Tom? Have you taken care of things? I'm very sorry, I ran into a bit of a problem. I just managed to subdue Hody Jones. Hody Jones, huh? On the other end of the transponder snail, Dylan chuckled, informed the people of Fishman Island that Princess Otoheim was not assassinated by humans. It was this guy who wanted to stop her negotiations and secretly fired a gun. Find his gun and there must be other witnesses around. What? The voice from the transponder snail startled everyone. Especially Jinbei, who had seen that man and knew his strength. He had no reason to lie. Jinbei's body trembled with anger. Hody Jones. How dare this guy? How dare he? Ha. Ha ha ha. Otoheim, that idiot. Talking about coexisting peacefully with humans, how foolish. Hody Jones, pinned down by Tom, laughed maniacally, knowing that he could no longer survive after being easily defeated by Tom. Fishmen are born to rule the sea. We should not hide in the deep sea, compatriots. Take him down. Dylan's cold voice echoed from the transponder snail. Tom's breath hitched, then his grip tightened. Rough shark. Crack. Outside Fishman Island, Jinbei stood beside Tom. Though it may be somewhat presumptuous, I still wish to inquire why you are targeting Vander Duncan. I am unaware, but I trust that man would not issue commands to someone as renowned as myself without reason, and even if there were no reason, I would still carry out the order. Tom clenched his fists as a massive shadow approached Fishman Island. It's Nianjin. He is merely a child who doesn't understand much. Please give me some time to persuade him to leave Vander Duncan's side. Hurry up. You just heard it, that man seems to be in a bad mood. Jinbei nodded and walked ahead of Tom. Hey Nianjin. Oh. It's Jinbei. What is it? My engine's childlike voice rang out, contrasting absurdly with his bushy beard and hairy chest. Vander Duncan is not worth following and he is about to be captured. You. What? They are going to capture the captain. Without waiting for Jinbei to finish, Nianjin exclaimed, unforgivable. Nianjin dragged a massive dilapidated ship behind him resembling a legendary ghost ship. On the ship, Vander Duncan with 4 legs heard my engine's voice and began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, coming to catch me? Jinbei. Menjin. Take him down. Yes. Captain. Following Vander Duncan's order, Nianjin raised his fist and swung it at Jinbei. Those who wish harm upon the captain shall be buried in the sea. Jinbei's expression darkened, his right foot slightly retreating, his right fist raised. Fishman karate secret technique, Wooleye blast. A massive water sphere spun in front of Jinbei's palm, then pierced through my engine's body. Ah. It hurts. Under the deep sea's high pressure, Jinbei's Wooleye blast was significantly weakened, merely causing Nianjin to spit blood without incapacitating him. Damn it. Intimidation. Million bald heads. Nianjin opened his mouth wide, the seawater and air from the ocean rushing into his body. My engine's already enormous body swelled like a balloon, pressing towards Jinbei and Tom. Fishman. Jinbei took a slight breath, preparing to strike again. Enough. This farce ends here. Tom stepped beside Jinbei and raised his hand to stop him. Then Jinbei saw Tom adopt the same stance. Jinbei was taken aback. Tom's application of the same technique seemed vastly different from that of other fishmen. Could it be that even Wooleye blast varies? Tom's fist spun a water sphere at an incredibly high frequency, compressing its density to an exceedingly terrifying degree. Fishman karate secret technique, Wooleye stellar blast. Boom. The overwhelming pressure far surpassed that of Wooleye blast, enveloping my engine's gigantic body, and the tremendous shockwave even shattered the ghost ship behind him. Ugh. My engine's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. The ghost ship also splintered into pieces. The massive shockwave passed through Nianjin and the ghost ship without any hindrance, continuing into the deep sea. From a distance it resembled a comet. Tom stomped his foot, launching his massive body like a torpedo. Amidst the debris of the ghost ship he found Vander Duncan, whose swimming coating had been shattered by Wooleye blast. The target of the target fruit, Vander Duncan, was now also rolling his eyes back. Jinbei followed closely behind, reaching Tom's side. He has repeatedly attacked Princess Shirahoshi, perhaps. Though astonished by Tom's recent use of Wooleye blast, Jinbei did not forget his duty. With your strength, couldn't you have captured him earlier, Jinbei? Jinbei was momentarily stunned. Indeed. If he had taken action against a character like Vander Duncan, he would have resolved it long ago, right? While I do not know why that man detests him, so I believe this fellow must have a reason to die. Tom grasped Vander Duncan's head with one hand and lifted it high. One of that man's sayings resonates with me: mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards friends. Tom's hand glimmered with water, rugged shark. Just like Hody Jones, Vander Duncan's head shattered, his limbs dropping helplessly. After tossing Vander Duncan's corpse aside, Tom spoke to Jinbei. I have heard your story and greatly admire everything you have done for Fishman Island, but you who are so indecisive and overly compassionate still wish to protect Fishman Island. Jinbei. Ho. Did you say such things to the blue fat guy? Dylan looked at the slightly anxious Tom with deep interest. Ah. That. Indeed, I feel that man should not be so. Is that so? Dylan nonchalantly nodded. Then what about you? What are your thoughts on this trip? Tom scratched his furry palm, pondering. Not much. Dylan laughed heartily. How is Jinbei one of the 7 warlords? Tom expressed a hint of confusion. I am also a little puzzled. Aren't the 7 warlords of the sea pirates? Why? Dylan casually lifted his feet, saying, it's not that he is weak, but rather that you have become strong enough, Tom. Of course you have not yet reached my expected strength. So it is not yet time to relax. Once you Shiryu Belmer and the others become strong enough, we will join forces to end this chaotic era and you can return to Water City. I will help you cover the ocean with the sea train. Tom revealed a longing expression. I truly look forward to that day. Then he seemed to remember something and looked down to ask again that. The fishman karate I used seems different from others. Of course, Dylan casually lit a cigarette. What you are practicing is the refined version organized and perfected by the world government over 800 years. Their training is merely a generational inheritance. Perhaps theirs is more authentic, but yours is certainly more powerful. Understood. Tom nodded, his face showing a questioning expression. Dylan shook his head, indicating he could leave. Seeing Tom's back, Dylan smiled. This guy is truly a treasure. Though his talent may not match that of Monkey D. Luffy, who can master Conqueror's Haki in 3 hours, he is undoubtedly a monster-level figure. Once he masters the use of all armament Haki and increases its intensity to another level, the number of people who can combat him in melee on this sea will be few and far between. If he is in the sea, he is invincible. Bururu 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 bururu. The blue phone bug rang, surprising Dylan. The 5 elders are calling me directly. Hello. Adams, Dylan. We have received news from the Ryugu Kingdom. Your subordinate has clarified the misunderstanding between humans and fishmen. Ho Neptune, this salted fish is quite insightful. In front of the 5 elders, Dylan did not overly humble himself. The 5 elders seemed somewhat surprised by his attitude but soon relaxed. As one of the representatives of the other races, the fishman's stance is of great importance for the stability of the world government. You have made a contribution this time. What kind of reward do you wish for? Actively offering rewards. Dylan rubbed his fingers. This feels off. Why are the 5 elders being so accommodating? They aren't planning to stab me in the back while smiling, are they? However, I can't directly ask this question. Dylan opened his mouth. It's something I ought to do, but I happen to have something I need your help with. Let's consider it this time's reward, shall we? Oh. Do tell. Dylan eyed the stronghold fruit on the nearby bookshelf. I heard that Vegapunk has conducted thorough research on devil fruits and has made initial progress in object fusion. I would like him to help me fuse a fruit. Is that all? We will send CP members to your location shortly to understand your detailed needs. As for orders, we will communicate directly with Vegapunk. After finishing, the 5 elders hung up the phone. Looking at the extinguished phone bug, Dylan furrowed his brow slightly. What could have prompted the 5 elders to contact me directly? A mere fishman matter should not be enough for such a drastic shift in the 5 elders' attitude. Could it be that person? Dylan thought of the empty throne in Mariewa. A mere fishman matter should not be enough for such a drastic shift in the 5 elders' attitude. General Dylan, today's newspaper, and Dylan took the paper and scanned it, his brow furrowing instantly. And Don Quixote da Flamingo, crown king of Dressrosa. This flamingo, is it this year's? And rubbing his temples, Dylan tossed the paper aside. And no matter, under current circumstances not every matter can be attended to. Noticing the messenger still hadn't left, Dylan frowned slightly. Anything else? And there is. The messenger pulled out another newspaper. This one's from the West Blue, seems related to Mr. Shirlu and his party. Shirlu, and with Shirlu's strength he should have no rivals in the West Blue. Why would he appear in the news? And the red-haired pirates land in the Flower Country, clash with a mysterious figure, outcome unknown. Dylan's eyes narrowed. And red-haired, too many hands for one man. And snatching up the sword Shura from the desk and slinging it over his shoulder, he lowered his gaze to the messenger. Tell Tom I'll be gone for several days. Hold the fort. Yes, sir. N. West Blue within the Flower Country. And cough, cough. You truly are impulsive, you fool. Red-haired Shanks is no easy opponent. Belmare leaned against a boulder, her expression haggard and drained. And opposite her, beneath a tree trunk, Shirlu sat with eyes closed, utterly ignoring her. Trouble, cough, cough, and silence, you imbecile. Shirlu exhaled sharply, cutting Belmare off. If you hadn't insisted on provoking the Hakaboshi water tribe, you wouldn't have drawn Shanks at TCH. Belmare lit a cigarette but drew only one shallow puff before her wounded lungs seized. Cough, cough. Hakaboshi water tribe. Those pirates, cough, cough. Never mind. The Den Mushi is shattered. We can only hope little Dylan realizes our peril. With careless nonchalance, Belmare flicked out her cigarette and shut her eyes, her face deathly pale. And Shirlu lifted his gaze toward the woman across from him. He had to admit the weakened power she possessed, something rare, and unflinching courage and fearless resolve she'd shown in battle had already earned his respect. Hurry, Dylan. And this foolish woman is nearing her limit, and from the distant woods a soft rustling stirred, the sound alone enough to force Shirley to steel himself and grip his blade ratio tighter. No need to tense up, we're CP agents stationed in the flower country dispatched under orders to locate you both, and recognizing their identity Shirley exhaled faintly and turned to the CP agents, do you have a physician? That woman and across from Shirley Belmer's head had slumped sideways, her face now sallow and waxen. Yes. According to the flower country branch's report, Lieutenant Commander Belmer's injuries are critical, she barely clings to life. Dylan hovered midair cold-eyed staring at the den mushy cut the preamble. Just tell me, will she die? Not immediately, but mobilize every resource your CP organization possesses. Transport her to Drum Kingdom immediately. Notify me upon arrival. If she dies en route, you know the consequences.
In year 36 of the Giant Era, the first ability user awakened on the battlefield. Soon after, all across the globe more and more human ability users awakened. We came to call them the first-generation ability users.
Border of the flower country. And red-haired pirates, ship Red Force. And Shanks and Ben Beckman glanced at the wounded Rikiru beside him, then at his captain, face grim and resolute. Just yesterday, en route to the Great Glacier of the flower country, they'd encountered Shinjo, pursued relentlessly by Rainbringer Shirlu. Though no explanation was given, Shanks instantly intervened to aid the supreme leader Shinjo. During the ensuing clash, Rikiru was struck by one of Shirlu's sword strikes, gravely wounded, while Shirlu himself sustained severe injury from Shanks' counterattack. As for that woman, she'd been brutally incapacitated by Jesus Burgess, enraged by his comrade's wounds. And Rainbringer Shirlu. So he served that man. And that woman, and upon learning this through confidential channels, Shanks fell utterly silent. Gazing at the unconscious Rikiru inside the cabin, determination hardened in Shanks' eyes. And no matter what, it was unthinkable to abandon a comrade. What is that? And the lookout's voice trembled atop the mainmast. And Shanks and Ben Beckman too sensed something, faces tightening as they stared into the distance. On the horizon an endless sea of storm clouds churned, crackling with violent lightning as they bore down upon the Red Force. And the apocalyptic sight left the crew speechless. When the clouds swallowed the entire sky, a voice, devoid of all emotion, resounded in every ear. And who dared wound my subordinate? The red-haired pirates watched in awe as a figure descended slowly from the thunderheads. And several crewmen, those with weaker constitutions, collapsed unconscious on the spot. Gulp, and officers swallowed hard, this aura, far more terrifying than before. And no one answers. Dylan drew Shura, the crimson blade blazing into the air, and instantly the stench of blood saturated the entire sea surface. And boom! Jesus Burgess raised his long rifle. A bullet coated in armament hockey shot straight for Dylan's forehead. And it was me, what of it, you damned Marine? Shanks parted his lips slightly, then offered a wry smile before drawing his saber griffin. And prepare to fight, give it everything you've got. The bullet halted less than a meter from Dylan's face as if seized by an invisible hand, then plummeted into the sea. And good, and hovering above the waves Dylan gazed down at the red-haired pirates below. Thunderheads roiled overhead, lightning bolts, thick as barrels, twisted and coiled within the clouds. And even as the red-haired pirates poured every ounce of armament hockey into their bodies, their hair stood on end and their skin prickled with static. Awakening of a Loguetown-type devil fruit. Shanks' expression darkened, black Haushiko hockey surged violently, coating Griffin in ominous radiance. Divine evade, not colossal slash erupted skyward, hurtling toward Dylan. And facing both Roger's legendary technique and Shanks' overwhelming Haushiko hockey, Dylan did not dare underestimate it. And judgment cut soulless reckoning. A distinct variant of Haushiko hockey, tinged with visceral iron-rich scent, wrapped around Shura's edge and erupted forth in a devastating. At the moment the slashes collided, the thundercloud split cleanly in two. And Shanks on deck and Dylan suspended in midair gripped their weapons tightly, channeling immense power into each blade. Bang! Bang! And two gunshots rang out, one from Jesus Burgess' rifle, the other from Ben Beckman's pistol. Jesus' bullet was dismissed outright, but Beckman's round carried Haushiko hockey. And you bastard! Dylan clenched his teeth, then pressed down hard on Shura's hilt with both hands. And the two opposing slashes exploded outward, causing the surrounding sea to surge violently as though severed from all four directions at once. Dylan vanished in a blur. And he's gone. Nan officers stared in shock. And Shanks, Beckman and Jesus stood motionless, faces grim and unreadable. No, he hasn't, and the storm clouds, previously cleaved apart, recoalesced denser than before, almost appearing solidified. Lightning within grew even more ferocious, striking the sea surface repeatedly. And the Red Force drifted helplessly, like a single leaf tossed amid a maelstrom of thunder. Watch out! Shanks' pupils contracted sharply. And from the heart of the thundercloud a colossal spectral leg, bearing only a single foot, materialized. And Kuwainyo. The phantom lunged downward, as if alive. And full defensive formation. And boom. And the sea surface collapsed inward, crew members unleashing their Haushiko and armament hockey alike to withstand the celestial beast descending from above. Puanag NAS officers crumpled one by one, even Shanks' arms began to tremble. This power has already, just as Shanks' strength neared exhaustion, the lightning finally dimmed. Huff, huff. Shanks gasped for breath, just as an upright officer cried out in horror, Jesus Burgess. What the hell, Marine scum? You dare. And Jesus Burgess, who'd stood among them moments before, had vanished. High above, Dylan gripped Jesus' throat, his armored fist crushing cartilage with sickening crunches under reinforced armament hockey. Adams. Dylan, give me, and give you what? Dylan fixed Shanks with a chilling stare. Who are you? Worthy of my courtesy, and snap. And Jesus' cervical vertebrae shattered, his body went limp and sagged lifelessly. And Jesus Burgess. Jesus Burgess. And Dylan hurled the corpse into the sea, then still unsatisfied summoned a bolt of lightning that reduced the floating body to ash and splinters in an instant. You? Shanks panted heavily, eyes burning with incandescent fury. And my comrade, and do you truly believe you'll walk away? Red-haired and the thundercloud showed no sign of dispersing, instead a deep guttural roar rumbled from within. And brorup, brorup. A cerulean den mushy chimed shrilly. Dylan snatched it up and silenced it irritably. And brorup, brorup, and damn it, and he answered, staring coldly at the golden-haired five elders. Adams. Dylan, stand down. Those who assaulted your subordinate have been executed. Let this end here. That man, red-haired Shanks, must not die yet. Balance, and without him the Grand Line will still have black-haired, white-haired, green-haired pirates. What pathetic balance. Kill them all, and balance will follow naturally. Dylan stared unblinking at the den mushy, refusing to yield an inch. And you know full well that isn't true. And this man is unlike any other pirate roaming the seas. Adams. Dylan, this is the direct order of I'm, and the speaker didn't conceal it, named him outright. Dylan stared at the den mushy. And what does this mean? And no more pretense. No more masks. And do you know I know of him? How dare you know? Has my identity as a transmigrator been exposed? And as compensation, Mary Geos will bestow upon you the rank of Vice Admiral and grant you a devil fruit. You know well, Mary Geos fruits are legends themselves. A sudden wave of dread washed over Dylan, he felt his pulse quicken. No, that's wrong. And my Kanbunchiko Haki may not foresee the future like Kazara's, but through the unique Sky Island training method known as the HeartNet, I can perceive movement across several kilometers, even tens of kilometers. Nothing within that range could possibly escape me. So how did the five elders know exactly when I'd killed Jesus Burgess, down to the second, calling it that precise moment? And I at him. And very well, and Dylan gazed at the den mushy. And Mary Geos exhaled in relief, only for Dylan's voice to cut in again sharp as a blade. Consider this settled, for now. But only this once, and the five elders fell silent, implicitly accepting the terms. And gazing down at the shattered wreck of the Red Force, Dylan's eyes gleamed with feral malice. Yet he held himself back. Nim, just who exactly are you? Magnetic Drum Island. The howling wind and snow raged endlessly. Dylan had no time to complain about why such weather would exist in the equatorial region of this planet. After several days of waiting, the ship from the CP organization successfully escorted Belmare to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drum. Our mission. The leading CP member looked at Dylan, preparing to leave Belmare behind. Where are you going? Dylan snorted coldly. Are you expecting me to carry her up myself? The CP members fell silent for a moment before waving their hands back, and the crew on the ship carried the stretcher, following Dylan up the mountain. Upon arriving at Dr. Correa's castle, Dylan waved his hand, signaling the CP members to leave. They took no notice and departed with the injured. Is this her? Dr. Correa looked at the unconscious Belmare, her expression serious. Her injuries are quite severe. Dylan sat nearby, not speaking, only watching Dr. Correa. Do you have confidence in healing her completely without any residual effects? Feeling a bit unsettled under Dylan's gaze, Dr. Correa fell silent for a moment before speaking. It's a bit difficult. Her internal organs were pierced by powerful domineering energy, and she is alive only because her will is sustaining her. Understood. Dylan stood up and walked to the window. I will visit the New World and should return within a month. During this time, should I be able to ensure her survival? No problem. Dr. Correa nodded. After receiving the answer, Dylan's figure vanished. A bolt of lightning shot towards the New World. Watching the lightning fade away, Dr. Correa remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. What a formidable little brat. The New World Dressrosa Kingdom. Doflamingo, who had just recently become king, was reading the newspaper in the palace. Vice Admiral single-handedly battles the red-haired pirates in the West Sea. The third-in-command Jesus Burgess perishes. Fufufu, what a powerful fellow. Although there were no images, Doflamingo was well aware of the strength of the red-haired pirates. And the man who had crossed paths with him in Magic Valley Town actually possessed such strength. Are you praising me? A voice rang out, and a man was lounging on the palace windowsill. The maid-like Baby Five, upon hearing the voice, turned around without a second thought, raising her hand. In the process, her arm transformed into a firearm. Step back. Doflamingo barked. Baby Five was taken aback, then incredulously replied, Young master. Dylan coldly regarded Baby Five and Doflamingo. Before Dylan could speak, Doflamingo seized Baby Five's wrist, pressing down her gun barrel, his expression dark as he commanded again, step back. After Baby Five left, Doflamingo sat back down. Fufufu, what brings you here? Dark Dragon General. Dark Dragon. Dylan was slightly taken aback. Fufufu, it seems you still don't know Dylan, your codename is Dark Dragon. Humph. Dylan looked at Doflamingo, this rascal who used to dare provoke anyone without fear. I came to take someone. Doflamingo's expression darkened. What kind of person do you want? I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing Dylan's expression gradually turn cold, Doflamingo swallowed the rest of his words. You aren't asking for my family, are you? What would I want with your trash? Hand over Manchelli to me. No way. Doflamingo's veins bulged instantly. Manchelli is indispensable to me. Am I negotiating with you? You wouldn't think that being a warlord of the sea can really protect you, would you? You foolish little sparrow. Dylan jumped down from the windowsill, thrusting the sheath of Shura into the ground and smoothly drawing Shura out. Doflamingo's breath caught. This man was serious. The world government. Forget the world government. You are merely a small-time thug who knows a bit of insignificant secrets. The crimson blade of Shura scraped against the ground, sparks flying. I give you 1 minute. Or will you try asking someone else for help? Sengoku. Kaido. Or Mary Geos. Manchelli. You have to return her once you're done. Faced with the murderous intent radiating from Dylan, Doflamingo ultimately relented. This guy was a total wildcard, even more outrageous than himself. Are you bargaining with me? What right do you have to bargain with me? Dylan pulled out a cigarette and lit it. After taking a puff, he stuck the cigarette butt into the cake that Baby 5 had brought earlier. Time is limited, don't give me a reason to think you're useless. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and shouted towards the door. Toripole. Bring Manchelli here. Toripole peeked his head out at the door and immediately exclaimed, Dark Dragon. Dofla. Hurry up. Doflamingo urged in a low voice. As the cigarette burned and Dylan's scrutinizing gaze lingered on him, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Doflamingo's forehead. Just as the sparks were about to reach the tip of the cigarette, Toripole arrived with a girl the size of a thumb. You. Upon seeing Doflamingo, Manchelli's eyes welled with tears. Even Dylan, filled with murderous intent, could not help but feel a pang of compassion upon seeing Manchelli's pitiful state. Dylan glanced at Torpal, who trembled with fear, gently placing Manchelli in front of Dylan. Can you help me with something? My friend is seriously injured and needs treatment. She is a Navy officer, a very kind Navy officer. Manchelli clasped her small hands together, looking up at Dylan. Are you also in the Navy? But why? I'm also in the Navy. As a return favor. Dylan turned to look at Doflamingo. I know what you are planning. You won't be able to make this deal. Release those small folk you've deceived and imprisoned. After thinking for a moment, Dylan shifted his gaze back to Manchelli. With this guy around, Greenbit isn't very safe. Do you really want to live there? Manchelli shook her head. Not really. The place we are at is Greenbit. Dylan nodded. Then would you be willing to migrate? To the place I guarded is safer there. Doflamingo, listening to Dylan's words, was seething with anger. This rascal. The small folk were a crucial part of his plans. How dare he? How dare he? What do you mean? Dylan suddenly lifted his head to look at Doflamingo. Keep your dangerous thoughts to yourself while I'm still in a good mood. Doflamingo's facial muscles twitched as if his body had been drained of energy. He turned to Toripole and said, Bring those small folk up. Upon hearing this, Manchelli's face displayed an expression of disbelief. The villain in pink clothing was actually willing to release her kin. A great hero had saved them. Manchelli flew onto Dylan's shoulder, clasping her hands together. You must be the hero who can save the Dong Tata Kingdom. Can you tell me your name? My name is Dylan. Adams Dylan. Dylan smiled at Manchelli as he spoke. Dylan Lando, thank you. As 500 weary small folk were brought in and saw Manchelli in the room, they all rushed towards her. Princess, are you better now? Princess. Manchelli stood on Dylan's shoulder and pointed at Doflamingo, saying loudly, I am not sick, that bad guy deceived us. Then. Manchelli pointed at Dylan, it was Dylan Lando who saved us. So amazing. Dylan Lando. Dylan Lando. After a buzzing uproar, Dylan glanced at the ashen-faced Doflamingo and then at Manchelli. Let's go back to Greenbit for now. The matter of migration should be decided by your king. As he reached the door, Dylan stopped in his tracks, turning to look at Doflamingo. If they choose not to migrate, that is their freedom. But if I find out that you step into Greenbit again, I will kill you. Doflamingo bowed his head in silence. Dylan had no intention of seeking his response. Once Dylan left the palace, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted from the palace's top. Dylan contemptuously glanced up. If it weren't for the fact that some matters were still unclear, I would have killed you already. After returning with the small folk to Greenbit, Dylan met with the leader of the Dong Tata tribe, Gancho, and was warmly received by them. After the banquet dispersed, Gancho sat opposite Dylan. After a moment of silence, he said, Manchelli is right. We do not exist as dependents of Greenbit. The place we are at is Greenbit. However, Gancho's expression turned serious, unable to conceal his gravity. To honor a certain agreement, we cannot leave here. Therefore. Dylan nodded, that is also your freedom. I have warned Doflamingo before I fall he will not have the courage to strike against you. Is that so? Thank you for your consideration. In that case. Gancho leaned on his cane and pondered for a moment before saying, we cannot ensure Manchella's safety for now, so let her follow you. Moreover. Gancho stomped his cane and the room fell silent instantly. Leo Kabuvika bien, you all should go with him too. Go. Go with Dylan Lando. Leo's eyes brightened. That's right, Gancho nodded and said to Dylan, they are the finest warriors among the young ones. In addition to protecting Manchella, they will also carry out your tasks. Ha. Leo protested loudly. Seriously, the princess's Wolfel has a bad temper and likes to hit people. Why do we have to do this? Leo. Manchella punched Leo on the head. What are you saying? Leo. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hurry down, princess, you are too heavy. Really, you are such a barbaric and malicious woman. On the coast of Green Bid, Dylan boarded the CP organization ship with Manchella and Leo. Gancho stood on the shore watching the departing sails, his hands resting on his cane. Gancho, is this really not considered a breach of the agreement? An old man with similarly white hair approached Gancho, gazing out at the sea. Gancho did not respond, and beneath his sunglasses it was unclear what expression he held. With the Dong Tata tribe in tow, Dylan had no choice but to take a ship back to Magnetic Drum Island. Neither Manchwali nor Leo could withstand the friction caused by ultra-high-speed movement. This is also why Dylan had informed Dr. Correja from the beginning that he would need a month to return. Halfway through the journey, two ships from the CP organization were moored together. Dylan looked at the CP0 member who had never shown his face before. What's with the sour face? It's just borrowing your ship. This time CP0 didn't say anything about you can't directly command CP as per the rules, but rather teased perhaps you are the true commander of CP0. Given Manchuela's abilities, Belmir's injuries were assuredly well handled and Dylan's mood lifted. So what's the matter? CP0 placed the suitcase in front of Dylan and pulled out a small box from his pocket. This is the fruit promised to you by Mariewa along with what you commissioned Vegapunk to create. Dylan ignored the suitcase on the ground and eagerly took the small box. Inside the box lay a silver-gray ring. Vegapunk said that the ring itself is made of a special alloy and currently no one and no method can destroy it by brute force. Of course, we do not rule out some rather peculiar fruit abilities. Dylan put the ring on and a strange sensation emerged in his consciousness. Looking at the suitcase on the ground and the CP0 member standing opposite him, Dylan smirked. CP0 vanished from sight. Inside the ring space, CP0 stood in an empty castle. Don't make such boring jokes, let me out quickly, I have tasks to attend. Dylan focused his mind and CP0 reappeared in place. Not bad, I'm quite satisfied. Dylan looked at the ring on his hand with great joy. A spatial ring, how impressive. He opened the suitcase and took a glance. Inside was a crimson gold devil fruit, its patterns resembling sharp feathers. What type is it? CP0 looked at the fruit in his hand, seemingly envious. Animal type, bird fruit, mythical Zoan Garuda form. Garuda. The kind that specifically eats dragons. Cute, do you want it steamed or braised? However, I currently have no one suitable to eat this fruit. But collecting good things is always right. After stowing away the fruit, Dylan watched the 4 warriors of the Dong Tata tribe practicing on the ship. Hey Leo. Hearing Dylan's voice, Leo immediately appeared by Dylan's side. Dylan Lando. Leo stood solemnly before Dylan, seemingly waiting for his orders. Why so serious? Dylan found it a bit strange. After hesitating for a moment, Leo said, before we came the king told me that we bear the fate of the Dong Tata tribe as well as the name of justice, so please give me your orders if there's anything. How reliable, Captain Leo. Leo looked at Dylan a bit embarrassed, yet still standing at attention. It's like this, Leo, your race has a very special innate talent. Of course, I'm not referring to plant cultivation but rather your physical qualities. The Dong Tata tribe inherently possesses several times the strength of a human. Similar to Leo and Vika, some even have strength 10 times that of ordinary people. They are small in stature yet incredibly swift, making them well suited for darting across the battlefield to find weak points. I thought of some very suitable techniques for you. With your talents you should easily master them. What are they? Dylan Lando. Leo's eyes lit up. As a warrior he also craved power. Especially when Princess Manchwali and his companions were captured and he felt powerless. One is a technique unique to the Navy called the 6 styles. The other is hockey. Although the Navy's 6 styles consists of 7 techniques, I believe the others are not suitable for you. You should focus on mastering Saro Jeppo and Shurgan. As for hockey, if you combine your strength with Busashoku hockey, your combat power should see a significant boost. During the journey to Magnetic Drum Island, Dylan carefully explained the usage of the 6 styles in hockey. To ensure he was detailed enough, Dylan occasionally called on CP0 to act as a guest instructor. Although the 6 styles are known as Navy 6 styles, the true experts are still the CP organization. Saru. Leo's figure flickered. Had it not been for Dylan's strong observation hockey, he might not have been able to capture his movements. Very good. Leo, this technique indeed suits you. Thank you very much, Dylan Lando. Leo bowed deeply before Dylan. Just as Dylan was about to be polite in return, the entire ship began to shake violently. Bang. Bang. In a distant corner, Vika was furiously hammering the deck. Damn it, why am I so weak? Why am I so stupid? Why can't I ever learn anything? Looking at the shattered deck, CP0 and Dylan exchanged glances. That. Vika. 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 Stop hammering. If you keep going, the ship will sink. Seeing Vika, who knelt in the corner with her hands covered in shiny Busashoku haki, frantically pounding the ground because she couldn't learn sorrow, Dylan quickly shouted to stop her. Ah. Dylan Lando. I'm sorry, did I cause you trouble again? I'm such a fool, damn it, I. Seeing Vika about to lay down and cause further damage to the deck, Dylan quickly shouted, stop, stop, stop. Don't hammer anymore. Although the ship isn't ours, if you break it, it will delay our journey. CP0 turned his head and looked at Dylan with a blank expression. Vika wiped her tears and walked over to Dylan, sniffling Dylan Lando. Dylan extended his hand and Vika, feeling a bit shy, jumped onto his palm. Looking at Vika, who was still crying, Dylan gently flicked her forehead. Who said you are weak? When this topic comes up, Vika's tears immediately fell again. Leo and the others have mastered the 6 styles, but I haven't mastered anything at all. Haven't you learned Busashoku haki? Busashoku haki. Did you not notice anything strange when you were hammering the ship just now? Vika raised her hand to wipe her tears. I didn't. I just feel so stupid and sad. Was it an unconscious awakening? But this personality. Tisk, forget it, I'll leave it to Belmir. After all, they are all women. Whom? Women. After finally calming Vika down, the ship finally arrived at Magnetic Drum Island. When everyone returned to Dr. Koreha's castle, Belmir had already woken up. Upon seeing Dylan, Belmir broke into a smile. I've caused you trouble, Dylan. Dylan rolled his eyes at her and retorted, now you know why I didn't seek trouble with pirates in the New World. Belmir laughed heartily. Ah. I've been disliked again. Although both of them were bantering, the concern and gratitude in their eyes could not be hidden. Dr. Koreha sat by Belmir's bed drinking wine. Seeing Dylan return, she also breathed a sigh of relief. This woman's injuries were indeed not something an ordinary person could heal. What was she planning to do? Mang Shueli. I'm counting on you. Dylan turned to look at Mang Shueli, who was sitting on his shoulder, and said solemnly. Just as Mang Shueli was about to fly out, Dylan suddenly thought of something and said again, just heal her injuries, don't exhaust your lifespan to return her to her original state. Your health is important too. Mang Shueli in the air was taken aback, her hands entwined together. She had originally planned to use her special ability to heal the woman in front of her. A small person tribe. Dr. Koreha looked at Mang Shueli a bit confused. Belmir is not a plant, a small person tribe. 2 glistening tears slid down Mang Shueli's cheeks as she cupped them in her hands and sprinkled them on Belmir. In just 2 breaths, Belmir's body was restored. A healing fruit. Dr. Koreha said with a smile, what an amazing ability. Bang. Nearby, a raccoon. No, a reindeer hit its head behind the wall, its body exposed. Chopper, come here. They are my friends, good people. Belmir waved at the reindeer. Belmir, you're cured. What? Chopper looked at Belmir, who had regained her health, astonished. Yes. It's the healing fruit that can cure all diseases and pains. Of course, Dr. Chopper's care over these days has also been very important. Chopper is an amazing doctor. I won't be happy. Even if you praise me like this, I won't be happy. Looking at the shy Chopper, a strange smile appeared on Dylan's face. Is it the human fruit, mythical Zoan commoner form? This is my assistant, a reindeer who ate the human fruit. Tony Chopper, and feeling Dylan's gaze, Chopper instinctively shrank back and hid himself once more. The Straw Hat crew members. After giving Chopper a long meaningful glance, Dylan rose and said to Belmir, let's go back to G5. Just before stepping out the door, Dylan turned to Dr. Korea and said, in return for this medical service you may one day ask me for a single favor, so long as it does not violate the principles of justice. After Dylan and Belmir had departed, Dr. Korea gazed in silence at their retreating figures and sighed deep. Dr. Korea. And Chopper looked up at her, his eyes clouded with confusion as he took in her solemn expression. What a pity, Chopper. And Dr. Korea crouched down and gently stroked his head. And Dr. Korea gave a wry smile. It seems he has not granted us his friendship, this promise. And her gaze drifted toward the window where the Sakura pirate flag fluttered softly in the breeze. A quiet sigh escaped her lips. I hope this promise will shield you just once in the days to come. Down the mountain path, Belmir walked behind Dylan, her health restored, and her cigarette once again nestled between her fingers. Dylan, Dr. Korea and Chopper don't seem like villains, so why? And Dylan strode across the snow-laden ground carrying Shura upon his shoulder while the diminutive foe perched atop both his and Belmir's shoulders. They are indeed no villains, but fate shall inevitably part our paths. This feeling. And Dylan halted mid-step in the deep snow and turned sideways to face Belmer. You will understand in time. Ha! And Dylan Rando, talk of fate. Even our tribe chief and the Grand Elder speak of such things often. Manchally seated upon Dylan's shoulder watched his profile and recalled the ancient Grand Elder beneath Greenbit. He always stood vigil before that strange stone murmuring words like pact and fate. And is that so? Dylan glanced back with a faint smile and asked Manchally, then Princess Manchally, do you believe in fate? Yes. And Manchally nodded firmly. I truly believe it was fate that brought Dylan Rando to Dressrosa and to I see, that is indeed fortunate. And by the way Dylan, I also heard Dr. Correja speak of Chopper's story, the man named Hilialik. And Belmer. Dylan chuckled as he walked. It's undeniable, Hilialik did blaze with brilliance in his final moments. Yet. Can such a fleeting spark of humanity erase the fact that he was once a pirate? Belmer stiffened. She hadn't even spoken yet and he. And Dylan paid no mind to her astonishment. Continuing onward, some men spend lifetimes as villains, then perform one trivial act of virtue and are hailed as saints by the world. Others uphold justice all their lives, yet commit but a single misstep and are reviled by all. The masses are ever fickle. I hold little expectation of them. But Belmer. You must forge your own judgment. For you are a soldier. Since meeting Dylan, Belmer had rarely heard him address her in such grave tones, and these words struck her with profound force. Some monks preach lay down the butcher's knife and instantly become a Buddha. I do not fully concur. If every villain casts aside his blade at the very end, does that absolve all his past sins? That would be neither fair nor reasonable. Of course. The human heart remains inscrutable. Perhaps one day, Belmer, you will witness me slay, without cause, a man you deem undeserving of death or even wholly innocent. Then Belmer. How will you choose? Belmer's brow furrowed tightly in the snow. 10 years ago in the East Blue's Oyat Kingdom she had fought alongside Marines against pirates, a brutal harrowing battle that left her gravely wounded and where she first found Nami and Nojiko. In Kokoyasi village she witnessed Arlon's cruelty and nearly lost her life to it. In the flower country of the West Blue she saw how the powerless lived in a nation whose very economy thrived on plunder. Compared to other seas and the Grand Line, the East Blue was already blessed with extraordinary fortune. During her 2 months of training at Marine headquarters she learned that, beyond geographical constraints, the greatest safeguard of this peace was none other than the Navy's hero Vice Admiral Garp. And the man standing before her now. The weakest sea, a jest among pirates. Yet for its people it is nothing short of a blessing. Howling blizzards swept across Belmer's rose-pink hair. Amid the storm the figure ahead moved forward, unwavering, unhesitating. Yet profoundly, devastatingly alone. And Belmer clenched her fists. And no. It shouldn't be like this. It simply shouldn't be. In that instant an immense pressure erupted from Belmer's body, clashing head-on with the roaring gale, nearly matching it in sheer intensity. Dylan paused mid-stride, turning to behold Belmer, her form wreathed in crackling black lightning. And Dylan. Her gaze hardened, her aura surging ever higher. I will hesitate no longer. And high in the mountaintop castle Dr. Correja watched the black lightning surge across the mountainside and sighed. Honestly. One after another they're all monsters. The Ember. Your days ahead won't be easy. N. As Dylan's group emerged from the mountain pass, a squad of soldiers surrounded them. By royal decree no one may seek medical aid in Drum Kingdom. You have violated national law. And the guard eyed Dylan, tall, imposing, ice-cold in demeanor, then glanced at Belmer beside him. So what? And so you shall both be executed. Ma ha ha ha. A portly man clad in a white bear hood cloak stood behind the guards. Wapple, the king of Drum Kingdom. And the moment Belmer laid eyes on him her expression hardened into icy disdain. And during her month-long convalescence in the castle she had heard countless tales about this man. Wapple, the king of Drum Kingdom. And the moment Belmer laid eyes on him her expression hardened into icy disdain. And during her month-long, were they about to fight? And Dylan rolled up his sleeve revealing a den mushi. We've got work, locate a devil fruit for me, the Garo Garo no Mi. The Garo Garo no Mi. Isn't it already consumed? And from the den mushi appeared CP0's masked visage, perplexed. Indeed. Yet I've heard that when its user dies the fruit reappears somewhere in the world. Is that? And Drum Kingdom is a world government allied nation. And CP0 surely holds no concern for such formality. What the hell, you're not CP0. You're a Marine, damn it. Find your own pretext for cleanup and locate that fruit swiftly. I'll trade you some Revolutionary Army intelligence in return. That's settled. That's it. What do you mean that's settled? And wait, Revolutionary Army intelligence. NCP-0 stared silently at the den mushi, now closed, lost in thought. Drum Kingdom. And let it be. After severing the connection, Dylan turned to Belmer. And go forth, uphold your justice. Belmer stood beside Dylan, having heard every word of his exchange with CP0. At his command her brow arched sharply, and in the next breath she vanished. Looking at the lifeless Valpo lying on the ground, the guards and citizens in the distance were momentarily stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Valpo is dead. Our demon is finished. Dylan walked towards the guards asking, "Where is Dalton? Where is he locked?" The leading guard swallowed hard. That woman seemed to be merely his subordinate. "In the prison. Take me." Dylan glanced around, realizing that this country would face another attack from Teach in a few years. Dalton. Dylan shook his head. Dalton was not actually a good choice either. That guy was too kind-hearted. Whether as a warrior or a king, kindness does not count as an admirable quality. After all, this is the era of great pirates and this is the Grand Line. In the dark prison, Dalton was locked in the lowest level. Let him out. Yes. Faced with this man's command, the guards did not dare to hesitate, especially since Dalton was innocent and well loved by them. The burly Dalton looked at the man outside the cell with confusion. "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is who are you? Who do you want to be?" "Whom?" Dalton felt a bit lost for a moment. Not only was he kind, but he was also somewhat dull. Dylan shook his head inwardly again. "Captain Dalton the King." "No. Valpo has already been executed." Dalton looked serious as he gazed at Dylan. Though he was imprisoned here, he still adhered to the rule of this country. After following Dylan out of the prison gate, Dalton finally couldn't help but ask you. "I'm not interested in this broken country. To be honest, I could have killed Valpo and just left. I've already communicated with the world government about this. It doesn't affect me at all. I found you because you barely count as someone I know in this country." Outside the door, the wind and snow howled as two tall figures stood against the storm. "Dalton, do you know what will happen to this country's future if I just walk away?" "I don't know," Dalton replied after some thought. "No, you do know." Dylan gazed at the snowflakes flying in the sky. "If I just walk away, the fate of this country will naturally fall into the hands of the celestial dragons." "You people." Dylan shook his head, saying, "Always praying for the mercy and grace of others." "To be honest, I really don't like that." This remark was already touching a sensitive point and Dalton fell silent. "Compared to Valpo, you are not much stronger either." Dalton was somewhat surprised, not understanding why this man would say such things. Dylan chuckled lightly. "Valpo's evil lies in his greed, his corruption, and his depravity. Your evil lies in your incompetence and hypocrisy." The word hypocrisy struck Dalton's heart like a heavy hammer. As a member of the populace, kindness is a noble quality, but not for a king. Both of these traits can be fatal. "Do your best, Dalton. I know the people here love you, so I'm giving you a chance. I hope you can seize it." Dylan patted the snow off his shoulders and walked ahead. "If you cannot grow stronger, face crises with your own power, and cannot muster the strength to fight against enemies, then this country will truly be beyond saving." Dalton, former captain of the Drum's Kingdom Guard, user of the Nyo fruit ability. With the support of the populace and the tacit approval of the world government, he smoothly became the king of Drum's Kingdom and renamed the country Sakura Kingdom. Sakura. A naive and foolish name. Mary Geos. After reporting on the situation in Drum's Kingdom, CP0 departed. The Gorosei still maintained a mysterious posture. "Drum's Kingdom. No. It's now called Sakura Kingdom." Adams Dylan. Is he going to take action against the regime? It seems Valpo provoked first. His original intention was to go to Drum Island to treat his subordinates. That said, as a navy. The blonde Gorosei crossed his fingers and propped his legs up. He has gained the powers of the little people, indicating that Lord IM's guidance is correct. He is an enemy of the light, and the rights of a mere kingdom are not worth concerning ourselves with. Indeed. The Gorosei, holding a long knife, concurred. For hundreds of years those ancient families and races have refused to submit to the world government. Some even prefer to isolate themselves, waiting for the return of the flame. Adams Dylan has achieved unprecedented accomplishments, and we should not hinder him at this time. Agreed. Agreed. 6 months after returning from Drum Island to the G5 branch. TCH, that guy Tianyacha, has he complained to the headquarters about us again? Belmel held a cigarette, tossing the Den Mushi aside. That guy is engaged in underground business. I've heard his operations are extensive: arms, devil fruits, human trafficking, and he even directly sends cadres to participate in power struggles. Dylan, with a newspaper covering his face, ignored his subordinate's idle chatter. He didn't understand why these guys preferred to chat in his office. Did I not arrange an office for you? Over the past 6 months, G5 gradually began its hunting. Although it was limited to the vicinity of the branch, it had a significant impact on the surrounding pirates. That man single-handedly defeated the red-haired pirates, Admiral Dark Dragon Dylan. Moreover, he had an insane killing machine under his command, Rain Shiryu. After a while of hunting, many pirates no longer chose this route. The business of Joker was severely affected. After all, meeting that pink-haired woman was manageable. At most, it meant going offline for a while. But if they encountered Shiryu, it would mean being deleted directly. During the hunting, some had considered focusing fire to take down Belmel. However, thinking of the red-haired pirates, most chose to flee. They had rushed from the New World to the West Sea in just a few hours, nearly dismantling the red-haired pirate ships, with their number 3 being taken down on the spot. Listening to his subordinates chatter about how boring things had been lately, Dylan lifted the newspaper from his face. Let's go to the West Sea. 6 months after returning to the G5 branch, Dylan took the time to return to the East Sea and retrieve the ill-gotten gains he had accumulated over the years. I must say, having a space ring is great. Inside the massive castle, his collection was neatly arranged. At the highest point were the 2 devil fruits that had yet to be claimed by a master. This trip to the Flower Country aims to eliminate the 8 treasures navy. I also want to see what exactly is in the Great Ice Cliff and why that red-haired guy would go against his usual style and strike at the navy. Ah. The treasures in the ice continent. As a navy, it is reasonable for me to confiscate the pirates' stolen goods, right? Tom. Watch the house and protect man surely. Leave it to me. Tom laughed heartily. Dylan was quite at ease regarding Tom's strength. At this stage, aside from the 4 emperors, the 3 emperors and their vice-emperors, there should be few who could directly defeat Tom. Of course, that does not exclude those hidden bastards like the Golden Lion and such. Admiral. We can't fly from here to the Flower Country. Everyone's expressions turned strange. Although the G5 ship was standard Navy equipment, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to reach the Flower Country from the New World. A ship. Dylan stroked his chin watching Tom play with Shirley Man in the base. The world's #1 shipwright is under his command, but unfortunately there are no good materials right now. Damn Roger, where did he get so many atom trees? Maybe I should get CP0 to procure some for me, or perhaps Doflamingo. Big Mom. Let's wait until I get my hands on the Gomu Gomu fruit and then decide. Dylan had long since made plans regarding his vessel and was not in a hurry. After all, there were still a few years until the great event broke out. Ultimately, the group boarded the unique vessel of CP0. It seemed that after spending more time with Akiji, Dylan also enjoyed lying on the deck chair soaking up the sun. I say, why do you always loiter around here? Are you investigating me? Dylan asked through the newspaper, looking at the familiar masked man. CP0 sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship. It's quite normal to investigate you. The CP organization is responsible for monitoring the movements of the entire sea, which naturally includes the Navy. TCH, you must be about to say something like the cases the Navy can't solve CP can, the people the Navy can't kill CP can. In short, whatever the Navy can manage I will manage, whatever the Navy cannot manage I will manage even more. With imperial authority to strike first and report later, this is CP. Just thinking about it makes me feel down. The area I am responsible for is the front part of the New World. However, the recent target of investigation is not you. In reality, the investigation of Dylan had already been taken over by other members, and the main task he received was surprisingly to assist Dylan's needs. This sounded absurd. After all, CP is classified similarly to the Navy, yet as CP0 in a certain sense it is above the Navy, especially considering Dylan is merely a Vice Admiral. But he received such an order. Due to the good upbringing cultivated by the CP organization from a young age, he did not nor dared to question it too much. Your ship seems quite special, the power system. Dylan inquired towards CP0 after feeling the speed of the CP vessel. It's technology provided by Vegapunk. Was it really that guy? Vegapunk, besides his extraordinary intelligence, where does his foundation truly come from? Speaking of which, why has CP been becoming more and more agreeable lately? They haven't even mentioned anything about you have no authority to directly mobilize CP members anymore. Is it the Gorosei? Or he has gone to the land of flowers. New World, red-haired pirates. Shanks stared at the somewhat blurred Den Den Mushi. For what purpose? We currently don't know. Our speculation is that your overly abnormal reaction last time caught his attention. Shanks smiled bitterly. Not only had he lost Jesus Burgess, but the guidance in the iceberg would also face the risk of exposure. The Den Den Mushi on the other side fell silent, seemingly waiting for Shanks' decision. Hide. If his purpose is just the 8 treasure army or their wealth, then it can be completely abandoned. But if he investigates deeply, this alone is probably not enough. Then, let's judge based on the actual situation. Once he touches there, I won't hesitate to sacrifice some flags to divert him. Understood. After speaking, the Den Den Mushi closed its eyes. Shanks gazed towards the West Sea, his right hand holding his left chest. Last time on the border of the Land of Flowers, he took most of the damage from the Kirin Ox, and even now his left chest still ached faintly. On loan. Why have you become our enemy? The Land of Flowers. Dylan stepped onto the land, followed closely by Belmir and Shiryu. Aren't you going back? Why are you following me around all day? Dylan looked at CP0, who was holding a mask beside him. Do you think I want to follow you? If it weren't for the Gorosei's orders. The Land of Flowers seems to be involved in some strange incidents. They know I'm with you, so they came to investigate along the way. Sneaky, don't hold me back. And also, don't have any crooked thoughts, otherwise even if we are partners I won't hesitate to cut you down. From the border all the way to the ice continent, those bandit groups that originally howled in the Land of Flowers seem to have disappeared. Is the itinerary exposed? Dylan stroked his chin and looked at CP0. It seems your work efficiency needs improvement. In response, CP0 could only pretend to be deaf. Spy work is inherently like this. You have me and I have you. However, this trip was personally arranged by himself, yet it was still leaked so thoroughly. Is there a problem inside CP0 or with G5? CP0 leaned more towards the latter. Yes. It must be like this. 8 Treasure Army TSK. Dylan carried Shura, not particularly concerned after all. The head of the green pepper had been smashed flat by Garp, and after 30 years it could be said that it posed no threat anymore. The only thing to pay attention to is whether the trajectory of this world's fate will self-correct. Dylan himself felt quite conflicted. On one hand, he did not wish to directly oppose the Straw Hat in the future, so he intervened in many aspects to alter the Straw Hat's future trajectory. Belmir, Tom, the regime of Drum Island, even the little people of Dressrosa, and the current 8 Treasure Army. These are all parts that will become the Straw Hat Grand Fleet in the future, or people directly related to core members. Yet on the other hand, out of some underlying hope, he faintly anticipated the growth of the Straw Hat. The collision between these two thoughts occurred, but for the most part Dylan still acted according to his own will. This world does not need pirates. At least it does not need pirates to save it. We've arrived at the ice continent. Shirya still maintained the dressing habits from his time in Impel Down, only changing the buttons to the special G5 emblem. Last time in this vicinity he was injured by a slash from Riki, but was then severely wounded by the strike of Red-Haired. If it weren't for the powerful life force supported by the Ashura fruit, Shiryu might have died on the spot. However, Shirya's hand rested on the sheath of Raijin. It was precisely because of that battle that he faintly sensed something different. The blood of Ashura. Challenging the strong. Shirya stood behind Dylan, looking at the man who was slightly shorter than him. While feeling powerful himself, he increasingly sensed the distance between them. This distance was different from the intense sense of crisis he felt when facing Red-Haired. It was a completely different feeling. If it had to be described, it felt like being trapped in endless darkness and nothingness, unable to struggle. Break through it. Dylan's voice interrupted Shirya's thoughts. Beneath the ice continent, countless dazzling treasures sparkled. Break through. The first to question was Belmir. This ice layer must be at least several dozen meters thick, right? What to break through with? With my head. Shirya stepped past Belmir, drew Raijin, and after measuring the thickness of the ice layer, leaped up from the ice surface. In midair, Shiryu gripped Raijin with both hands and slashed down towards the ice surface. The massive blue slash collided with the ice surface, instantly lifting a large amount of shattered ice and mist. Once the scene settled down, everyone looked towards the location of the slash. Is this all the power? A chasm over 10 meters deep appeared before everyone. Belmir turned to look at Shiryu. With this guy's strength, it shouldn't be like this. There's something wrong with this ice layer. Shiryu retracted Raijin, seemingly not planning to strike again. Dylan stepped forward and knocked on the ice surface. Indeed, there is no such thing as global warming here. The ice layer of the ice continent has endured who knows how many years, and in terms of hardness it is comparable to metal. After pondering for a moment, Dylan turned back. Hey, are we leaving? Of course not, Dylan said, covering his right hand with armament hockey to Belmir. This is your training project for this period, advanced application of armament hockey, internal destruction. The others hadn't understood yet when Dylan's right hand pierced through the ice surface as if it were tofu. As he infused power, the originally seamless ice surface began to emit cracking sounds. Ha! With a loud shout, the entire ice bed seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand, and a chasm over 10 meters wide extended from Dylan's position. Is this what a monster is? Belmir murmured. How do you speak? Dylan stood up, clapping his hands and gesturing towards the back. The rest is up to you. Not only Belmir but even Shiryu and CP0 looked at Dylan. If it really is as he said, this is just advanced use of armament hockey then. Dylan took out a blanket from his ring, sat on the ground and looked at the three people with burning eyes. Actually saying this isn't entirely accurate. Every type of power used to the extreme is very powerful, and their specific effects are different, so they don't differentiate between high and low levels. For example, armament hockey has conventional uses like hardening, wrapping, projecting, and this which we call internal destruction. Internal destruction is just a more detailed mastery of the power of armament hockey. It doesn't represent that it is superior. For example, even if Belmir mastered this power, she still wouldn't be a match for Tom's armament hockey hardening coverage. Hey! Can't you say such hurtful things nonchalantly? Belmir protested loudly. Of course, at equal strength the destructive power of this force is considerable. Dylan glanced at Belmir. Wrap hockey and attack me, then feel it. You better be careful. Belmir excitedly pressed her joints and the armament hockey covered her instantly. Storm foot round cut. Just as Belmir's heel was about to touch Dylan raised his hand and the hockey flowed. Bang! In the distance on the snowy ground, Belmir looked bewildered. Clearly she made no attacking motion. Shiryu and CP0 beside her were also taken aback. They only saw Belmir's heel touch Dylan's palm at that moment, as if encountering some form of rebound, and then she flew away. Rebound is just a form of expression. The real power lies in its destructive capability. First, what you need to do is let the hockey flow. Returning to Dylan's side, Belmir raised her hand in confusion. Flow. Flow. Armament hockey covered, dissipated. Damn. How can something like this possibly flow? With a thud, Belmir punched the ice surface. On the nearby bearskin rocking chair, Dylan said, while rocking, your power threshold limits you from ever becoming a monster like Tom, so you must work harder on technique. Purely relying on brute force is not a wise choice. Dylan shook his head, looking at the three people who were lost and fought on the ice field. Shiryu and CP0 were also trying to master this power. Three pairs of inquisitive eyes looked at him. Dylan reached out to catch the snowflakes floating from the sky. As the snowflakes were about to land in his palm, they seemed to encounter resistance and scattered from his palm. Flow, think about it, what is flow? Rivers, blood, breezes, all are flows. So how should hockey flow? Belmir looked at Dylan's palm thoughtfully, and Shiryu and CP0 also seemed to gain some insight. Dylan lay back down, enjoying the sunlight on the ice field. I did it. As the sun tilted toward the west, a cheer rang out. Bayermeyer held her palm upward, and the snowflakes falling from the sky slid off to the sides as they touched her hand. Not far away, Shilio gaped, somewhat incredulous. Among the three of them, did she really master it first? Looking at Dylan, who lay unmoving in the rocking chair, Shilio was greatly shocked. That man. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but even what you achieved is not success, it should be called entry level. Dylan's languid voice drifted over. What? Shouldn't you be encouraging me at a time like this? Have you been infected by Kuzan? Dylan turned his body to the side. Wait until you can break through the solid ice and obtain the treasure inside, then we can barely consider your mastery of hockey. How could? Bayermeyer wanted to retort, but the immense abyss ahead wound on endlessly. Damn it. Bayermeyer stomped her foot. Clearly they were all humans. Did that guy born with the ability to cultivate? How did he manage to do it? The current Bayermeyer was no longer the ordinary Navy officer from the East Sea. After several months of training at headquarters and nearly a year at the G5 branch, her perspective had broadened significantly, just like she. The more she saw, the more she could sense the mystery and strength of that man. After calming her emotions, Bayermeyer began to ponder how she could destroy the seemingly exaggerated ice layer. Dylan, with his back to them, wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. The strength of the three of them, relying solely on flowing cherry blossoms, was hardly enough to damage the ice continent. They needed some additional techniques like the 8 Treasure Navy's 8 Punches or Sabo's future Dragon Claw. Are we still near the Great Glacier? Yes, his observation skills are incredibly strong, so we can only vaguely ascertain that he is still near the 8 Treasure Navy's secret cache. What on earth is that man doing there? Can't he break through the ice continent with his strength? What happens after flowing? Dylan looked at the three pairs of eager eyes before him. In terms of talent, apart from those at the level of Pirate Emperor, the three in front of him were nearly top tier. But they all lacked something very important: imagination. Dylan stood up and brought the three of them to face a massive. Do not be confined by form. Many powers emerge from nothing, from 0 to 1, which is very difficult. However, once there is a beginning, it becomes easy to extend. What you lack now, aside from accumulating experience and application, is primarily a lack of imagination. CP0 lifted his mask. Imagination. Feel my aura. Dylan walked up to the iceberg and placed his hand on its surface. Boom. Crack, crack. Boom. A thunderous sound startled Bayermeyer and the others. When they regained their senses, the ice surface that had contacted Dylan's palm was intact, but the back of the ice had developed a massive circular flowing. Is it spinning? Dylan shot him a glance. I told you not to be confined to one form. Besides spinning, can't it diffuse? Can't it penetrate? Can't it vibrate? Can't it impact? Can't it condense? The first to understand was Shilio. After imbuing hockey into Thunderstorm, he began to control the flow of hockey. Then it was CP0 who, after infusing hockey into his fingers and letting it flow, began to press his fingers against the ice surface. Crack! A small crack appeared on the ice surface. Bayermeyer looked left and right, then grabbed her hair in frustration. Did these guys come up with their own suitable directions so quickly? Seeing Dylan looking at her with a half-smile, Bayermeyer slammed her palm down and sat down to start thinking. What kind of combat style suited her? What kind of power suited her? This man rarely engaged in seemingly purposeless activities despite the incredulity. Yet Bayermeyer always felt that hockey was not the end. In fact, in their previous conversation, Dylan had already summarized the usage of flowing cherry blossoms for them. Besides, the actual demonstration of the spiral pill vibration was akin to the power of the quake fruit. Impact was the essence of the 8 Treasure Navy's 8 Punches. To destroy the ice continent, mastering any one of these methods could achieve that. However, the techniques involved could not be clearly described with words alone. Not far away on the ice surface, Bayermeyer sat cross-legged with her back to everyone. Dylan gestured to Shilio and CP0, and after exchanging glances, the two silently moved a distance away. Bayermeyer certainly lacked combat experience. But she lacked the experience of sparring with experts. Hence her combat perspective was limited by the moves of ordinary people. If this level of ice were replaced by Tom. Dylan had just begun to feel a bit drowsy in the rocking chair when the ice surface suddenly trembled. Crack, crack. In the distance, Bayermeyer's right hand was embedded in the ice surface, her expression serious. Ha! Crack, crack, crack. The ice layer of the ice continent broke apart. Shilio, everyone who understands knows. CP0 shut it down, it's boring. Looking at the mountain of treasures piled up beneath the ice layer, Dylan jumped down from the edge of the crack. Are they really just going to let them take away the wealth accumulated over generations by the 8 treasure navy? Captain. The green pepper, whose head had already been flattened by carp, gazed silently at the cracked ice continent. The others did not press further. After all that man had come personally, they didn't even have the courage to face him directly. After receiving the notification, the 8 treasure navy had withdrawn from the surrounding area overnight. Although the Flower Country was also one of the nations that joined the world government, its regime had long harbored a bandit group like the 8 treasure navy to plunder, which made its diplomacy rather weak despite being a major nation in the West Sea. Harboring bandits is something that can be done, but it cannot be publicly acknowledged. Thus the royal family of the Flower Country was powerless to appeal to the world government and could only complain to the Navy headquarters about Dylan's overreach. When the Naval Inspection Department called Dylan, he glanced at CP0 beside him. Tell the Flower Country royal family if they keep talking, I will go back and clean up their trash right now. CP0 fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to phrase this information. Once the transponder snail was connected, CP0 spoke into it, tell them to shut up. After nearly a month of returning to G5, Dylan could no longer tolerate such slow sailing speed. Where's my Gomu Gomu no Mi? CP0 shrugged, indicating there was no news. Dylan shot him a glare and pulled out the transponder snail. Well, what a surprise, you actually came looking for me. I have no choice, I can't rely on these useless CP members, so I can only come to you for a trade. Dylan stared at the chubby face of the transponder snail. Oh. A trade. What do you want, Navy kid? No, Admiral on long. The Gomu Gomu no Mi, the previous user, was killed by me over 2 months ago and CP still hasn't found the fruit. Do you have any confidence? Well. No one can guarantee something like this 100%, but if I find it, what do you plan to offer in exchange? What do you want? Don't be too greedy, okay? The two individuals with opposing identities and never having met chatted like friends, leaving CP0 beside them dumbfounded. After the two finished talking, Dylan glanced at CP0. Whoever finds it first, whoever trades, that's fair. Is that what I meant? What I meant is, why is it that you, a dignified Vice Admiral of the Navy, are trading with a pirate emperor, and it doesn't even look like it's the first time? But CP0 ultimately didn't dare to ask this question. Since Dylan dared to make this call in front of him, it at least indicated that the Gorosei already knew about this matter. Or rather, did Dylan not care whether the Gorosei knew or not? Sabaody Archipelago. Dylan and a CP0 agent walk side by side down Street No. 1. Merely uncovering the information doesn't fulfill our deal, you must pay to secure it at auction. This auction house operates under the covert patronage of heavenly demon Don Quixote da Flamingo. It's likely. Then put it on credit. Half on credit. The CP0 agent paused in silence. Indeed, this was merely intelligence provision, not a completed transaction. Auction house No. 1 specialized primarily in human trafficking, occasionally offering devil fruits or legendary blades. Its true proprietor was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly demon, current king of Dressrosa and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As the two approached the entrance of auction house No. 1, bystanders instantly paled and recoiled. Those who failed to grasp the danger were swiftly yanked aside by their companions. Ho, your attire certainly commands authority, normally even the Marines wouldn't wield such overwhelming presence. The CP0 agent shook his head faintly, not in denial but in quiet acknowledgement. As a senior operative, he knew precisely what his presence signified to others. Only someone like Adams Dylan, who spoke directly with the 5 elders, dared issue him blunt commands or casually threaten to sever his Dressrosa Royal Palace. Young master, news from auction house No. 1 on Sabaody. CP0 and the Dim Dragon have entered the premises. The Dim Dragon. Da Flamingo's expression darkened. That man had forcibly abducted Shiriman and other Ming tribe members and permitted his subordinates to hunt freely across Dressrosa's territory, steadily eroding its prosperity. What business could he possibly have at auction house No. 1 today? What items are up for auction? Baby 5 flipped through her ledgerroom. The Gulp fruit. And 5 slaves. A fishman, a long-armed tribe member, a long-legged tribe member, a mink, and a snake human. Is he after the fruit or something? Should we alert the auction house? No. Da Flamingo raised a hand. Do not provoke that madman. Proceed as usual. He is no respecter of rules. Inside auction house No. 1, the auctions of the fishman, Longarm and Longleg had concluded. Next up, a rare and extraordinary race, the minks. Minks. Dylan frowned. Weren't they reclusive, rarely venturing beyond their island? Well, not entirely unheard of, but undeniably scarce. Hailing from a mystic realm, these minks possess boundless vitality, formidable combat prowess, and an enigmatic racial gift. Inside a massive iron cage, thick chains, thicker than a thumb, bound an elegant figure whose head remained hooded. For no discernible reason, Dylan felt a subtle tremor stir within his chest upon seeing him. Oh, forgive my bluntness, but I must caution you, purchasing this slave demands exceptional personal strength. Otherwise it would be perilous. The starting bid for this mink 700,000 berries. Dylan turned his gaze toward the CP0 agent. By now the CP0 agent had perfected the art of the well-timed response. One glance from Dylan was all he needed. Minks are rare, but still more numerous than merfolk. And since this one appears male, his value diminishes considerably. Men devalue. The CP0 agent nodded. Males typically fetch lower prices. Such races are usually acquired for pleasure, though admittedly certain unconventional tastes exist among the few. How utterly disturbing. Dylan studied the caged mink. Though his face remained veiled, Dylan sensed an unmistakable aura of refined grace and ethereal beauty radiating from him. Wait. Could I be one of those with unconventional tastes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The CP0 agent watched Dylan's expression flicker between amusement and grim intensity and found himself deeply puzzled. You raised the bidding paddle. This uniform signifies. Then remove it and bid. Or shall I do it for you? Staring at Dylan's unnerving grin, the CP0 agent harbored zero doubt this lunatic would follow through. Bid of 700,000 berries from VIP box no. 47 any higher offers. In the end, no further bids emerged. Everyone present recognized the terrifying authority embodied by that uniform. During the subsequent auction of the snake human, Dylan glanced once, then closed his eyes. The CP0 agent exhaled softly in relief. Snake humans were expensive. The serpent woman was ultimately acquired by a shadowy buyer seated in the far corner. And now, the grand finale. A devil fruit. TCH. Dylan clicked his tongue in annoyance. A mere paramecia-type fruit, yet they dramatized it like a mythical zoan. Though admittedly it could be a mythical zoan. Perhaps the animal-type frog fruit, mythical zoan, tautai form. That wasn't implausible. A fruit capable of devouring everything and digesting all. The gulp-gulp fruit. After only a few rounds of bidding, the CP0 agent secured the gulp-gulp fruit for 40 million berries. Others, intimidated by CP0's presence, refrained from aggressive counterbidding. Once Dylan and the CP0 agent reached the auction house office, the manager bowed deeply in obsequious deference. CP0, the celestial dragon's strongest shield. Adams Dylan, the youngest rear admiral in marine history, the dim dragon. Either name alone rendered him untouchable. Dylan's consciousness merged with his spatial ring, summoning a mound of treasure onto the floor. Should be sufficient, yes. More than enough, more than enough. The manager wiped sweat from his brow. This man paying it all was already miraculous, let alone whether the sum sufficed. Even if he'd refused payment outright, neither the manager nor even the young master could have challenged him. Staff escorted the graceful fox forward. The manager eyed him curiously. The capture reportedly incurred heavy casualties. You hail from Zo. Tasher lifted his head in mild surprise regarding the man reputed as the strongest rear admiral beneath Vice Admiral garb. Indeed, from Zo. Yet I began traversing the Grand Line at 16, Tasher replied with a gentle smile. His demeanor remained serene and self-possessed, as though he were a guest, not a slave. Dylan turned and strode toward the exit. Tasher and the CP0 agent followed without hesitation. Watching Tasher's retreating silhouette, the manager suddenly felt a profound sense of loss. Aboard CP0's vessel, Dylan reclined in his personal rocking chair and asked with your strength, how were you captured by them? The CP0 agent too was intrigued. Though his observation hockey remained modest, he could distinctly sense the extraordinary aura emanating from this man. I was gravely wounded at the time. When they pursued relentlessly, I simply allowed myself to be taken. Tasher smiled calmly. I've lived many lives. Slavery is merely another chapter to experience. Then go experience elsewhere. Just repay me the ransom fee when you can. After a pause, Dylan cocked his head, puzzled. Aren't you leaving? Tasher stepped forward, his expression solemn. For over a decade I sailed the four seas, witnessing countless joys and sorrows. When last I returned to Zo, Lord Inuarashi told us we must wait for our destined hour. But I refused to wait. He met Dylan's gaze unflinchingly. Let me accompany you to witness the world's transformation. Me? Dylan furrowed his brow. I'm just a marine officer. If you seek adventure, shouldn't you join pirates instead? I recall. Zo's people traditionally become pirates, not marines. Precisely because that has always been the path I choose to walk, a different one. Tasher's eyes burned with conviction. I do not believe this world will be reshaped by those branded as thieves. Their windswept and resolute Tasher stood, his vulpine features softened by moonlight robes, evoking in Dylan an involuntary startled thought. He is truly magnificent. He is breathtaking. You're a devil fruit user. Tasher seemed faintly embarrassed, shaking his head gently. No, innate charisma. From a man. No, a fox spirit. Tasher produced a peculiar fox-shaped mask and placed it upon his face. It is a trait I was born with. My apologies. At the sight of that fox mask, Dylan's breath caught, something stirred deep within him. Boarding my ship isn't forbidden, but there are no idle hands aboard. You clearly aren't one. Tasher offered a slight unperturbed bow, unruffled by Dylan's brusque phrasing. Secondly, once aboard, absolute obedience is required. Though formal enlistment in the Marines isn't guaranteed, should the need arise you will comply even if one day I order an assault upon Zo itself. You will not retreat. Dylan's gaze pierced like a blade, but Tasher held his ground unwavering. Naturally. I have served as a soldier before. In fact, the moment I step onto your warship I cease to be a citizen of Zo. A faint melancholic smile flickered across his lips, veiling sorrow. I reject Zo's inherited traditions and vows. I seek the right path. When Dylan brought Tasher back to Marine Base G5, Belmir's body stiffened even with his mask on. Ordinary G5 sailors' hearts pounded wildly. Unaffected were Tom Shilyu and the few Taunton dwarves, they appeared wholly immune to this magnetism. Watching the dazed lovesick rogue Marines, Dylan rubbed his temples and sighed toward Tasher. Can't you control this damn charm? Tasher bowed again. My deepest apologies, I am still refining my cultivation. I shall strive diligently. In that instant Belmir seemed to revert to her younger self, back in Kokoyashi village. She stepped close to Tasher, leaning forward slightly. Cultivation. I require it too. Shall we train together? Mariewa Pangu Palace. He has gained the powers of the Fur tribe. I'm truly looking forward to it. Before the light has even appeared, he already possesses such formidable strength. Perhaps history can end here. In the garden behind the Void Throne, and gazed at the enormous straw hat in the shadows of the distant room. G5 branch. Admiral. The training ship of Admiral Zephyr has come under attack. The headquarters has ordered nearby Navy forces to provide immediate support. Zephyr. Where? Near Punk Hazard Island. Dylan stood up. Forget it, I'll go myself. In the middle section of the Grand Line, the area where Paradise and the New World alternate. Cough. Zephyr was launched from his spot, a stream of blood tracing an arc in the air. Surrounding him lay hundreds of Navy corpses. Damn. You bastard. Are you a devil fruit user? Zephyr gritted his teeth, staring at the massive figure in the distance. A sharp voice rang out through the dust and smoke. Zephyr. You haven't died yet. Dressed in leopard print and leaning on a cane, Miss Bakine looked at the injured and fallen Zephyr, laughing sinisterly. Compared to Karp, you're lacking a lot, Zephyr. Upon seeing Miss Bakine, Zephyr was first puzzled, then seemed to recall some distant memory. You are from the Rocks Pirates. Bakine. Ha ha ha, remember me. It seems you haven't completely lost your wits yet, Zephyr. Weeble. Take him down. Yes, Mom. Edward Weeble raised his long knife and charged at Zephyr, but after taking just 2 steps his body froze. Miss Bakine behind him also showed a look of surprise. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning struck 2 steps in front of Weeble. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would have been hit hard. From the lightning, Dylan emerged carrying Shura. So it's you, huh? On loan. Dylan. Miss Bakine and Zephyr both looked at the man in the middle while Weeble remained confused, unaware of what was happening. Dylan paid no mind to Weeble. Despite his strong aura, it was not enough to make Dylan nervous. Rather, it was Miss Bakine behind him. Dylan scrutinized the short-statured Miss Bakine, a remnant of Rock's IC. What? Relying on Whitebeard, Lingling and Kaido's reputation, now you dare to show your faces again. Ha ha ha, what an impressive little brat. I heard you killed Rod. Miss Bakine stepped in front of Weeble and locked eyes with Dylan. That kid was just a slave on our ship, ha ha. Dylan let out a groan. And you? What was your role on the Rock ship? Miss Bakine looked at the distant sky and smiled mysteriously. Me. I'm just an insignificant little character. Let's go, Weeble. This guy is not to be trifled with, Anne. Something even more troublesome is on the way. Ha. Are you leaving? Leaving. Dylan drew Shura. Before you go, you should leave something behind. A dark red slash flew towards Miss Bakine and Weeble. Miss Bakine smiled slightly, raising her cane to block the incoming strike. The force is quite impressive, but unfortunately. Before Miss Bacon's words finished, the slash suddenly split left and right, heading straight for Weeble behind her. Ah. Mom. Hurt, Mom. It hurts so much. Miss Bakine turned to see Weeble with his right hand severed, her expression darkening. Pick up your hand. Pick up your hand. Sensing the terrifying aura drawing closer, Miss Bakine dared not linger any longer, glancing deeply at Dylan before turning to leave with Weeble. Dylan, why didn't you keep her? Zephyr watched as Miss Bakine and Weeble retreated, his eyes filled with confusion. That's a question you shouldn't be asking me. What? Boom. A figure crashed to the ground. The now gray-haired Karp looked at the fallen Zephyr and the corpses of the Navy scattered about with a grave expression. Rocks, huh? Dylan walked up to Zephyr and helped him up, then they both gazed at Karp. Zephyr. Zephyr stared at the bodies of the new recruits. What pact did you make with Rocks back at God Valley? Karp clenched his fist, but then his expression softened to Zephyr. Zephyr raised his left arm, shaking his head to interrupt Karp. Forget it, I know this matter involves some serious people and events you don't need to tell me. After glancing around, Zephyr told Dylan, see if there are any survivors. After searching through the crowd, Dylan found the surviving Einen Bins. Teacher Zephyr. The awakened recruit nearly fainted again upon seeing the scene before him. Ein Bins. Looking at the two remaining recruits, Zephyr felt a wave of guilt. Dylan's gaze passed over Bin's, lingering for a moment on Ayn. At this time Ayn, and 7 years later, had some differences. Her face seemed very youthful and her sea blue hair was tied back rather than falling loose. "What's wrong, Dylan?" Dylan shook his head, retracting his gaze. "Nothing." He glanced at Zephyr, realizing that from this point forward this guy had changed, wanting to destroy all pirates and personally form a guerrilla. Ayn is a promising recruit, but unfortunately, following the warped Zephyr, she is destined for limited achievements. Zephyr clutched his right arm, gasping, "Ayn, do you want to become a stronger warrior?" "Teacher Zephyr." Ayn looked puzzled. Zephyr gave a self-deprecating smile and then nodded towards Dylan. "Go to G5, follow this man." "Zephyr." Carp looked at his old comrade. Zephyr's words likely meant he would no longer serve as the chief instructor, so what were his plans? "This guy's reputation and strength I need not elaborate, Ayn. If you wish to become a great swordsman and a stronger Navy officer, go and follow him, Ayn." Thinking of his own experiences, Zephyr's eyes revealed some struggle and regret. Perhaps making a choice like his was the right thing to do. His attitude towards pirates is exactly what you aspire to. The sudden turn of events left Dylan somewhat bewildered. He had just glanced at Ayn, and yet the old man Zephyr had seen through him. "Teacher Zephyr." Ayn felt a mix of conflict and anticipation in her heart. The legend of this man. Besides being one of the two guardians of the East Sea, he also possesses extraordinary ability. Major Belmere, it is said, before rejoining the Navy was just an ordinary major who had retired for 10 years. But in less than half a year she could single-handedly eradicate those infamous pirates in the Flower Country. There are even rumors that Major Belmere now possesses the strength of a commander. Zephyr turned his gaze to Dylan. "Ayn is in your hands now. I am an incompetent teacher and Ayn's talent should not end here." Dylan scratched his head, finding this statement rather strange. The current 3 admirals, including Black Cage Tina and Great Grudge Smoker, are all students of this old man. Carp refers to him as the man who trained the entire Navy. If that's the case, isn't all the pressure now on me? Ayn is strong, but she is still just of ordinary to above average level. Who knows how far she can go? However, when Dylan saw the determined look in Ayn's eyes, he could only sigh and say, "G5 is not like an ordinary Navy base. I hope you're mentally prepared for it, recruit." In the year 1517 of the Hyuan calendar, 3 years had passed since Ayn joined the G5 branch. At this time the G5 branch had become the strongest naval branch under Marin Van Du. The underground business in Dressrosa had become increasingly difficult. In the first half of the Grand Line, Devil's Triangle. "Is there a weapon I need here?" Ayn looked around in the fog. This fog seemed to have a unique effect, making it difficult for light to penetrate, and even the perception of observation hockey was somewhat disturbed. He said that first you need to gain the recognition of a certain person here and practice his swordsmanship. If you achieve this step, the weapon should merely be a gift. Behind Ayn, the tall Shiria sat cross-legged at the stern of the ship. Over the years they had become accustomed to Dylan's style of doing things. Most of the time Dylan simply issued commands without explaining the reasons. However, this time Shiryu was also somewhat puzzled. Swordsmanship. In 3 years he had challenged Dylan 3 times. Each time Dylan defeated him using different methods: swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, and hockey. He could even feel that Dylan was not taking it seriously at all. It seemed more like he was showcasing his skills for them to imitate and learn. As for Dylan's swordsmanship, Shiria had no idea. But it was hard for him to imagine that such a nameless place could have a swordsmanship master that Dylan held in such high regard. Moonlight Moria. That defeated dog. Unlikely. If Moria had the strength to catch Dylan's attention, he surely wouldn't be hiding like a rat in the Devil's Triangle. Who could it be? A swarm of bats flew overhead and a huge mouth appeared in the distance. Is that the terrifying 3-masted ship? Shiryu glanced indifferently before lowering his head again to White Thunderstorm. Others might think this was an island, but both Shiryu and I knew that it was the terrifying 3-masted ship itself. Ayn glanced back at Shiryu. So far this man could be considered half of his teacher. Moria, if you keep playing these boring tricks I will sink your He. Such a bad temper reigned Shiryu. Amidst a chilling airy laugh the surrounding bats gathered together, forming a tall monster. What brings you here, reigned Shiryu? And Doomsday Ayn. I might be fine, but Shiryu's strength was enough to intimidate Moria. Moreover, even if Ayn came alone, Moria would not dare to act recklessly. The person in G5. The entire sea knew of his protective nature and immense power. Years ago, when the red-haired pirates injured one of his subordinates in the West Sea, he beat them mercilessly on the surface of the sea, even taking down the 3rd in command. Ayn stood in the fog watching Moria's towering figure. He sent me to find the warrior. This he was self-evident. The warrior. I. Shiryu spun the hilt of Thunderstorm, his gaze locking onto Moria. Dylan said that although you're weak, you're quite skilled at escaping. I want to see just how good you are at escaping. Moria swallowed. Now the entire sea knew that these so-called 7 warlords of the sea were merely experienced replicas of the G5 branch. 3 to 4 years ago, that unknown G5 branch's non-staff shipwright Tom, who hadn't even formally joined the Navy yet, could completely suppress sea hero Jean Bay. That pink-haired woman frequently went to the Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt to trouble Empress Hancock. Although most of the time they merely exchanged blows without fighting to the death according to reports from the World Economic Journal that woman could subtly suppress Hancock now. And the business of Nightmare often faced inexplicable destruction, yet there was never a sign of the culprit. It was said that Doflamingo often threw tantrums in the palace, cursing about that bastard Dark Dragon, the damn slave. Shiryu. It was said that he went to Kralikana Island 2 years ago, but no one knew what happened. However, Shiryu himself admitted to losing to Mihawk. As for Crocodile, that guy supposedly became somewhat negative and dispirited after encountering Dark Dragon. Now was it his turn. Moria drew out a huge pair of scissors from behind him while the three weirdos stood at the ready. Although Dark Dragon had not truly taken down any warlord of the sea so far, they had all heard strange rumors. If Dark Dragon found a justifiable reason, he could eliminate the 7 warlords of the sea without facing any accountability. Forget it. Moria looked back at the zombie soldiers and the three weirdos, seemingly recalling something, and then sheathed the large scissors. The warrior is in the woods ahead, you can find him yourselves. After saying this, Moria transformed into bats and scattered. The three weirdos glanced at Shiryu and Ain before leaving as well. TCH, did this guy really challenge Beast Kaido? No. Ain shook his head. He is not fearing us or Vice Admiral Dylan, he is worried about the safety of the three weirdos. Shiryu was taken aback for a moment, then showed a look of disdain. Boring. After Moria and the three weirdos left, the surrounding zombies and spirits also departed under their control. Ain looked back at the distant wood slightly puzzled and exchanged glances with Shiryu. Shiryu shook his head. Now, with the help of the Ashura fruit, he was particularly sensitive to the presence of strong individuals. However, he did not sense what he was hoping for in that grove. Despite his doubts, the two resolutely walked towards the grove. That man had never been wrong. In the center of the grove, a zombie dressed in a white kimono sat cross-legged. When Ain and Shiryu approached, the zombie lifted its head to look at Ain. Has the one destined to make a choice appeared? What? Ain was taken aback, filled with wonder. No need to pay attention, it is merely the whispers of the dead. After examining Ain, the zombie slightly nodded, then. State your purpose for coming here. Shiryu, seeing that the zombie completely ignored him, did not mind. He walked a short distance away and began to meditate with Thunderstorm. Ain pressed his lips together and finally said, I follow orders to seek the person known as the warrior to learn swordsmanship. The warrior. The zombie's eyes were hollow. What a long-lost title. Ain looked at the zombie in front of him, and for a moment he seemed to see a figure soaring into the sky, a sword slashing towards the heavens. Then, demonstrate your swordsmanship. The zombie sat cross-legged, staring at Ain. Swordsmanship. Ain's expression became serious. Please guide me. Judgment, no life. A massive slash erupted, shattering the ground around like divine punishment. In the distant castle, Moria felt this aura and turned to close the window. Not right. After the slash dissipated, the kimono-clad zombie stared directly at Ain. This move is strong, but it is not used this way. Ain was somewhat puzzled. He had already mastered Judgment, no life very well. The zombie stood up, gripping the hilt of the sword with his right hand. I have been dead for hundreds of years. The power, soul and haki of this body have all dissipated. I can only rely on others' power to explain it to you. The understanding of the previous move should be to entwine and mix haki within it, using absolute control to condense the slash together and quickly penetrate the opponent. Thus, Judgment, no life. A crescent-shaped narrow slash shot out, piercing through the rock and severing trees. It flew out of sight. Shiryu squinted, simply relying on swordsmanship. This guy. While Ain's heart raced. This move he had struggled for several months to barely master, but this man before him had learned it with just a glance. No. It wasn't learning, it was an instant surpassing of his own, finding the correct usage. Ain believed that the true Judgment, no life was like this. This move has some similarities to mine, but its intent is different. Intent? Ain knew that the Real teaching had begun. Name. Didn't he tell you? Dylan looked at Ain and Shiryu. Ain shook her head, gripping the hilt of Chioshui. He said, he is merely a spirit of history and there is no need to leave a name. Whom? He is the sword god of Wano country, the dragon slayer warrior, Frost Moon Longma. Then this sword. Ain could distinctly feel the immense power of this sword. Even now she vaguely felt she was unable to fully wield it. It is the national treasure of Wano country, the black sword Chioshui, a famous blade once used by Longma to slay giant dragons. Be careful, there are only 3 such swords in the sea at present. If your strength is insufficient, even with Dylan's deterrence, there may be those who cannot resist taking action against you because of it. Ain glanced back at Shiryu, still not grasping the implication. Shiryu played with Thunderstorm and looked at Chioshui. Do you know why its blade is black? Don't you find it familiar? Ain gazed at the blade of Chioshui, her expression serious. Is it Conqueror's haki? Yes, it is the haki of armament. Shiryu, with a cigar between his fingers, exhaled a cloud of smoke. This state is achieved only when the wielder covers it with extremely powerful haki maintained for years or even decades. In the sea, this type of sword is generally referred to as black sword. Shiryu looked at Ain with a smile that was not quite a smile. So far there are a total of 3 black swords in the sea. Black sword Night wielder, Hawkeye Mihawk black sword Shura wielder, Dark Dragon Dylan black sword Chioshui wielder, Duan Yuan. Who do you think those sword-obsessed fellows will target? Ayn was initially stunned. Although Dylan had previously referred to it as the national treasure of Wano country, she had not fully grasped the concept until this moment, realizing the immense value of the treasured sword at her waist. As a swordsman, I will not fear battle. Ayn's gaze sharpened. This is both the wish of General Dylan and the trust of Mr. Longma. No matter the danger or challenge, I will sever them all. Dylan did not respond to her passionate speech but suddenly asked, Longma's swordsmanship focuses on slashing and exploiting weaknesses, right? How have you fared? Ayn was unaware of how he knew this, but she had grown accustomed to the man's almost omniscient nature. It's quite remarkable. But I need more combat. This sword technique requires continuous fighting to discover the flaws in the enemy and their moves to enhance oneself. Is that so? Dylan pondered for a moment. He did not oppose his subordinates going into battle. In fact, from certain perspectives he supported it. However, since the sudden appearance of Miss Bakine a few years ago, which he and Karp witnessed only for her to immediately vanish, Dylan had known that the remnants of those pirate crews must possess some unknown secrets. Whether it was the remnants of Rox or Roger's crew, some even lived openly in public view. For instance, Rayleigh Kuroka's in Buggy. What exactly makes the world government wary? It's hard to believe that the Gorosei are fools, allowing Monkey D. Luffy to grow from 30 million in bounty to the 5th Emperor Dylan. There must be some force restraining Mariewa, preventing them from acting recklessly. Yet this force has never been revealed directly. Is it the former Great Kingdom? Or the will of Joy Boy? The will of D? The Drum of Liberation? Or the will of Nika? Damn it! Dylan suddenly stood up, startling both Ayn and Shilio. What the hell is this grassroots blood and guts manga? In the end, isn't it just a prince's adventure? They're all just actors. How am I supposed to handle 1 against 9? To hell with 1 against 9, those 2 crystals and 2 potions belong to someone else. Zilia's expression was peculiar and Ayn slightly lowered her head. Occasionally General Dylan would say things that everyone found hard to understand. You get used to it after a while. Ha! Dylan slumped back on the sofa and waved his hand, signaling Shilio and Ayn to leave. He could set up some arrangements in advance due to his memory advantage, but in certain specific areas there was definitely a red line. As long as he crossed it or even touched that red line, an untapped power would collide with him. For instance, with Miss Bakine, although Dylan was confident he could eliminate her just as she said, her level in Rox was probably at most that of an ordinary crew member. What about Rox himself? What about other officers? God Valley. Why has it been erased from the map again? Hey Tom, is it not finished yet? The dock was built between 2 peaks within a massive cavern filled with various metal. Apart from the shipwright Tom, several individuals in white research attire were continuously extracting metal ingots from a furnace for analysis. Belmare walked into the cave with her hands clasped behind her head. Not yet, Shiome, but the loud metals are almost ready. Tom picked up a piece of metal, tested it, then returned it to its place. 3 years ago, after Dylan obtained the Gomu Gomu no Mi, he had Beigepunk help him fuse it in a small furnace. After a while, when Dylan brought some of the special alloys obtained from the Gomu Gomu furnace to Beigepunk's office, Beigepunk displayed great interest and expressed a willingness to collaborate with the G5 base. The collaboration's condition was that Beigepunk's laboratory would test and analyze the properties of metals for Dylan and be responsible for providing the power system for his vehicle. Meanwhile, G5 would provide some rare alloys for Beigepunk to research. Looking at the neatly stacked wood beside the cavern, Belmare muttered, treasure tree atom. I really don't know where this guy got so much. I've heard it's very expensive. After calculating, the materials needed for the Shunlong have all been prepared, including potential discrepancies during construction. So, the researcher closed the notebook in his hand. When do we officially start? How long will it take? A voice rang out at the cave entrance. Dylan looked at the room filled with metals, feeling a sense of accomplishment swell within it. According to calculations, it will take 1 year and 3 months, and further testing and improvements will be necessary so it can be put to use in about 1.5 years. The researchers at the institute liked General Dylan very much. Firstly, it was safe here, and secondly, the living and research conditions were excellent. Let's start as soon as possible. Dylan rarely showed anticipation in his eyes. The Shenlong had consumed a lot of his thoughts, whether it was Tom, the superalloy produced by the Gomu Gomu no Mi, or the treasure tree atom. As Dylan turned to leave the cave, he paused for a moment. Tom. Tom looked up at Dylan, puzzled. Dylan shook his head at the chubby Tom, whose face was filled with excitement, then said solemnly, still the same thing, strength is fundamental. At least for now that is the case. The capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alabasta. Dylan walked aimlessly down the street with Shura by his side while some shady characters were quietly watching him from both sides. Despite the clear perception of these individuals' actions under the Heart Network, Dylan had no intention of doing anything about them. These people each had their own agendas: CP, the World Economic Journal, various pirate crews, and perhaps even intelligence agents from the Baroque works. Crocodile's expression was grim. Although Dark Dragon Dylan hadn't caused him any trouble in recent years, the entire sea was buzzing with rumors that he had lost all fighting spirit after encountering Dylan once. Even the world government had inquired about this matter, intentionally or not. Weaklings do not deserve to become warlords of the sea. What is that bastard here for? It's unclear for now. Besides us, there are many other factions observing him as well. Puff. Crocodile exhaled a thick puff of smoke. Understood. Tell them to withdraw. That bastard is unpredictable, it's best not to provoke him. A woman wearing a cowboy hat sitting next to Crocodile displayed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Don't look at me like that, Nico Robin. Crocodile glanced at her. Your understanding of him comes from newspapers and legends. Only those of us who have truly seen him know just how terrifying that bastard is. If you sully my reputation in front of women like this, I might not be very pleased, little lizard. Bang. The door burst open and a young man in black wielding a long knife appeared at the entrance. Dark Dragon. Crocodile gritted his teeth as he stared at Dylan. Don't make that ugly face. Dylan walked over to the table and sat down, propping his feet up on it. Watching Dylan's nonchalant demeanor, Crocodile felt increasingly apprehensive. If it had been that Fishman or Crescent Ine or even Rain Shiryu, it would have been fine. But now that the main character had arrived, things were likely not that simple. Could it be related to Pluton as well? What are you here for? Crocodile asked in a deep voice. Dylan shot him a sideways glance. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a dignified Vice Admiral of the Navy. Besides Mariewa, is there anywhere in this world I cannot go? You. Crocodile paused his breath. This bastard never regarded them, the warlords of the sea, as people. Nico Robin beside him was already sweating profusely. If it weren't for Hero Carp, this man's title might not be the youngest Vice Admiral in history, but rather the strongest Vice Admiral in history. Nico Robin. Dylan glanced at the woman beside him, who was trembling with anxiety. Nico Robin shivered. Is he here to find me? Is my journey coming to an end? Perhaps it's not a bad thing to end here. Although the sea is vast, I have never found anyone who could accept me. Dylan watched as Nico Robin's expression shifted from terror to sorrow and then to a vacant stare. Crocodile frowned, struggling internally. Should he intervene to save her? Nico Robin was the only known person capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, but if he angered Dark Dragon Dylan, whether he could survive was uncertain. For the first time, Crocodile felt that being one of the 7 warlords of the sea was not always advantageous. After a moment of hesitation, Crocodile decided to probe Dylan's intentions. Shut up. Dylan raised his eyelids and glanced at him. You think you're so great? You aloof one. Is it enough if I just keep quiet? Just as Crocodile lamented and Nico Robin prepared to face death calmly, Dylan stood up and walked towards the door. As he reached the door, Dylan turned to glance at Nico Robin and shook his head. Dark Dragon Dylan had risen to prominence so quickly that apart from the Navy's higher-ups, very few knew that he was still under the command of Admiral Akiji. Of course, Nico Robin didn't know either. Pirates regarded him as ruthless, fierce, and protective. It was only after Dylan left that the two of them broke free from their silence after more than 10 minutes. Do you know that guy? Crocodile was somewhat puzzled. Did Nico Robin have any connections with Dark Dragon? If so, then his options were limited. Either I set her free immediately or I treat him as an ancestor and worship him. No. Nico Robin shook her head. I've only heard of his great name, this is my first time meeting him. Crocodile had seen Nico Robin's expression earlier. That kind of mood was impossible to fake. It seems he is very interested in the poneglyphs and the ancient weapons. No wonder that shipwright named Tom is in G5, isn't he? With this thought, Crocodile felt relieved. However, there were still some places he couldn't comprehend, such as Dylan's attitude towards Nico Robin and the way he scrutinized her just now. If he had to say it, was he disappointed? Disappointed about what? After leaving Baroque Works, Dylan reverted to his aimless demeanor. As for Nico Robin, he had no good way to handle her. This woman's identity was too sensitive, especially with Tom being in G5. If he did anything to her, it would inevitably raise suspicions and fears in Mariewa. Dylan glanced up at the blazing sun and inexplicably said, Hey you guy, I just came to take a look, no need to be so nervous, right? Akiji walked up to Dylan with a serious expression and they walked side by side. Is there anyone left from Ohara? Don't know, probably not. Dylan turned to glance at Akiji. How would I know about such things? I was only a few years old at that time. After being choked by Dylan's response, Akiji also felt relieved. I thought you were also a survivor from Ohara coming to see your fellow countrymen. Dylan rolled his eyes at him, everything was conveyed in his gaze. Well, how should I put it? I'm your superior after all. Dylan extended his hand. What for? Akiji looked at him momentarily confused. To pay your salary. Dylan raised his palm. You still know you're my superior. How long has it been since G5 received any salary from the headquarters? As our superior, isn't it reasonable for you to pay us? Akiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Who doesn't know that the G5 branch is notoriously wealthy across the entire sea? Not to mention you've been plundering in the East Blue for over a decade and just the accumulation of the 8 Treasures Water Army over several hundred years. By the way, I heard you've been collaborating with Vegapunk to trade rare alloys. Worth more than gold. Stop. Dylan waved his hand to interrupt Akiji. If you keep going I might have to bail out Marineford too, you bastard. What do you mean by plundering? Those were spoils of war. Dylan glanced at Akiji with disdain. By all accounts this guy couldn't possibly be that poor considering he seemed to have some connection and agreement with Spandam's family. The control over the Demon Slayer order by Spandam and his father was directly related to Akiji. However, just as Akiji rarely pried into Dylan's privacy, Dylan also didn't inquire much about Akiji's affairs. In this world anyone with a bit of strength surely had some connections and relationships, right? Above Kokoya West Village in the east, Dylan opened his heartnet to sense his surroundings. Not here. He landed in the orange grove where Nokigo was tending to the orange trees. Upon seeing Dylan descend, Nokigo joyfully ran over to him. Brother Dylan. You've grown taller, Nokigo. Dylan patted Nokigo's blue hair and took out some seeds from his ring. These are seeds I collected from the Grand Line, various kinds of oranges. After receiving the seeds, Nokigo held Dylan's sleeve and led him towards the nearby wooden house. The village guard Ajin, who was sitting outside the yard, smiled upon seeing Dylan. Welcome back, Vice Admiral Dylan. Are you staying here for dinner today? Dylan hesitated to respond, but Nokigo gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with anticipation. Alright then, thank you for your hard work, Nokigo. Nokigo happily ran into the kitchen and Dylan set Shura aside, chatting with Ajin under the orange tree next to the yard. Where's Nami? Nami has gone out to take measurements again. Ajin rubbed his forehead. Now Nami was already 13 years old and Ajin did not oppose her going out to measure and draw maps. The entire naval force in the East Sea knew that Nami and Nokigo from Kokoya West Village referred to Vice Admiral Dark Dragon as brother. With this premise, Nami could hitch a ride on any naval ship wherever she went. Most of the Navy would also help look after Nami. I heard she has already reached near the Goya Kingdom. Really, at such a young age, and she's a girl. Though he said this, a smile still appeared in Ajin's eyes. Where? Dylan was taken aback. The Goya Kingdom. Isn't that the homeland of the sun god? Seeing Dylan's reaction, Ajin paused for a moment, a bit confused, but still said the Goya Kingdom is not far from here and she went there on a naval warship. Is it a coincidence? Or is it the self-correction of history and the world? Dylan's fists tightened, a hint of ruthlessness gleaming in his eyes. Damn sun god, I will kill you right now. Over the years, whether returning alone or with Belmer, Dylan had developed a certain attachment to this tranquil village. The initial decision to save Belmer was not only out of a desire to prevent her demise but also to interfere with the history of the sun god. However, over the years Dylan had developed a family-like bond with the three women in this little wooden house. Now learning that history was still trying to self-correct, a surge of anger arose in Dylan's heart. Kill the damn sun god and finish it with a flourish. But such things can only be fantasized. If Dylan really killed the 12-year-old sun god without evidence, let alone his numerous relatives, the hidden powers, just the sun god's grandfather, One Punch Man Carp, might not be something he could handle. Seeing Dylan's mood seemingly shift oddly for a moment, Ajin was also puzzled. Is there something wrong with the Goya Kingdom? I heard it is the cleanest and most beautiful country in the world. Dinner time, Ajin, brother Dylan. Little Nokigo, wearing an apron, walked to the door, calling out to the two in the yard. Ha! Is it orange stew again? Nokigo. Stop rambling. This is my specialty. Nokigo, I still have some matters to attend to. Dylan took out a large stack of books and measuring tools from his ring. These are gifts for Nami-an. Dylan placed some money on the table. Ajin, tell everyone to deliver the harvested oranges to the square. He'll take them to G5 to treat everyone. Ajin's lips moved, but ultimately he did not refuse, turning to leave and gather the villagers. Watching Ajin's back, Nokigo rested her chin on her hand and cheerfully said to Dylan, brother Dylan is always so gentle. Dylan flicked Nokigo's forehead. What are you talking about, you little brat? Do you know what gentleness means? Nokigo chuckled. Brother Dylan sees that this year's orange harvest is abundant and everyone can't sell them, right? But you didn't directly say you wanted to help us so that everyone doesn't have to always rely on your kindness. Dylan rubbed Nokigo's head. It's not like that, Nokigo. Belmer can't come back as often as I do. She misses the oranges from her hometown. Nokigo grinned, not refuting further, but her gaze towards Dylan was filled with affection and reliance. After Dylan left amidst everyone's gratitude, Ajin looked at the glowing figure fading into the distance and smiled slightly. What an incredible man. Do you think so too, Ajin? Nokigo asked while washing the dishes. Ajin laughed heartily. It's not just me, the whole world describes him like that. Ha! The whole world. Nokigo turned to look at Ajin. In her understanding, brother Dylan was a very powerful navy. But just how powerful she did not know. He is the man known as the youngest vice admiral in history and in the future. He might be the strongest vice admiral in history. But even so, he is still our brother Dylan, isn't he? Ajin was taken aback at first, then smiled broadly. Exactly, that's why he is such an incredible man. After circling in the air for a moment, Dylan ultimately did not go to the Goya Kingdom. There were Roger's son, the Revolutionary Army's base, and Old Carp often there. It was not wise for him to come into contact with too many powerful forces now. Nami. Standing in the sky gazing into the distance, Dylan sighed and left. Goya Kingdom. Windmill Village. Pirate King. Nami looked at the rubber idiot before her and then at the freckled boy next to her. That's right, I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Since the Arlong incident, Nami had harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates. What's so great about being a pirate? Do you also go around killing and robbing civilians? Luffy was taken aback and Ace's expression also froze for a moment. Of course not. Luffy raised his arm. Being a pirate is because it's the freest thing. Without waiting for Nami to speak, Luffy grinned at her. Hey Nami, be my navigator. How about it? Do you want to be the navigator of the man who will become the Pirate King? No. I hate pirates. Ha. Back at the G5 base, Dylan felt a bit restless and Shiryu quickly slipped away. After a moment of silence, Ayn and Tahir also left while Tom was still in the dock. In the end, only Shirley Man and Belmare bravely approached Dylan's office. Oh. What's wrong? Belmare casually sat beside Dylan and Shirley Man looked at him with concern. Seeing the oranges on the table, Belmare's eyes lit up and she picked one up to peel. These are oranges from the village. Really? Belmare's hand froze in midair as she turned to look at Dylan. Is something going on in the village? If there was a problem, would I still have the leisure to bring you oranges? If there were really an issue, I would have brought you a Jin's head instead. Dylan shot a glare at Belmare. Though Dylan did not genuinely lose his temper, Belmare still sensed something unusual. Then, did Nami and Nokigo make you angry? Belmare asked hesitantly. For these two daughters, Belmare's heart was filled with love. They were the ones who gave her hope and courage to live. Dylan sighed and shook his head. No, they're both fine. It's just that I have some personal matters on my mind. The Grand Line, the Calm Belt. Amazon Lily Kingdom. Dark Dragon. Boa Hancock stood up from her throne gazing at the female warriors below. Who else? After a moment of recollection, the female warrior replied, besides him the other two are Moonbreaker Ainan. Boa Hancock's expression darkened. That woman again. Every time before it was Belmare who came alone, stirring up chaos on the entire Amazon Lily, claiming that the monsters of the Calm Belt are formidable and greatly beneficial for cultivation. Bastard. Boa Hancock gritted her teeth and stood up, striding towards the exit. Outside Amazon Lily, a warship marked with the letters G5 was anchored at sea. Ayn had a serious expression while Belmare leaned against the ship's railing smoking. Empress Boa Hancock. Ayn looked at the furious Boa Hancock with a grave demeanor, his swordsman instinct sensing danger. Yo. Hancock, long time no see. Belmare waved at the ship opposite her, cigarette in hand. Boa Hancock looked at the man lounging in a rocking chair, his face covered by a newspaper, her anger flaring up. What the hell are you doing here in Amazon Lily? Men coming here. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. A lazy voice came from beneath the newspaper, yet the man showed no intention of getting up, not even lifting the paper from his face. Boa Hancock's expression shifted between green and white, but then she seemed to recall something, her voice softening as she said, Are you afraid to look at my beauty? Dark Dragon. Although I don't quite understand why you are here, no matter what I do I will be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful. After saying this, Boa Hancock tilted her head and tossed her hair and the entire Kuja pirate crew erupted in cheers. Your Majesty, you are simply too beautiful. Dylan lifted the newspaper from his face and stood to gaze directly at Boa Hancock. So you mediocre woman, truly disappointing. Looking at Dylan, whose expression showed no sign of change, Boa Hancock felt a jolt of surprise. This man was indeed powerful, but was he really so unresponsive? However, when she saw that the people on the entire G5 warship had little reaction. The world's most beautiful woman, the Shichibukai Empress Boa Hancock, felt a question mark hovering above her head. Facing the somewhat mocking gazes of Dylan and Belmare, Boa Hancock's facial muscles twitched. Why did these people show no reaction at all? Dark Dragon was strong enough and those two women were quite capable. Why could those Navy soldiers withstand her beauty? Was G5 already that powerful? You like beauty, don't you? Dylan curled his lips slightly, turning his head to shout into the cabin, Hey Tahir, come see the goddess. No, come see the world's most beautiful woman. As soon as Dylan finished speaking, the expressions of the others on the G5 warship changed. Some were eager, others terrified. Even Ayn's hand was trembling slightly. Tap. Tap. When the sound of wooden sandals echoed from the cabin, the Navy on the deck displayed an exceedingly strange state. Some struggled to turn their heads away, yet seemed bound by a certain magical force that prevented them from escaping. Others had their muscles tense, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Observing the various expressions of the Navy aboard the G5 ship, Boa Hancock grew increasingly curious. A figure with beast-like ears appeared at the cabin door, and soon she saw a white-haired man dressed in a moonlight long robe holding a small folding fan emerge into the sunlight. Some Navy members, upon seeing that figure, felt their bodies uncontrollably weaken. Tahir walked to the bow and slightly bowed towards the Kuja pirate cruise ship. Is it Empress Boa Hancock? I've heard of your great fame. A gentle breeze swept by and both ships fell into a dead silence. Dylan lay in the rocking chair digging his ears while Ayn struggled to hold his breath against the invisible pressure. Belmare stared at Tahir with a playful smile, showing no signs of avoidance. On the Kuja pirate cruise ship everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on Tahir, each person feeling an overwhelming sense of he is so beautiful, growing more confused and entranced the longer they looked. ZZZZ. Who? A wave of pressure swept through and the members of the Kuja pirate crew awakened from their indescribable fantasies. Yet even so many could not help but sneak glances at Tahir. Boa Hancock stared at the graceful Tahir, feeling as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? Tahir raised his delicate fair arms, placing them together, and slightly bowed to her. I am Tahir, the navigator of the G5 branch, currently without rank. Boa Hancock clenched her fist internally, shouting, "You bastard, is that what I asked?" Ha! Just now she too had a moment of being captivated by Tahir's charm, briefly falling into a fantasy. If it weren't for relying on the powerful aura and mental fortitude of her conqueror's haki, she would have likely embarrassed herself even more. Yet still all she wanted now was to hurry back to the Kuja royal palace and take a proper bath. Dark Dragon, what brings you here? Boa Hancock forced herself to resist Tahir's charm with her conqueror's haki, looking up with cold eyes at Dylan. Sit up straight and talk to me. Dylan frowned, giving Boa Hancock a glance. This woman always unconsciously displayed an air of arrogance when speaking with others, preferring to raise her head and look down at them. Boa Hancock's pupils constricted. You. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Dylan narrowed his eyes, his right hand resting on the hilt of his Shura sword, slightly drawing it out. Crack. The overwhelming murderous intent and bloodlust of the conqueror's haki instantly devoured Tahir's charm and Boa Hancock's conqueror's haki pressure. The crew of the Kuja pirate crew fell to the ground, eyes rolled back in shock. As for Boa Hancock, this woman. Dylan's senses were even less refined than those of the other Shichibukai, openly confronting and attacking the Navy commander, causing trouble during the Marineford War, and the riots in Impel Down were closely tied to her. Dylan slowly drew his Shura sword, his gaze icy. You may try to verify your strength or your beauty. Standing beside Dylan, Belmir and Tahir remained composed, while Ayn, a bit farther away, looked somewhat surprised. Please. Wait a moment, Dark Dragon General. An elderly voice sounded from the Kuja pirate cruise ship, and the old Goroliosa, leaning on a cane, was the first to awaken from her faint. As the third-generation Empress of Amazon, Lily Goroliosa still possessed decent strength, but under the previous pressure she had not been able to hold on. Hancock does not disrespect you, she is just used to this. Goroliosa's expression appeared somewhat troubled. As Hancock's guide and the previous Empress of Amazon, Lily, she could not stand by and watch the current Empress' dignity be violated. However, more terrifying than that was the man before her, who was already infamous across the seas and was the nightmare of the vast majority of pirates. Unlike the younger Hancock, Goroliosa knew better the power this man represented. Snake Princess. Goroliosa struggled to raise her head to look at Hancock, realizing she could do no more at this, yet Goroliosa remained puzzled as to why this man exhibited such a stark difference in attitude towards the Shichibukai. It was said that the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, had a close relationship with him, and the tyrant Kuma seemed to have earned his recognition. Others. Although she did not know for what reason, through intelligence analysis Goroliosa could clearly feel Dark Dragon's malice towards them. It was my rudeness. Boa Hancock glanced at her subjects on the ship, and the still present murderous intent ultimately relenting. Besides being a pirate, she was also the Empress of Amazon, Lily. Luskine Island. This place is known as the Island of 48 Seasons, a symbol of human civilization succumbing to the forces of nature. A G5 warship docked at the edge of the island. Dylan was the first to jump onto the beach, followed closely by Ayn, Belmul and Tahir. After surveying the massive island, Dylan nodded, sensing the presence of many fierce beasts within. Belmul looked somewhat puzzled, while Ayn's strength was indeed lacking at the moment. She and Tahir faced these large animals with little to no pressure. They were merely slightly larger versions of small cats and dogs. Phase 1 objective: survive inside for a month. Dylan observed the three, who seemed hesitant, a mysterious smile appearing on his face as he extended his hand towards Ayn. I will take autumn water for now. Ayn unfastened autumn water and handed it to Dylan, then took the ordinary weapon handed to her by a nearby sailor. Once inside, apart from Ayn, you two are not allowed to use armament haki in battle, and Tahir cannot use his lightning powers. After speaking, Dylan was the first to walk into the vast forest. Are you going too? Belmul asked as she walked beside him. If this guy went in, his mere presence would be enough to intimidate those fierce beasts, right? Dylan, wearing flip-flops and beach shorts, replied, one of the other tasks is to protect me. If I am attacked by a beast, your mission will be considered a failure. Hey, Ayn, to your left. Roar. A massive gorilla charged at Dylan, wielding a tree trunk. Dylan remained unfazed, still sitting in place, focused on barbecuing. Ha! From a distance, Ayn charged toward Dylan's left with a half-broken sword, armament haki enveloping the broken blade. As Dylan turned the meat on the grill, he glanced at Ayn. The vast difference in their sizes made Ayn appear so small. Meanwhile, a gigantic lion was entangled in battle with Belmul. If you continue to waste your energy like this, you probably won't last more than a few days. Dylan picked up the barbecue, sniffed it with satisfaction, and then took a bite. After chewing a few bites, Dylan let out a contented groan before continuing to speak to Belmul. In battle, you must certainly give it your all, but you must also learn how to conserve your strength. You must inflict maximum damage while also preserving your own stamina as efficiently as possible. If you fight like this against a slightly faster or more resilient opponent, you will exhaust yourself before you can defeat them. Haki also consumes stamina, just like activating the powers of a devil fruit. The 3 people he brought along still had much to learn in battle. Belmel lacked skill application and was insufficient in using armament haki, and Tahir overly relied on his lightning powers and the Lion of the Moon form. How to effectively utilize every muscle and every bit of haki? Why are there so many unnecessary dodges and jumps? Are you here to attend a ball? Why attack his legs? You had a clear opportunity to strike at its throat just now. Slashing is not meant for mere waves. Every swing of the sword has its purpose and significance. Tahir. You are not allowed to use your charm ability, not even on the mother monkey. Amazon Lily. 9 Snake Palace. Have they left? Boa Hancock stood up and asked joyfully. This past year has been incredibly challenging for everyone in Amazon Lily. That notorious man occasionally appears not far from Luskine Island, making it impossible for the 9 snake pirates to venture out and plunder. Although the plundering of the 7 warlords is legal, some things seem to be beyond the control of that dragon. On the G5 warship, Ein holding Autumn Water was deep in thought, having shed the youthful naivety of 4 years ago. Both her demeanor and physique had seen significant improvement. At present she already bore the semblance of a swordswoman. Tahir meanwhile sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, his autumn water-like eyes slightly squinted. Hey, can't you pay a bit more attention? After all, you're still a woman. If Ajien sees you like this, he might just marry one of the other girls in the village tomorrow. Dylan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and habitually tossed one to Belmel. Belmel caught the cigarette, chuckling, "Ah, so gentle, Dylan. Are you worried about my lifelong affairs? I have no Kigawan Nami, and that's enough." Dylan shot her a glance and chose not to pursue the matter further. Some things were better kept to oneself. Do you know what level you are at now? Dylan exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing into the distance. Combat power. Belmel thought for a moment before replying. To be honest, I'm not quite sure, but I estimate that I am still not a match for that Hancock woman. Oh. It seems you are quite clear-headed, not blinded by the flattery outside. More than a year ago, Morgan speculated in the World Economic Journal that Belmel's strength was already enough to suppress the Empress Boa Han. Although her abilities are ineffective against me, her strength, martial arts, and haki should all surpass mine. Moreover, in the battles of these past few years, I can sense that she seems to have grasped a very mysterious power. After hesitating for a moment, Belmel continued, in the end she still has reservations and concerns due to your reputation. Every time she strikes, she holds back. Indeed, the training is essentially over. From this year onwards, the enemies you encounter may not be as cautious of me. Belmel's eyes lit up. Are you saying? Preparing to engage with the New World. Although the position of G5 is already located in the New World, Dylan has rarely pushed forward in the past 4 or 5 years. This has resulted in pirate crews in the New World, aside from the red-haired pirates and the Don Quixote pirates, having almost no contact with G5. After all, Dylan's solo battle against the entire red-haired pirates is a matter that remains in the past. Naturally, there are times when some of the infamous pirates are taken down by others from G5 like Shiria, who are out hunting. But there haven't been any notable figures. Dylan unfolded the newspaper in his hand, the bounty of red-haired shanks occupying the entire headline. The birth of the 4th Sea Emperor, the struggle for supremacy officially begins. The moment Belmel saw the headline, she gasped. The red-haired pirates, although she had a brief encounter with them, was almost instantly defeated by Jesus Burgess. That terrifying man Shiryu, although he severely injured Lucky Lu, was also wounded by a single strike from the red-haired. Years have passed, and although both she and Shiryu have changed dramatically, Belmel believes that those referred to as Sea Emperors surely won't stagnate. Their growth will undoubtedly be greater and more apparent. After all, in a sense, both she and Shiryu still live under Dylan's protection. Meanwhile, the other side faces bloody battles every day. With this thought, Belmel's gaze darkened. Then after we return and take a break, Ein and I will team up and push forward. Go fight, experience the true essence of life and death. Time is short, you need to quickly master your power. In these years, although Belmel has realized she possesses Conqueror's haki after the incident at Magnet Drum Island, she has hardly been able to unleash it. Dylan crumpled the newspaper into a ball. Now that the division of forces has taken shape, go out and fight. For now, aside from the celestial dragons, no matter who you kill at sea, I can take the blame for you. Totland. Charlotte Lingling observed the subdued Pedro and the kneeling Brook Moose pleading beside him. Well, you have quite the audacity, don't you? Speak, what price are you prepared to pay? Brook Moose was taken aback, thinking that 100 years of lifespan was something Pedro and Jebo might not withstand. Mama, please consider my situation. Silence, Brook Moose. Parasparrow interrupted Brook Moose, who was wearing sunglasses. Not killing him immediately shows that I am considerate of your feelings. Do you want to tarnish the dignity of Wano? Sitting on a massive cake chair, Charlotte Lingling's eyes gleamed ominously. That's right, then, dead or. As the soul incantation was about to be completed, Katakuri, standing nearby, frowned and exclaimed, wait. Mama. Ha. Big Mom turned her head, clearly displeased at being interrupted during the soul incantation. Katakuri looked up, meeting her gaze. Mama, I see a terrible future approaching. A fearsome being is about to A fearsome being. Apart from Big Mom, the others also displayed expressions of disbelief. The person that Katakuri referred to as fearsome was truly rare in these waters. Who could it be arriving at Totland? Yo. Lingling. A tall figure hovered in the air, the navy cloak behind him was strikingly eye-catching. Well, it's you, Dark Dragon Dylan. Is it truly alright to appear so brazenly in Wano? Big Mom slightly raised her head to look at the figure in the sky. Since you're here, come down and have some tea with us. Dylan gradually descended. No need for tea, otherwise the CP here might report back and I won't have a good outcome. Dylan smiled slightly, looking at Big Mom. Let's get straight to the point, Lingling. I come on behalf of someone to take these two guys away. Dylan pointed at Pedro and Jebo in the arena. Although it had been several years since the War of the Flower Country and news of the Dark Dragon had become scarce, everyone present remained breathless. Well, is that why you are here? Of course, but what do you intend to exchange for them? Big Mom lounged on her chair watching Dylan. This one. Dylan retrieved a devil fruit and tossed it over, and Katakuri's arm turned into glutinous rice wrapping around the fruit. I obtained this by chance, a paramecio-type milk fruit. What do you think? Fine, the charges of invading Totland and stealing the Poneglyph can be waived, but... Big Mom raised a finger towards a thin, long-legged yet round-bodied figure beside her. He injured my subordinate and that debt must be settled separately. Dylan's previously languid demeanor shifted and a flash of lightning sparked in his eyes. Is that how debts are settled, Lingling? Whoosh. Whoosh. Two bursts of Conqueror's Haki collided, creating dozens of black lightning bolts in the air. What? He actually possesses kingly qualities and matches Mama's aura. Everyone except the high-ranking officers began to sway and then faint under the clash of the two's Conqueror's Haki. Despite Katakuri also possessing Conqueror's Haki, he did not dare to join in directly. If he released it now, the two would surely turn their Haki against him. On Cake Island, the wind howled and an invisible pressure slowly tore apart the various food structures. Both Dylan and Big Mom's gazes grew fierce as if they were about to draw their blades. Please wait. Pedro, bound in the center, shouted. After exchanging glances, Dylan and Big Mom reined in their auras. Once the pressure subsided, the others finally understood why Katakuri, as the top of the suite commanders, would be so wary. Pedro, catching his breath, turned to Dylan and asked who sent you. Dylan looked at the jaguar trapped by the candy syrup and replied coolly, Tahir. Tahir. Not only Pedro but even Brook Moose and Jebo beside him were taken aback. Is that guy still alive? As a renowned Marine Vice Admiral, Pedro certainly recognized Dylan, but he never expected Tahir to choose such a path. No wonder the Cat Viper would say that guy has already died. After glancing at the infamous man, Pedro turned to Big Mom and said, then. Let me pay with my eyes. After saying that, Pedro raised his right hand and extended his claws. Ugh. A bloodied eyeball appeared in the palm of Pedro's hand and he gritted his teeth against the intense pain, asking, is this enough? Big Mom merely glanced at the eyeball in Pedro's palm before shifting her gaze to Dylan. At this moment, Dylan's eyes had already turned icy. Even without the explosion of Conqueror's Haki, a more chilling and trembling aura began to brew around him. Well. Let's go with that. Dylan stepped forward and kicked apart the candy wrapping around Pedro and Jebo, lifting the two into the sky. Before leaving, Dylan glanced down at Cake Island but ultimately said nothing, merely sneering in disdain. On Cake Island, Katakuri watched the departing lightning in the sky, his mind deep in thought. Turning back to Brook Moose, who wore a face of both disappointment and relief, Katakuri sighed inwardly. In the air, Dylan glanced at Pedro, whose left eye was bleeding profusely, and asked, you didn't lose your eyeball, did you? Not yet. Cover your important areas with Haki and protect yourselves, the journey ahead might be a bit intense. Pedro and Jebo, being lifted by him, were first taken aback, but then recalling the rumors about this man, they quickly covered themselves with Haki. G5 base. Pedro looked at his fully restored eye in disbelief. Beside him, Jebo's eyes were filled with joy. Brother Pedro, I'm so glad. Tahir sat on the other side, smiling at the two. Tahir. Pedro's expression was complex. This childhood best friend was filled with courage, wisdom and talent. He had actually become a Marine. Brother Pedro, there's no need for that. You and I are both in pursuit of our hopes and stages. There may be differences, but we remain friends, don't we? Pedro fell silent for a moment. The Cat Viper. Tahir smiled bitterly. Did he not say I have already died? That said. Pedro hesitated but said, the Cat Viper still cares about you very much. He often stands alone at the edge of Zo, gazing at the sea. Everyone knows he is waiting for you to return. Tahir's fists tightened. In his youth, he was the most gifted boy on Zo, thus deeply favored by the Cat Viper. Unlike other mink tribes, Tahir loved reading. From books he could always find many different ways of thinking. One day when Tahir asked the Cat Viper, why can't the people of Zo become Marines? The Cat Viper could not give an answer, only saying, this is the tradition and agreement of Zo. There must be a reason, right? Is it that pirates are nobler than Marines? Or is it simply for the sake of so-called freedom? When Roger arrived at Zo, Tahir had never seen him, but he believed that even if he had, he would not be swayed by fame like Pedro. It was romantic yet unreasonable. After searching for 3 years for answers on Zo without success, the young Tahir decided to set sail alone in search of answers. Even though in the 4 seas beyond the Grand Line others regarded him as a monster or a demon, he encountered many things that deepened his internal doubts. Why did Zoe have such traditions and agreements when this world was clearly more harmed by pirates? The Pirate King Roger. Perhaps could be considered a hero, but he could never be called a hero. 10 years ago when the adult Tahir returned to Zoe, he shared his experiences with Cat Viper, earning only fury and rage. When he sought answers from Duke Inuarashi, whom he believed to be calmer and wiser, he was met with silence and distance. Come back with me. Pedro gazed at Tahir and said solemnly, no matter what path everyone chooses, as you said, are we not still compatriots and friends? All right. Tahir smiled gently at Pedro. Indeed. Do you really not need me to go? Dylan glanced at Tahir, who had come to request leave. Tahir slightly bowed, saying, although I have differences with the boss of the Cat Viper due to ideological issues, I have received much care from him since childhood, and after all, this is a matter concerning Zwowu. After pondering for a moment, Dylan took out a piece of paper from the drawer and tore off a corner. I had Shilio make a life card for you. If you don't return to report in a month, I will go to Zwowu to find you. All right. As the three of them exited the G5 base, Pedro bowed to Dylan, saying thank you very much. Dylan nodded without saying a word. 1 month later. Dylan shouldered the Shura as he stepped out of the office. Are you going alone? Shilio and Tom stood up upon seeing Dylan come out. They weren't worried about whether Dylan could face a nation alone. The issue was that the purpose of this trip was not to destroy a country, but to save people. His life card has only shrunk, not burned. It seems he has been imprisoned. It's not a big problem, I can go alone. The new world has also become unstable recently, so you shouldn't hunt too frequently. We'll discuss everything when I return. Understood. Dylan opened his palm, and a life card no larger than a fingernail wobbled as it flew towards a certain direction. Zwo. In the White Whale Forest, Tahir was bound by 2 chains and locked in a stone house. Outside the stone house, Pedro sat cross-legged at the door. Tahir, can't you really change your mind? Tahir in the stone house seemed not to hear. He merely toyed with a small folding fan in his hand, his face devoid of its usual elegance and composure. Today marks the agreed 1-month deadline. That man is coming. Outside the stone house, a flash of reluctance and struggle crossed Pedro's face. How he wished he could support and encourage his dear friend to pursue his own path and dreams just as he did in his youth. During the dozens of days of guarding here, he had wanted more than once to unlock the special chains binding Tahir to let him pursue his own freedom, but this time for some reason both the boss of the Cat Viper and the boss of the Dogstorm had warned him not to entertain any other thoughts. During the dozens of days of guarding here, he had wanted more than once to unlock the special chains binding Tahir to let him pursue his own freedom. Pedro looked at the gunslinger captain, Sicilian, sitting cross-legged on the other side. While Pedro was conflicted about his dear friend's plight, Sicilian on the other side of the stone door looked up at the sky. What is that? In the sky, dark clouds completely covered the area above Zwowu, enveloping the enormous body of the Elephant Lord, as if doomsday were Pedro's pupils constricted as he recalled the rumors about a certain man. Outside the White Whale Forest. Old cat. Old dog. The Duke of Dogstorm and the manager of the Cat Viper exchanged glances, gazing at the thunderclouds in the sky. While they had imprisoned Tahir, he had told them about his 1-month agreement with the Dark Dragon Dylan. Thus today a cat and a dog waited outside the White Whale Forest. Facing the fierce wind, the cat and dog stood firm, and behind them the warriors of the furry nation also waited, their expressions solemn. What a grand spectacle! A lazy voice echoed from within the clouds. Then a bolt of lightning struck down and Dylan appeared opposite the Dogstorm and Cat Viper. Where is Tahir? Even after following greats like Whitebird, Roger and Odin and fighting against Kaido, the Dogstorm and Cat Viper felt a bit nervous at this moment. After all, they were just ordinary crew members. Although they carried the name of the Red Scabbards in the land of Wano, what they were about to face was a man with godlike powers. The Dogstorm stared at Dylan and said solemnly, Tahir is one of Zwowu. He cannot serve the world government. Reason. Dylan calmly surveyed his surroundings but did not see Tahir or Pedro. This is our tradition in Zwowu. The Cat Viper bared his fangs, and unable to control his already volatile temperament, he shouted, humans have no right to interfere. All right. Dylan lowered his eyes. Others looked at him in astonishment upon hearing this sentence. This person was surprisingly easy to talk to. He didn't seem as difficult as Pedro and the 2 leaders had described him. Watch out. The Dogstorm and Cat Viper shouted loudly in unison. The Dogstorm drew his sword and the Cat Viper readied his trident. I shouldn't have reasoned with you. Dylan took a breath, his eyes shifting. Let me see how capable the ones who once followed Whitebeard, Roger and Odin really are. Shing. The Shura was unsheathed and a black-red blade light flew out in a crescent shape. Boom. Despite the massive slash being blocked by the dog and cat, the power within still struck them, causing them to spit blood. Seeing this, others unleashed their claws, preparing to rush. Stop. Stand down. The cat and dog spoke simultaneously. The Dogstorm wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to the others, this battle is not something you can participate in. The outcome has nothing to do with you. Dylan sneered, looking at the Dogstorm. The mocking look in his eyes seemed to say, did you say it has nothing to do with you? The Dogstorm's breath hitched. Even though they hadn't left Zwowu since escaping the land of Wano, they had still heard the legends about this man. He was capable of defeating the red-haired pirates who were on par with Whitebeard. The clouds in the sky cast a shadow over everything and the Cat Viper trembled in frustration.
After homeroom teacher Zhang Tao spoke, a black-haired black-eyed boy of about 17 or 18 with delicate features rose to his feet and answered calmly, since the advent of the giant era human history can roughly be divided.
Seeing this, everyone felt not joy but a heavier mood. Didn't he care about the Lion of the Moon? This man. After exchanging glances, the cat and dog looked towards the moon. At this point there was no turning back. As the power of the moon infused into their bodies, the cat and dog rapidly began to change. Not only did their bodies start to swell, but their fur also began to grow wildly, turning white. Are you ready? Once the two completed their transformation, Dylan smirked. The Lion of the Moon, quite ordinary. Although samurai shouldn't place too much emphasis on personal honor and disgrace still. If we are so slighted, we too will become angry. The cat and dog roared simultaneously, surging towards Dylan with crashing thunder. Playing with thunder in front of me. Dylan opened his palm forward and then closed it. The lightning that had originally wrapped around the bodies of the cat and dog vanished in an instant. Try my thunder. Dylan raised an eyebrow and a deafening boom erupted. The turbulent thunderclouds in the sky contracted, then descended as two lightning bolts over 10 meters thick. The fur on the cat and dog stood on end, their swift movements suddenly pausing in midair. Naive. Before the thunder could land with a thought from Dylan, it exploded in midair, transforming into countless tiny bolts of lightning that wrapped around the cat and dog. Slash lightning. Seeing the bolts of lightning approaching, the two found themselves unable to evade in midair. The cat and dog crossed their weapons and desperately struck at the lightning. Slash. Show me. The thunder roared as large bolts of lightning poured down from the clouds, intertwining with the massive lightning pillars. The previously scattered bolts of lightning around, only as thick as fingers, instantly transformed into ones as thick as arms. Let's see. Evil thunder. The lightning converged, forming a gigantic sphere of light. The cat and dog trembled. Even with the power of the moon supporting them, they could not withstand it. Zzz. Zzzzz. Meow. Awoo. Two cries of agony emanated from the sphere of light, accompanied by the smell of burnt fur. Bang. Bang. The lightning dissipated. The cat and dog, having reverted to their original forms, fell from the sky. Prepare for battle. Seeing the defeat of the cat and dog, the gunslinger team and the night group drew their weapons while other fur tribes began to gather lightning. Some even gazed at the moon, preparing to transform. Looks like today my Shura will be drinking blood. Dylan grinned, and Shura seemed to sense Dylan's killing intent, shaking in response. Dylan. A worried shout came from within the white whale forest. Tahir, supported by Pedro, hurriedly ran towards the battlefield. Seeing Tahir's weak state, Dylan raised an eyebrow. I'm fine, they didn't mistreat me, it was myself. Tahir arrived at the center of the battlefield, bowed to Dylan, and then turned to look at the surrounding comrades and the fallen cat and dog. Please give me a moment. Dylan nodded slightly, indicating that he could take his time. Tahir walked over to the cat viper and Dogstorm, helping them up. After the cat and dog calmed their breathing, Tahir sat in front of the cat viper. Duke of Dogstorm, boss of cat. Seeing that neither of them was responding, Tahir smiled bitterly. I do not know what promises Zhuwu is keeping, nor do I know what kind of agreement our race has made with history. Whether it's history or legend, it's ultimately the past. For me, rather than waiting for some person or event to save this world, I would rather participate myself. Even if I ultimately fail, even if I become a certain kind of criminal in a meaningful sense, at least I have tried, I have made an effort. Both the Duke and the boss followed Roger. Didn't Roger say in this ocean the freest are the pirates? The once silent cat and dog looked at Tahir in shock. You. How do you know this? Someone told me. Tahir had once overheard Dylan say this when commenting on Roger. The disdain on Dylan's face at that time was still fresh in his memory. Today. I will not debate the right or wrong of this statement with the two of you, I only ask one thing. Tahir raised his head and fixed his gaze on their eyes. Since pirates are free, why should we block others from pursuing their dreams? If so, where does that put the word freedom? Faced with Tahir's question, the cat and the dog fell silent together. Indeed, if one uses those nebulous pledges and traditions to shackle the steps of the young, what then can be called true freedom? Yet the Maopi tribe has upheld its centuries-old customs. Since you insist on serving the world government, an old voice sounded from afar. Captain Zixilian supported a wrinkled old figure as he slowly stepped forward. Grandmother Cat. The cat viper's round body sprang and he jumped to the side of the old cat, who had already curled up. You. Grandmother Cat waved a hand to interrupt his question and with Zixilian's support began to walk slowly toward Tahir. We have lived apart from the world for centuries. Only a handful of youths have ever left Zua, and they all obeyed the pledge. They would not serve the world government. Tahir, you were different even in childhood, yet I never imagined you would choose such a path. Grandmother Cat breathed with difficulty. Each sentence seemed to cost her great effort. I will permit you to leave Zua, she said, lifting her head, a keen light glinting in her narrow eyes, but you must return the Maopi tribe's token. A token. Grandmother Cat looked at the child she had watched grow with a pitying tenderness, sighed, and tremblingly produced a crimson fruit from her bosom. Eat it and you will sever every tie with the Maopi tribe. Every single tie. Dylan frowned at the sight. This old cat, could she be planning to poison and frame him? If she really poisoned Tahir, would Dylan truly unleash slaughter across Zua? That elephant lord. Though he was not afraid himself, if the Elephant Lord were to go mad from the tribe's extinction, Dylan might not be able to subdue it. Tassier looked into Grandmother Cat's eyes and for reasons he could not explain seemed to find a faint smile and encouragement reflected there. Grandmother. Tassier reached out, took the fruit and looked at her. Grandmother Cat gave him the tiniest nod. The red fruit slid down his throat and Tassier's body stiffened, a strange tingling numbness rippled through him. From afar Dylan watched him intently, ready to carry him away at the slightest sign of danger. As long as it was not instantaneous death or his body being torn to pieces, Schliemann could restore him. A hoarse roar escaped Tassier's lips, a sound like being consumed by flame as blazing pain surged through him. Dylan's eyes widened. Tassier, his fur, was falling away. Quanlan and the cat viper stared in disbelief, the rest of the Maopi tribe wore faces of utter terror. What was happening? Why, Tassier was becoming a bear-skinned monkey. When Tassier lifted his head again, his animal ears were gone, the fox-like features of his face had vanished and all the plush fur that had covered him had disappeared. Grandmother Cat. You. The cat viper pointed at Tassier, trembling as he stared down at Grandmother Cat. He is no longer one of the Maopi tribe. I have withdrawn his racial traits and his ability to wield electricity. Having said this, Grandmother Cat turned and walked away slowly. Where he goes, what he becomes is for him to decide. Tassier raised his hands and looked at them, then glanced around. His kin's astonished gazes tightened his chest with a pang. Chief Cat Viper. Before he could finish, the cat viper waved him off. There is no need. Since you are no longer of the Maopi tribe, those traditions and pledges no longer bind you. Nor does your safety concern Zwa. After trembling in his whiskers, the cat viper finally sighed. Take care of yourself, Tassier. With that, the cat and the dog departed, supported by the musketeers and the vigilante band. The others dispersed as well. Only Pied Luo and Jiabo remained. Brother Pied Luo. Pied Luo stepped forward and pressed a hand to Tassier's shoulder. Do not blame them. Safe travels. Have you made up your mind? Dylan regarded Tassier, whose bearing had become more gentle, more reserved. Though his appearance had altered greatly, his aura and poise remained as before. Tassier opened his palm. The former claws were gone, leaving only long segmented fingers like bamboo joints. I have decided. My electric power and the Moonlion have been taken. If I follow you, I cannot lack strength. Dylan tapped the table and looked at Tassier, now more handsome and paler than before. Even without those two powers, your combat prowess is not insignificant. Tassier shook his head. Not enough. I can foresee who my future enemies will be. With what remains of my strength, I cannot be your pillar of power. So, grant me power for the sake of the new era. Dylan smiled lightly as he took in Tassier's delicate face, the fox mask hanging at his waist and the small folding fan beside it. Sometimes I wonder, fate is so strange it frightens me. It makes me feel as if I am being guided by unseen hands. Dylan produced a devil fruit from his ring. It was one of two he had acquired long ago from the 5 elders in exchange for surgical fruits. The first, the Ashura fruit, had already been used by Shilu. If I am not mistaken, this fruit's affinity with you is nearly perfect. Tassier looked puzzled. He had read many books and even browsed some illustrated guides to devil fruits, yet he had never seen this fruit before. It is, Dylan said then, Zoan-type devil fruit of the dog category, mythical beast variant, Tamamonome form. The year was Haiyuan 1519. Ho! Another remarkable newcomer has appeared. Perhaps a Logia. Bayermeyer and the others still liked to gather in Dylan's room to chat, a habit unchanged. Dylan could do little about it. A Logio-type power. That would be formidable. Tang Mu laughed loudly at the side. At the mention of Logia, Dylan's rocking chair froze for a moment. Is he here? Ace. I heard he refused an offer from the 7 warlords. Good grief, shouldn't there be only 7? Is some weakling about to be removed? Probably Moria, Shilu mused, crossing his legs and thinking it over. Tian Yacha and Sha Ayu might be possibilities too. I heard they've been up to unsavory deeds lately. Really, this route is nearly sealed off by us, yet Tian Yacha always finds a way through our blockade. Tang Mu. Dylan lifted the newspaper from his face. Find this newcomer and test his mettle. Don't kill him, he's the son of an old friend of yours. An old friend. Tang Mu paused, trying to recall which old comrade had such a formidable offspring. Ah. Your old friend, the Pirate King, Gol D. Luo Jie. In the New World. Flame ring. Bang. A chubby figure burst through the flames, grabbing Ace by the collar and slamming him down to the ground. Is that all there is to it? A newcomer. But. How infuriating. This guy. The crew of the Black Spade Pirates revealed shocked expressions. Captain Ace, a user of a natural type ability, was defeated so easily. The New World is very dangerous. Someone at your level should just go back to paradise. A crew member who had been in the New World for a long time looked at Tom, seemingly recalling something, his voice slightly distorted. That guy. I remember now. He is Shipwright Tom under Dark Dragon. The man who was said to be able to defeat swordsman Jinbei. Tom crossed his legs, took a gourd from his waist, took a swig and then tossed the gourd to Ace. Let them step back, I have something to discuss with you. Ace raised his head in confusion. This man seemed to harbor little malice towards him. Is he an old acquaintance of the old man? After nodding to the crew members, they all stepped back. Speak, what is it? Tom gazed at Ace with a hint of a smile but then shook his head. You don't resemble him at all. Ace's pupils constricted. He is your father, Roger. Seeing the panic on Ace's face, Tom grinned. No need to panic, I'm not here to arrest you. Tom sighed deeply. I once built the Golden Jackson for your father but was sentenced to death for that crime, later saved by a certain man. Dark Dragon Dylan. Exactly. Speaking of which, he is also from the East Sea and it seems he knew of your existence long ago but did nothing about it. It's clear he harbors little malice towards you. However, Ace. Tom's expression turned serious and he said solemnly, the East Sea is weak enough. Paradise has Vice Admiral Garp and Roger's crew secretly looking after you, but from here on out. Tom pointed towards the sea behind him. What lies ahead will be a complete no man's land. Remember, do not reveal your identity. Tom patted his shoulder. Dylan told me that in these waters power is the only thing that matters. Hope you remember that too. Ah. Tom stood up and walked toward the sea. Ace, when we meet next time, we will be enemies. His combat skills are barely acceptable but he relies too much on his devil fruit abilities. Tom was somewhat puzzled. Although Ace's martial arts were unrefined, it was clear he had decent combat experience. Why would he forsake hockey and martial arts relying so heavily on the devil fruit? Even someone as strong as Dylan only had the fruit as a small part of his strength. Moreover, Dylan often told them hockey is the foundation of all strength and the standard that determines the upper limits. Dylan shook his head, not answering Tom's confusion. Ace's fate was already sealed. Even Garp could not change it. Perhaps it was because Ace had shown the determination to become a pirate at a young age that Garp did not personally teach him. And the sun god, since you've already met and given him advice, let's consider your past with Roger, settled Tom. Tom nodded. That's right, when I left I told him the same thing. I'm heading back to headquarters. Those guys can't stay idle. I'm counting on you for G5. Dylan stood up. He had rarely returned to headquarters in the past few days, but now that Ace had appeared, the headquarters should react. Leave it to the capable me. As for Shiryu and Little May, let them fight to their heart's content. Marine Ford. In the reception room. Ah, it's rare for you to come back. Speaking of which, aren't you a Thunder Fruit user? Isn't it easy to get from G5 to headquarters? Do you think everyone is as idle as you? Damkuzan G5 is a new world branch. Despite Dylan's teasing, the expressions of Vice Admiral Tsuru Akainu and Sengoku remained serious. Sengoku frowned. Dylan, I've heard that your subordinate shipwright Tom has contacted that newcomer. Dylan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and glanced at Garp, who was sitting on the periphery eating donuts. Didn't you guys already know about this? Right, Mr. Garp. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Dylan with a somewhat mysterious expression. You knew about it long ago, didn't you? Dylan, you knew while you were still in the East Sea. Who? Dylan exhaled smoke, somewhat helpless. Yeah, I knew a long time ago, so what? Dylan spread his hands. Should I just go and eliminate him? You all think too highly of me. I'm not even sure if I can deal with him in the seemingly calm but actually turbulent East Sea. If I really manage to take him down. Dylan turned to Garp's position and nodded. If old man Garp wants to beat me to death, who among you will help me? The reception room fell silent. Even Akainu did not speak. So you don't need to look at me like that. Tom and Roger had some friendship. I let him go see the son of an old acquaintance and also to cut off his ties with Roger. Moreover, Dylan raised his head. One cannot choose their birth, nor should they be punished for it. I do not agree with that. Who? After exhaling a puff of smoke, Dylan continued. The descendants of the Navy are not necessarily good people. For instance, old man Garp, his son, is the head of the Revolutionary Army, right? The descendants of the Pirate King are not necessarily bad people either. Although Ace has now embarked on the path of piracy. In my justice, he is treated equally until he commits evil. Hearing Dylan's words, everyone's gaze converged. Vice Admiral Tsuru rested her chin on her hands and looked at Dylan. Speaking of which, you are now a rear admiral and a special rear admiral appointed by Mariewa, qualified to set up a plaque. What kind of justice do you intend to showcase, Dylan? Although it was an unconventional meeting, those gathered here could be considered the absolute main force of the Navy. Even the injured Zephyr looked thoughtfully at Dylan. In the initial years, he did not approve of Dylan's style, as he believed that being overly bloodthirsty was not the disposition of a soldier. However, after his rookie training ship was attacked 4 years ago, his inner self became even more brutal than Dylan. The tragic death of his students and family drove Zephyr into rage and madness. But for now, it was only directed at pirates. After the ability user attack incident, Zephyr's attitude towards Dylan, even towards Akaina's methods, had greatly changed. Pirates deserve to die. Dylan looked curiously at the expressions of the admirals, vice admirals, and chief instructors around him. Why are you all looking so serious? It's just a plaque. What does it signify? It's not just a plaque, it will also be a way for you as a Navy Rear Admiral to express your stance to other navies in the world. Hey, wait a minute. Dylan pointed at Kuzan. What about that guy? When he was young, he was all about passionate justice. What has he turned into now? Of course, the path of pursuing justice can also be confusing. We have experienced that too, so we can understand. Vice Admiral Tsuru scanned the young people present. It feels like some kind of oath. It's really. Dylan turned to glance around at everyone, putting away his playful demeanor. Then everyone, my justices, justice of peace. Put. Ha ha ha. The first to laugh was Garp. You and the Navy are notoriously vicious. Others joined in the laughter. Indeed, as Garp said, Dylan and his G5 in some respects instilled more fear in pirates than Marineford. After all, Marineford does not mobilize lightly, but G5 is different. Who doesn't know that the commander Dark Dragon Dylan can single-handedly face the red-haired pirates? Moreover, aside from Dark Dragon, the other officers are also incredibly powerful monsters. Rain Shiryu Moonbreaker Ein Shipwright Tom Belmere. It is rumored that there is an extraordinary figure within G5, and even those lawless Navy rogues are terrified when they speak of that person. Within G5, Shiryu Belmere and Ein enjoy hunting and conquering. Meanwhile, Shipwright Tom rarely leaves the G5 branch. So even if Dylan is often absent, no one dares to make a move on G5, especially after learning from people within G5 that there is someone even more terrifying than Tom. Thinking of this, the surrounding pirates hastily fled without looking back. To cease hostilities with weapons in this chaotic era, only by using strength to eliminate evil can we have a chance to welcome peace. After saying this, Dylan gazed at Garp, their eyes crossing in the air. Although they are called the Guardians of the East Sea, Dylan believes he and Garp still hold a fatal divergence. Garp still possesses a strong sense of compassion and restraint. Strong enough to suppress Roger. Garp can only use a laid-back attitude and refusing promotions to silently resist Mariewa. As for himself, before the storm of history arrives, he will surely accumulate enough power to break the balance, resolving everything in one go from above to below. Dylan believes Garp also knows some secret about history and the spark, otherwise he would not be dedicated to balancing the powers between pirates and the world government. However, such things. The older and younger men silently locked eyes, and for some reason Dylan saw a hint of helplessness in Garp's eyes. And a bit of comfort. Since red-haired Shanks became the Emperor of the Sea, the pirates in the New World seem to have simultaneously exerted their strength under some kind of agreement. The vast majority of the Navy and the world government's forces have been pushed out of the New World. Apart from the GX Navy branch and the secret bases of the CP organization, all other Navy bases and the forces of the world government have retreated from the New World. The latter half of the Grand Line New World has essentially transformed into a no-man's land this year. Dylan gazed at the enormous map across his desk. The 7 warlords guard the 7 routes leading to Paradise, responsible for clearing out the riffraff. The central part is guarded by the Navy headquarters, Judicial Island, Advancement Town. The latter half is currently considered completely fallen. Even with the G5 branch as an exception, it is still a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast sea. Above the clouds, countless arcs of lightning encircled Dylan's body. He did not use the elementalization of his Logia ability to ease the pressure on his body. Lightning coursed and climbed over him with countless small bolts racing through every inch of his muscles and veins. The extreme cold at tens of thousands of meters above ground kept his body in a state of taut excitement, his heart pounding like a war drum and the blood in his veins surged like a river. As he opened his eyes, a tremendous aura of pressure erupted from his body. The once endless storm clouds began to dissipate, revealing a clear blue sky. After clenching his fist in the air, Dylan looked down at the vast sea below. Now the sea's restraints on him had mostly been lifted. Unless he recklessly ventured into deep-sea areas like Fishman Island, ordinary sea regions and Sea Prismstone could at most suppress his elementalization and ability use. As for hockey and physical capabilities, they were nearly impossible to restrain. With Dylan's use of armament hockey, even if restrained by Sea Prismstone, he could easily tear free with hockey. Speed, strength, hockey, physical abilities, swordsmanship and martial arts are basically all accounted for. As for vitality, for now I can only give up on that. Long before in the East Sea, Dylan had already roughly planned his route and direction. The Thunderfruit was also a crucial part of it. Null. Despite the plot convenience, his own development of the Thunderfruit was not very thorough. The ancient natural elements cannot compare to mythical beasts. Elements endure eternally, but what about those deities? Dylan's face revealed an inscrutable expression as he closed his eyes again. The originally azure sky was once again filled with rolling storm clouds gathering together. G5 branch. When Belmere and Ein returned to the branch, Dylan had not yet come back. Ha! That guy is still not here. In the base, aside from the duty officers and those rogue marines, only Shirley was nurturing plants. He went to train. G5 is guarded by me and Tom. Today Tom went to the dock and the people over at Vegapunk said that Dylan's vehicle will be ready for inspection in a few days. Training. Does a monster need to train too? Currently Tahir had shed the fur tribe characteristics, appearing more charming and agile. Although according to Dylan's request he must wear a mask whenever others are present, his innate attributes were growing stronger by the day. In fact, it was growing faster than his own training. Thus most of the time Tahir only interacted with the Dongtata tribe or Tom, who were unaffected by his aura. Next were the mentally resilient Dylan and Shiryu. However, Dylan occasionally used Tahir's ability to temper their mental fortitude. Although he possesses exceptional talent, the effort he puts in is something we cannot compare to, Tahir said as he grasped the handrail while descending the stairs. Just from the aura emanating from his swaying figure, the surrounding ordinary marines fled in panic. Ein stared at Tahir's body, gripping autumn water tightly, desperately resisting this mesmerizing force. Tahir, your training isn't sufficient either. Didn't Dylan say that if you can't perfectly control your alluring ability your training will always be lacking? That's true. Tahir leaned on the sofa gently tapping his small folding fan. He said that this kind of thing is not about the growth of power but more about the changes in one's mindset. What a load of nonsense. Belmir shot a glance at the enchanting beauty before pulling the still somewhat stiff Ein upstairs. Halfway up Belmir smiled sweetly. If you need my help I can accompany you for training, any method will do. Ein's face revealed a look of disbelief. Tahir turned to look at Belmir on the staircase and said earnestly, if you truly need it I will rely on you then. You too. Ein glanced at the lazily positioned Tahir below and then at Belmir beside her, and in an instant some inappropriate images naturally appeared in her mind. Seeing Ein trembling all over with a flushed face, Belmir inwardly exclaimed that it was bad. This little sister did not possess Conqueror's haki, and as a human woman found it hard to resist the allure of a vixen. Let's go back to the room, big sister will give you a good wash. After glancing at Belmir and Ein who had disappeared into the corridor, Tahir withdrew her gaze. What exactly is this so-called mindset? Tahir raised a slender jade-like finger. A ball of purple flame rose from between her fingers. The Tamamonome fruit. While enhancing her combat abilities, it also significantly improved her appearance and temperament. Most critically, her innate charm ability was astonishingly increasing at an exaggerated rate. During this time, as long as Tom was in the fortress, Tahir basically stayed indoors, aiming to spend more time training to balance the negative effects brought by her allure. But the effect was not obvious. After all, improvement in strength cannot be achieved overnight, yet this bizarre charm ability visibly grew every day. Before Dylan's last departure, he had told her that relying solely on strength to suppress was not a good choice. The aura of charm is uncontrollable, stemming more from her insufficient mindset. You're only a step away. This was Dylan's assessment of her. Once you break this shackle you will truly be able to control this ability, even perfectly awaken the Tamamonome fruit. Inside the massive bathroom of the base, Belmir and Ein were lying beside the bath. Belmir. The new world has been increasingly turbulent lately and conflicts among the four emperors have become more frequent. Belmir uncovered the towel from her face, gazing up at the bathroom ceiling. Why think so much? Let's say something discouraging. We can never become men like Dylan. Changing the world is far from us. But Belmir turned to look at Ein. He chose us and we chose him. I believe he has the ability to change this world. There's no need to hesitate. As long as we follow in his footsteps there will surely be a new dawn for this world. Belmir reached out and pinched Ein's cheek. Didn't he say that only those with pure hearts are more likely to gain immense power? Just look at Tom. Ever since he set his sights on Dylan he hardly ever considers why. That's why he is stronger than any of us. Even Shiryu is not his match. Although I'm not a swordsman, I've fought with many swordsmen and know many renowned swordsmen, whether it be Shiryu red-haired or Mihawk. Ein. Wishing to become a swordsman like them, conviction is essential. Only then can he achieve what he refers to as no object uncut. As the pirate forces led by the four emperors drove most of the world government forces out of the new world, the internal division and struggle for territory among pirates began in full swing. Except for the red-haired pirates whose territory has shrunk considerably, other factions such as Whitebeard, Big Mom and Beasts along with other secondary contenders are in fierce conflict. Wano country. Kaido, who had been hiding on Onigashima for nearly 20 years, began to expand outward a few years ago and has been making frequent strikes in recent years. In Kurigasa village, Dylan strolled through this village filled with a foul odor, dressed in his usual attire. Scientists really are full of imagination. Despite Don Quixote da Flamingo losing the support of the dwarves, he still partnered with Caesar to create artificial devil fruits. Meanwhile, in Wano country, without Dylan's obstruction, Queen naturally set up large weapon factories here. Following the course of history, Dylan crouched by the river checking the water's metal content and the levels of various chemicals which were severely above standard. The surrounding plants were either dead or displayed a strange gray-green hue. Where is this place? Seriously, I actually drifted to such a strange location. A youthful voice called out from the opposite bank and Dylan turned to take a glance. Ace, wearing a cowboy hat and bare-chested, walked along the riverbank scratching his head. Seeing Dylan staring at him, Ace grinned. So there is someone here. Could I ask you a troublesome question? This is Wano country, the territory of Beasts Kaido. Ace frowned. Although he had entered the new world for less than a year, he had already heard of Beasts Kaido's infamous reputation. I am Black Peach. No need for introductions, Ace. One of my reasons for coming here is to meet you. Ha! Ace's eyes widened in surprise. He had no memory of this young man. Wait. Ace recalled what his companions from the Grand Line had said on the ship. In the Grand Line, whether in Paradise or the New World, most pirates and the Navy seldom annihilate each other. Generally they defeat, imprison or even recruit each other instead. However, there are two exceptions. Admiral Akaino Sakazuki and Dark Dragon Dylan. For pirates, encountering these two almost guarantees no chance of survival. Ace looked at the man crouched not far away, comparing him with the photo in his memories from the newspaper. Oh no, drifted over. Dylan took out 2 bottles of fruit wine brewed by Sherryman from his ring and tossed one to Ace. Seeing that Dylan didn't seem as terrifying as rumored, Ace caught the bottle smoothly. Yes, I don't have a navigator yet, so I got lost when I encountered the current. By the way, Uncle Tom. Is he your subordinate now? Dylan took a sip of wine looking at Ace's freckled face. Why do you want to become a pirate? Ace was taken aback. From Dylan's tone he sensed no anger or killing intent, as if it were merely a routine matter, as if to say, have you eaten today? Ace fell silent for a moment. Since arriving in the Grand Line he had also heard many legends about the old man Carp and the man before him. Do you know me? Dylan stood up and gazed into the distance. Yes, in a sense I have known most of your experiences since your birth. So I am curious, why do you want to become a pirate? Dylan turned to look at Ace. Is it to pursue so-called freedom? That's unlikely. You are not Roger. Or is it to prove something to the world for Roger? You. Ace's body tensed, instinctively preparing for battle. The identity of being Roger's son. But then he recalled what Tom had said, that man has known of your existence for a long time and holds no malice toward you. The temperature of his body dropped. Ace tightly gripped the wine bottle and after a moment of silence said, I want to know, does my existence have any meaning? What did Carp tell you? Ace looked astonished but still answered, he said that I would only know after I survive. So what do you think? I don't know. Ace shook his head. Everyone curses that guy and his bloodline. I am furious. Am I truly guilty because of that? If so. Dylan glanced at him. Then you might as well become a pirate or even the Pirate King. And then what? Destroy the world. Or announce something to the world. Ace was momentarily stunned. This question had never crossed his mind. Perhaps the reason for becoming a pirate was simply because people hated him so much, even wishing to torment him with various cruel methods. Since this world is so unfriendly to me, why should I be friendly to them? Dylan's expression remained calm. Ace instinctively shook his head. In my youth I indeed hated this world, but I no longer think that way. All I want is to sail freely. Gather companions and seek the One Piece. I see. I understand now. Dylan stood up and walked towards the village. Ace for some reason naturally followed him. Aren't you going to capture me? I am not the one to capture you. Dylan glanced at Ace, who was considerably shorter than him. I am the Navy and I am not Carp. You chose your own fate, so you must face it yourself. Of course. Whoosh. Outsider. A large net descended from the sky. Dylan stood still while Ace noticed people peeking out from around and ignited a flame to burn the vine net that was lunging at them. Is that a sorcerer? The emaciated villagers were instantly alarmed at the sight of the flames erupting from Ace. This power is only possessed by the cadres of Onigashima. Ace glanced at Dylan. If it were only him he wouldn't have acted just now. However, this man. Although he hadn't felt intense malice or killing intent during their conversation. But the various legends about him prove that this man is definitely not a kind-hearted individual. If they anger him, hey! Dylan called out to the villagers who were preparing to flee. The villagers froze in place, turning around in fear. Some who were already weak from hunger even fainted on the spot. Ace showed a pained expression. These people looked like pitiful commoners they shouldn't be. Shut up. Dylan shot Ace a glare. What does this guy think he is, a devil? Dylan approached the trembling villagers, looking at these pitiful souls who were shaking from fear. That's what pirates are, they don't even understand the basics of sustainable development. How can this world expect pirates to save them? That's utterly ridiculous. After taking out a large amount of food from his ring and placing it on the ground, Dylan said to them, this food is well preserved and should be enough to sustain you for a while. Dylan took out several bags of seeds which he had asked Leo to bring from Greenbit. Very easy to cultivate food seeds. These seeds are easy to grow. I can't save everyone for now, but helping some is better than none. The people who had been lying on the ground revealed looks of joy upon seeing the food. An elderly man cautiously asked, Sir, you are not from Onigashima? Dylan shook his head. I am not. I am here to find someone. Tengu Mountain Fei Che. Where is he? Fei Che. The elder scrutinized Dylan and Ace, then seemingly made up his mind and nodded at them. Please follow me. On the back mountain of Karaigasa village, Tengu Mountain, Fei Che, wearing a mask and clothing resembling a tengu, was weaving straw hats by a wooden house. Fei Che. Tengu Mountain. Fei Che raised his head to look at the crowd. They are. The elder described the events by the river before looking at Dylan and Ace. You are looking for Fei Che because... Ace was somewhat confused. He was merely following Dylan and didn't recognize anything about Tengu Mountain. Dylan took off the shura and handed it to him. This sword, I had asked the descendant of the Schweinue family to take a look at it before, but that fellow was vague, so I need your help to check it. Tengu Mountain. Fei Che's eyes widened the moment he saw the shura scabbard. Shura. Oh. Is it a remarkable famous sword? Seeing the other person's reaction, Ace felt somewhat puzzled. Tengu Mountain. Fei Che carefully examined the shura in his hands and then held his breath to draw the blade. Without Dylan's suppression, the moment the blade was revealed, an endless killing intent and smell of blood enveloped the area. Even Ace felt a moment of suffocation. This. Ding! Dylan flicked the blade of Shura with his hand and the originally crimson blade instantly lost its color, turning pitch black. Black blade. Tengu Mountain Fei Che looked at the man before him in disbelief. To transform Shura into a black blade. How terrifying. What? Is there something wrong with Shura becoming a black blade? After hesitating, Tengu Mountain Fei Che asked, "May I ask, was it you who turned Shura into a black blade? Or did it possess this state when you obtained it?" Dylan nodded. "I acquired this sword during a battle over a decade ago. At that time its blade was still dark red. It was only after several years of nurturing that I transformed it into black." "I see." After Tengu Mountain Fei Che resheathed Shura, he returned it to Dylan. "I believe the Xuanyue family has already told you that it is one of the 12 supreme great swords, right?" "Yes." The squinting-eyed Gung Shiro did mention it back then, but he seemed to have some difficulty in revealing more. At that time Dylan also did not want to get involved with the Revolutionary Army, so he left without lingering. "Shura is also a very special existence among the supreme greatswords," Tengu Mountain Fei Che said solemnly. "My ancestor once forged the first-generation Kitcher, which is also listed among the supreme greatswords." "Do you know what a supreme greatsword is?" Dylan shook his head. The only supreme greatswords he knew of were Yoru, the first-generation Kitcher Sugumi Ace, and the one in his hand, Shura. As for others, even those as strong as Akushui Enma and Aim Yuri would only rank as great swords. In addition to possessing supreme forging craftsmanship and nearly unparalleled materials, the greatest standard of a supreme greatsword is that they all represent a certain will, or rather power. Will. Upon hearing this term, Dylan instinctively frowned. He disliked the notion of fate. Having grown up under the red flag, he believed that all notions of fate were mere nonsense. Although it is known that certain legendary wills may indeed reside within the mythical Zoan fruits, Dylan still found it somewhat annoying when such things were imposed upon him. "I am not some chosen happy boy, spare me the nonsense." Indeed. However, the will within them is not something everyone can fully comprehend and uncover. Merely gaining their recognition is already exceedingly difficult. To refine them into a black blade requires an amount of time and spiritual essence far exceeding that of ordinary famous swords. As for what that will truly is, there is no way to say. It can only be comprehended by the holder. However, I believe that you have fully gained Shura's recognition. Oh. Despite being concealed under his mask, one could still see the awe in Tengu Mountain Fei Che's expression. Shura. It is said to have once belonged to a great warrior who led various clans to overthrow tyranny and eliminate evil. Master. The village suddenly has so many delicious things. A bright clear voice rang from the distant path. Diluan smiled and turned his head. A little girl with purple hair was clutching a bundle of food as she stumbled toward the wooden hut. "Oh, it's Ayu, I already know." A pile of provisions blocked Ayu's view, so she did not notice the others at the hut's doorway. When she staggered to the door and set down the food, she raised both hands at the sight of the towering Diluan and AIC. The F.O. The food wasn't stolen, I surrender. This little girl surrenders. A soft snort escaped. Diluan laughed and produced a vial of juice brewed by Zuelaman from his ring, offering it to Ayu. "Try it." "Eh? Ugh. No." Diluan's expression suddenly turned grave. Before Ayu could react, he spoke sternly. "Drinking juice on an empty stomach is very unhealthy." AIC beside him looked on with surprise. This fellow. As dusk fell, Diluan, AIC, Tyangish and Fish and the village chief sat around the bonfire before the hut. Ayu slept soundly with her head on Diluan's lap, still clutching a piece of roasted meat. Has the outside world really changed so much? The village chief's face flickered in the firelight. Hijigwa has closed its borders for centuries. Diluan stirred the firewood as he listened to their idle talk. Most of the news about the outside situation came from AIC. Diluan rarely joined in. Several great families of Hijigwa have deliberately sealed themselves off, awaiting those so-called ridiculous legends. It is sheer ignorance. And then there is that fool Utian. Diluan shook his head. Utian's power was not small, but he utterly lacked the temperament of a true strongman and the means to lead a nation. Tyangish and Fish watched Diluan across the fire, his expression inscrutable. After a moment of silence, he finally asked, "General, do you seem particularly fond of Ayu?" Diluan looked down at the still young Ayu and a tender light softened his gaze. "Yes. I like this child very much. Her life should not be so bitter." Diluan gently stroked Ayu's small head. In this world, most children's childhoods were far from happy, yet many of them faced life with bravery. Nami Nuachikausa Bohan Kuk Mingueoluo, their childhoods were filled with hardship, but each strove to change their fate in their own way. Only Tao Jisho is such an idiot. Beyond whining and burying his head in women's breasts, he is useless. Simple trash is no longer even an adequate description. Indeed. If one lives long in such a place, not only will one go hungry, both health and lifespan will suffer greatly. Tyangish and Fish stared at the sleeping Ayu, his face full of remorse and tenderness. AIC turned to Diluan, his expression stirred. But thinking of Hijigwa's location and customs, he swallowed his words. Though Diluan bore no ill will toward him, it would be rash to ask him to save Hijigwa outright. Moreover, this place lay in the middle tier of the New World and had largely slipped from the world government's control. Thinking this, AIC clenched his fist and thought Beast Kaido. After staying in Bayangazi village for 2 weeks, Diluan and AIC bid the villagers farewell. Brother AIC, brother Diluan. Ayu's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at the two gentle brothers. When can I go to sea? AIC crouched and patted Ayu's head. When I return, I will make this country a place where you can eat your fill. Diluan pressed his lips together in silence. But Tyangish and Fish struggled visibly. As the two prepared to depart, he suddenly said, General, might you take Ayu with you? Not only Diluan but AIC, Ayu and the village chief all looked puzzled. AIC, after a moment of shock, was relieved he was still a fledgling pirate with no fixed home. And he had felt that in the New World it would be difficult for him alone to keep Ayu safe. But this man was different. All the seas trembled before his renown. Even legendary pirates dared not lightly approach the vicinity of the G5 branch. If she were there, Ayu would live a happy life. Of course. Diluan squatted and rested a hand on Ayu's shoulder. But first Ayu must be willing herself. Ayu's patched clothes made her appear reserved. She longed for the wider world yet could not bear to leave her aging master behind. Ayu. Tyangish and Fish stepped before her and unfastened his sword from his back, the second generation Kicho. The world has changed so greatly. Go and see it for us all. One day I hope you can return to Hijigwa. And tell us of the magnificent voyage you had upon the sea. Diluan frowned. This blade. He knew the sword's origin well. The Kicho series were demon blades without sufficient fortune and strength. They were difficult to master and might even devour their wielder. Tyangish and Fish shook his head. This blade is not for Ayu, it is for the general. For me. Diluan began to refuse, but Tyangish and Fish stopped him. Indeed. It is a gift for the general. The prophecy of the late Lady Katsuki approaches its 20th year. I offer this blade as Bayangazi village's gratitude. You think the prophesied one of the Katsuki era is me? Ayu and AIC nearby looked bewildered. They could not follow the men's conversation. The village chief's face, however, grew somber. It may well be the general. If not, let the blade be my contribution as Ayu's foster father. Diluan hesitated a moment, then accepted the second generation Kicho. Very well. If so, when the prophecy arrives I shall come. Whether or not I lead this matter for Ayu and for you all, I will do my part for this country. As Diluan led Ayu from the village, she looked back repeatedly with small hesitant steps. Although she resolved to obey her master's wish and go to sea, how could she easily sever the gratitude and love that raised her? Master. Everyone. Diluan bent and embraced Ayu gently, patting her back to soothe her. Near a hidden harbor, a ship without insignia lay at anchor. Vice Admiral on loan. Two masked figures sensed Diluan's aura as he leapt from the hull. Diluan ignored them, boarded the ship with Ayu and patted her head. Wait here for me. I see that fool's gone to stir trouble. I'll take a look and be right back. Ayu hugged the juice Diluan handed her and nodded. Satisfied with her reply, Diluan turned to the CP0 agents. Guard her and don't chatter, or I'll remove your tongues. When leaving Bayangazi village, Diluan and AIC had chosen different paths. Seeing AIC's frantic haste, Diluan knew that fellow was heading for Gueji Island. But now Kaido and his high officers were absent. The only one left to fight was Dahi. TSK. When Diluan reached the outskirts of Gueji Island, the two fools were already drinking. I cannot leave here. Father. That bastard. If I step off Gueji Island, this chain will explode. AIC, will I one day gain my freedom and go adventuring on the sea? Of course, Dahi. You will. The sea is so vast, so splendid, you will surely leave this place and find your own life. Footsteps approached. Footsteps. Who's there? He tensed at once. When Diluan shouldering Shura appeared at the corner, AIC was startled, then his face brightened. You haven't left yet. Ah. Is that your acquaintance? AIC. AIC scratched his head. No. Not exactly. But. He sprang up and ran to Diluan. You can surely break Dahi's bonds, right? Please. Saying this, AIC bowed deeply to Diluan. Break the bonds. Diluan strode past AIC and approached Dahi. This. A locator bomb made by Queen. Dahi's wrists were trapped in massive alloy shackles that rang when he moved. Yes, that's it. In his year within the New World, AIC had heard countless legends about this man. With his strength, he could surely free Dahi. Diluan reached out and grasped one shackle. After feeling its mechanism, he infused it with armament and it seeped through the metal. Click. The shackle warped and then cracked away. It really opened. Wonderful, Dahi. Diluan glanced back at AIC. You're celebrating too soon, boy. As for the other shackle, I do not intend to remove it. Why? AIC and Dahi cried out in unison, disappointment plain on their faces. Freedom had never felt so near yet was slipped away. Watching Dehi's dejection, D. Lewin mused and said, such things are determined by my mood, are they not? But if you need reason, first, this person is deeply influenced by that fool Yution. I do not like him. Second, for her this is also a form of protection. The next time we meet you will understand AIC. At D. Lun's words the crestfallen Dehi straightened. The remaining shackle clanged as she moved violently. Why insult Yution? A man like him. Shut up. D. Lewin glared at Dehi. What kind of man is he? As a son he abandoned his aging father for some notion of freedom, putting his father in danger and causing his death. Upon returning to his country he fell under the enemy's sway, believed those foolish promises and schemes, danced naked before the masses for years and ruined his own prestige. As a ruler he was distracted by the illusion that his useless son was being held. He let He Jiguo fall. Others had resolved to die with him to overthrow Kaido, but what did he do? He believed in such lies as hold on an hour and then let everyone go. As son, father, husband and lord he is a failure, utterly and thoroughly a waste. Dehi trembled at D. Lun's words. You. Do you still worship freedom? Do you aspire to be the Katsuki Yution? Such a wretch, you would inherit his name and his so-called will for the sake of 2 journals. D. Lun's eyes blazed. Why should I help you? What low-born fool pens a diary? Think carefully, Dehi. Beyond the so-called freedom, people must shoulder certain responsibilities. D. Lewin turned and walked to the shore. Yution is a worthless man. Aside from a sliver of strength he is utterly useless. Yes, it lies within the borders of Wano country, possibly even within the confines of Benzuki village. Dispatch your people to search for it, but under no circumstances disturb the villagers' daily lives. After hanging up the ashen gray Den Mushi, Dylan ruffled Atam's hair gently. Is there something in Benzuki village that interests you, brother Dylan? Atam tilted her small face upward, gazing at Dylan. He had not concealed his call from her. Indeed. To be precise, that object belongs to you, but since you've now set sail with me I've ordered my men to retrieve it to prevent any unforeseen complications. What Dylan referred to was the Machi Machi no Mi, the devil fruit formerly belonging to Atam. Though consuming it was not part of the immediate plan, it remained a viable contingency. The Ukami Shinshin no Mi, one of the fruits originally agreed upon with CP0, had already been eaten by Yamato, prompting Dylan to deliver a blistering verbal assault and scathing mockery upon CP0. CP0 could only stammer in silence, too intimidated to utter a word. Once we reach G5 you'll find many fascinating companions there, Atam. You may pursue whatever path calls to you. Of course, provided you do no wrong. I want to become a kunoichi. Is that all right? Oh. A kunoichi. Really? How extraordinary, you Atam. Then you must eat well. Without robust health and strength one cannot hope to become an exceptional shinobi. Yes. The CP0 agents stationed on either side of the deck exchanged bewildered glances. This man possesses such a side too. This little girl might yet serve as one means to restrain the dim dragon. Abandon the dangerous line of thought. I refuse to spill blood before a child. Without so much as a flicker of emotion, Dylan lifted his gaze coolly toward the CP0 agent. I am no weakling like Kazuki Oden. Should you dare threaten me with the lives of my family I will let you kill them, but afterward I shall consign you to eternal torment in hell. Chilled to the marrow by Dylan's glacial stare, the CP0 agent stammered, of course not. Admiral Dylan is a specially appointed admiral of the Pango Palace and our esteemed partner. Spare me the superfluous rhetoric. Return to the hold, now. This is my domain, your vigilance is neither needed nor welcome. G5 base. The moment Dylan entered the compound hand in hand with Atam, every officer present instantly grasped the truth. The base's true number 2 had arrived. With Shirley still absent on a hunting mission, all corps members were present, and sensing Dylan's aura they emerged en masse to greet him. Oh. Who is this charming child? Is she your daughter, Dylan? After studying Adam's attire, Tasher raised his eyes to Dylan. A child from Wano country. Yes. Her education falls to you, her daily life to Shelly man. Across the Grand Line word spread swiftly. G5 base had welcomed its own little princess. Rumors abounded that she was the daughter of the dim dragon Dylan himself, and several of Dylan's close associates even visited the base to offer their congratulations. Hey you good for nothing Kuzan, did you come empty-handed? Ah. Well. I am rather broke. Who is this man? Who let him in? 10 laps around the island, now. Far beyond, deep in the new world aboard the Whitebeard pirate's flagship, silence reigned. Papa. Let's go to Wano country, we must save that nation. Oden. Whitebeard's expression darkened. That man had chosen death over ever seeking aid, not from him nor from Roger's crew. What then had he been waiting for? Watching Ace gesture wildly below, Whitebeard clenched his fist. Kaido, the man even Oden could not defeat. Do not grow arrogant, boy. Brat. After disciplining Ace, Whitebeard fell into solemn reflection. His body was no longer what it once was, and yet. If this had been Oden's choice, perhaps patience was still warranted. Below deck, a furious Ace devoured food in silence. Marco approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Ace, don't blame Papa, he suffers deeply too. Then. Marco sat beside him gazing out the porthole. Odin was once our comrade, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Before you he held that post. What? You didn't know. Yet after leaving Roger's ship and returning to Wano country, Odin never once reached out to us nor to Roger's crew. Perhaps he held convictions or made choices of his own. Ace stared stunned, then asked quietly, Odin has been gone for years. What of Wano country now? Ace. Marco sighed heavily. You've only sailed with us a short while, but Papa nears 70. In his youth he fought countless life-and-death battles, his body bears wounds beyond count, and the Gura Gura Nomi exacts a terrible toll upon its wielder. Marco fixed Ace with a grave look. Papa's physical condition can no longer sustain prolonged high-intensity. Should Papa fall, not only would our crew and allied pirate factions collapse, but the entire balance of the new world would shatter. For once the man standing before them collapses, whether it be the Beast Kaido, the Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, or any other power, war will erupt unstoppable and uncontainable. Thus, unless facing absolute annihilation, we dare not strike recklessly. Ace. Papa's name alone still commands awe across the new world, but he must never reveal a single vulnerability. So, do not press him. Having heard Marco's words, Ace sat motionless, thoughts churning. He recalled that other legendary figure, and Old Man Garp. Did they too harbor such quiet burdens? No, perhaps Garp did. But that man, the dim dragon Dylan, bears no such constraints. Indeed, his strength will only deepen for decades to come. Could it truly be him then who delivers Wano country from despair? Marine Ford. Akiji's office. East Blue. Smoker. Loguetown. He says he wishes to hone his skills. Dylan rarely returned to Marine Ford these days and knew little of Smoker's recent activities. Yet through indirect reports he knew Smoker had progressed, his mastery of the 6 powers and hockey had both matured considerably. Still, he remains far from matching the dragon. Even if he reaches Loguetown, he cannot halt the Straw Hats Department. What's the issue? East Blue should pose no threat. How should I know? Dylan shot Akiji an exasperated glance. He's in his 40s, a Logia user. Does he require a nursemaid? Dylan's attitude toward Smoker had long puzzled Akiji. It was not disdain, as others in the Navy displayed, but rather a palpable dissatisfaction with his capabilities. By the way, one person holds you in profound admiration. Would you care to meet her? Admires me. Dylan blinked, surprised. He seldom visited headquarters, though many knew his name. Genuine admiration seemed unlikely. Could it be a battle-mad zealot? Did headquarters truly harbor such a soul? Air, a petty officer under Smoker's command, a female swordsman. Admiral Dylan. I am Petty Officer Toshiji of Marine Headquarters, and as a naval swordswoman I hold you in the highest esteem. Petty Officer Toshiji. An honor indeed. Dylan offered a measured, encouraging nod. At this time Toshiji still possessed the fresh charm of youth, her short hair framing an earnest, slightly wide-eyed expression. Her gaze locked onto the blade at Dylan's waist, Shura, and her breath caught. Shura. Oh. You recognize it. So this bespectacled girl was indeed a connoisseur of famed blades, identifying Shura at a glance. Admiral Dylan, this is most presumptuous, but may I examine your sword? Dylan smiled faintly. Very well, but handle it with care. He unbuckled Shura and handed it to her, eyes glinting with quiet amusement. Smoker stood nearby puffing on his cigar, now promoted to Commodore yet unchanged in temperament. One of the 12 supreme swords, Shura. Toshiji examined the scabbard with reverent precision, murmuring, among the recorded 12 supreme swords Shura stands apart, both enigmatic and unique. Legend holds it embodies hellish slaughter yet also symbolizes righteous destruction, the shattering of tyranny and evil. Careful with such words, Toshiji. If the higher echelons hear them, I'll have quite the explanation to give. Dylan shook his head. He doubted whether the 5 elders studied famed blades, but Mary Geos certainly housed experts in such matters. If the first-generation Kitetsu resided in the elders' possession, then they were assuredly no novices in this field. Still, some truths must remain unspoken. At that Dylan paused, puzzled. Had Shura truly chosen him? Or was some deeper inscrutable design, the hand of fate itself, guiding this convergence? G5 branch. Dylan, when are you returning to the East Sea? Dylan shook the newspaper and looked up at the questioner Belmir, asking what for. You can go back by yourself. It's not like I need to escort you to the East Sea, right? Still no. You can fly, can't you? Bring something back for Nami and Nojiko. Dylan glanced at her with disdain, saying, it's not hard for you to fly. I have a fruit here, the kind with wings. Do you want it? Belmir shook her head like a rattledrum. No. I don't want to become a landlubber. Besides, there are already too many landlubbers in G5. Dylan put down the newspaper and leaned on the table. He had considered giving the Garuda fruit to Belmir, but consuming a fruit to become a power user should be based on their own willingness first. Moreover, Belmir's point was valid. Having all members as power users might not be a good thing for G5. What do you want to bring? Belmir pulled out a stack of banknotes and placed them on the table. Bring some money back for them. This is my savings over the past few years. Dylan raised his head in surprise. Money? Is that necessary? Even if they spend like the celestial dragons, I could support them for several lifetimes. This is indeed true, as Akiji said. Dylan currently possesses wealth that has reached an astonishing level. Furthermore, the dock next to us has expanded into a metal processing factory, collaborating with the Navy's scientific unit, generating a considerable income every day. Belmir rarely countered Dylan, seriously looking at him with a bit of seriousness. She said, I certainly know how much you care for them, but this is something a mother should do. Besides, I don't want you to spoil them too much. I understand. After giving a slight nod, Dylan picked up the money on the table. When he turned to look at Belmir, he suddenly felt a bit regretful. After all, Belmir is a woman. If he were to meet Nami on the battlefield in the future, would she really be able to stand firm in her beliefs and convictions? Perhaps. It was at this moment that Dylan's hesitation and struggle touched Belmir. Despite the height difference, she patted Dylan's arm. Dylan, don't underestimate me just because I'm a woman. You must believe in me and us. No matter what abyss or hell we face in the future, as long as you go there, we will follow you. Dylan tensed up, then looked at Belmir, who was the first person he chose and currently the most talented. What if it's Nami? Dylan's gaze couldn't hide his disappointment, even a bit of powerless anger. What puzzled him was that Belmir didn't seem surprised. After taking a deep breath of smoke, she looked towards the East Sea and said, so it really is Nami. But Belmir turned around, her expression resolute. Even if it's Nami, if she chooses the wrong path in life, then I will correct it. I will arrest her myself. If she falls into the path of evil, I will also end it myself. Dylan. In an instant, Belmir's conqueror's haki surged wildly. I promised you that I would never hesitate. This is also my duty as a mother. Dylan looked at Belmir, whose expression was firm, then sighed and said, don't tell Nojiko yet, and don't try to stop anything. The East Sea is in some aspects the most dangerous place in the four seas. For the first time in many years, Belmir saw Dylan so serious and suppressed. Since the first year she met Dylan, he had always exuded unparalleled confidence, and indeed the power he displayed deserved that confidence. Only at this moment did Belmir suddenly realize that the world might be far from what she saw and thought. Years ago, when Dylan spoke of the Sea Emperors, there was no hint of fear or unease in his expression. For her and Shiria, Dylan even single-handedly defeated the then unnamed red-haired Shanks in the West Sea, nearly annihilating him. Moreover, Dylan usually did not deliberately avoid them. For example, the deal with Big Mom and the boy he had been watching in the East Sea for over a decade, the current Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division captain, Fire Fist Ace, being the son of Gol D. Roger. None of these moves Dylan. Only when discussing Nami's future did it seem to touch upon some earth-shattering secret, forcing the ever-confident Dylan to reveal such a serious expression. Nami. Does she have some secret? Or, I have tried to change Nami's destiny over the years, but I haven't succeeded. Now that it's come to this point, it's hard to change anything. Remember my words, Belmir, you are not allowed to return to the East Sea within 2 years. Otherwise, you might die. Dylan adjusted his collar and walked heavily towards the balcony. Don't let me lose more relatives. The current sun god has grown up. Even Dylan himself is wary of the hidden power. Once Belmir touches on the subject of the sun god, it might immediately alert them, and she could even be directly erased. After packing the gift Belmir brought to Cocoa Village, Dylan transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished into the sky. Belmir stood on the balcony watching the retreating light, tightly pursing her lips and saying nothing. The first half of the Grand Line. Dylan hovered in the air, taking out a map. The map was filled with many red lines, only a few routes remaining with slight blanks. It should be among these few routes Vermiu. The question of the Golden Lion has been on his mind since he arrived at the Grand Line. Each time he returned to the East Sea, he would meticulously record the routes to confirm the location of the floating island Vermiu. Shiki. The one who inherited Roxwool was actually defeated by that brat using such a boring trick. It seems that the mishap he encountered in the Marineford War greatly weakened his strength. Not only could he not unleash his haki, but perhaps the helm also imposed other restrictions and injuries on him. After all, it was stuck in his head. A guy who could stand alongside Whitebeard and Roger actually lost to a balloon. How pathetic. After slowly drawing a line on the map, Dylan's figure flashed, soaring into the sky. Vermiu. The Golden Lion sat cross-legged at the edge of the island, gazing at the sea. Dr. Indico walked over to the Golden Lion with his hands in his pockets. Despite having a comical face, the aura emanating from Dr. Indico at this moment made the surrounding killers tremble in fear, fleeing in all directions. Ha ha ha, reminiscing about the past again, Shiki. No. The Golden Lion remained seated, still gazing into the distance. I was thinking, are the guys out at sea still worthy of being called pirates? Why do you say that? Isn't Lean Newgate and Kaido doing quite well? Dr. Indico sat down next to the Golden Lion, completely unfazed that just a few inches away was a TCH huffed. The Golden Lion exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking with disdain. Newgate is strong enough, but like me, his body has serious problems. He probably won't last long. No. Just one all-out battle would be enough to take his life. A gust of wind swept by as Dylan halted before the Golden Lion. The map in his hand had been crumpled and scattered away with the wind. Kale, it's the renowned Vice Admiral Dark Dragon of recent years. Facing Dylan Dr. Indigo remained composed, hands still in his pockets as he scrutinized his opponent. Dylan's gaze drifted past the two of them towards the island spreading out ahead. After a brief observation, Dylan retracted his gaze and looked at the Golden Lion. It's quite mediocre, Shurji. I'm not trying to belittle you, but throwing these little cats and dogs into the East Sea would only cause a day or two of chaos. To destroy the East Sea. That's a pipe dream. Kekekek, what a brazen little brat you are. Sometimes I really detest you East Sea folks. The Golden Lion's body slowly began to rise, his expression growing serious. Here to take my head are you? Little Navy brat. Dylan drew the Shura and swung it, his expression calm. You got it right, but there's no reward. Ding. The Shura in Dylan's hand collided with the wooden leg of the Golden Lion, causing a slight tremor. The Golden Lion was sent flying backward, then hovered in midair. Dylan smiled at the dark-faced Golden Lion. Looks like that helm has done quite a number on you. Now you can't even activate your hockey, can you? You'll have to rely on your fruit ability now. That's enough to deal with a brat like you. The Golden Lion roared, and the ground behind him began to churn, quickly forming into several lion heads that charged towards Dylan. Lions might earth roll. Just as the massive rock lion head approached Dylan, a flash of red light burst forth, cleaving the lion heads into midair. As the lion heads soared away, a series of crescent-shaped slashes flew from the fractures. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Dylan's gaze darkened. The density of the incoming slashes exceeded imagination, almost forming an unavoidable net of cuts. The Shura stood firm, lightning coiling around its blade. Judgment-breaking illusion. A similarly dense barrage of slashes erupted forward, instantly shattering the lion heads caught in between. The Golden Lion raised his right hand and slammed it down fiercely. In an instant, the entire floating island erupted with a roar as dirt, rocks and trees floated into the air. Dylan hovered midair, gazing at the gathering debris. What? Earth explosion star. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning flashed, and before the floating debris could fully converge, Dylan had already arrived before the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion couldn't evade in time. His years of battle instinct ignited a sense of crisis within him. Unable to dispel his ability in time, the Golden Lion could only allow the debris to fall back to the ground while raising his legs and crossing his dual swords. Ding. Blocked it. The Golden Lion felt a lingering fear. Although his hockey was limited by past injuries, he sensed that if this strike hit him, it would likely spell his end. No, it didn't block it. Dylan, with both hands on the Shura's hilt, looked up at the Golden Lion. A black-red aura erupted from the tip of the Shura, instantly engulfing the floating Golden Lion. Judgment Bridge of Size. The fine thread-like slashes pierced through the Golden Lion's body. Without the protection of hockey, he instantly became a bloodied figure. Ugh. A relentless stream of slashes pierced through him like a river. Moments later, even the mighty Golden Lion could no longer hold on and heavily fell to the ground. In the distance, Dr. Indigo sighted failed. Shurji. Ha. Ha. You little brat. Ha. The fallen Golden Lion gasped for breath, barely propping himself up as he looked at the descending Dylan. I never expected to lose to an East Sea guy again. Sitting on the ground, the Golden Lion unsheathed the dual swords strapped to his legs and planted them into the ground. These are 2 fine swords, take them, don't waste them. Seeing the puzzled look in Dylan's eyes, the Golden Lion laughed heartily. Kekekek, don't get me wrong, I'm not offering them to buy my life. After losing my hockey, my pirate life is essentially over. The Golden Lion fixed a wicked grin on Dylan. Although you are a Navy brat, I sense many interesting things within you. Kek. That Newgate guy only stands in the new world, blocking the steps of the old era, while Kaido Lean are not qualified. Only I inherit the will of rocks. Dylan watched the Golden Lion, who was dancing with joy, not understanding what he was so happy about. You don't think I want to inherit the will of that kind of guy, do you? No. Our paths are different. But the destination is the same. Come on. Maybe take my head and become the stepping stone to your ascent to a higher stage. With someone like you around, the world is bound to be anything but dull. Dylan nodded and pulled out a Den Mushi. Kuzan, get ready. The Den Mushi with an eye patch replied briefly with understood before closing its eyes. Any last words? Dylan walked forward, holding the Shura, watching the bloodied yet exhilarated Golden Lion. Once a person falls into a certain obsession or madness, they indeed become incomprehensible. Last words. The Golden Lion smiled mysteriously. You're strong, little brat, but not enough. To truly stand at the top of the world, you still lack one thing. When you reach that point, you'll have the right to contend with this world, and then you'll be qualified to touch the true history. You really are getting old, Shurji. Dylan raised the Shura. I'm not interested in history. Because history will be determined by me. Swish. The Golden Lion's head flew off. Yet the expression on that head in midair was filled with surprise and joy. As the Golden Lion's life faded, the dozen or so floating islands began to tremble, then fell towards the sea below. Dylan hovered in the air, glancing at Dr. Indigo, who sat on the mountain peak. His face showed no panic, no disappointment, only calmness. It seemed that this guy had also lost his fighting spirit and belief in living. On the sea, as a massive shadow loomed, Akiji standing on the water also revealed a look of astonishment. Ah, this has gone too far. Boom. The islands fell simultaneously, kicking up towering waves on the sea. Just as the waves reached their peak, Akiji crouched down and extended his hand into the sea. Ice Age. Crack, crack. In an instant, the towering waves and ripples were frozen, forming a unique massive ice sculpture on the sea surface. All done. Then I'm off. Dylan descended from the air, standing on the icy surface next to Akiji. Akiji pushed up his eye patch, seemingly having done only a trivial task. Is the island in the sky worth such a fuss? Is it the Golden Lion? Dylan glanced at Akiji and nodded. I've been looking for him for years. His body is still on the island. If needed, have someone clean it up. Did you take him down? Yeah. Akiji pressed his palm in frustration. The float fruit ability. Ah, forget it, that's something for the world government to worry about. I'll leave the report to you, Kuzan. I have business to return to the East Sea. Hey. You guy. Hey. Staring at the air before him and the distant giant ice sculpture, Akiji fell silent for a moment before pulling out the Den Mushi. Is that you, Sengoku? Is Nami not around? Noki Gao replied while cutting vegetables by the stove. Ah. Yeah, she said she went out to chart the maps. Dylan gently tapped the table, frowning at the maps hanging around the living room. Sitting beside him, Aegean hesitated for a moment before speaking. Don't worry, she's already 17. Seeing Dylan's expression still unchanged, Aegean tentatively asked, should I call her back? No need, let her do what she likes. I. Blip 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 blip. Dylan hadn't finished speaking when the Den Mushi on his arm suddenly rang. After pressing the answer button, the face of a buzzcut square-faced guy appeared on the Den Mushi. Dylan. Vice Admiral. Please save the people of the Sakura Kingdom. Sakura Kingdom. Dalton. What happened? A group of very vicious pirates has come here. Got it. Dylan hung up the Den Mushi and stood up, calling to the kitchen, I'll be back for dinner. Wait for me a bit. In the kitchen, Noki Gao nodded. Be safe, big brother Dylan. After stepping out the door, Dylan soared towards the Grand Line. Teach. You have obtained the dark fruit. In the snowstorm of Tsigu Island, countless citizens helped each other as they ran towards the castle. So vicious. Those pirates. Who will save us? Although there were only a few pirates, each of them was powerful and cruel, and even His Majesty the King. That kind-hearted king was humiliated by them. Inside the castle, Dalton, surrounded by the crowd, spat blood and was covered in wounds. Where did they go? Those people seemed not very interested in the treasure as they wreaked havoc upon their arrival. They went towards the witch castle. Dr. Koreha. Dalton gasped, glancing at the telephone bug beside him. That man. Will he come? Listening to the moans and wails of the people around him, Dalton felt a wave of powerlessness and despair. He then recalled what that man had said to him years ago, your evil lies in your hypocrisy and incompetence. Am I really that incompetent? Dalton clenched his hands tightly, the pink cherry blossom flag outside the window seeming so glaring. Outside, Dr. Koreha's castle, Blackbeard had just exited, satisfied, and saw the crew members lying on the ground. Poison Cube, Aegis Fan, Oka and Lafitte were all covered in blood, but none had lost their vital signs. Dylan leaned against the stone pillar outside the castle gate, watching as Blackbeard came out and looked him up and down, then said, all done. Ha ha ha, it's you, Dark Dragon. From inside the door, Dr. Koreha, dressed in a short shirt, walked out, and Dylan cast her a glance. When you grow old, just enjoy your retirement. Don't think that just because you're old and know a little secret you can threaten it. Get lost. Not only Dr. Koreha but even Blackbeard beside her widened his eyes. You. What's wrong? Surprised. Teach, today I have no intention of killing you, but... Dylan drew Shura, this place is barely my base, letting you leave just like that would be quite embarrassing for me. Thunder Spear. Dark Water. Black particles swirled, engulfing the lightning spear shot towards Blackbeard. Ha ha ha, your abilities are ineffective against me. I know. Before the lightning could be fully absorbed, a crimson slash followed closely behind. Swish. Blackbeard's chest was cut open and blood sprayed out instantly. Damn. It hurts so much. Blackbeard held his wound with one hand while rolling on the ground, looking as if he could die at any moment. Dylan watched him perform with indifference, his expression not changing in the slightest. Are you done? If you're done, get out. If it weren't for your usefulness, neither you nor your stinking crew would be leaving today. Get lost. Blackbeard, who had been rolling on the ground, froze for a moment and then jumped up. Even though his chest wound was still bleeding, he seemed oblivious to it. You bastard. Blackbeard swallowed hard. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect there to be such people in the Navy. Since you're not going to catch me today, then you'll be leaving Dark Dragon. Dylan watched the Blackbeard pirates leave, limping with his hand holding Shura bulging with veins. After they disappeared from view, he sighed. The top war is a crucial part of my plan and cannot be changed. As for Teach, this bastard hasn't needed to sleep since he was young. Besides his unusual physical structure, his willpower and ability to withstand pain have long surpassed that of normal humans. This guy, though his acting is exaggerated, is indeed a monster. Dylan pondered for a moment. Fortunately for now, Blackbeard, like Ace and Kizaru, relied too much on his devil fruit. From their earlier confrontation, judging by his abilities, killing him shouldn't be a problem even if he acquired the Tremor fruit. But this guy. Dylan frowned, realizing that Teach could match Shanks even without eating a devil fruit. He must have other means. He turned and glanced at the castle before walking down the mountain, his expression filled with mockery. Back then he promised Dr. Correa one thing, which was to give the common people a chance to buy their lives with the fruit. Since you don't cherish it yourself, when that day comes you can't blame me. Inside the castle, Dr. Correa looked grave. Watching Chopper busy in the distance, Dr. Correa sighed in her heart. I'm sorry, Chopper. This is my agreement with one of the D clan. Sigu Island Royal Palace Castle. Dylan stood in the center of the hall watching the bustling crowd leave and glancing at Dalton, who looked dispirited. How is it? Have you realized your incompetence and foolishness? Dylan sneered. This is the Grand Line and you actually expect ordinary people to protect your home and country. Dalton lowered his head in silence. Even though Dylan's eyes and tone were filled with disdain, even though he was the king of a world government allied nation. In front of this man he had no temper at all. During the last World Conference, even powerful countries like the Kingdom of Flower in the West Sea and Dressrosa in the New World, as well as nations like Alabasta, were all accusing him. So what? This man's status and power were not affected in the slightest because the numerous countries in the East Blue, along with the Ryugu Kingdom of Fishman Island, were all defending him. If you can't do it, just say it. Don't you like living in a thatched hut outside? Go do that now. Dylan looked at Dalton's pained and struggling face, a hint of impatience flashing across. Just as Dylan raised his arm to call CP0, Dalton lifted his head. Please. Give me another chance. Dylan's arm stopped in midair, coldly watching Dalton. If he still couldn't show courage and determination today, then he would take this country. Although time was already running out, it still counted as a form of strength. It's been 5 or 6 years. I originally thought that after experiencing Walbo you would understand change and resistance, but I didn't expect that you in such a dangerous area would still be so naive and foolish. Dylan lowered his arm without even looking at the remorseful Dalton, turned and walked outside. Decide for yourself what kind of path to take. I will only tell you one thing: peace sought through war will preserve peace, while peace sought through peace will lead to its demise. As he reached the entrance, Dylan looked at the cherry blossom flag in the square, a look of disdain in his eyes. I don't like that flag. If I come again next time and it's still that one. Dylan did not finish his sentence, but the chill in his words made Dalton shudder. Mariewa Pangu Palace. Voluntary application for Navy stationed. The 5 elders were somewhat surprised after hearing the report. Cherry Blossom. No. The Kingdom of Chia. A CP0 agent who cooperated with Dylan stood beside, waiting for their decision. But the G5 branch is far from there. If we station there. They did not discuss whether to replace the station troops from other branches, as the application submitted by them specified that G5 would be stationed. Let him decide for himself. It's just a small country in the lower realm. But the 5 elder with a birthmark on his forehead looked at CP0. Has that woman's identity been confirmed? CP0 slightly bowed. It cannot be confirmed yet. There are significant discrepancies between her appearance and the bounty from back then, including recorded speech and behavioral habits. If it really is her. The 5 elders pondered for a moment, as if remembering something. Forget it, let them observe from the periphery. Even if it really is her, she has already lived her last days and is not a threat. But the blonde-haired 5 elder waved away CP0 and said to the others, the first light has already appeared. Why has he not acted against the light? No, he has acted, but for some reason he has not extinguished that light. We need not doubt his stance, as Lordum has already made predictions. All lights will be extinguished by him. In the year 1522 of the Hyuan calendar, the shipping lane where the G5 branch is located has almost become a pirate's forbidden. Even when attending Joker's auction or trading weapons with him, other countries and pirates would choose to take much longer routes. What puzzled others was that just when they had almost pushed Dressrosa to the brink of destruction, Dylan suddenly ordered a change in the direction of advance. Though they didn't understand, everyone never defied Dylan's orders, allowing the precarious Don Quixote pirates to catch their breath. In the northwestern sea area of the G5 branch, Shiria Einan Belmir stood at the bow of the ship looking at the distant flags. It's the pirate crew under Whitebeard up to here. This is the boundary between us and him. The island ahead had raised Whitebeard's flag more than a decade ago, while the island behind them had just raised the G5 flag yesterday. Well, let it be. Dylan said last time not to actively confront the 4 emperors. If they don't come, we don't need to provoke them for now. Then turn around. The next stop is Coconut Island, where the pirates do not belong to the four emperors. Shiryu glanced at Ayn, then at Belmir. This foolish woman seemed to have become particularly violent lately, nearly killing every pirate with a single punch. Was she venting some kind of emotion? Shiryu shook his head to dismiss the distracting thoughts. These matters were not his concern. At this moment a special guest arrived at the G5 branch. What are you doing here instead of accompanying your gorilla on the island? Dylan leaned back, tossing a bottle of liquor to Hawkeye's. I found a rather interesting young man in the East Sea and he seems to know you. Whom? Dylan thought for a moment. What was it again? It seemed that after that Fish Creek disturbed Hawkeye's sleep upon entering the Grand Line, he had been chased back to the East Sea like a cat playing with a mouse. But the problem was, Creek has been dead for 10 years. Why would Hawkeye still go to the East Sea? What are you doing in the East Sea? Dylan stared at Hawkeye, seemingly wanting a reasonable answer. Hawkeye casually swirled his wineglass and said, no special reason, just drifting around looking for interesting opponents. Then why don't you go find Rayleigh? He uses a sword, right? After a moment of silence, Hawkeye said, I have an agreement with the world government not to touch those taboo figures. To cooperate with Hawkeye's, Dylan had to ask again, so what is this interesting young man you mentioned? He is a young man named Roronoa Zoro. After recounting his experiences in the East Sea, Hawkeye said he mentioned that he saw you when he was a child and had a great influence on him. Green Algae Head, I have indeed seen him once. Why? Do you hold him in high regard? He has the heart and faith of a strong person and he should become an extraordinary swordsman in the future. Is that so? Dylan did not comment on Hawkeye's evaluation. The Green Algae Head's swordsmanship is quite monotonous from the mid to late stages. It was basically just a combination of flash and cut, yet his fame was exaggerated. After all, he named the fruit. After Hawkeye's left, Dylan took out a transponder snail to call and the other side turned into a short-haired white-haired guy with a mischievous look. What's up? Are you still in the East Sea? No, I requested a transfer order from headquarters to chase a guy in paradise. Whom? Dylan hung up the transponder snail and pondered. Straw Hat, has he arrived at Erebus? Though he had already warned Crocodile, Dylan knew in his heart that arrogant guy wouldn't really take it to heart. He would only think that he was being humiliated. To this day Dylan still couldn't comprehend how the young Barrett could tie with a prime Rayleigh while Crocodile could fight Barrett. He even challenged Whitebeard later. Though this challenge might have been dubious, for instance Moria had also challenged, but there shouldn't be such a large gap. Whether it was carelessness or arrogance, could it be that something similar happened to Crocodile as it did with the Golden Lion? This guy, his fearless personality is even more pronounced than Flamingo Doflamingo. At least Doflamingo behaved more honestly when facing Akiji Akainu and Sengoku, but Crocodile dared to attack Akainu during the Marineford War. This can no longer be described as fearless. He must have some kind of support. From Whitebeard's indulgent attitude towards him, he should have some kind of relationship with Whitebeard. As for whether he was turned from a woman into a man by the Hormone King, that's hard to say. However, Dylan does not fully accept this explanation. Mancheri. Hearing Dylan's voice, Mancheri in the garden flew over immediately. Dylan Rando, is there anything you need me to do? Dylan extended his hand. My sister might be sick. Although, in short, I'm a bit worried. You should stay in the ring for a while, I'll go check on her and it'll trouble you then. Dylan Rando's sister. Ha. Dylan smiled slightly, it's Belmir's daughter. By the way, she may have been bitten by some insect resulting in a high fever. Then let's set off, Dylan Rando. At the foot of Magnet Drum Island, Sanji and the Straw Hats looked at the towering peak thousands of meters high and at the feverish Nami gritting his teeth and said, we will carry Nami up even if we have to climb. All right. Just as the Straw Hat rolled up his sleeves, a voice came from afar, no need. Ha. Dylan landed in the snow looking at the red-faced Nami, then glanced at the bewildered Straw Hat and the terrified Sanji. Put her down. No. Nami is our companion. Get lost. Dylan shouted, turning to glare at the Straw Hat. Do you want to die? Dylan brother, don't hurt him. The originally unconscious Nami was startled awake and upon seeing Dylan was first overjoyed then filled with guilt. Feeling Dylan's murderous intent toward Luffy, she hurriedly mustered her strength to speak weakly. Meanwhile the Straw Hat was scratching his head. Brother, is this guy really your brother? Ha. Sanji pulled Luffy aside and whispered, hey, you really don't know what Nami's background is, do you? Ha. Seeing Luffy's expression, Sanji swallowed hard. She is the sworn sister of Vice Admiral Dark Dragon. Did you not know this all along? Dark Dragon. What is that? Sanji glanced at Dylan. That's the Navy's codename. Luffy, this generation of the Navy, if they were matched with colors and animals, would basically be monsters, even qualified to challenge for the title of Admiral. I see, but he's Nami's brother, so he should be a good person, right? Sanji was instantly choked. A good person? Maybe. For commoners, yes. But for pirates, this guy is undoubtedly a demon. On the other side, under Mancheri's treatment, Nami instantly recovered. After treating Nami, Mancheri looked at Dylan, unsure whether it was because she sensed Dylan's bad mood or because she couldn't stand the cold climate here. She voluntarily requested to return to the ring space. Dylan sighed and took out a leather coat from the ring to drape over Nami. Take care of yourself, Nami. After saying that, Dylan turned into a phantom and disappeared. Nami, wrapped in the coat, had tears welling in her eyes. Dylan, brother. She was not like Nojiko, who stayed on Coco Island all day. Since she was around 10 years old, she had been wandering throughout the East Sea mapping. She certainly knew who Dylan was and what stance and will he represented. But Luffy. Nami looked back at the man who brought her joy in dreams. In the end, Nami squatted on the ground and cried loudly. The sworn sister of the Guardian of the East Sea turned out to be a pirate. How ironic. Sanji and the Straw Hats quietly sat beside her, silently comforting her. When Nami's emotions stabilized, the Straw Hat grinned and said, "Hey Sanji, Nami, shall we go up?" Ha! Sanji was taken aback. Nami's illness has been cured, so what are we going up for? The Straw Hat stroked his chin. I feel like there's something interesting up there, as if someone is calling me. 2 weeks later. The report titled "Former King Under the Chiwuai Kuluo Kodair's Coup Foiled by the Navy" spread across the world. Diluan stared at the newspaper image of CMO Go scowling in anger and Desichi wearing an awkward expression. Those two had been handed a windfall of credit and each earned a promotion yet. It was from this moment that CMOG's mentality began to undergo a profound change. Although he had long been known as the Navy's mad dog, he generally executed orders in line with higher directives. Since the Alabasi Tan incident, his faith in the Navy and the world government had steadily diminished. Ni Kaluo Bin, has she deciphered the historical text about Ming Wang? Such a dangerous matter Kuzan must know of it. Her survival surely has an inextricable connection to Kuzan. In Diluan's view, there were almost no commanders in the Navy possessed of absolute righteousness. If one were to speak of mercy, perhaps the shipchopper T. Penjen would qualify. As for others, each held his own position and reasoning. Fleet Admiral Zhangguo need not be belabored to carry out orders. He severed Roger's bloodline, commanding the capture and execution of every pregnant woman and infant on Ba Tai Lila Island. During the Summit War, he did not hesitate to order indiscriminate strikes, sacrificing peripheral naval forces to secure tactical execution. Kapu, seeking Ace's safety, did not stop this conduct. As for Qing Ji and Tang, who one permitted Luobin to drift between gangs and pirates, the other, to validate his own sense of justice, looked on while the poor of De residential Luosa perished. No one could claim moral superiority. And Di Luan himself. He rose and looked at the Shura beside him. He had never sought sainthood, nor could he ever become a saint. He too would kill according to his likes and dislikes. For example, 2 years hence, if he encountered Tao Jisho, who had stepped through 20 years of time. Even if you truly were a heavenly king, I would get you all the same. Marineford conference room. Only Vice Admiral He Xiong and 2 other staff officers remained in the Great Hall. Hey, what are you doing? Sorry. Watch out. My body is out of control. An officer suddenly drew his weapon and slashed at another. Vice Admiral He propped his chin with both hands, glanced over and said, "Are you the one causing trouble?" Duofu Longming. Leave them be, behave yourself. Behave. If you put it that way. Duofu Langming shifted his gesture and the naval man with a blade moved to stab his comrade. If you do not behave, be careful when that fellow arrives. He is not as reasonable as we are. Duofu Langming's hand halted and his face darkened. In the corridor beside the chamber, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked in. Diluan walked beside Zhangguo and cast a sidelong look at the frozen Duofu Langming. What you expect me to beg? Get down and sit properly. Duofu Langming fell silent for a moment and forced a couple of laughs. Gar. Your temper is still as foul, Diluan. You have done well by my business. Diluan sat beside Vice Admiral He, looking at Duofu Langming already seated. Keep yammering and from now on I'll take a 30% levy on Res Luosa's commerce. Vice Admiral He pursed his lips and smiled. Zhangguo in the main seat appeared not to have heard. The others won't be coming this time. Thud thud. Ing Yen entered the hall bearing the blade. Yi, Zhangguo said with some surprise, I did not expect you to attend. Ing Yen glanced at Diluan and replied, I'm merely passing through and this time I'm only here to observe. As Zhangguo opened his mouth, a soft androgynous voice drifted from beyond the window. Might I also take part in this hearing? After the meeting, the hall was left with only Vice Admiral He, Zhangguo and Diluan. Vice Admiral He looked at Diluan and asked, the kid seemed very afraid of you just now. Have you met him? Diluan lit a cigarette as he answered, yes. I met them once at Lu Yuan and taught them a lesson. The people from Bai Huzi's ship. They are hot potatoes, but they will do nicely to fill the vacancy left by Kuluo Kodair's removal. Is there any fault in that? Zhangguo regarded Diluan's nonchalant demeanor, somewhat unlike his usual style. Diluan flicked ash from his cigarette. No. I've seen those scum, though they are honest villains. They possess the strength required of Chi Wuhai. I see. Watching Diluan leave the chamber, Zhangguo bowed his head to Vice Admiral He and said, Shall we? Don't you think Diluan is acting strange this time? Indeed, though the cause is unknown. Because of the D. Masya Erditiki. As Diluan reached the plaza to depart, a few familiar silhouettes drew his attention. Old Kapu sat on a bench chewing a donut while 2 young men trained on the field. Is this the pupil you picked? Diluan glanced at the slightly chubby pink-haired youth and his face curled with disgust. Ha! Kapu keenly perceived Diluan's malice and felt puzzled. This man was harsh toward pirates yet kind to marines and civilians. I hear your grandson did something remarkable in Loguetown old Kapu. Diluan sat on the other side of the bench and slanted his gaze toward the training ground so-called King of Deserters. Kapu folded the donut bag and turned to Diluan. Lu Fei chose his own path and. So long as he does not commit evil. Yes, that is correct. So long as he has not turned to evil I will not move against him. However. Diluan looked at Kapu's weathered face. You must watch him, Kapu. If he is merely an adventurer or is like he was in Loguetown I will not interfere. I might even tolerate him killing and burning to some extent. But if he becomes the banner-bearer of the pirates then neither you nor I will have any say. Diluan rose and left. Faintly Kapu seemed to hear him murmur, as a marine you are a success but as a father-grandfather and teacher you have all failed. Lord Lation. Gone for. This year the currents are strangely strong. A group rode the current to Sky Island. Diluan hovered in the air and looked at Gonfour whose expression betrayed little. Was there a man wearing a straw hat? Ah. Yes precisely, but they did not pillage here, they were only sightseeing and seeking adventure. Gonfour. Diluan's eyes narrowed slightly. I do not need you to pass judgment on others, your duty is to report facts objectively. Are you attempting to influence my judgment? On the other end of the line Gonfour trembled. No. I had no such intent. The stone still lies in Lation Temple, yes. Yes, Lord Lation, no one has approached it. A wry smile touched Diluan's mouth. Good. Do not concern yourself with them for now, but if they attempt to approach or breach Lation Temple, contact me. The historical manuscript recording Hai Wang Bo Sai Dong had been moved to Lation Temple years ago by Diluan. In recent years busy with cultivation and G5 affairs he had seldom returned, and that stone was not the red landmark text. He therefore did not give it much weight. After all, he had long known what Hai Wang Bo Sai Dong was. By now Diluan had come to accept that many things were truly immutable. Almost 10 years earlier Diluan had ordered Gonfour to sever the cloud ladder above Qinghai, yet the Chow Mao crew still reached Sky Island by an unprecedented great current. He altered Nami's trajectory, yet Nami was still drawn to the Chow Mao. He had already changed the fate of Siaigu Kingdom, but the Chow Mao still gained the people's devil fruit user. All of this demonstrated how difficult it is to change so many things, be it fate or the will of the world. Only when the power in one's hands is vast and overwhelmingly strong could one hope to alter them, unless the world itself descended with its will. Otherwise. What the hell, sun god or moon god, if they cut off your head can you still do sit-ups? Join the G5. Isn't serving under Admiral Sengoku preferable? Surely you know which rank holds greater authority, the Admiral or the Vice Admiral. Diluan regarded Law, who had traveled far to meet him, with mild curiosity. He had altered Law's fate not only to secure the devil fruit but also significantly to disrupt and weaken the Straw Hat crew's strength. According to prior calculations, Law was highly likely to sacrifice his own life during the final battle, performing the eternal youth surgery upon the sun god, thereby enabling the deity to complete his ultimate resurgence. In a certain sense, the man before him was truly one of the wings of the king. Few could go from being utterly crushed and toyed with by Don Quixote da Flamingo just half a month earlier to standing alongside Kid and defeating one of Big Mom's top commanders. It isn't about promotion or personal advancement. I heard from Admiral Sengoku that you changed my destiny. Law, wearing his signature beret and shouldering the sword Kikoku, gazed steadily at Diluan. I've long wished to come here, but Admiral Sengoku deemed me too weak, so it took this long. What brings you here? To confront Don Quixote da Flamingo. You're stationed at Marine Headquarters. You must know I've temporarily suspended all pressure against Dressrosa. To prevent da Flamingo from resorting to desperate measures that might jeopardize the impending summit war, Diluan had eased the naval blockade on Dressrosa over half a year ago. Law shook his head. That matter is important, but not my primary objective. Only then did Diluan lift his gaze to meet Law's. As a child, Law had loathed the world due to his lead poisoning, though later moved by Corazone's compassion he ultimately chose the path of a pirate. After delivering him to the Marines, Diluan had paid him little heed, yet now years later Law had come to him of his own accord. Then what is your purpose? Has your childhood desire returned, to destroy the world? Law looked momentarily startled, then composed himself. No, certainly not. Da Flamingo is merely one sliver of this world's suffering. What I seek is to change the fates of other children. He paused, then met Diluan's eyes directly. My judgment aligns with Admiral Sengoku's. You possess extraordinary potential, and crucially you remain unbound. Moreover, Admiral Sengoku mentioned you wield uniquely exceptional authority and capabilities. Aligning with you offers the greatest chance of witnessing that day. Sengoku. Diluan frowned. That wily old fox had consuming the Buddha fruit truly sharpened his cunning to this degree. Law observed Diluan's pensive silence without interruption, standing quietly across from him awaiting his reply. You may join, but there is a price. Diluan rotated his neck with a faint crack. Corazon told you, didn't he, about the D clan? About being enemies of God? Yes. Diluan gave a wry smirk. Here there is no preordained fate, no divine will, neither mine nor ours. Our destinies are forged through our own striving, not bestowed nor granted as charity. Accept this condition, and renounce the name D. Water 7. After Kobe revealed Luffy's lineage to the assembled group, everyone stared at him in stunned silence. In any case, Kobe began speaking again, then suddenly tensed, his expression darkening. Admiral Ankaku Ryu. A marine guard saluted sharply at the doorway. Dylan strode into the banquet hall, his cloak billowing behind him. Now, don't look at me like that. With you present, what could I possibly do? Big brother Dylan. Nami beamed, rushing forward to gently tug at his sleeve. You've grown so much, Nami. Though he visited Kokoyashi village in the East Blue several times each year, it was only now, gazing at her intently, that Dylan truly realized nearly 10 years had passed since their first meeting. How's the adventure going? Ma'am. Watching Nami radiate pure joy and vitality, Dylan's heart stirred with complex emotion. The sun god, truly extraordinary. Those unaware gaped in astonishment. Just who were these youths? The Navy's strongest admiral, Hero Garp's grandson. Son of Dragon Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army. Younger sister of the Navy's youngest admiral, Ankaku Ryu Dylan. Unavoidably, others' glances darted repeatedly between Zoro, Sanji, and the rest. Could they too conceal formidable lineages? Dylan seemed to pierce through their thoughts, laughing heartily yet offering no clarification. Disciple of the enigmatic sorceress, the sole known wielder of the dual fruit secret. Prince of the Germa Kingdom. Presumed son of the shogun of Wano country, the heir of the Frost Moon clan. Adopted son of the world's greatest shipwright and sworn younger brother to the master of the world's largest shipyard. Last inheritor of Ohara, sole living soul capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, the Navy's current Admiral Akiji's cherished protege. And son of the former number 3 of the red-haired pirates. Combined, their pedigrees would give even the 4 emperors pause. What an explosively perilous and exhilarating adventure it truly was. Damn it. Dylan seated himself before Luffy. Though he'd spent over a decade developing influence in the East Blue, for security reasons he'd never once set foot in Fusha village. His last encounter on Drum Island had been fleeting, briefly meeting Luffy before departing immediately. As Dylan sat down facing him, Garp's entire frame went rigid. Dylan studied the sun god, whose face wore its usual guileless grin. Hey kid, why do you want to be a pirate? Luffy grinned broadly. Because I want to go on adventures everywhere. With my crewmates. Then why not become an explorer, or a traveler? Luffy blinked, then shouted defiantly, no way. Pirates are the freest people in the world. Dylan fixed him with a searching gaze, puzzled. Are you not free? Your grandfather is among the strongest beings alive. Your father is dubbed the world's most wanted criminal. Under such circumstances, how can you claim you lack freedom? Before Luffy could answer, Dylan continued, voice edged with quiet intensity. Must you become a pirate to attain freedom? Must you bear the title itself? Or is it not true freedom you seek, but lawless unrestrained chaos? Luffy froze. In his mind, gathering comrades, sailing the seas, embarking on adventures, and finding the One Piece was his singular purpose. Dylan watched silently as Luffy fell into thought, offering no interruption. Around them, the others likewise held their breath. You've met many people along your journey, haven't you? Whom? Buggy the Clown Crocodile, they're pirates too. Though your voyage has barely begun, tell me, have pirates thus far brought laughter and joy to this world? An irrepressible clash of conviction surged within Luffy's mind. For a fleeting moment he even questioned whether his choice had been right. Your grandfather devoted his entire life to safeguarding these seas. At 7 Taiseks he still commands awe across the Grand Line, earning universal respect and reverence. Your father, though foolish, acted with noble intent to overthrow tyranny and grant common folk a better life. Both strive relentlessly for their ideals and beliefs. And you? Dylan rose, towering over Luffy. You intend to become a pirate? At those words both Luffy and Nami trembled violently. But Dylan granted no time for rebuttal. The so-called king of the pirates, Gol D. Roger. Was his throne won by rock, paper, scissors? Your mentor, your beloved elder friend Shanks, now ranks among the 4 emperors of the New World, commanding nearly 1/6 of its waters. Do you imagine those territories were claimed by charm alone? Dylan locked eyes with Luffy, his piercing gaze pressing down like a physical weight. That path is paved with slaughter and ruin, countless families shattered, nations enslaved. Is this the road you choose, Monkey D? Luffy. No, that's not true. Under Dylan's overwhelming presence, Luffy threw back his head and roared, I'm not that kind of pirate. I just want adventure. I'll never hurt anyone. That's mere wishful thinking. What you desire others may refuse to grant. What you offer others may never wish to receive. Never measure others by your definition of freedom, nor impose your liberty upon their lives. Dylan narrowed his eyes, sweeping his gaze across the room. I honor your grandfather, I revere all he has done for this world. But, when necessity demands it, even he holds neither the right nor the authority to stand in my way. As Dylan departed, the festive banquet sank into utter suffocating silence. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, glancing at his crewmates, then at Garp, whose hair had long turned silver. Grandpa. Garp offered a weary, wordless smile. A sharp pang pierced Luffy's chest, then raising both arms to the heavens he bellowed with raw, defiant anguish, I'm not that kind of pirate. The East Blue Sea. deep within the mountains of an unnamed island. The seemingly ordinary mountain peak indistinguishable from afar had long been hollowed out. Within its unassuming belly lay a vast circular conference chamber. Around a colossal round table sat dozens of figures. At its center unfolded an immense map meticulously detailing the four seas, the Calm Belt and the Grand Line. Also marked were nations and races across the world. Prominently, most regions and islands of the East Blue were studded with small red flags. Though the chamber teemed with people, not a whisper disturbed the silence. The central seat facing the entrance remained vacant. Everyone waited for its occupant. Apologies for the delay. A voice emerged from behind the central seat. From the shadows of the rear corridor, a tall upright figure stepped slowly into view. Others nodded in unison. Still no voice broke the hush. Only after the figure seated himself did all eyes converge upon him. This man, was it finally beginning? Though many hearts raced with suppressed fervor, discipline held them in calm restraint. Not yet time. He lifted his gaze and surveyed the chamber. Over a decade ago we reached a definitive conclusion, one I trust none of you have forgotten. Indeed, affirmed the long-bearded elder seated to the left of the central chair. Today's global landscape is far too intricate to be reduced to simplistic divisions: Marines, pirates, revolutionaries. The true powers entrenched on the Red Line continent, the ancestral might of the 20 kings, the ancient legacies of the great kingdoms, the revolutionary origins of the revolutionary army, and those pirate remnants who hold damning leverage over the world government. All are our adversaries. Even the Marines must be assessed through the lens of greater caution and deeper pessimism. Yet after 10 years of relentless effort, the elder flicked his sleeve. The regions marked by red flags on the tabletop flared instantly with light. We have sown conviction and hope across the vast majority of the East Blue. Under the banner of the Revolutionary Army we toppled tyrannical regimes. Under the banner of bloodline we elevated our comrades to thrones and commands. Except for those territories linked to Mary Joa or designated by the Master, over half the East Blue now lies firmly within our grasp. The elder swept his gaze across the chamber. All present returned his nod in solemn affirmation. Per the Master's directive, we have completed the initial dissemination of ideology and seized political authority. Next. He placed both hands flat upon the table, joining the others in fixing their gaze upon the man seated at the head. Adamus Dillon, the naval rear admiral known as the Gloomy Dragon, a meteoric ascendant and the founder of the Peace Roundtable Conference. Dillon raised his eyes, meeting one pair of fiercely determined eyes after another. Beyond resolve an ironclad will radiated from them, profound, stirring, unforgettable. Time is running perilously thin. His opening words drew every breath in the room into stillness. Over these past 13 years, through countless wars against pirates and noble militias alike, our soldiers and fleets have undergone undeniable transformation. That is beyond dispute. Yet my current position is highly sensitive. Thus for the coming years I shall deliberately avoid returning to the East Blue to meet with you. Dillon tapped the table once. Your mission has two parts. He raised a finger. First, refine from existing forces more comrades who share our ideals. Second, empower those already forged in faith with greater strength. As Bauman stated earlier, you know this well. Dillon rose, leaned forward and fixed his unwavering gaze upon the Red Line continent on the map. Our enemies are not confined to any single faction. To truly reshape this world we must prepare ourselves to stand against the entire world. After the assembly dispersed, only 3 remained in the chamber: Dillon at the head, Bauman to his left, and a broad-shouldered man sitting quietly to his right, with eyes gently closed. Moments later footsteps echoed again down the corridor. A man who had earlier occupied the seat nearest the entrance re-entered the chamber. After bowing respectfully to Dillon and the 2 senior figures, the affable man, whose ever-present smile betrayed no edge, spoke. Everything unfolds precisely as the Master foresaw. Deep-rooted dogma endures. Many among us began as commoners, refugees, even slaves, yet power gradually reshaped them. They grew intoxicated by authority and wealth, forgetting the oaths they once swore. He smiled faintly upward. Guided by the Master's decree, and while our existence remains concealed, no defection can be tolerated. Thus over the past 3 years the disciplinary division has purged 5 kings, 12 generals, 21 governors, and 339 mid- and lower-ranking officers and civil administrators. Dillon's expression remained impassive. Bauman sighed deeply. The burly man to his left let out a low, contemptuous snort. Vigilance must intensify, no lapse may occur. Or our 13-year endeavor collapses in an instant. In half a month. Dillon's gaze locked onto Marineford on the map. He had already received intelligence Ace's defeat by Blackbeard on Banero Island. The Summit War was imminent. This world is about to descend into even greater chaos. Seize the opportunity, consolidate our strength. In the aftermath the world government's attention will be thoroughly diverted. Yet remain vigilant, our enemies extend far beyond the world government alone. Sebastian returned to his kingdom. Mr. Sebastian, several documents require your signature. Mr. Sebastian, wild beasts are overrunning the Polka Mountains, we await your decision. Mr. Sebastian. Smiling warmly, Sebastian patiently addressed each petitioner crowding his desk. When the crowd finally dispersed he stepped to the window and gazed out at the street beyond the office building, gleaming opulence saturated with every face wore joyous smiles. Pardo Kingdom was famed for a rare mineral, but centuries of extraction had nearly exhausted its reserves. Yet its nobles continued drafting citizens into mines. Depleted. Impossible. Dig deeper. This is heaven's bounty, it cannot simply vanish. Not enough miners. Send convicts. Still insufficient. What of the savages beyond the city walls? Seize them all. No one knew how many commoners' bones had vanished into those pitch-black shafts, or where those minerals ultimately vanished transformed into what? In his youth Sebastian was strikingly handsome and coldly aloof. His father served as the kingdom's finance minister, master of its entire economy. He had never visited the mining zone, for everyone knew it housed the savages, crude, unclean, barbaric, debased. Hit him. Damn beast fled toward the mining zone, sir. Shall we? Sebastian turned sharply, his icy glare freezing the servant mid-sentence. Would you dare tarnish my perfect record? No, I mean the mining zone. Mere savages. What does it matter? When Sebastian awoke, his head was already swathed in cloth. Faint memories stirred, chasing that beast into the dense forest, then slipping from the cliff's edge. Big brother, you're awake. Before he could reply, searing pain lanced through his forehead. Be careful, big brother, you've taken a slight injury. Slight injury. Though he'd never suffered so much as a scratch in his life, Sebastian knew this wound was anything but how fortunate to fall from such a height and sustain only this minor wound. Dazed, Sebastian shook his head, just as urgent cries rang out from afar. Annie! Annie! I'm here! The little girl named Annie sprang up to answer the distant call. In that instant, Sebastian understood why she called it a slight injury. Her left sleeve hung empty, her entire arm gone. Annie! Her parents arrived in panic, their voices shifting from anxious to terrified. When Sebastian saw them, his shock deepened. One had lost his left arm, the other both. What had happened to these people? Noble lord, forgive us. Annie! Annie! Seeing the wound on Sebastian's brow, her parents nearly fainted. Ah, no, I fell from the mountain myself. Annie saved me. The armless man trembled then. Rest assured, your family will bear no consequences. Glancing at their maimed bodies, Sebastian could no longer contain his question. Your bodies? After accompanying Annie and her parents back to the savages' village, Sebastian's entire worldview shattered. Why did every person bear scars? No, nearly all were disabled. Amputated arms, crippled legs, sightless eyes, sunken chests. All happened in the mines, sighed Annie's father. The shafts are perilous, barely lit, prone to collapse. I lost my arm shielding Annie's mother during one such collapse. Sebastian swallowed hard, then asked, voice trembling, as he looked at 80-year-old Annie and Annie's arm. Her mother's expression darkened with sorrow. After Joseph lost both hands, we had no means to survive. So Annie came with me into the mines to help. A thunderclap detonated inside Sebastian's mind. Was this kingdom truly so wretched? Under cover of night, Sebastian approached the mine entrance, the black maw of the shaft yawned like a monstrous mouth. He swallowed again, then descended step by trembling step. When he finally staggered out of the mine and back into the capital, nobles stared at him with bewildered disdain. A savage. How did he get into the capital? Look closely, that's the finance minister's son Sebastian. They say he went into the mines. What? Utter disgrace. What business does a noble have in such filth? Exactly. We need only wait while the rabble haul war up to us. In that moment, Sebastian loathed his noble birth with visceral hatred. His mud-streaked clothes and frantic expression clashed grotesquely with the immaculately dressed nobles lining the streets, umbrellas and hand handkerchiefs perfumed, poised and polished. Within 3 months, the once handsome, aloof Sebastian transformed from Pardo Kingdom's most handsome man into a plump, perpetually smiling gentleman. Then one day, as he plotted to destroy Pardo's largest mine, his attendant said quietly, if destruction could save this world, it would have ceased to exist long ago. If you wish to change it, come see other lands with me. In a daze, Sebastian followed his attendant away for a time. When he returned to Pardo, he still bore the same plump frame, the same gentle smile. But his eyes now held something new, a flame burning fiercely. In the depths of the new world sea, Whitebeard wore a worried expression and others also looked grave. Still no news. Whitebeard grasped the massive wine bottle yet showed no interest in drinking. On the deck, Marco shook his head. The transponder snail is unreachable and the lifeguard is burning slowly. Whitebeard's palm tightened and the wine bottle shattered in response. Teach. What exactly? G5 branch. All members were summoned here and Dylan's gaze swept over them one by one. Belmir, Tom, Shiria, Tahir, Ein, Manchueli, Leo, Vika, Bienkabu and the newly joined Law. And the young Au. From today onwards, hunting is to be stopped and I will also halt operations at the alloy workshop. Dylan said after a brief contemplation to the crowd in front of him. Shirio, Ein, Tahir. Here. You 3 will come with me, the rest will stay at G5. Understood. Everyone answered in unison, even Manchueli and Au responded loudly. As for the rogue navy, Dylan had long since divided them into different teams led by corps members. Just as they were about to leave, Dylan suddenly stopped Belmir. Take Ayu to Water City and leave her in Ace's care. Then hurry back to G5 and rendezvous with Tom and the others. Tom. If any pirates from the New World or the Whitebeard pirates pass by, ignore them all. Everyone's faces showed shock. This was not like his usual style. But for a long time they had grown accustomed to Dylan's orders, especially Tom and Shiryu. Understood. Keep the transponder snail open, ready to receive orders at any time. Except for Law, only Manchueli and Ao looked somewhat puzzled. Most people's faces were quite calm and Shiryu looked eager. From now on you will stay by my side at all times. I want first-hand information on everything. After boarding the ship, Dylan looked at CP0. CP0 remained silent, not daring to say a word in the face of the impending storm. Now head to Sabaody Archipelago. You lead the way and avoid all celestial dragons. Understood. Dylan's face twisted with menace. The wings of the king. One of their fates has already been altered by me. The other. Let's conclude this now. Shiryu, standing behind Dylan, felt the killing intent emanating from him and found it somewhat strange. Since he followed Dylan, he had rarely seen Dylan display such intense killing intent over the years. Speaking of which, Shiryu shook his head and chuckled. Over the years he had ceased to challenge Dylan. On one hand, following Dylan allowed him to freely kill in the New World. Moreover, he had clearly sensed that the distance between him and Dylan was growing ever wider. At this moment on the Sabaody Archipelago, people were discussing the so-called 11 supernovas. A guy named Beast Tamer Kinnaman successfully rose to prominence, replacing the former Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. Just as Dylan and his group arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, a loud alarm rang out. The special alarm frequency caused CP0, trailing behind Dylan, to shudder. Celestial dragons have been attacked. Simultaneously, a similar frequency alarm echoed above Marineford. Kong. Look at the good deeds done by your grandson. Ha ha ha. No doubt he's my grandson. The furious Sengoku glared at Carp. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something and his expression changed. Hey Carp. The originally carefree Carp also looked somewhat surprised at Sengoku's expression. Dylan went to Sabaody Archipelago. Carp's scalp tingled and he jumped up on the spot. Idiot, what are you planning to do? Sengoku glared at Carp. Do you think Rayleigh will allow your grandson to be killed? If you act now, are you preparing to completely abandon your justice? Carp's eyelids twitched violently as he crumpled the sweet donut packaging he was holding into a ball. Luffy. The celestial dragons have been attacked. Should we? This is a matter for the admirals. For now, have your men find Eustace Kid and Scratch Menapu. Understood. At Port Street 9, as soon as G5's ships appeared, all pirate ships aside from merchant ships and warships fled. Dylan had no interest in dealing with these small fries and took the lead toward Street 1. Are the scraps enjoying the commotion? As Dylan landed, the intelligence channels across Sabaody Archipelago began to operate frantically. The Dark Dragon has arrived. Is he showing goodwill to the celestial dragons? Perhaps he went straight to Street 1. Aside from the Dark Lines, tell the bountied ones to retreat immediately. Street 1. As soon as Dylan's figure appeared, chaos ensued. Some brave souls even licked their lips, revealing a dangerous glint. If they could take down this guy, they would instantly gain fame across the seas. Shiryu and all bountied pirates execute on the spot. Yes. Two shadows flashed out from behind Dylan, and in an instant more than a dozen heads flew up. Through the teachings of Dragon Horse, Dylan's training had led Ein's swordsmanship to shed all the flashy tricks. Swordsmanship is meant for killing. The coal-faced Ein moved like a ghost through the crowd. The Scythe, Solari. Black Bear, Greif, Red Witch, Caitlin. One renowned contender after another fell. Many were decapitated before they even had time to react. Dylan's footsteps did not falter, and the wails and curses around him did not evoke any sympathy. Bang! A gunshot rang out. On the second-floor window of a civilian house, a one-eyed pirate held a gun. Got him. Dark Dragon. Dylan's steps did not pause even slightly, though Tahir beside him shifted his body slightly. Thud. Tahir pinched the bullet with 2 fingers and smiled slightly. At the second floor, there was a Logia user. He won't be hit by you small fries, but a ball of purple flames erupted from the one-eyed pirate, instantly turning him to ashes. And yet the floor beneath the pirate showed no signs of burning. He is not someone you can disturb. The CP0 member nearby became increasingly horrified as they moved forward. In just a few hundred meters, over 200 pirates had perished. Among them were several seasoned contenders with bounties exceeding 100 million. Pirates' corpses lay sprawled across the streets, and opportunists attempted to ambush or shoot at Dylan. But they were all effortlessly dealt with by Tahir. Scratch Menapu has appeared on Street 27. Lead the way. Seeing Dylan turn, Shiryu licked his lips with reluctance and returned to Dylan's side in an instant. Ah ba ba ba, what an extraordinary event. Mr. Apu, a message from Street 1, the Dark Dragon is coming this way. The Dark Dragon, such a young navy, really has that kind of strength. Not far away, Hawkins furrowed his brow tightly while fiddling with his tarot cards. The hour of death is nigh. It cannot be changed. Ah ba ba ba, what are you saying, Hawkins? You must know. Before Apu could finish, he instinctively felt a wave of suffocation. As if a shadow that could blot out the sun completely enveloped him. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At this moment his instincts screamed, don't run, don't move, don't speak. At this time Dylan stood at a height of 3 meters 1 looking down at the motionless Apu, his face showing signs of irritation. Gulp. Apu with all his might swallowed hard and awkwardly turned his head. Hawkins beside him stared at the tarot cards before him. Survival rate is 0. Bang. Apu sprang up from his spot and instantly leaped to the rooftop. No maniacal laughter, no attack on Dylan, not even a glance at the crew left behind. Tahir. Yes. Tahir looked at Apu, who was jumping on the rooftop. Despite wearing the fox mask, the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth ignited wild imaginations. Flames of the fallen sky. A dark purple flame instantly enveloped Apu, whose pupils constricted as he desperately tried to escape. Wah! What? In midair a plume of ashes drifted down with the wind. One of the 11 supernovas, dark sound, Scratchman. Apu vanished from the world. Shiria, clean up. Just as Dylan's words fell, an explosion sounded nearby. Tahir raised his hand and a barrier appeared in front of everyone, blocking the flying debris and shrapnel. Oh, how terrifying! G5 branch. Kizaru with his hands in his pockets looked at Dylan. Dylan, have you seen Bartholomew Kuma? I can't reach him on the transponder snail. No. Dylan glanced at Kizaru before nodding at CP0. Latest news: Eustace Kid has appeared on Street 21 and seems to be preparing to escape. After glancing at Kizaru, Dylan turned to leave. We're off, Shiria, the admirals are here, we don't need to manage this. Watching Dylan and his party depart, Kizaru stroked his chin. Can you really order CP0 so casually? Truly remarkable, Dark Dragon. Dylan. 21st Street. The pacifist blocked Eustace Kid's path. Captain Eustace Kid, bounty 315 million berries. Arrest. What kind of joke is this? Magnetic claw. The massive iron arm adhered to Kid's hand lunged towards the pacifist. Beep. The pacifist concentrated a laser cannon in his mouth and shot it towards the iron arm. Boom. The iron arm collided with the laser, although it blocked the laser cannon, parts scattered everywhere. TCH. Truly troublesome. Hey. Kid. Just as Kid was reabsorbing metal, Kira beside him changed his tone, a hint of unease creeping into. Troublesome guys are coming. Kid jumped a step back and looked in the direction Kira was gazing. 5 figures were approaching leisurely from the distance, the dogs of the celestial dragons. And Dark Dragon, huh? Dylan rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword, looking at the nut wheels and kitchenware on Kid's arm with disdain. Such a fine magnetism, fruit wasted on scrap collection. Is this really the first of the supernovas? The King's Wings. A steel ball was drawn to Dylan's hand from the ground. The power of thunder surged in Dylan's hand, the dense lightning crackled fiercely against the air, emitting sharp and piercing sounds. With his thumb and index finger holding the steel ball, Dylan looked at the cold sweating Kid in the distance. Let me show you my electromagnetic cannon. Magnetic barrier. Ha! Dylan chuckled lightly. Electricity and magnetism may be of the same family, but the power gap between him and Kid, along with the level of fruit development and understanding, was beyond mere comparison. ZZZT. Bang. The dazzling electromagnetic cannon grew larger in the air, directly piercing through and engulfing Kid's body, then bisecting the large tree on 21st Street behind him. Did you avoid a fatal injury? You're quite capable for a scrap collector. Kid stood still. The kitchenware that was once adhered to his hand had melted completely from the cannon's extreme heat. His right arm also vanished. That's fine. We're both red-haired, why do you get to have 2 hands? This looks pretty symmetrical now. Dylan teased as he walked forward, but Kid felt even more desperate. That man, though speaking playful words he didn't understand, had no hint of a smile in his eyes. Kid. Kara, not far from Kid, suddenly shouted, rushing towards the crowd with his large blade. Kid's body tensed, a halo appeared beneath his feet. Ding. Kara's large sword was blocked by crack. Crack. Cracks spread from the blade of the sword, and then in Kara's incredulous gaze it shattered into pieces. Put. Einspun halfway. Kara's upper body flew into the air, his lower half collapsed to the ground. Kira. In the distance, Kid cried out in pain. Could he escape using magnetism? Dylan narrowed his eyes. The sky suddenly darkened with clouds. But the next second the clouds dispersed again. There are many civilians nearby, an AoE attack would be inappropriate. Tahir. Yes. In just a few breaths Kid's figure had nearly vanished as Tahir waved his small folding fan. A ball of purple flame instantly engulfed Kid. Damn it. I want die. Whoosh. The Conqueror's hockey erupted, barely protecting Kid's body. By now he was already over 10 kilometers away from Dylan and the others. Tahir frowned and bent slightly towards Dylan. He escaped. Conqueror's hockey. Whatever, there's still time. Dylan turned his head to glance at CP0. Number 12. CP0 nodded slightly and turned to lead the way. When Dylan and the others arrived, only Rayleigh Kizaru Kuma and the Straw Hat remained on the scene. As soon as Kuma spotted Dylan's group, he immediately dashed to the side of the straw hat without hesitation. "We want meet again. If you could travel, where would you like to go?" At that moment the straw hat seemed to catch a hint of a smile at the corner of Kuma's mouth before losing consciousness. "Oof, I've already completed my task." Dylan smiled, but it was evident to anyone that this smile was filled with hostility. "What else is there to run from? Here you have your teacher, your father's subordinates, and a friend who resembles your father. Is there a safer place in this world? No. Perhaps Marineford is even safer. Damn." Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Dylan squinted at the now halted Rayleigh and Kizaru. Kuma with his book stood calmly at a distance. "Looks like there's nothing for me to do now." Dylan cast a meaningful glance at the three present before turning to leave without waiting for their response. After stepping onto CP-0's ship, Dylan closed his eyes. Next it was time to wait for the straw hat to break into Impel Down and then begin the Marineford War. Impel Down. Let's wait for the straw hat to release that guy. Let the sea become even more turbulent. Only then will the world government's policies relax and I'll have a chance to subdue him legitimately and use him for myself. Before that, let's take a trip to Impel Down. By the way, has Belmare returned to G5? Tahir replied, she returned 2 days ago. Notify the main personnel to stand by in Marineford. Yes. Once the G5 branch received the order, they assembled immediately, leaving only the rogue navy. Yet they were not worried about their safety at all. Just as that man said. Uphold your own justice without regard for others' opinions. If you die in battle, I will use double the heads to honor you. Impel Down LV6. Dylan walked alone down the dark corridor. Laughter echoed from a distance. Old Man Carp come to visit. Ace bound to the wall and Carp sitting on the ground turned their heads simultaneously at the sound of footsteps. Ace. Dylan sat down next to Carp, gazing at the tightly bound Ace. I don't quite agree with what you said earlier. Dylan crossed his arms, staring directly at Ace. Why can't Dayton, who raised you for 17 years, and Carp, who cared for you for 20 years while violating his own justice, be your parents? What did Whitebeard give you? Did he give you the confidence to roam these seas? Is this kindness even heavier than Carp's, warmer than Dodon's? Ace. How ironic. Ace. To this day you still call Carp old man. Yet Whitebeard has become your dad. You keep saying you hate that man, but... don't say it. Dylan. Looking at Ace's pale face, Carp shook his head. It doesn't matter who he is. Dylan, this is a friend's entrustment. It doesn't require repayment. I understand. Dylan looked at Carp, who also had a slightly pale face. This guy, hadn't he experienced disappointment too? By the way, Ace, do you understand now? What? Ace raised his head, somewhat confused. Do you understand why I didn't unlock Yamato's shackles that day? Ace opened his mouth. If Yamato's shackles had been unlocked that day, then... You knew all along. Dylan looked at Ace's battered body. Yes, because the moment you decided to become a pirate, your fate was already in your hands. Even Carp can't change that. The news that Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, will be publicly executed in Marineford sent shockwaves throughout the world. In today's world, while it cannot be called peaceful, various factions maintain a fragile balance, with the Navy, the 4 Emperors, and the 7 Warlords of the Sea keeping each other in check. The Revolutionary Army and CP organizations are in a constant game of cat and mouse, adhering to some unwritten rules as they slowly advance towards their respective goals. However, once Marineford announced this news to the world, everyone realized this war, regardless of who wins or loses, will alter the world's power structure. Our position is here. Dylan pointed to the area within the square beneath the execution platform. I specifically discussed your battle strategy with Sengoku regarding the location of the 12 Vice Admirals. Remember, unless I give a special order, do not launch unauthorized attacks in the bay. The focus should be on defense. I'm Belmar and Luo. Your task is to confront the captains of the New World and the leaders of the Whitebeard Pirates alongside the Vice Admirals. Stay alert for my commands for special missions. Ensure you achieve a one-hit kill. As for Leo, Kabu, Waika and Bien, after the war begins, remain by my side. I will assign tasks to you at any moment. Everyone replied solemnly, including the formerly whiny Waika. G507 Combat Unit, also known as the Swift Scouts. At this moment, Waika no longer resembled the weak figure from 8 years ago. The 4 members of the Dongtada tribe had transformed immensely. Leo even bore a scar on his face. Through endless battles and struggles, they had transformed the once naive nature of the small people. They would no longer easily believe someone's lies simply because of its true, nor would they shed tears over trivial matters. Dylan forged exclusive weapons for each of them using the finest super alloy from G5, 2 long needles for Leo, dual pistols for Kabu, a spear for Bien, and gauntlets for Waika. Leo. Dylan looked at the Sergeant Leo with a serious expression. Although I do not know the specifics of the agreement between the Dongtada tribe and history, I have a rough guess. While you were under my command before, you were not known to the world. After this, have you made your decision? Yes. Leo replied in a deep voice. Before coming here, I returned to Greenbid, Dylan Lando. Perhaps we cannot represent all small people, but this is the fate we Greenbid have chosen. All right. Dylan stood up, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. For the fate we have chosen. Let us fight. Green bit. Gancho and the elders sat before the great stone. Have you made the decision? Gancho, the leader and king of the Dongtada tribe, looked up at the stone they had guarded for centuries. Aleph, I believe Nika will return to this world, and I also believe his will has never ceased, but... Gancho leaned on his cane. From that man I saw the mistakes we have made for hundreds of years. The elder Aleph remained silent. Gancho's cane struck the ground heavily. If we always place our hopes on legends, what are we wasting our time for? Is it to wait for someone else's salvation? Why can't we rise up and resist ourselves? Even if we fail, our blood and our will shall not cease. Generation after generation someone will succeed. 800 years. Why can't we appear in the world openly and aboveboard? We are also upright people. Why must we live under the title of fairies? Aleph's expression remained unchanged, but his posture appeared even more hunched. This is the destiny of the entire Dongtada tribe. Of course, this is not a choice I made alone. Gancho turned to gaze at Elder Aleph. This is the choice of all the young people. It is their right. Calm Belt Amazon Lily. Rear Admiral Squirrel stood at the bow watching Boa Hancock. Before coming here, Dylan asked me to convey a message to you. Upon hearing that name, Boa Hancock's body stiffened. That bastard. He told me to inform you that you can refuse the summons. That is your business and you alone will bear the consequences. However, if you accept the summons and act recklessly on the battlefield. Rear Admiral Squirrel paused. For each attack you make against the Navy, he will take 100 lives from Amazon Lily. After saying this, Rear Admiral Squirrel waved and the headquarters warship turned to leave. Bastard. Boa Hancock felt her anger boil as she watched the departing warship. The threat from that devil could not be mere words. Not to mention that bastard himself, just the monsters in his base, could wipe out Amazon Lily clean from top to bottom. Luffy. I. Dressrosa Kingdom. Doflamingo. Are you going to accept the summons? The Navy is not qualified to exempt you from your warlord identity, you know. The world government cannot forcefully hunt you down, so why bother? Ha ha ha. Torpal, the Navy and the world government may not act against me, but that guy is different. Doflamingo chuckled ominously. We won't go unless we abandon Dressrosa and flee deep into the sea. Why not go? Looking at the dark clouds above, Doflamingo excitedly raised his arms. That is the epicenter of changing the era. If we don't witness it, it would be such a pity, Torpal. As for G5. Doflamingo lowered his arms and turned his head. No. The victor of this war will undoubtedly be the Navy. With the war approaching, the entire world fell into tension and anticipation. The public and kingdoms hope for a Navy victory, just as they say, to suppress the pirates' arrogance. The pirates hope the Whitebeard pirates will win, thus significantly diminishing the Navy's prestige and power. Some other organizations are just waiting for the outcome, seeming indifferent to who wins or loses. Who will be the winner? From the perspective of the war itself, the Navy must be the victorious side. But in the end, it may not be the Navy that benefits. Bauman gently nudged the chess piece in his hand. This war is not adequately prepared. It is the same for both sides. So, I believe that from the profit perspective it will be a double defeat. A young woman sitting opposite Bauman smiled gently. So who will the beneficiaries be? The world government? The Revolutionary Army? Other pirates? Or us? Bauman placed the second chess piece down. It is hard to say for the other parties, but I believe their preparations are equally insufficient. Only we, under the guidance of the master, have been preparing for this great change for a full decade. Yes. It has been over a decade. This kingdom, after years of cultivation and reform, has finally taken on its current form. Although still subject to the world government, they have long since transformed this place into the most impregnable fortress. Prepare yourselves, stay vigilant, and be ready to heed his command to welcome the arrival of peace. Your Majesty. No. The woman shook her head. When there is no one around, you should call me Legion Commander. Marine Ford. In the plaza beneath the execution platform, Dylan stood at the center, hands resting upon the hilt of his sword Shura. 12 rear admirals of the Marine headquarters, Smoker Tashigi and G5 officers, formed two straight lines flanking him. Moments after Fleet Admiral Sengoku announced Ace's true lineage and the symbolic weight of this execution to the world, a report arrived. The gates of justice have opened. At that very instant, the Whitebeard pirates' fleet emerged at Marineford's outer perimeter. Here they come. Prepare for battle. Where is Whitebeard? Monitor all surroundings immediately. Garuru. 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 A shadow darkened Sengoku's face. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. It seems our formation was flawed. The colossal Moby Dick and 3 auxiliary ships rose from the seabed. Oh. So you surfaced directly inside the bay. Belmare stared in surprise at the sudden emergence of the ships, then glanced at her comrades. HM. Why aren't you react? Clang. 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 As Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, stepped onto the bow of the Moby Dick, an overwhelming pressure descended upon nearly everyone present. The world's strongest man had arrived. Korarara. Has it truly been decades since we last met? Sengoku. How fares my beloved son? Ace gazed upon the aged Whitebeard and the pirates gathered within the bay. Why didn't you just let me perish on my own? It was I who sent you forth, Ace. Marquis, did you hear that? Ah, yes, we all heard it, Ace. Across these vast seas all know the fate awaiting those who dare oppose our crew. At Marquis's words, pirates aboard the four ships erupted into thunderous roars. Humph. Dylan cast a glance toward Marquis, his eyes gleaming with quiet menace. Sensing Dylan's hostility, Marquis fixed his gaze intently in that direction. The Abyssal Dragon. Before Marquis could react, Whitebeard unleashed his seaquake. The shores of Marineford were instantly swallowed by towering tsunamis. Ice Age. Both colossal waves froze solid in an instant. Whitebeard gazed upward unperturbed at the airborne Akiji. Akiji, you brat. As Akiji plunged into the sea and the bay solidified into ice, division commanders led their squads charging across the frozen surface toward the plaza. TCH. Watching the grotesque twisted expressions of the charging commanders, Dylan turned to Shilyu. Hey Shilyu, do you see their tongues? Shilyu tilted his head, puzzled, peering into the distance. Indeed, many pirates did habitually loll their tongues outward. Cut off a few for me later. Understood. Dylan laughed heartily. Just kidding, relax. But soon you'll resume your original duty. Midway through Dylan and Shilyu's exchange, an impossibly massive slash cleaved across the plaza's edge, hurtling straight toward the Moby Dick. Oh. Did my hawk strike? Shilyu watched the colossal blade arc through the air, silently calculating whether he could intercept it and how Dylan might respond. After Diamond Jozu blocked the slash with his bare body, the entire pirate fleet surged into ecstatic frenzy. The world's greatest slash. Blocked. Dylan and Shilyu simultaneously shook their heads. That was merely his standard attack, yet you exerted every ounce of strength just to barely withstand it. What precisely are you celebrating? Even a fleet admiral's assault has been blocked. The 1st Division commander, the immortal Phoenix Marquis. As Kazara's body was hurled back beneath the execution platform, pirate cheers redoubled. The Marines. That's all they are. Come on, let's see you block this one. Marines. With a deafening roar, Diamond Jozu wrenched a colossal slab of ice from the bay's frozen surface and hurled it skyward toward the execution platform. What monstrous strength! Watching the shadow blot out the sun and sensing the heat already radiating from Akainu's body, Dylan's lips curled into a grin. So, you wish to test raw strength? Tom. Understood. Just as Akainu prepared to move, a stout figure leapt upward from beneath the platform. Ha! Midair, Tom caught the falling ice, then reversed its momentum, hurling it back toward the Moby Dick. What? He not only caught it, but threw it back. To launch such mass from ground to platform was astonishing enough to intercept it mid-flight and redirect it. What manner of creature is this? It's Tom, the shipwright of G5. Korarara. The man who built Gol D. Roger's vessel. Truly magnificent. Tom landed lightly beside Dylan, utterly unmoved by such verbal provocation. Whitebeard swung his right arm forward, striking empty air before him. Crack! The airborne ice shattered. Whitebeard glanced downward at his crew below and frowned. If this ice were to fall unimpeded. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures in the air widened, shattering the descending ice into a fine shimmering mist. Impressive. Not only immense destructive power, but also such exquisite control over force. Dylan nodded, watching the glacial mist drift above the pirate ranks. Thus ended the preliminary exchanges. He drew Shura and fixed his gaze ahead. Shilyu, Tom and Tasher stood poised, faces stern and resolute. A titan approaches. Dylan's eyes narrowed upon the vast silhouette rising from the sea. It was Little Oars. Truly colossal, several times larger than even the giant squad. Does size alone guarantee victory, Tasher? Yes. Tasher stepped forward slowly, a faint smile playing upon his lips. All living beings possess emotion, and where emotion exists it may be devoured. Though the battlefield roared with chaos, Tasher's voice resonated, not in the ears but deep within every mind. Whitebeard's brow furrowed. Bloom within your heart the flame. Boom. Despite his titanic frame, violet fire instantly enshrouded Little Oars. Ka. Before Little Oars could react, a thunderous cry erupted from the Moby Dick's bow. Whitebeard clenched his fist, the flames intensified. Understood. Azure fire surged forth, merging with the violet blaze, engulfing Little Oars entirely. The Phoenix's healing flames. Truly remarkable. Sweat beaded upon Marquis's brow in the sky. Maintaining such intense widespread conflagration taxed even him, but that masked officer moved with effortless mastery. That eerie violet fire. After 2 exchanges, 2 G5 officers had each dominated one of Whitebeard's top commanders in their respective domains. Little Oars. Watching the giant writhe within the Inferno, Ace's expression contorted in anguish. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Abyssal dragon, might you preserve his corpse intact? I desire his body. Moonlight Moria shouted toward the rear. Dylan shot him a cold disdainful glance and snorted. Fool. First consider whether you'll keep your own corpse whole. Dylan gave Tasher a subtle nod. Conserve your strength. Yes sir. As the violet flames dissipated, the azure fire gradually receded, Marquis hovering above, breathing heavily. So, you are the legendary monster who strikes fear into every rogue marine of G5. An overstatement. I am but an obscure nameless man. Tasher offered a slight courteous bow toward the sky, as if he had played no part in nearly incinerating little oars. Whitebird's expression grew increasingly grave. G5. Dylan turned his gaze elsewhere, toward the opposite flank. Boa Hancock, enraged by pirate assault, seethed with fury. Yet bound by Dylan's earlier warning, she refrained from her usual indiscriminate onslaught, only deepening her frustration and wrath. That accursed man. The flames on Or's body had just extinguished when he took a brief rest before striding towards the square. Swoosh. A thin line sliced through, severing Or's right leg, and then a swarm of bats pierced through his body. What a beautiful kill. She. Damn 7 warlords. Whitebeard's expression darkened as the first captain fell. You don't have time to mourn, Whitebeard. Rear Admiral Longs leaped onto the bow of the Moby Dick, swinging a massive battle axe down towards Whitebeard's head. Ka! Whitebeard spun around, shattering Long's giant axe, then seized his head to activate his ability. Ugh! Cross over oars. Keep moving. After throwing Longs aside, Whitebeard shouted loudly. Whoa! Rear Admiral Longs. One strike. And took down the giant Rear Admiral. Poof. Dylan took out a steel ball and toyed with it. Captain Lockhew of the 7th Division, it's you. Sizzle. A massive bolt of lightning shot from the position of the admirals. Did you strike? Rear Admiral Dylan. Boom. Captain Lockhew of the Whitebeard pirates evaporated, along with dozens of pirates beside him disappearing without a trace. Lockhew. Damn Navy. Dylan ignored the pirates' insults and the furious gazes of his captains, looking calmly at Whitebeard standing at the bow, and said, You kill one, he'll kill one, it's fair. So? Next you need to be careful, Whitebeard. You little brat. Dylan paid no more mind to Whitebeard and turned to Leo on his shoulder, saying, Go ahead. Yes. Leo vanished from his shoulder. Woo wah 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 wah. I'm gonna fall to my death. I'm made of rubber, I won't die from falling. It's your family again. Carp. Luffy. Both sides of the battle were stunned by the descending freak duo. Straw Hat, Sailor Jinbe, Crocodile, and Revolutionary Ivankov. What a combination. Is this your answer? Jinbe. Yes. I won't be a 7 warlord anymore. Looking at the Straw Hat Kid standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, Dylan smiled and glanced up at Carp, who was on the execution platform. Carp's fists were tightly clenched, seemingly suppressing something. Dylan slightly shook his head, indicating his mean. At this moment, killing the sun god, though it wouldn't make Carp defect, could very likely make him go berserk and obliterate whoever attacked the sun. After all, Ace's death was already unavoidable. Even if he wasn't afraid of Carp, this would be a fatal blow to the Navy's morale. Dylan looked at the red-nosed figure still smug in the bay and turned to Shilyu, saying, Shilyu, it's time to work. Shilyu licked his lips. I've been waiting for this. The legendary pirate Gol D. Roger's crewmate, the great pirate, Captain Buggy. That's right, it's me. On the only unextinguished Den Den Mushy, Buggy's ugly face turned towards the world. Before he could bask in his glory, the pirates behind him suddenly shouted, Hey! That white-haired bastard, get lost, you mere Navy. Do you think you can face the legendary Captain Buggy Heaton? Exactly. Go run and piss yourself. Buggy looked at their expressions, somewhat surprised. Isn't this near the Moby Dick? Who dares to come close here? White hair. Dylan, stepping on the ice and standing with Shura, looked at the group of fleeing criminals behind Buggy and nonchalantly said, Execute them all. Understood. The shadow flickered and thunderstorm was already drawn. Shilyu stood in front of the criminals, his eyes flashing red. Quite a few old acquaintances. This is nice. Yes. Chief Warden At this moment Buggy had already turned around, and upon seeing Dylan his legs began to tremble. Dark Dragon. The Den Den Mushy also turned to Dylan, who slowly walked towards Buggy, his expression growing savage. Clown Buggy, former member of the Roger pirates, occupied and ravaged Orangetown in the East Sea, causing civilian casualties. Rear Admiral, Dark Dragon Dylan rules, execution. Sizzle. A flash of lightning appeared and Dylan was in front of Buggy before he could react, gripping his neck. Filthy and despicable pirate, your luck ends here. Crack. His neck snapped with a sound and Buggy's body went limp. Dylan. In the distance on the execution platform, Sengoku shouted. Understood. Dylan clearly understood Sengoku's meaning and instantly shut off the Den Den Mushy. Just as Dylan turned off the Den Den Mushy, a wave of gasps arose. Dad. Squard. What the hell are you doing? Dylan looked up. The ruse had succeeded. Akainu. However, this blame is truly difficult for you to bear. Shiryu, who had already gone mad with bloodlust, was engulfed in thick black mist, his teeth transforming faintly, becoming fangs. Shiryu. Dylan snorted coldly. Let's go. The prisoners who had escaped from Impeldown had already been minced into pieces by Shiryu. If Dylan hadn't stopped him in time, he would have charged into the New World Pirates' ranks. Bang. The thunderstorm returned to its sheath and Shiryu flashed to Dylan's side, apologizing. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. When the two returned to the square, Whitebeard had already jumped down from the bow of the Moby Dick. Those not afraid of death, come with me. Activate the enclosing wall. The voices of Sengoku and Whiteboard echoed simultaneously. Whitebeard's heart sank. Enclosing wall. What? The ground. The ground is rising. Is it a wall? No. It's a thick, exaggerated iron wall. Looking at the enclosing wall that had already risen without caring about the part being crushed by oars, he directly ordered Akainu. Akainu, make your move, take away their foothold. Akainu stood up, magma erupting from his body. Meteor volcano. Dense magma fists rained down from the sky, instantly melting the ice layer in the inner bay and destroying the Moby Dick. In the gradually boiling seawater, the pirates desperately attacked the enclosing wall. No way. Too thick. What is it made of? Why is it unyielding? Crack. Whitebeard punched the air, shattering it, and then a massive shockwave slammed into the enclosing wall. Dong. The enclosing wall in front instantly caved in but was not destroyed. Blocked. Even Dad's ability can't do anything to it. Sengoku on the execution platform picked up the Den Den Mushi. Begin the execution. At this moment, Little Oars, amidst the immense roar, shakily propped himself up with both hands. Brother Ace. Kizaru looked at Oars, whose finger was as huge as his body, raising his palm. If I smash your head, you should die. Completely right. Just as the light flickered, a column of water shot up from behind the enclosing wall. Oh, water flow. It's Straw Hat. Kizaru stopped the laser in his hand, looking at the straw hat. Oh, how terrifying! The dragon's son. Kizaru kicked the straw hat off the execution platform and Sengoku turned around and shouted, make your move. The executioner swung his long knife and Ace's eyes were tightly closed. Swoosh. Two sand blades passed through the execution platform. Don't get too complacent. Navy. Crocodile had a grim expression on the square. Isn't it you who is being too complacent there? Little Lizard. At the moment the sound was heard, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was originally preparing to attack Crocodile, let out a strange laugh and jumped aside. Woof woof woof, it looks like we've stirred up quite a formidable opponent. Hawkeye, Boa Hancock and Moria all turned their gazes towards Dylan. As Dylan walked forward, he drew Shura. Even though his malice and killing intent were not directed at the Navy, a powerful wave of aura surged around him. Dylan. Smoker bit down on his cigar. Tina is quite surprised. The black silk Tina stood beside Smoker, watching Dylan, who was radiating a crimson aura. It's rare to see him like this. It seems he really despises Crocodile. Sometimes I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. It's not very clear. Dylan flashed in front of Crocodile and delivered a strike in midair. Swish. Crocodile's poisonous hook raised above his head did not impede Shura in the slightest. The Shura wrapped in haki instantly cleaved Crocodile's body from right arm to left leg. Why is it that you notorious pirates gain favor just for helping the Straw Hat? Shura slowly absorbed the blood still clinging to its blade, emitting a tremor of excitement. After glancing at Crocodile, who lay with eyes wide open in death, Dylan turned to leave. Boa Hancock's expression darkened and Hawkeye appeared deep in thought. Little Oars has lifted the ship. The Whitebeard pirates have broken through the encirclement. His head is still on his neck. Right. Ace. After catching his breath, Whitebeard infused his abilities into his great sword Tsong Yun Xie. Be careful, he's about to unleash his powers. Go. Destroy the Navy headquarters. Rescue Ace. Clang. A massive crashing sound erupted as Tsong Yun Xie in mid-swing collided with Shura. It took the hit heeding. The old man's empowered strike. Didn't I tell you? Whitebeard, you kill one, I kill one. Blood trickled from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth as he glared at Dylan after glancing at Crocodile, who had been cleaved in two from afar. Kula la la la, arrogant thunder brat. Poof. You still possess such strength even at this stage. Whitebeard. The two weapons separated and Dylan stood alone before the Whitebeard pirates, his expression devoid of fear. All the pirates, Navy and Shichibukai present were stunned. Is this person really just a Vice Admiral? However, Dylan's lone stance lasted only a moment as the G5 officers rushed to his side the next second, followed closely by the Vice Admirals from the headquarters. Although the Shichibukai did not approach, they observed from a distance with dangerous expressions, keeping their eyes on the Whitebeard pirates. Just an exaggerated Navy break through them. Diamond Jozu instantly transformed and charged towards Dylan. Shark hammer. Bang. Diamond Joseph's right shoulder was intercepted by Tom's punch. The two taciturn figures exchanged a glance before diving into hand-to-hand combat without a word. Old man. Go save Ace. Marco soared into the sky and then dove down towards Dylan. Tahir looked at Marco, who had transformed into a phoenix in the sky, and smiled gently in that case. Whoosh! A burst of purple light shone as Tahir took 2 steps forward. 9 massive fluffy tails appeared behind Tahir. Feeling the change in his body, Tahir's expression became somewhat complex. This form has really been a long time. Marco in the sky took a breath. Other captains and New World captains were also taken aback, but then they rallied and tangled and let the old man pass. Dance of Roses. Petal-like slashes fell, heading straight for Dylan. Swish! Is that the 5th Division Captain Flower Sword Vista? Let me handle it. Shiria swung his sword to block the petals. Leave Thunder Lord Marco to me. Ein resisted Marco's strike. I'll deal with that Durkaban brother. Belmir covered her hands in armament hockey, moving to the flank, eyeing the eager blind twin brothers. Ro stood on the right side, glancing at the rider Doma, who had a monkey perched on him. The two sides, with just a glance, immediately lunged at each other. Rider Doma grinned ferociously. Where did this little brat come from? I've never heard of your name. If I had to say. I'm a soldier from G5 branch. TCH. That's just an insult to us. Doma swung his sword at Ro. Ro raised his sword, blocking Doma's strike, and after pondering for a moment said, "This is already considered looking up to you." Taking advantage of the moment when Dylan and Whitebeard faced off, the Straw Hat prepared to bounce towards the execution platform again. Oh, this won't do. As a Marine Admiral, I can't just let my subordinates fight alone. A laser pierced through the right side of the Straw Hat, and then Kazara landed in front of him. Without power, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. After saying that, Kazara raised his foot and kicked the Straw Hat away. Hot-headed, clumsy, and reckless, just like that idiot Ace, but I like such fools. When Whitebeard raised Song Yun Xie to strike down again before Dylan could make a move, a scorching aura appeared before him. Akaino stepped on the blade of Song Yun Xie and looked at Whitebeard. Do you want to destroy this island? It's not that easy. Kula-la-la-la, then you all better hold your ground. Upon seeing the Admiral make a move, Dylan's gaze swept across the battlefield. In the sky, Marco was engulfed in dual-colored flames. Despite the purple flames corroding his body, Marco gritted his teeth and flew towards the execution platform. Ace. Wait for me a moment. Ha! Tahir on the ground furrowed his brows. Is he looking to throw his life away? At the moment Marco approached the execution platform, a flash of lightning surged. Bang! A powerful elbow strike imbued with hockey struck Marco directly in the face. Ugh! Marco crashed heavily to the ground, and as the flames of the Phoenix dissipated, the purple flames immediately engulfed him. Is it over? My journey. Amidst the flames, Marco smiled and raised his hand towards Whitebeard. Old man. Marco! A furious roar resounded. Dozens of black lightning bolts erupted instantly. Puff! Tahir jolted, spitting blood, and the purple flames on Marco vanished in an instant. Is that a Conqueror's hockey shock specifically targeting me? Tahir raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, looking at the man gasping just below the barrier. Impressive. The tails behind him slowly dissipated and Tahir quietly retreated to the rear of the formation. Tom turned back to glance at Tahir, whose mouth was still bleeding, and then turned to the anxious-faced Diamond Jozu, saying, "For now, let's hold back and take care of our own comrades." All right. Jozu replied in a deep voice, and both sides leaped back, rushing towards their respective comrades. Puff. Old wounds flared up and Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, half squatting on the ground. Dylan watched Whitebeard. Did the recent exertion of Conqueror's hockey trigger old injuries? In the distance, the Straw Hat, freshly energized, shouted out again, "Ace! I'm coming right away." Beep. Boom. Pacifistas fired consecutive lasers at the Straw Hat. Just as the other pacifistas were gathering lasers, a tall figure stood in the side flank of the Straw Hat. Boa Hancock, Shichibukai, cease your attack. Boa Hancock, Shichibukai, cease your attack. The Empress hadn't even begun to swoon before she felt a chilling gaze upon her. Below the execution platform, Dylan looked at her, extending 2 fingers. In the midst of Dylan warning Boa Hancock, Marco was once again severely injured by Kizaru due to his concern for Whitebeard's injuries, while Jozu was frozen by Akiji. Whitebeard himself was struck in the chest by Akinis Hellhound. At this point, the high-level combat power of the Whitebeard pirates had essentially fallen into a disadvantage. Take his head. The Marines surged forward as Whitebeard stood firm before them. How can I die before seeing the children walk towards a bright future? On the execution platform, Sengoku looked down at Whitebeard. You want to see their future, huh? Then I'll let you see plenty. Get ready to execute. Ace. Ace. Amid the desperate gazes of the pirates, the executioner's long blade was raised once more. Stop it. A burst of Conqueror's hockey erupted, causing the executioner to faint immediately. The scene fell into silence for a moment. The king's aptitude. This little brat. Whitebeard looked at Carp, who was seated on the execution platform, and then glanced at the Straw Hat charging forward. You all protect Straw Hat Luffy with all your might. That position. No one present can break through anymore. Carp. Just look at Seeing the eager members of G5, Dylan shook his head. Forget that idiot, go deal with the others. After saying that, Dylan took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath and looked at the Straw Hat who had already run up to Carp. Hey. Dylan, the Straw Hat has gone up. Is it really okay? After knocking back the Dare Cabana brothers with a punch, Belmare jumped to Dylan's side. Dylan shook his head. If we force Carp to change his stance now, the Marines will have completely lost. Moreover. Dylan shook his head. The Straw Hat might have a way out, but Ace. Seeing the Straw Hat ascend the execution platform, all the members of G5 returned to Dylan's side. The enormous Buddha statue raised its hand to crush the balloon and Dylan went TCH. Where's your shockwave? You weren't like this when attacking others. As the execution platform collapsed, a massive flame erupted. You're always causing chaos, Luffy. Dylan shook his head, stepping back slightly with the G5 members. Manchelli. Yes, Dylan. Lando. Manchelli, hidden in Dylan's hair, shed tears onto Tahir. Thank you. Manchelli. We are all companions. Dylan looked at Ace, who was clashing with Akiji, and said to everyone, wait for my command. Killing Ace should let Akainu bear the burden himself. Don't get too attached. Ace. Just as Ace was about to run away, Akainu emerged from the thick smoke. Are you just going to run off after saving him? Indeed, a group of cowards, the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard himself is a complete failure. Ace's body stiffened and with a gloomy expression he turned. Take back your words. Dylan crossed his arms, watching this both familiar and unfamiliar scene. Dad created a place for us to call home. How could you understand Dad's greatness? If one lives without following the right path, then there is no value in living. You are pirates, what do you need a home for? Luffy. A kindness magma pierced through Ace's chest, but Dylan remained unmoved with his arms crossed. Below the execution platform, Carp had already been pinned down by Sengoku. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all stunned. Their mission was a failure. Dylan's ears twitched slightly. He had sensed St. Juan Wolf, who was hiding behind Marineford. Poof. Upon witnessing Ace's death and hearing his final words, Whitebeard could no longer contain himself and instantly appeared behind Akainu. Admiral Sakazuki. A tremendous shock shattered Marineford, and the nearly insane Whitebeard punched Akainu down to the ground. Hellhound. The magma fist struck Whitebeard's head directly, taking off half of it. What kind of power? Belmare, standing beside Dylan, gasped, splitting the square in two. However, this scene seems a bit familiar. Eh? What is that? There's something behind the fortress. As Marineford tilted, a gigantic face appeared behind it. Ah. Have we been discovered? There are people on the execution platform too. Ha ha ha. A boisterous laugh echoed. Did you just notice us now? Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard below, a look of excitement on his face. How wonderful it is to see you before you die. Dad. Whitebeard raised his head to look at the figure in the distance, the one he once regarded as his son, yet who had pushed his family into the abyss. Teach. Only you. I will not call you my son. Crack. Crack. A violent tremor surged towards the execution platform where Blackbeard was located. Ha ha ha, you really spare no mercy. Dad. Marco and Vista, who had originally reached the outskirts, all turned around the moment they saw Blackbeard appear. Don't come over. Whitebeard shouted loudly, the bastard who killed Thatch. I will end him myself. I wouldn't want anything more. Ha ha ha. Dylan's body tensed up and Shura was drawn once again. Get ready. Target Blackbeard pirates. Yes. Turning back, Blackbeard had already been pinned to the ground by Whitebeard. Stop it. Dad. Are you really going to kill your son? Having activated his ability but not yet unleashed it, Whitebeard couldn't help but shudder upon hearing those words, gritting his teeth before tossing Blackbeard aside. Kill him. The Blackbeard pirates surged forward, various weapons and bullets incessantly striking Whitebeard's body. Only after they had exhausted themselves and run out of bullets did Whitebeard barely open his eyes and glance at Blackbeard. Not you. The man Roger was waiting for. At least it won't be you. Teach. ZZZZ. The large screen in the middle of the square suddenly lit up and Sengoku's pupils contracted. Not good. Who is it, Dylan? Sengoku turned his head in this scene. But when he looked at Dylan, he found that Dylan held Shura in one hand while the other was empty. From the position of the image, it was in a certain direction on the Marine side. Damn. One Piece. It exists. Bastard. Sengoku shouted, who the hell is it? Hidden nearby this whole time, only now revealing this scene. Attack. Just as the Blackbeard pirates were about to cover Whitebeard's corpse with a black cloth, Dylan called out in a low voice, rushing towards Blackbeard. The strategic objective has been achieved. From here on out, no holds barred. The Dark Dragon and the G5 guys are coming. The members of the Blackbeard pirates defending in front of the Marines hadn't reacted yet when Dylan, flying in the air, infused his haki into his sword. Judgment, break the illusion. A storm of slashing strikes accompanied by thunder took only an instant to knock down the frontmost Poison Q Lafayette and evil tyrant Abelo Pizarro. I also love. Screw you, old hag. The Moonfang hunter Katarina Devon's words had yet to leave her mouth when Dylan flashed in front of her performing a midair spin kick, his armed leg covered in hockey directly sidekicking Katarina's face. Bang! The Moonfang hunter Katarina Devon was struck into the ground, her life or death unknown. The instant Katrina Dapin, the Crescent hunter, collapsed, Dylan slashed his blade across the black cloth. Hiss! The cloth fell. Blackbeard had already plunged his hand deep into Whitebird's chest, pierced open by the hellhound. Yami Dragon! Stop him. Now, quickly! Though the preceding assault had been astonishing, members of the Blackbeard pirates surged forward toward. Boom! Clang! G5 Marines arrived, intercepting the Blackbeard pirates from both flanks. Dylan! Watching Blackbeard tremble, whether from exhilaration or terror, Dylan vanished and reappeared before him in an instant. His blade thrust forward, aimed directly at Blackbeard's heart. Judgment Naiha Bridge. A torrential slash, fluid as rushing water, pierced Blackbeard's body again and again. Ugh, arg. Though drenched head to toe in blood, Blackbeard refused to withdraw his right hand from Whitebird's chest. Thief! Thief! Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard stared at Dylan, whose expression remained ice cold. I've waited 30 long years for this day, no one will stand in my way. Then you truly are remarkable scum. He twisted the hilt, the once ceaseless serpentine slashes abruptly halted, a more grotesque aura erupted from the demon-like warrior enveloped in Conqueror's hockey, black and crimson energies coiling and merging with violent intensity. At the sight, fear finally flickered in Blackbeard's eyes. You too. A faint shimmering black orb crackled with lightning hovering above the tip of the demon warrior's blade. Judgment Samsara. Wah! Under the colossal impact, Blackbeard's body was finally wrenched free from Whitebird's corpse and hurled backward. Carried by momentum, Whitebird's lifeless form plummeted into the abyss he himself had carved. Damn it! Yami Dragon! As Whitebird's body fell, Dylan glanced toward the cliff's edge, where Blackbeard knelt, pounding his chest in anguish. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You bastard! Sensing Dylan's approach, Blackbeard leapt to his feet. My dream will not end here. Poof! Dylan spoke no further, only wound Conqueror's hockey once more around his sword Shura. That last strike, infused with Conqueror's hockey, had only wounded him, it hadn't even come close to crippling him. This man's body. What on earth is it? Elsewhere, without Crocodile or Buggy the Clown, the Straw Hat crew still managed to escape from Akainu's grasp. As the peacekeepers advanced across the plaza and the Straw Hats fled, the Whitebeard pirates' will to fight dissolved entirely. Pursue the pirates. Eradicate them to the last. Let no evil escape this place. Whitebeard slain. Ace executed. The enigmatic Blackbeard, who knew what schemes he harbored, had appeared out of nowhere. Yet he had been thwarted by Admiral Dylan. The Navy's victory lay within arm's reach. Eradicate them all. Charge. Navy morale soared to unprecedented heights as admirals and rear admirals led the charge onto the frozen battlefield. Dream. Mere pirates dare speak of dreams. Dylan gazed upon Blackbeard's battered frame, struck squarely by both Naiha Bridge and Samsara, yet still breathing. Shwa. Dylan launched himself skyward, Blackbeard's expression hardened instantly. This ends now. Stop. Shwa. Dylan launched himself skyward, Blackbeard's expression hardened instantly. This ends now. Stop. Do not fight any longer. Stop. Do not trample upon life needlessly. Your objective has been achieved, these senseless sacrifices serve no purpose, no more than blind folly. Kobe raised his arm and shouted aloud. The entire battlefield froze. Even among the exultant Navy ranks, many faltered, uncertainty clouding their eyes. Gulp. Akainu materialized before Kobe. You wasted several seconds of my time. The Navy needs no soldier who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Clang. At the very instant Kobe squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death, a molten magma fist was arrested midair by a Western-style rapier. Well done, young Marine. Shanks stood before Kobe. An overwhelming wave of hockey erupted. Kobe, standing mere inches away, collapsed unconscious on the spot. The entire battlefield fell silent in stunned disbelief. The four emperors. Red-haired Shanks. Why is he here? I have come to. A thunderous roar split the heavens, Marineford's skies darkened beneath a churning sea of storm clouds. You seek your death, Shanks. Massive bolts of lightning writhed through the clouds, not merely electric but charged with palpable fury. A searing bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens. Dylan snatched Kobe up, gripping his skull and raising him high into the air. Sakazuki. Buy me some time. Oh. Sakazuki held Dylan in the highest regard and sensed his intent immediately. He responded without hesitation. Garp. Sengoku. Dylan bellowed toward the scaffold's base, watching G5 Marines locked in combat with Blackbeard's crew. Are you going to act or not? All eyes turned to Dylan in shock. This man dared address the hero of the Marines, an admiral, and the fleet admiral himself. Finally Dylan turned his gaze to Kizaru. Borsellino. Oh, understood, Dylan. Kizaru glanced toward Ben Beckman perched calmly atop the shattered mainmast of Whitebeard's fleet. Don't wander off, otherwise it really will grow angry and I won't be able to explain that. With the situation largely stabilized, Dylan rose slowly into the air and unleashed a devastating Conqueror's hockey shockwave. Cough. Kobe stirred back to consciousness. I'm Rear Admiral Dylan. Dylan cast him a cold, unblinking glance, his grip tightening fiercely around Kobe's skull. Bien. Yes, sir. A massive projection screen unfurled before the crowd. Just as confusion rippled through the assembly, two Navy figures appeared on screen, cowering in a distant corner of the battlefield. No, I can't do anything. They're so strong, and yet they fall one after another. If I stay here any longer, I'll die. Next, the footage shifted, showing Kobe and Belmer attempting to flee the fortress amid the chaos of war. While the Whitebeard pirates invaded, every Navy officer fought with unwavering courage, even unto death. Yet you chose to run. When the Navy seized the advantage and prepared to crush evil once and for all, you demanded we halt. Kobe, suspended midair, gaped speechlessly. How could anyone have recorded this? Who was watching? If you truly possessed courage, why didn't you stop Whitebeard's invasion? You worthless coward. You preach about trampling life, but pirates burn, slaughter and plunder without cease, slaughtering innocents without mercy. Then why don't you deliver that lofty sermon to them? Floating above the frozen battlefield, Dylan drew a slow, deep breath. Navy soldiers. Beyond this fortress lies the home of our families, the land, the seas where countless ordinary people live without protection. Our aging parents. Our helpless children. They await our word. No sacrifice is meaningless. Every pirate we slay honors our fallen comrades in heaven and secures even one more minute of peace and safety for the defenseless. Do not falter. Take up your weapons and fight. Fight. Snap. Kobe's skull shattered instantly, bone fragments and crimson gore splattered across Dylan's hands. Wah-wah. Fight. Kobe. Carp, standing beside Sengoku near Akainu and intimidating the remaining members of the red-haired pirates, watched his disciple's head vanish, his expression darkened once more. I truly am not a worthy mentor. The Navy's morale surged again, higher than before. Below, the red-haired pirates slowly withdrew to the periphery. Marshall D. Teach. Marco. Shanks glared upward at the thunderous clouds veiling the sky. Whatever else awaits us, it can wait until later. Escape from Marineford now. Though Carp's will to fight had waned and Sengoku harbored little desire to engage, the combined might of the three admirals, the 12 fleet admirals of headquarters and the G5 forces remained terrifyingly formidable. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Join forces with you. How utterly unexpected, but fine. I accept. Elsewhere, every surviving member of the Whitebeard pirates turned their gaze toward Marco. All decisions rested solely with him. Gazing upon his comrades behind him, battered, bloodied and broken, Marco clenched his teeth. We retreat from Marineford first. We cannot let old man's sacrifice be in vain. Escape. A deafening thunderclap split the air and a colossal voice boomed across the battlefield. Who said you may flee, vermin? Shanks. Eyes blazing with fury, Shanks stared up at Dylan, suspended in midair, wreathed in crackling lightning, the dim dragon. You. Kuzan. Ice Age. A stretch of sea spanning kilometers froze instantly, the outer fleet of marine warships and New World pirate vessels alike locked solid beneath an impenetrable sheet of ice. Dylan. Sengoku, gazing up from behind, observed Dylan fused with the storm-lit heavens and hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. What precisely have you resolved to do? Black thunderheads rolled ever closer toward Marineford, crackling with gathering wrath. Gooseflesh rose on countless arms, weaker pirates trembled violently, some even succumbed to paralysis. Awakened Logia. Natural energy manifested. This is madness. This is Marineford. Wrong. From within the thunderclouds a godlike voice resonated. Fortresses may be rebuilt. Islands may sink and be resettled. So long as we still stand. Justice itself resides here, in Marineford. At the final syllable, every bolt of lightning seemed to echo in no, every bolt coalesced into that voice. A deep resonant chime reverberated across the heavens. Great Luo Celestial Ward. The blinding white lightning flared jade green, and smoke began rising from pirates' bodies. Far away, Don Quixote Doflamingo broke into cold sweat. He's directly stimulating bioelectric currents within human flesh. Such overwhelming force. Gar. Roar. Countless roars erupted from the storm clouds. In that instant, Shanks recalled a day years ago, on the West Blue. Hey Teach. Even his devil fruit power, supposedly impervious to himself, could not shield him now. Such intensity. Such scale. Activating the dark fruit consumes stamina. Glancing at the naval officers arrayed at the 4 cardinal points, encircling them, Teach steeled his resolve. Shanks, Marco and the others surely intend to kill me. Once I unleash my power, you must protect me. Shanks nodded gravely. I swear it, your feud shall not erupt here. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Still as gallant as ever. Very well, I'll trust you this once. But Teach's gaze lifted toward the monstrous figure descending through the storm. Even at full strength I cannot possibly shield so many. Shanks's heart sank. Thousands of pirates scattered across Marineford's outskirts. Only his crew, Teach's men and the Whitebeard Pirates division commanders stood nearby. We'll do our utmost, we'll all fight together. Exactly. If you wish to live, summon your courage. Yah-ho ho ho. Now. Before the words faded, the beastly phantoms bound within the storm clouds lunged downward. Inside the plaza, Sengoku's scalp tightened. Fall back. Protect your comrades first. Wah 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 wah. What a reckless fool. Does he mean to slaughter us all too? Though the beasts targeted the outer pirate alliance, the tightly packed Marines inevitably suffered collateral damage. Roar. Dark sky veil. Teach raised both hands, unfurling a vast spherical barrier just in time to intercept the lightning beasts. Ka. No. Teach's pupils contracted, he spat crimson blood. Attack him now. While the Marines are still struggling against his power, hurry. Understood. Shanks raised. Griffith drew a deep breath and wrapped his conqueror's hockey around the blade. His eyes scanned the churning thunderheads, frustration etched across his brow. Where is he? I can't locate him. If Jesus Burgess were here. There. Marco pointed skyward. Life signature, there. Only he could be there. Understood. Ha! Swinging Griffith in a full circle, he launched a colossal slash equal in size to the beasts themselves, soaring straight into the heavens. Blub blub. Blub blub. High above, Dylan glanced at the azure den mushy in his palm, then crushed it in one grip. The slash cleaved the sky, splitting the thunderclouds asunder. Through the parted veil, Dylan's form emerged, still entwined with arcs of raw lightning. Dylan gazed downward. Akiji hesitated. Kizaru had vanished. Carp Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru strained to emit protective auras for the weaker Marines. Only Akainu pressed forward, cutting through the storm with Ghost Spider and Doberman and other hardline admirals at his side. Ah. Dylan sighed deeply. Failure to achieve total victory is no fault of strategy yet. As the lightning dissipated, Dylan unsheathed Shura and looked down upon the pirate alliance with sovereign disdain. Something must remain. Oh. Then shall we leave them their lives? What say you, Dylan? Kizaru materialized beside Dylan, crossing his arms as golden light shimmered about his fingertips. Yakusamitama. A laser barrage, vastly exceeding its prior manifestations, engulfed the frozen sea. Dylan gripped Shura tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Though the spectacle was awe-inspiring, this Yakusamitama was deliberately shattering the ice to clear an escape route for the pirates. Kizaru and Dylan stood shoulder to shoulder in the sky. It was the order from above. Dylan. Poof. Shura slid home into its scabbard. As the pirate alliance fled into the distance, Dylan descended slowly to earth. Akiji remained silent. Sengoku and Carp wore tense, unreadable expressions. Damn it. Akainu erupted from the ground, eyes blazing like molten lava. Why? They're only paralyzed, not dying. Why? Why not eradicate those scourges while we have the chance? Seeing the scene fracture into open confrontation, Sengoku stepped between Akainu and Dylan, calm but resolute. Whitebeard is dead. Ace is dead. Our objective is fulfilled. To annihilate Shanks and Teach here would cede the new world outright to Big Mom Kaido and others. A masterful politician's rhetoric. Dylan's aura had fully receded, but his tone and bearing unsettled both Sengoku and Carp.
This was also why Lin Yuan had not chosen to enlist. The frontal battlefield was fraught with danger, not to mention rookies like him. Even powerful ability users could perish there at any moment.
Dylan glanced at the heads, tongues lolling grotesquely from slack jaws, and smiled faintly. Never mind. Just as he turned to leave, he saw Belmir collapsed over Kobe's corpse, sobbing uncontrollably.
In year 36 of the Giant Era, the first ability user awakened on the battlefield. Soon after, all across the globe, more and more human ability users awakened. We came to...
A hand settled gently on his shoulder. Sengoku shook his head slowly. Let him be, Carp. He has done nothing wrong. Thus, the Summit War concluded in a Navy victory. Though Marineford Fortress lay in ruins and nearly 10,000 of the 100,000 Marines perished, the results achieved were: Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, slain. Port Gas D. A 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, slain. Lucky Roo, 7th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, executed. 12 allied captains under the Whitebeard banner, slain. Former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, executed. Former Roger Pirates crewmate, Buggy the Clown, executed. Blackbeard Pirates crewmember, Mr. 3, executed. Blackbeard Pirates crewmember, Lafitte, executed. Over 3,000 sailors, Whitebeard Pirates and allied New World crews, executed. After the war, one name echoed anew across the heavens. Rear Admiral of the Navy, the Dim Dragon Adams Dillon, Admiral. I don't need it, nor do I have the time for it. Kuzan has already left the Navy. Deciding to step down from the position of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku no longer dyed his hair. On the Den Mushi Sengoku with his hair now gray looked at him and said Sakazuki's promotion will be in 2 months. Kuzan recommended you to take over before he left the navy. Others also think you are very suitable. Others. Dylan scoffed. What if others think I shouldn't live anymore? Should I end it myself? Dylan. I know. You know nothing. Dylan rudely interrupted Sengoku, grabbing the receiver and saying to Sengoku, aren't you planning a world conscription? Then go ahead, I'll just continue being the head of my G5 squad. When I want to become an admiral, I'll let you know. Having said that, Dylan hung up the Den Mushi and looked at CP0 standing in front of his desk. Is this also the intention of the Gorosei? Yes. CP0 nodded, saying the Gorosei said. Even if you are promoted to admiral, you only need to stay at Marineford and handle special missions. There won't be. Poof. Dylan snorted, coldly interrupting CP0's words with his gaze. As an admiral, one has to wipe the Dragon Clan's backs, and I might even have to station at Mariewa for such matters. Do you think I would do that? How the hell would I know? CP0 silently screamed in his mind, but his body obediently nodded. It really isn't your style. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Dylan reached out to CP0. Den Mushi, the one in front is broken. CP0 said with some doubt. The blue Den Mushi is very difficult to cultivate. And I heard that one was crushed by you. Dylan shot him a glance, sneering, then let me borrow yours, you make the call. On the other end of the call was still the golden-haired Gorosei. Adams. Dylan. It's me. I won't be taking the position of admiral anymore, you know the reason. Some things will only get messy if you make me do them. I anticipated this. What is the matter this time? It's about the information on Poseidon. Dylan raised his head and shot CP0 a malicious smile. I have confirmed that Poseidon is. Bang. CP0, who was standing in front of Dylan's desk, vanished without a trace, leaving only the door trembling slightly. Has something unexpected happened? A mouse ran out. Let's get to the point. Poseidon is this generation's mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. The Den Mushi on the other end fell silent, seemingly having the receiver held down. Dylan was not in a hurry, leisurely smoking. Shirahoshi being Poseidon is something him knows. With the changing times, one must also solidify their privileges early, otherwise some things will become difficult to handle. Having the ability to control the Sea Kings is indeed incredible. However, even if the world government already knows about Shirahoshi's identity, they may not dare to act against her lightly. After all, if Shirahoshi were to become emotionally unstable, no one in this world would likely escape from Fishman Island. And what consequences would arise from directly eliminating Shirahoshi? Could it cause all the Sea Kings to go berserk? No one knows, and no one dares to try. Very well. The entire message is extremely important. After saying this, the golden-haired Gorosei hung up the phone. Mariewa, on the empty throne. Understood, give him a reward. A drifting voice came from the throne. What kind of reward? The person on the throne propped his head with one hand and gently tapped the armrest with the other. You decide, but do not let him feel dissatisfied. After the Gorosei respectfully exited, the person on the throne smiled, slightly cunning. Although the Navy defeated the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard's final words, "One Piece exists," have made the situation across the world even more turbulent. The pressure on the Navy and the Kingdom's army seemed to have returned to the beginning of the Great Pirate Era over 20 years ago. Various naval branches and CP organizations frequently reported to their respective headquarters seeking assistance. Of course, the Navy's victory and Dylan's speech also inspired many dreamers and powerful individuals, leading to a massive increase in those choosing to join the Navy. The two largest forces in the world instantly began to clash from top to bottom. No one can remain uninvolved. Branch 85 requests assistance. The number of pirates has surged and we cannot contain it. Requesting an increase in combat personnel. Branch 216 is eliminating the Black Goat pirate crew. Non-member countries are requesting help. Pirates have already reached their capital's gates. Another new bounty over 100 million has appeared. The Kingdom of Kyusha has been destroyed. East Blue. The Kingdom of Girona. A slender woman stood on the highest lookout tower of the palace, facing the wind. Her hands were clasped together as she gazed towards the direction of the Grand Line, seeming to await someone's arrival. It is currently the windy season, Your Majesty. This is not good for your health. Bamand. The woman did not turn around upon hearing the voice coming from the stairs, still gazing into the distance. When will I see him again? The elderly Bamand walked behind the woman, draping a windbreaker over her shoulders as he held onto the railing, looking down at the royal capital. He has always been with us, hasn't he? Time returned to the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. The Kingdom of Girona. This once great Eastern Sea nation has now become a destitute kingdom, removed from membership by the world government for its inability to pay the heavenly gold. Rampant pirates, swarming bandits, the royal family still immersed in the fantasies of ancestral glory, and the lifeless commoners together formed the entirety of the nation. Despite having vast territory and fertile land, the common people of this country were all emaciated with sunken eyes. Charge in. Even if we are poor, we are still kings. Maybe there's even a beautiful princess, ha ha ha. Let me taste the princess flavor too. The palace had long lost its former glory. Gold ornaments, famous paintings, jewels and even silver candlesticks had all been sold off. Protect the queen, protect the princess. Dozens of the last royal guards tightly guarded the broken palace gate. Your Highness. The now gray-haired Bamand tightly held the trembling Camilla. Ugh. Have we really? Ugh. Come to this point. Beneath the enormous portrait of the ancestor, the king was half-slumped on the dilapidated chair, pouring the liquor from his bottle. There's no more liquor. Huff. 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 Bamand looked at the king, who had already fallen asleep, despairingly closing his eyes. As the sounds of battle drew closer, Bamand's hands began to tremble. Princess Camilla, allow this old servant to escort you on your last journey. The young Camilla lifted her head, her once royal blue pupils now dimmed by years of hunger. The poorly fitting floral dress she wore even had some visible patches. Yet it was clear that the person who patched them was very gentle. If not looked at closely, it would be hard to tell. Bamand, are we going to die? If we die, we won't be hungry anymore, right? The young Camilla, who had tasted suffering at such a young age, suddenly had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Will I be able to see my mother soon? As the sounds of slaughter outside the door gradually faded away, Bamand embraced the slender figure of Camilla, closing his eyes to begin his prayer. The frail Camilla curled up in Bamand's arms, gazing up at the ancestral murals depicting battles on the palace ceiling. Ancestors, please bless my people so that they are no longer bullied by the wicked, and bless me to see my mother. Your Highness Camilla. Bamand, now over 50, shed tears. What a kind princess she is. Why is fate so unkind to her, forcing her to be born into this tumultuous royal family? Creaking, the ancient door of the palace was slowly pushed open. At first Bamand was saddened, but then he keenly sensed something was amiss. How could pirates push the door open? They usually storm in directly, and why is it so quiet? Footsteps sounded from the entrance of the palace, and Bamand opened his eyes to look. A boy of about 15 or 16 entered, carrying a long blade that seemed disproportionate to his body. Who are you? Me. I am a naval officer. The kingdom of Harona has always been renowned for its fertile land. Although it lacks the scarce minerals and abundant fishery resources of other countries, the unique climate yields a rich harvest. Such land has become a target for pirates to plunder regularly. The people living here suffer terribly but are powerless to resist. Hundreds of years ago, the ancestors of the kingdom of Harona arrived on this land, leading their knights to mark boundaries, drive away bandits and establish rules. The people cherished the Harona royal family and vowed to remain forever loyal to it. The warm land is suitable for growing crops and also allows fierce warriors to become stout. 200 years later, the once formidable Harona knights disappeared and their descendants became nobles who needed assistance even to walk. The royal family fared even worse. With the vast grain yields, they collaborated with warring nations to exchange for high profits. Eventually, in a certain year, they became a member of the world government. With the promise of naval protection from the world government, the kingdom's military became a complete joke. Although the lives of the people grew worse each day, they at least managed to survive. Life continued like this despite the royal family's increasing grain tax and the fact that some people had already begun to starve. But the people knew well that if they could not continue to pay the heavenly gold tax, they would return to hell like their ancestors. Everyone gritted their teeth trying to gather the heavenly gold demanded by the world government while also maintaining the lavish lifestyles of the nobility. The fragile support that sustained it all finally collapsed one day. The pirate king, Gol D. Roger, was executed. Countless people began to set sail in search of the unprecedented great treasure, One Piece. Many newly emerged pirates were hardly deterred by the naval flag. They came to the rice kingdom of Harona. They stole food, took women, and seized the preparations for heavenly gold. In that year, the rice kingdom of Harona lost its status as a member of the world government. The navy took down their flag. Nightmares returned to this land, and the knights who once wielded weapons to protect the people had long since vanished. That year, Princess Camilla was born into this world. By the way, Navy officer, our soldiers. Young Dylan smiled somewhat shyly. They fainted, but there is no danger to their lives. After saying that, Dylan adjusted Shura slightly backward. Then Dylan glanced around. This could be considered a castle. From the scale of the architecture, it seemed to have once been affluent, but now it looked strangely ironic. Did you not say that this kingdom has no soldiers left? Bamand smiled bitterly. They are not descendants of the first generation of knights. After losing their status as a member state faced with increasingly frequent plunders, the nobles either fled or perished here. They were originally commoners who took up arms to fulfill the promise of their ancestors. No wonder. Dylan pondered for a moment. Those people did not seem like warriors at all. Wait a moment, Bamand recalled the king, who was still sleeping soundly in the chair, although he was so foolish and incompetent nevertheless. Your Majesty. The 13th king of the Harona royal family died on his throne, a smile on his face. Bamand. What happened to father? Bamand held Camilla's shoulders with trembling hands, suppressing the pain in his heart. Your Highness Camilla. The king has passed away. This country has only you left as the heir. Did father and mother like sister go to a faraway place? Please. Please be strong. Mm. Despite still being weak, Camila responded firmly, I will bemand. I promised mother that I wouldn't cry until I find someone to rely on. I will wait for them to come back. The young Camila still did not fully understand the meaning of death. Some said it was like falling asleep while others said it was going to a faraway place. Nearby, Dylan sighed. This is the East Sea. The weakest sea. A symbol of peace. If the East Sea is like this, one can only imagine the state of other seas and the Grand Line. A prosperous place yet devoid of the strength to defend itself. Although deeply sympathetic to this nation, Dylan stood up and walked towards the door. Having witnessed too many tragedies of humanity along the way and being far from the outpost, he would be scolded if he didn't return soon. Bamand watched the young naval officer preparing to leave. His mouth moved, but in the end he did not speak. The Navy. After all, is the Navy of the world government. Just as Dylan reached the entrance, a slightly tired yet clear voice sounded from behind. Big brother. Whom? Dylan turned around to see Camila, her small face dusty, wearing a patched floral dress. What is it? Camila slowly walked towards Dylan, supporting herself on the table. When she reached him, she bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my soldiers. We welcome you to visit Herona again. We will surely treat you with the sweetest Camila raised her small face, revealing a smile. If Herona is still here. This was our initial strategy. Dylan sat cross-legged in the dilapidated royal garden, sketching a vague map on the ground with a twig. According to your account, the people of the kingdom of Herona still remain loyal to the royal house. Therefore our first priority must be to unite them and then restore production. But Bamand recalled the pirates who raided this place without warning. Even if grain were sown, it would merely become plunder for marauders. Frowning in thought, Dylan turned to Bamand and said, find someone intimately familiar with the surrounding seas and utterly loyal, to carry a message back to me. Remember, absolute discretion is paramount. A single misstep could sow catastrophe for the future. I shall remain nearby for 2 quarters. During the first, we shall ensure the harvest matures safely. In the second, I shall train your soldiers to wield arms. Pirates need not be feared. A strange gurgle echoed. Dylan glanced at Camila, her pale cheeks flushed faintly with shy embarrassment. Dylan looked around, at the soldiers' hollow ashen faces and at the old man whose beard had withered like dry straw. Are there wild beasts nearby? In the deep mountains to the north. Gather people. Bring carts and follow me. Dylan rose, then bent low to gently stroke Camilla's head. Hold on just a little longer, we'll return soon. Camila rose onto her toes, watching Dylan and the carters recede into the distance. Though years of famine and turmoil had left her frail and her hair dull and brittle, Camilla's eyes now shimmered with newfound light. Bamand. Gazing at the road where Dylan's figure had vanished, tears finally welled in Camilla's eyes. Have I found someone I can truly rely upon? Deep within the northern wilderness of Herona's capital, dense undergrowth choked long-abandoned paths, untended for decades. Along the ruined mountain road below, several large carts brimmed with the carcasses of over a dozen ferocious beasts. They're here again. Rustle. Rustle. From the shadows of the thicket, Dylan emerged, shouldering several beast carcasses. Let's go, this should sustain us for some time. As for staple grains and seasonings, Dylan recalled spotting a pirate flag planted on a small island during his journey. We'll borrow a little from there. When the caravan returned to the capital laden with game, more and more townsfolk trailed at the palace gates. Dylan gave Camila a slight solemn nod, then brought his sword scabbard down hard upon the ground. Now, men who know how to butcher stand to the left, women who know how to cook to the right. Once the crowd dispersed, he added, everyone else, gather firewood. Gazing up at Dylan standing before her, though she did not yet know his name, Camila felt certain she had found the one she could depend upon. An hour later, the scent of roasting meat filled the capital's air. Dylan stood before a row of great cauldrons, surveying the assembled cooks. Anyone caught stealing food will have their entire family banished. Such was the decree of that young man. Though none knew him, the soldiers had already told the people this youth alone had slain over 30 pirates who had attacked. Though mouths watered uncontrollably and children wailed in hunger, the sight of that young man standing motionless, his hand resting upon his blade, filled all with dread. Soldiers. When the meat was fully cooked, Dylan commanded loudly. Instantly those former civilians, now soldiers, formed ranks before the cauldrons. Each person shall receive rations according to age. Leftovers are to be dried, not hoarded. And no crying, under any circumstance. From behind, Camila tugged Bamand's sleeve. Bamand, don't we have plenty of meat? Why can't everyone eat their fill? Bamand stroked his beard and smiled. Your Highness, this meat cannot be consumed all at once. If we feast today, what of tomorrow? And what of the day after? Moreover, after prolonged starvation, the human body cannot withstand sudden excess. It would collapse under the strain. That young man. Truly extraordinary. Why not? A shrill voice erupted from the crowd. There's so much meat. Why can't we feast to our heart's content? Dylan's icy gaze swept across the assembly, the agitator flinched, shrinking back instinctively. Yet emboldened by murmurs rippling through the crowd, he raised his voice again. These beasts belong to the kingdom of Herona, we may eat as much as we Dylan did not erupt, but instead drew the crimson scabbard he had planted into the earth. Oh. Then why have you not hunted them yourselves? You. The blonde youth's face flushed with indignation. You possess strength, so why shouldn't you help us? Hearing this, most hesitated, but a few nodded in quiet agreement. Exactly. Dylan inclined his head. The youth's expression brightened with hope. So, tonight we feast. But Dylan's next words plunged him into glacial despair. I possess strength, thus I choose to aid you. By the same logic, pirates possess strength, so they may ravage you without restraint. Then what if? With a flash, the blood-red Shura blade cleared its scabbard, its aura unleashing a wave of visceral metallic gore. I chose to become a pirate. The famished crowd recoiled in panic. Dylan advanced slowly. Camilla gripped Bammon's sleeve tightly, her jaw clenched. In this life one may lack power. One may lack learning. Yet there exists one thing without which existence itself becomes perpetually perilous. A shark shink. The blonde youth's head soared skyward, his expression frozen in raw terror. Without lucid self-awareness, one steps unawares into the abyss. After that spectacle, the clamorous crowd fell utterly silent. Even children's cries were stifled by mothers' hands. Distribute the food. Yes, sir. Inside the palace, Camilla ate sparingly, then cast a hesitant glance toward Dylan. Is it because you find me too ruthless? No. Camilla shook her head. I trust my big brother has sound reasons, I simply wish to understand them. I am no longer a child. At last Camilla lifted her gaze to meet Dylan's directly. He paused, then glanced toward Bammond. Princess Camilla. No, by law she is now Queen Camilla. I see. Dylan placed a small carving knife beside a slab of meat. Then Queen Camilla, what do you believe sustains the rule of a kingdom? Camilla tilted her head, puzzled. To a 7-year-old the word governance still held unfamiliar weight. Put simply, what would make your people happier? To let everyone eat until they're full. Camilla declared boldly. Dylan nodded, then gently shook his head. True. Sustenance is humanity's most fundamental need, the very bedrock of well-being. Yet this alone your ancestors achieved centuries ago. So tell me, why did the kingdom of Herona collapse? Because of pirates. Dylan shook his head again. That is but one symptom, one surface wound, not the root cause. He slid the meat forward. Wealth, the flesh of a nation, your ancestors secured. They ensured full bellies for generations. Then he pushed the knife forward. Strength, the bones of a nation, they drove out pirates and bandits. Yet even such a kingdom crumbled. Why? Bammond sat pensively beside them, a question that had haunted him for years. He had long attributed it solely to the dawn of the Great Pirate Age. Wealth is a nation's flesh, strength its skeleton. Dylan picked up a fork and knife, crossing them deliberately. Faith, that is the soul of a nation. Faith. A thunderclap reverberated in Barman's mind. He felt as though he had grasped something, yet it remained just beyond full comprehension. Watching Camilla's still bewildered expression, Dylan turned his gaze instead toward Barmond. In this age of chaos, if a nation's ruler is consumed solely by notions of benevolence and righteousness, even if the state does not collapse outright, both country and people will perpetually teeter on the precipice of peril. Striking down enemies is certainly vital, but uniting our own ranks is equally indispensable. Indeed, it is the very prerequisite for defeating adversaries. This nation lies in ruins. There is neither time nor capacity left to methodically reform every fool who has grown corrupt. Barmond, do you deem the populace wise, or foolish? After a moment's reflection, Barmond replied, one must view this through multiple lenses. Agitators such as the Revolutionary Army naturally proclaim the masses to be wise.
As for you, just cower in the rear like a turtle hiding in its shell and live out your pitiful life. Leaving those words behind, Wang Mang snorted coldly and strode out of the classroom without looking back.
Precisely. In truth, the populace differs from rulers not in essence but in manifestation. Yet why do so many appear more ignorant, listless, savage, and coarse? His homeland's landscape flickered across Barman's mind. Education. He blurted out, they have received no education. Indeed. Yet education is not confined to archaic, abstruse knowledge alone. Anything that broadens one's horizons or proves applicable to daily life qualifies as education, and anything that shapes character or instills conviction likewise belongs to its domain. Dylan held the stewed meat in his hand, gazing at the elder and the youth seated before him. The people's needs are sometimes astonishingly simple, they merely yearn to fill their bellies. Then let us forge an environment where that is possible. Then Dylan seized the dining knife and gripped it firmly. We shall weave that environment into a cohesive whole, binding you, them, this castle and this land together. We must kindle in them a sense of belonging, a loyalty rooted not merely in fealty to the monarchy nor in ambitions of rank or wealth but in something far deeper. They must fight for their convictions, for their descendants, for this land, for this unified whole. And when they truly comprehend why they fight, that is when faith is born. Year 1512 of the Marine calendar. To depart from the East Blue. Yes. The time draws near. I must retrieve something from the Grand Line. Moreover, I shall no longer reside permanently in the East Blue. Dylan placed a reassuring hand upon Camilla's shoulder. Soon my identity will grow increasingly sensitive, attracting widespread scrutiny. To safeguard your safety until our ultimate objective is fulfilled, I shall not return to Herona. Guard yourselves well. I shall dispatch agents to assist you, but not myself. From across the vast sea I shall strive alongside you to reshape this world. Camilla stood facing the sea wind, gazing into the distance, though they had pledged not to meet again until that day arrived. Yet each day after concluding her administrative duties she would ascend this high tower to look once more toward the direction he had departed. By the way, Barmond, the world government has extended invitations to us several times. When shall we respond? Next year, Barmond replied, seemingly long prepared for this question. We need only attend the upcoming World Conference as instructed. Until then, others may represent us. Barmond appeared drowsy. Lately CP agents have been appearing frequently in the East Blue. Beyond the Revolutionary Army, our own covert operations may now be drawing their attention. At such a juncture, prudence is paramount. I understand your urgent longing to see him and aid him. Yet precisely now we must remain steadfast and composed. Barmond's eyes seemed to drift shut. Synthesizing his assessments with our years of clandestine investigation, the East Blue is unquestionably far less tranquil than it appears. Next mission: advance toward the New World. Note well, it is not about territorial conquest. Excessive holdings would burden and constrain us. Our principal objective is the eradication of pirates. Inside G5's conference chamber, senior officers sat assembled around the table. Dylan pointed toward the region directly beneath the calm belt. First target, the territory formerly governed by the Whitebeard pirates. Also. Dylan picked up Shura and glanced toward the doorway. Shirlu. Come with me to collect debts. Tasher holds the fort. Tom's expression remained unchanged as he stepped silently behind Dylan. Shirlu meanwhile rested his hand upon the hilt of Thunderstorm. The Empress. How I hope they resist, just a little. Belmare cast a sidelong glance at Shirlu before departing. You've grown increasingly peculiar since the war. Following the summit war, Shirlu's body underwent profound transformation. His teeth sharpened, his skin darkened to an inky black, and eerie unsettling patterns emerged across all exposed flesh. If this were a devil fruit ability it would suit you perfectly, ha ha ha. With that, Belmare, Ein and Law departed. Unit 07 had vanished the instant Dylan concluded his briefing. Shirlu paid no heed to Belmare's jest. Walking beside Dylan he remarked, I relish this new state, I can feel my power steadily ascending. Dylan. Shirlu gazed at the banner fluttering ahead. Once I complete the awakening you spoke of I shall challenge you. Don't shed tears now. Dylan lifted a hand and leapt aboard the warship first. Dylan, renowned and unassailable, I have a question. After the vessel set sail, Tom sat on deck watching Dylan. That ring can contain living beings, so why must we always travel by ship? Everyone wonders the same thing. With your speed, carrying us would save considerable time, wouldn't it? Shirlu, polishing Thunderstorm, turned his head. This was a question they had debated privately many times before. Dylan rotated the fortress ring on his finger and shook his head. Dr. Vegapunk cautioned me, though brute force cannot shatter it, devil fruit abilities pose an unknown risk. This world hosts countless bizarre fruit powers. Transporting you within the ring would merely cost extra time, but habitual reliance upon it would create a dangerous vulnerability. There is a Commodore stationed at headquarters named Huon, you know him surely. No. TCH. Dylan shot them both a wry, exasperated glance. Compared to CP0 these two lacked all comedic timing. Utterly inadequate straight men. His fruit grants the rust ability, any metal he touches corrodes instantly into rust. And then there are others, like the backward fruit, capable of reverting matter to its primordial state. Leaning against the rail, Dylan continued, the ring itself is inert, devoid of sentience. Even under normal use I must concentrate fully to wield it. Should enemies devise countermeasures against it, I may lack the split second needed to release you. If the ring is destroyed you could well be crushed into oblivion within its void. Thus, unless confronted with extraordinary circumstances, saving this marginal time is unnecessary, and indeed preserving this capability may yet prove invaluable for future surprise operations. Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock anxiously paced in the palace. That demon. Looking towards the sea behind her she sighed again. Lord Luffy. I can only assist you up to this point. The arrival of G5 is inevitable, and if Dark Dragon sees Lord Luffy here I fear. Snake Princess, have you made your decision? Duroliosa walked out of the side hall with a cane, accompanied by her two younger sisters and other warriors. Everyone was fully armed. No matter what decision you make we will support you because you are the Empress of Amazon Lily. Before Boa Hancock could respond a voice filled with anxiety sounded from outside the palace. They're here. The G5 ship has appeared. Everyone's bodies trembled, including Boa Hancock herself. The warship stopped beside Snake Island with Dylan standing at the bow, Shiryu and Tom standing side by side behind him. Dark Dragon, Dylan, Rain, Shiryu, Raging Sea, Tom. With such a lineup, even if one wanted to abandon Snake Island and flee it would be impossible. What do you want? Wielding weapons, are you ready to fight me? Dylan squinted at the slowly approaching perfume snake. Shiryu, standing behind Dylan, was enveloped in black mist. Empress Boa Hancock is said to possess considerable strength, and according to that foolish woman Belmare she has mastered a mysterious power. In the distance, the citizens of Snake Island gathered together waiting for their fate. Recalling their king's usual demeanor and the legend of that man, many already had ashen faces. The end of Amazon Lily might be today. Dark Dragon General. Euroliosa stood beside Boa Hancock looking at the three figures at the bow of the opposing ship. Dylan glanced at her coldly, interrupting her words before turning to Boa Hancock. Are you really going to put on airs of royalty in front of me at this time? Shiryu. Bang. Shiryu's pair of black wings spread open behind him and then he leaped into the air towards the beach. This new power is impressive. Let's use Snake to sharpen my skills. Wait. A trembling voice rang out as Boa Hancock covered her face with her hands. Wait. When she lowered her hands, two streams of tears slid down her cheeks. The infamous Rain Shiryu was someone who makes pirates tremble in fear. If he reaches the beach, there may not be a single complete corpse left. The Snake are willing to compensate. Poof. Compensation. Dylan scoffed. Now you know how to feign sympathy. Did you not think about today when you infiltrated Impel Down with that straw hat? Did you not think about today when you attacked the pacifists during the war? Where is your Lord Luffy? Did he just leave? Is Rayleigh and the blue fatty with him too? You're feigning sympathy. Because my fist is bigger than yours. If it were someone else here today, would you not beat them up and then say some nonsense like no matter what I do I will be forgiven because I am too beautiful? I said I want heads and I want heads. You have 10 minutes. Bring me the heads of the snake pirates. If it's not enough. Dylan turned and walked into the cabin. Tom. Shiryu. You two go to the island to retrieve them. Understood. Understood. Shiryu hovering in the air and Tom still at the bow responded simultaneously. Seeing that man disappear into the cabin door, Boa Hancock felt her body weaken and slowly slumped down. There's something strange about the whirlpool ahead. In the storm, I held the compass in one hand and pressed down on the map with the other. There are no additional markings on the map. It seems we have encountered extreme weather. Shall we turn the helm? Velmir also lost her usual cheerful demeanor. In this weather, even in the New World, it is quite rare. I'm shook his head seriously. It may be too late now. We can only choose to raise the sails and try to pass through the storm or seek help from the general. TSK. Velmir clicked her tongue and Ein and Ro looked at her. Full power. Let's push through. Our ship isn't that fragile. As the order was given, the warship sails rose and several rows of pipes emerged from the ship's rear. Hold on tight. A small boat bounced on the stormy sea filled with lightning and waves, then sailed into the unknown mist ahead. We're doomed. We're definitely going to get scolded when we return. Watching the damaged warship, Velmir cursed while sunbathing with a cigarette. What kind of ridiculous weather is this? That bunch of useless CP0 didn't even leave a single mark. I marked information on the map while gazing at the calm sea in the distance. Is this what we find after passing through the mist? With the powerful winds and the warship's momentum, they successfully passed through the storm and entered a fog. After sailing through the mist for nearly half an hour, the entire view suddenly changed. The sky was blue and the wind was calm. This created a dreamlike illusion. Was the storm outside just an illusion? But the warship stranded on the beach indicated that this was clearly not an illusion. Where's Ro? Hasn't he returned yet? Should be. Someone's here. In the distance, a voice devoid of much emotion sounded as Ro emerged from the woods with Oni Curry on his shoulder. And he's not weak, but he seems a bit strange. Strange in what way? Appearance or? Ro shook his head. They're definitely human, but their behavior and speech patterns seem very odd. This place should have been isolated for a long time. Is that so? Velmir lit a cigarette and pondered for a moment before glancing into the distance, but unfortunately her observation hockey was quite average and she couldn't sense any life force from afar. Are there any pirate flags? Or signs of pirate activity around? No. Ro recalled the appearance of that city. Besides some flags and stone carvings, he saw nothing else indicating identity or stance. Those flags and stone carvings were not the skull designs commonly used by pirates. Since there are no pirate flags, let's wait here for Tahir to send a ship over. No need to disturb them. The rogue navy began to search for useful items from the damaged warship to prepare dinner just as a uniform sound of footsteps echoed from the woods. Een. Joshua and Oni Curry were simultaneously drawn. Velmir also looked up towards the dark and deep forest. Where do you come from? A heavy voice sounded from the night, and then a group of armored soldiers marched out of the dense forest in an orderly manner. This place is a forbidden land. Marineford. 3 weeks had passed since the war ended. The fortress, shattered by Whiteboard, was undergoing frantic reconstruction. Most Marines summoned to headquarters had already departed. Admirals, Vice Admirals and Fleet Admirals of the Marine headquarters were convened in Mary Geo's on the Red Line to deliberate the appointment of the next Fleet Admiral. On Marineford's central plaza, crowds of admirers and journalists surged in and out incessantly. It's been reduced to this. Marineford. Yet the Marines still emerged victorious. Wasn't the man hailed as the world's strongest slain right here? Who can say? The broadcast cut out for so long. I heard the Marines resorted to dishonorable means. Bang. A gunshot. Ah. A chorus of shrieks erupted. Enemy attack. The assailants are Monkey D, Luffy, the Straw Hat Fishman Karate Master Jinbe, and the King of the Underworld, Silver's Rayleigh. They're not launching an assault, they've seized a warship. Open fire on them. Reporters swarmed the shoreline frantically snapping photographs of the commandeered vessel. A major event. What do they intend by circling Marineford? Fool. This is water funeral. Such brazen audacity. As journalists stood frozen in disbelief, the stolen warship drew near the western edge of the plaza. That's the Ox Clock. What does Luffy intend? Dong. 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 16 deep resonant chimes echoed across the heavens. The New Year's bell, yet it's not New Year. Idiot. He's heralding the end of an era. That straw hat, this brat. Just as the sun god lifted his straw hat to present flowers, a cold voice pierced the air from afar. Well struck. Boom. A pillar of lightning crashed down, petals scattered across the ground, and Luffy was instantly pinned beneath Dylan's boot. Rayleigh's pupils contracted sharply at the shoreline. When did he appear? Dylan pressed his sword scabbard against Luffy's skull while stamping his right foot upon his chest, then addressed the reporters. Broadcast this scene worldwide for me. The bell Luffy rang is the death knell of a new age. Brother Luffy. Jinbe watched from nearby, heart lurching at the sight of his comrade trampled beneath Dylan's heel. Right, that man is a devil fruit user. Seawater then. Ocean current, surge. 7,000 watt roundhouse kick. Before Jinbe could fully gather, the current, a tawny figure materialized at his flank with a roar. Thud. Caught off guard, Jinbe was kicked violently into the wall. You. Spurting blood, his expression hardened with grim resolve. This man has grown even stronger. Rayleigh slowly drew his blade and advanced. The Dark Dragon, don't. Dylan's eyes flared. Don't. You think I'll obey your command? No. Then I'll do precisely the opposite. Even as he spoke, his armament hockey thickened, Luffy's old wounds ruptured anew, and a guttural scream tore from his throat. Wah! A flash of fury crossed Rayleigh's eyes. Release Luffy, or else. Or else what? Will you sink Marineford yourself? Dylan flicked a glance toward the reporters, feverishly capturing every frame. Effect achieved. Sun God, your time has come. Reading Dylan's gaze, Rayleigh blurred forward, appearing beside him in an instant. You'll unleash catastrophe. Clang. Blades clashed. Dylan parried Rayleigh's sword with one hand while intensifying pressure beneath his boot. Old man. Beneath his foot, Luffy had lost consciousness. Blood seeped through his bandages. Sweat beaded on Rayleigh's brow. This youth's strength. No more hesitation. Black lightning infused Hoshiko Haki coiled around Rayleigh's blade. Dylan's lips curled. You're serious? Ajin. High above, Shiryu, racing downward, stiffened. After years serving under Dylan, he'd learned much about his habits. If Dylan merely regarded a pirate with disdain, the pirate still had a chance if he fled swiftly enough. But once he drew his blade, true combat began. Yet if he began uttering bizarre mocking quips, his murderous intent had become unstoppable. Pitch-black Hoshiko streaked with crimson surged up Shura's length, forcing the two blades locked in contact slowly apart. Rayleigh glared darkly at Dylan. At this rate, Marineford may not withstand the strain. The Marines and countless wounded and civilians remain here. Is this truly necessary? Are you threatening me? Gritting his teeth, Dylan tilted his head skyward. Shiryu. Order G5, slaughter his mistress in Sabaody Archipelago. Slay Kokalos at Twin Cape. Every last one of them. I'll hunt them down and send them all to their graves. At Dylan's savage declaration and chilling orders, Rayleigh's face paled. Shaki. Kokalos. Do not overstep, Marines. Overstep. Nothing surpasses this. Dylan's eyes blazed with feral light. Issue an order. G5 shall issue a kill-only warrant for Octopus 8, the former swordsman of Arlong pirates. You forbade anyone from harming him. Not only will I kill him, I'll serve him as Octopus Donburi. Champions of the old and new eras, divided by irreconcilable loyalties, burned with towering wrath. A thunderous clash of Hoshiko Haki sent civilians and journalists reeling into unconsciousness. You think only pirates threaten others? This trick holds no sway over me. Even Rayleigh, usually serene and composed, now glowed with crimson fury. There would be no peaceful resolution today. Never could he have imagined events spiraling to this point. Luffy, it is I who. Who do you think you are? Taking advantage of Marineford's momentary emptiness to ring its bell. Dylan gripped Shura's hilt with both hands and drove forward. Come, let us settle this here and now. Rayleigh, over 70, trembled visibly in both hands. This man. No, he must not yield now. Dylan's overwhelming aura bore down like a collapsing sky. Even Shiryu, hovering midair, struggled to maintain levitation. Spare Luffy, just this once. A soft sigh faded, then a voice resonated within Dylan's mind. It is not yet time. Dylan stiffened, but Shura never faltered. Who are you? He voiced no sound, only projected the question inward. Have you not already deduced it? You? Emu. Again the voice came. Yes, it is I. This sorrowful world needs you, yet it also needs Luffy. Let him depart this time, even if. Hearing those final words, Dylan's eyes widened in genuine shock. Then he scoffed, bitterly amused. So it is. How bitterly ironic. We wronged him, thus. Dylan glanced down at Luffy, eyes rolled back, breath shallow, then weighed his options before hardening his expression once more. Very well, but old Ghost Rayleigh, he is excluded from this accord. Only silence answered him, a quiet resigned sigh. Dylan kicked Luffy away, then raised his gaze to Rayleigh. Come, the right arm of the Pirate King, let me see whether your aged limbs can still kindle faith among pirates once more. Watching Luffy fly through the air, Rayleigh exhaled, yet instantly recoiled as a wave of primal danger washed over him. Haushiko flared along their blades, both men blasted backward in recoil. A crimson line slashed across the horizon, the distant sea parted cleanly in two. Judgment, Kunlun. In Marinbondo, Luffy the Straw Hat mourns for Fire Fist Ace, who was gravely injured by Admiral Dark Dragon Dylan, while Dark King Rayleigh loses his right arm. The strongest navy in history has appeared. The strongest navy, Vice Admiral Dark Dragon Dylan. It seems Roger's crew can no longer hold back as they reveal themselves one by one. At the moment Dylan severed Rayleigh's right arm, a towering wave swept Rayleigh, Luffy and Jean Bay away. According to the deductions from CP0 and headquarters, the attacker should be the former member of the Roger Pirates Fishman Sandbay. Although Tom immediately chased into the deep sea, they managed to escape. Captain of the 07 Combat Unit Captain Leo stood on the table looking at Dylan. When we arrived at Sabayati Archipelago, Shaki's bar was already deserted. According to reports from the Chia Kingdom branch, Kyukalos from Twin Gorges has also vanished. It seems the members of the Roger Pirates still maintain contact. Additionally, the swordsman from the former Arlong Pirates Octopus Xiaoba has also gone missing, likely taken away by Shaki. After listening to Leo's report, Dylan crossed his legs and said, forget it, Shaki is a woman who deals in information. It's normal that you can't catch up. However, from now on, once you find their whereabouts, notify me immediately. Understood. Dylan looked at the meeting participants. What about Belmere and the others? Why haven't they returned yet? I was just about to report this. Tahir took out several lifecards and placed them on the conference table. The lifecards were still intact, showing no signs of burning or withering. Since Shiryu and Tom went out with you and G5, must have someone left behind. We have to wait for your decision upon your return. Can't we contact them via Den Den Mushi? Tahir shook his head. Dylan looked at the lifecards on the table. While they hadn't changed overall, the activity frequency of the lifecards was much lower than normal. Is there anything that can block the guidance of the lifecards? Tahir shook his head again. I'm quite curious about this too. Even so, and even far across the seas, the lifecards wouldn't be interfered with, but... Dylan lightly tapped his fingers on the table and said to the attendees, I'll go check it out. You all proceed according to the original plan. Yes. After leaving the conference room, CP0 was in the lounge holding a teacup. Gather information on the remnants of the Roger Pirates. Dylan threw the navigation chart of Belmere and the others' journey onto the table. Why did they go missing on this route? CP0 silently picked up the map and said the gray area is marked as unknownness. Should have been explained beforehand. Dylan glared at him. Was it? After putting down his teacup, CP0 mumbled, there should have been. Then that means there wasn't. I seriously doubt what the world government is paying you for. Besides eating and drinking, can you do anything else? Looking at the freshly brewed tea that he hadn't even sipped yet, CP0 silently stood up. You say. Ah. You had your chance and you didn't make use of it. You let Yamato eat the Umfun fruit and let a dog eat the Great Way fruit. And you still want to get promoted. You still want me to speak well of you. Pa. Facing Dylan's heavy-handed attack, CP0 picked up a box from beside the table and opened it, revealing a devil fruit inside. Don't tell me you're trying to fool me with smile. This is a devil fruit found in Wano country. According to the pictorial comparison, it should be the dango fruit you mentioned before. Understood. Dylan snatched the dango fruit and tossed it into his ring. Aren't you leaving? Waiting for a meal. Initially wanting to get some information from Dylan, CP0 looked at his face and recalled some recent events, suppressing his inner anger. There's one more thing. Before Dylan could glare at him, CP0 quickly spoke. According to the original plan, Moonlight Moria would be stripped of his title as Warlord of the Sea and executed after the Marineford War, but he managed to escape. According to our clues, he should have fled to the New World. If you encounter him, can you? Well, discuss it when we meet him. Dylan walked out of the base and took out the lifecard of Belmere and the others to observe. The lifecard gently floated towards a certain location every few seconds. Joy Boy. What is that? He was an incredible person but too naive. By the large bonfire, Belmere, Luo and several elders and strong men sat together. After gathering her thoughts, Belmere looked at the elder across from her. So your ancestors neither supported that so-called Joy Boy nor the 20 Kingdoms Alliance. Are you a third-party force? The elder fiddled with the bonfire. Non-committal third party. Maybe, but our overall strength is still significantly different from them. After all, Joy Boy led the strong from various races and on the side of the 20 kings. I heard they formed something called the world government after their victory. Yes, this is one of the two major pains of this world today. The so-called 20 kings. Their descendants are now living in the Holy Land on the Red Line Mariewa, the world noble celestial dragons. The Red Line. The elder murmured, seemingly recalling something, but then his expression returned. From your words it can be inferred that there are still many just people in your navy, and they are even quite resistant to the style of the celestial dragons. Have you ever thought about why after 800 years the sea is bound to be filled with strong people, yet no one has been able to overthrow them? Be it pirates, the navy, or the so-called revolutionary army. Why hasn't anyone been able to achieve that? From certain perspectives, if your navy could unify its thoughts and overthrow the world government with a thunderous force, wouldn't it be better to clear out the pirates and reconstruct order? Though this idea is exaggerated over hundreds of years, there surely must have been someone who thought of it. With the elder's words flowing smoothly, Belmare and the others fell into deep thought. Indeed. There are countless people within the navy who have resistance against the celestial dragons. Why has no one ever raised their voice to do this? Then the celestial dragons. The elder shook his head regretfully. When we chose to leave back, then the other two sides viewed us as a threat. Although Joyboy's people did not take action, he actively withdrew his troops, allowing the 20 Kingdoms Alliance to pursue us. Many important pieces of information were lost along the way of our exile. What can be confirmed now is that the descendants of the 20 kings must possess some kind of destructive power. This is also the greatest wealth and assurance the 20 kings left for their descendants. And what about you? Belmare looked at the robust men around her. The aura they exuded was like that of ferocious beasts. Our strength has diminished too much after hundreds of years of nurturing. We have barely reached today's situation. Perhaps it is time. The elder's face flickered in the firelight. It is time to return to the but before that we need to meet him. Him? Who is it? Your leader, He has arrived. It's truly exhausting, even the heart network can be blocked. A figure descended from the sky. Dylan glanced at Belmare and the other two, as well as the rogue navy reveling in the distance, before sitting down. I think I just heard you wanted to see me. The old man did not immediately respond to Dylan, merely examining him before smiling. The heart network, huh? Dylan frowned slightly and turned to look at Ein. Receiving Dylan's cue, Ein reiterated the information they had gathered earlier. You don't seem surprised by this information. The old man was somewhat puzzled. The young man did not exhibit much astonishment or gravity after hearing it. Some of the information here. How should I put it? Anyone with a brain can figure it out. Even among your so-called destructive forces there should be someone who clearly understands what that is. So? Dylan glanced around. These things are nothing new. Beside him, Belmare took a puff of her cigarette. She had never considered these matters. Ein and Luo were rather nonchalant. The old man slowly nodded. I've heard some of your exploits from them. So what do you think? Do you need our power? Upon hearing this, both Luo and Ein were somewhat taken aback. However, Dylan did not give an answer but looked at the old man. I need power. Your power could be acceptable, but I don't want just any power. These fellows indeed possess admirable physiques and vital energies, and their discipline is remarkable. Even in this isolated archipelago they maintain vigilance. Are you following some kind of agreement or waiting for someone to save you? The old man shook his head. No, this is precisely the main reason our ancestors parted ways with Joyboy. Oh. The old man stared at Dylan and said solemnly, the scattered records left by our ancestors mention that while Joyboy was a leader brimming with kindness, he was not a competent leader. Peace cannot be achieved simply through laughter and joy, especially between races. The inherent power disparities, the gaps in lifestyles, the ambitions of schemers, these cannot be resolved by hosting banquets. I don't fully understand what exactly happened in the final moments of that war, but from our recent conversations and analyses, Joyboy, as described by the ancestors, chose some form of self-sacrifice or waiting for dawn in the end. Such things are what we loathe. Nika. He tried to lead the oppressed to break the old evil but abandoned it at the last moment. The old man shook his head. Compromise in time cannot bring peace. Silly banquets cannot sustain lasting peace. Law and order are the standards for maintaining peace. The old man's eyes burned with fiery intensity. The law of equality. After hearing the old man's words, Dylan clapped his hands. Interesting, but not quite enough. Let's do this. Dylan scanned his surroundings. Let's first see the outside world and then decide. A young warrior followed Dylan away from the archipelago known as Belchico. Do you have any racial traits or anything unusual like weird tattoos on your back? In the mist a small warship slowly cruised. Alex, the young warrior from Belchico, shook his head. No, why would I have something like that? Who knows? Some people do have them. If these people are indeed, as they claim, the third-party forces from the past, they might also be in the records of the world government. Now is not a good time for rebellion. That old man. What's his name again? Mr. Ephraim, he is our guide. Guide. Don't you have a royal family? Alex shook his head. It said that before entering Belchico our country had no such thing as a royal family. I don't know the specifics. So powerful. Achieved a parliamentary system 800 years ago. Or As the ship sailed out of the mist, the surrounding whirlpools calmed, but the storm remained astonishing. TCH. Listening to the rumbling thunder above, Dylan looked up. The clouds, after a bout of turbulence, began to settle. The recently calmed thunderclouds immediately coalesced again as Dylan passed by. Frowning at the clouds behind him, Dylan pondered. No wonder this place was designated as an unknown area by CP0. It truly is filled with oddities. On the other side of the New World Sea, an island once occupied by the Whitebeard pirates. Bang! The pirate flag erected on the island was slashed in half. Looking at the fallen pirate flag, the people's eyes lit up momentarily but then dimmed again. So what? Today these pirates died and tomorrow new pirates will come. Gee. Great. Sir. May I ask if you are from the Navy? The man resembling a demon had just disembarked from a warship marked with G5. Although he did not harm the civilians, his brutal methods of slaughtering pirates shocked the quietly observing crowd. Ah. I suppose that counts. What's the matter? Shiryu casually replied while cleaning the blood off the blade of his thunderstorm sword. Gulp. The person who approached to inquire swallowed nervously and said, Could I borrow your flag to help deter the pirates? When the G5 ship approached the island, the pirates who had been drinking and feasting suddenly began to flee as if they had gone mad. Those with boats set sail while those without found a plank to leap into the sea. Some even dove headfirst into the water. They must be quite formidable, a well-known navy, I suppose. No. Shiryu shook his head. My task is simply to cleanse the pirates. The middle-aged man's expression grew more despondent. How long can a stable life last? Seeing Shiryu depart, the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward the rogue navy on the other side. Although these people don't look like good folks. After he made his request again, the Navy officer displayed a conflicted expression. He was merely Shiryu's deputy, the vice captain of the 04 combat unit, lacking the authority to directly use the G5 flag. But considering the food and supplies the impoverished civilians had brought them, the deputy gritted his teeth. All right. Upon returning to the warship, the deputy's legs were already trembling. Everyone at the G5 branch knows that in the base, aside from Belmir, who dares to argue with Major Dylan, only Miss Ayu and Princess Manchue can act cute in front of the Major. Everyone else follows orders with unwavering discipline. As Shiryu's deputy, he certainly understood the current strategic directives. Only cleanse the pirates, do not occupy territories. This was an order issued personally by Major Dylan. On the warship, Shiryu sat in a deck chair smoking a cigar while watching the trembling deputy tie him up and throw him in the prison. At that moment of despair for the deputy, Shiryu turned and walked toward the cabin, set sail. Shiryu. The deputy's eyes brimmed with tears. He did not reclaim the G5 flag, he bore this burden for himself. Disobeying military orders. Yes, he planted the G5 flag on that island, but I did not retract it. Dylan leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, watching the officer bound on the ground and the waiting Shiryu standing by ready to face his wrath. After a moment of thought, Dylan lifted his eyelids. G504 combat unit disobeying military orders. All personnel will have 1 year of pay deducted and all ranks will be lowered by 1 level. Immediately set out. Only after killing 100 pirates with bounties can they return to the unit. Now get lost. The officer on the ground let out a slight sigh of relief. General Dylan did not order the flag to be retracted. Truly wonderful. After the 04 unit left, everyone else fell silent while Dylan remained deep in thought on the sofa. Although some islands had been occupied before, they were still within a controllable range. Moreover, they were all near the G5 branch. Nominally, it could not be considered an occupation but rather the establishment of outposts. Both the headquarters and Marie Joa turned a blind eye to this. But Dylan understood very well that once some things went too far, there would be issues. The territory was too vast and G5 could not manage it all. If someone with ulterior motives destroyed the islands protected by G5, it would deal a blow to G5's prestige regardless of whether they sought revenge afterward. Furthermore, those islands were territories of non-member countries, were simply ungoverned areas. According to the laws of the world government, the Navy was not obligated to provide protection for them. If I were to expand my territory so ostentatiously and those territories could not become member states failing to pay the heavenly gold, it would become a significant hidden danger. Belmir was the first to be unable to hold back and prepared to speak, but Tom, sitting opposite her, gently shook his head to stop her. Map. As the map slowly unfolded, Dylan's hand gently traced over it, seemingly searching for something. The others showed puzzled expressions, but no one spoke. Here Dylan pointed to an area on the western side of Dressrosa marked as the El Chino Kingdom. Intel. Tahir glanced at it and said, El Chino Kingdom, formerly a member of the world government, lost its membership status and Navy protection 6 years ago. Its capital was destroyed by pirates, the royal bloodline severed, and now it is a lawless land. The severing of the royal bloodline. Dylan rubbed his brow. Should we mobilize the forces of the East Sea? No, that would appear too abrupt. It is not yet time to expose ourselves. Magnetic Drum Island. Also not an option. The royal family. After pondering for a while, Dylan looked up at Manxili. Tom escort Mang Sealy to Greenbit and invite King Ganju to the G5 meeting. Though it feels a bit rushed now. It is just the right opportunity to probe the attitudes of the world government and various races. When Ganju arrived at G5 he was accompanied by hundreds of Dong Tata soldiers. Dylan observed the expressions on their faces with slight curiosity. Why does it feel different from before? Ganju's expression was somewhat serious. For hundreds of years we have been waiting for the day when the promise would be fulfilled adhering to our nature. But this has brought us too much misfortune and sorrow. In these 10 years, we have begun to seek our own path. Facing injustice and discrimination, resistance is the only way out. Isn't that right, General Dylan? The hundreds of warriors behind him were all solemn and disciplined. Clearly they were also overcoming the naivety of their racial nature with great willpower. Over the years they have followed Leo into battle, witnessing this world. This has only strengthened our resolve. Prepare for migration. A new Greenbit is about to be born. At the same time prepare to join the world government. As you wish. The migration of the little people. Doflamingo's expression darkened. Although he did not know why the G5 branch had not specifically targeted the Don Quixote pirates before and after the war, directly migrating all the little people would mean completely severing that path, and moreover, those despicable slaves actually want to establish a nation. That's right, Doflamingo. The G5 fleet has already set out, led by angry Sea Tom. What about the factory? Torpole sniffled and said with some worry, not optimistic. The quantity that can be delivered to Kaido after removing the defective products is very limited and Kaido is already very dissatisfied. Moreover, he has also reduced our weapon supply. Doflamingo interlaced his fingers, resting his chin in thought before saying, use the power from heart to gather the locations of other little people, or negotiate with Big Mom. We cannot continue to delay. Understood. After Torpole left, Doflamingo suddenly smiled ominously. Let the slaves join the world government. Dark Dragon. You really have some audacity. Woof 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 woof. Let me see your ambition and skill. Alabasta Kingdom. Nefertari Cobra fell into thought while looking at the news in the World Economic Journal. With the support of the Navy's G5 branch, the Little People's Dong Tata Kingdom announced their migration to the unclaimed land of El Chino and the establishment of the Greenbit Kingdom. Their king also stated that after settling down they would quickly restore their national strength and then join the world government. After the Marineford War, everyone became aware of the existence of the G507 combat unit. While it cannot be determined whether this action is led by Dark Dragon, there is certainly his influence behind it. What could the purpose be? All politically sensitive individuals were secretly discussing this significant change. These traitors. It is simply a disgrace to the little people. Not only have they forgotten the agreement but also violated the promise. After the Dragon Palace Kingdom, have other races joined the world government? What role did Dark Dragon play in this? Is it a test from the Navy? After the news spread, Zowano country and Elbaf were filled with discussions and suspicion. Totland. Well, Dark Dragon. Could it be too anxious? Parasparrow licked his candy while asking, Mother, do you mean this is his plan? Could he also want to establish a nation of all races? Who knows? Well. But this is a very dangerous signal. Are the little people wealthy? Can they afford the heavenly gold? Katakori said in a low voice from afar with G5. No. With Dark Dragon's financial resources, paying the heavenly gold is as easy as pie. There is a strange rumor among pirates, if one can defeat Dark Dragon and obtain his wealth, there would be no need to search for One Piece. And you still keep in touch with Zephyr and the others, don't you? And yes, and though he had served in G5 for several years, Ein remained taciturn by nature. Swordsmen, it seemed, were invariably sparing with words. And Dylan rapped his knuckles lightly on the table. Has Vince consumed a devil fruit? And unlikely. Please wait, I'll confirm at once. And with meticulous precision, Ein immediately lifted the Den Mushy and dialed Zephyr's number. No, Ein. Zephyr appeared markedly older than before, yet upon seeing Ein's face his expression softened into genuine delight. Though Ein had trained under him only briefly within the Navy, he was already regarded as formidable, a testament to his mastery of that man's swordsmanship. Moon-cutting Ein. While Ein ranked modestly among G5S officers among the Navy's new generation, he stood near the very apex. Master Zephyr, Rear Admiral, entrusted me to ask, has Binz consumed a devil fruit? Enim. Binz. Zephyr paused, brows furrowing in mild confusion. Since the devil fruit user assault incident, he had developed an abiding revulsion toward devil fruit powers. Even if such fruit had been seized, he would have promptly surrendered it to Marine headquarters. And no, he hasn't. Why this sudden inquiry? Nain turned to Dylan. Dylan took the receiver. Zephyr, it's me. Dylan. Binz has not acquired any ability. Is something amiss? NAS, one of only 2 surviving students from the devil fruit user assault incident, Zephyr had personally recommended Ein to Dylan while devoting himself fully to Binz's training. Alas. Binz's aptitude remained profoundly limited, yet Dylan possessed extraordinary discernment, unearthing talents like Raging Sea Tom, Heavenly Fox, Tasher and Belmer, who had once seemed utterly unremarkable. Even then Dylan had instantly recognized Ein, not yet a veteran but still a raw recruit. NMM. I see. Binns is now a lieutenant commander, isn't he? Congratulations, Zephyr, and far from it, that boy still has much to learn. Still knowing the Navy has you in its ranks, I can retire in peace. And after brief pleasantries they ended the call. Dylan then dialed a slate grey den mushy, find me a devil fruit. Which kind, and the verdant fruit? Consult the official compendium for its precise appearance. Once located, and accounting for prior matters, it'll disclose the location of the Revolutionary Army's Central Command. A CP-0 agent stationed in Dressrosa stiffened imperceptibly. Lately their utility to Dylan had waned steadily. Not only had the Navy granted him unprecedented resources and authority, but he also appeared to command independent intelligence channels, and this time they must seize the opportunity. After severing the CP-0 connection, Dylan contemplated his next move. And though the diminutive people possessed extraordinary botanical cultivation techniques, pairing them with the verdant fruit would undoubtedly elevate their capabilities to a transcendent level. After all having uprooted their entire kin and resettled them in an alien land, he owed them more than mere sanctuary, he owed them restitution. Order Unit 07 to patrol and clear the periphery of New Greenbit. Tom's primary duty remains internal defense. Recruit nearby refugees into reconstruction efforts and selectively naturalize exceptional individuals as Greenbit citizens. Perimeter structures, hold on a moment, and the den mushy transformed into a smirking sunglasses-wearing rogue. And wah. How rare to see you stir so boldly, Dark Dragon. Do you truly fear scrutiny from above? And Dylan stared silently at the den mushy on the other end. Don Quixote Doflamingo's voice faltered mid-sentence. And speak. What is it? Need my help locating the verdant fruit? Say the word, I'll commit fully in humph. Dylan scoffed coldly. The man's reach extended astonishingly far, even into CP-0 itself. Yet such transparent attempts at proxy warfare held no sway over him. And lend me your stone man for a few days, and Pica. What for, and what do you think? To build me a house in Elsino? Or do you refuse? And even across the den mushy, Doflamingo felt an unsettling chill. Refusal would compel Dylan to retrieve Pica in person, and Dressrosa as it stood could ill afford such upheaval. How long? Pica is both family and a vital officer. And leaning forward slightly, Dylan smirked. That question belongs to him alone. If he applies himself, 3 or 5 days may suffice. But should he shirk his duty, then he'll lay bricks for me until his dying breath. Understood. I'll dispatch Pica immediately. Inform that fishman, avoid misunderstandings. And are you instructing me now? Nonly after confirming Dylan had hung up, did Doflamingo slam the receiver down. And that accursed bastard, infuriating beyond measure. Yet recalling the man's sheer power, Doflamingo's irritation curdled into restless unease. Formidable in strength, legendary and renowned commanding subordinates who had each carved legends during the Summit War, Dylan, the Navy's preeminent rear admiral of the new generation, wielded authority that commanded universal law backed by staggering wealth. Rumors swirled across the Grand Line that he entangled with shadowy factions, even struck bargains with Big Mom herself. Yet what did it matter? His stature remained unshaken. In the wake of the Summit War, his prestige soared to unparalleled heights, among pirates feared, among Marines revered. One side trembled in dread, the other bowed in reverence. G5. And Dylan sat in his office immersed in scholarly texts when Au crept stealthily toward the window. Hey! Ninjutsu Sea Star Shuriken Na desiccated starfish hurtled from behind Dylan. He shifted his body just enough to evade it effortlessly. An enemy kunoichi. Then I too must act. Ninjutsu lightning release. Kirin Na feeble sputtering spark of lightning flickered weakly in Dylan's palm. I surrender. I surrender. Neu leapt onto Dylan's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. And well then, how fares our kunoichi? Have you studied diligently and trained your body well? Yes. Brother Tasher is an excellent teacher. And Dylan ruffled her hair, then retrieved a snack from his drawer. Is that? Then let me test you. Neu hopped down, chewing thoughtfully while planting her hands defiantly on her hips. And bring it on. A true kunoichi fears neither trial nor challenge. Dylan rubbed his nose, then smiled mysteriously. A swimming pool fills completely in 15 hours via its inlet pipe, empties fully in 20 hours via its outlet. Both pipes open simultaneously for 7 hours until the caretaker grows bored, then adds a second inlet pipe capable of filling the pool in 13 hours. But in his haste he accidentally punches a hole in the tank, through which the entire pool would drain in 40 hours. So how many hours until the pool overflows? The kunoichi froze, mouth agape, half-chewed snack tumbling forgotten to the floor. After a long stunned silence she stammered, could you please repeat the question, and ha 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 ha. Dylan burst into hearty laughter. Apparently children across all worlds share an ancestral soul-deep terror of the mad pool caretaker. After you left Dylan's office, Bayermeyer walked in, cigarette in mouth. Dylan, who had resumed reading, ignored her. These guys, aside from going to the conference room or the reception area during regular meetings, prefer to sneak into his office at other times. Hey Dylan. I mean. Dylan closed his book and looked at the hesitant Bayermeyer. What's wrong? Hesitating again? Have you caused trouble? TSK. Can you think of me in a better light? After rolling her eyes at Dylan, Bayermeyer continued, how old are you this year? You're around 30, right? 31, what's it to you? Although he was already 31, his appearance still resembled that of a 25 or 26-year-old due to the tempering of lightning. Bayermeyer hesitated for a moment before saying Ayu is a very good child, but have you ever thought about leaving your own bloodline? Although Dylan often disappears, they all know he is either doing his own thing or cultivating. This promising man has nearly reached the pinnacle of the world. Why is there not a single woman by his side? Although Ein is taciturn, Bayermeyer as a woman can be sure that Ein's heart has no room for others. As Dylan's first companion, Bayermeyer sincerely hopes he can have his own family and bloodline. It's not the right time yet, Dylan said, stroking the cover of a book while looking at Bayermeyer. He truly cares for several of her younger sisters. Nami, Nojiko, Kami and Ayu. These children are all deeply cherished by him. But right now, have you forgotten what that old man Balchico said? Dylan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. The world is far from that simple, Bayermeyer. Why couldn't I kill the red-haired one in the West Sea? Why weren't we able to wipe out the Pirate Alliance during the Marineford War? Even. Why couldn't I kill Monkey D? Luffy. Do you think I don't want— Looking at the huge map on the office wall, Dylan shook his head. Achieving our ideal cannot be accomplished solely through brute force or reckless courage. There are bound to be many things that cannot go as we wish. Our goal is not to become a bomb that shatters this world and then disappears into smoke with it. To realize a more noble ideal, one must understand the art of balance. A flash of lightning flickered in Dylan's hand and the air crackled sharply. Now the whole world says our power is already quite strong, perhaps even rivaling Marineford. What do you think? Impossible. Bayermeyer immediately denied it. Admiral Carp Fleet, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Borsalino, as well as the newly joined Fujitora Green Bull Vice Admiral Tsurugion Kazuku and the elite Vice Admirals of the headquarters, if their powers were unleashed, you and I don't know, but the rest of us would undoubtedly perish. That's right, but such a powerful navy can only maintain order at best without collapsing. What if others come in to stir the pot? Dylan's eyes scanned the map incessantly. Revolutionaries, other races, the old generation of pirates whose strengths have not completely faded, and the true power in the hands of the celestial dragons. We need to leverage this position, standing on it, to resolve some of the visible troubles in its name first. During this time. No. Before realizing the ideal, I cannot leave any flaws for myself. Flaws. Bayermeyer was momentarily stunned, then felt a pang of sadness. He worries too much. Bears too much. Look at Carp. Dylan shook his head. What did he do? Although I don't know if he made any agreements back then, it's undeniable that Dragon and Luffy greatly disrupted his position and decisions. After saying this, Dylan stared at Bayermeyer, speaking each word clearly. If one day, Bayermeyer, if one day the enemy threatens me with your life, I will not compromise. Just as I told them, I will use double, tenfold, 100-fold heads to honor you, but I will not compromise. Hearing Dylan's words, Bayermeyer showed no sign of disappointment or anger, but instead firmly nodded. This is what we hope for. Dylan. This is you. The one worth following. Dylan shook his head and sighed. I have never been a husband or father. I don't know what feelings are involved, but I am very afraid. If I truly have a wife and children and the enemy threatens them with their lives, will I be able to harden my heart? So, before that day comes, I will not leave any flaws for the enemy. Even if I disappear from this world, I will never betray anyone. My children should not be born in this damned era. Leaving the Navy, Kuzan with his penguin carrying his small bag began to travel around the world on his bicycle. In a certain ordinary fishing village in the East Sea. Should we try to make contact with him? The Sir seems to have a good opinion of him. No. His position is indecisive. He is not our chosen target. Moreover, his identity is too sensitive and conspicuous. Contacting him now will only bring trouble. What about the CP0 organization and the revolutionaries? Both sides seem to have sensed something, but they suspect the other is setting a trap, thus we have been able to smoothly erase some traces. Do not underestimate the enemy. Additionally, according to the orders from above, begin gathering information on the former members of the Roger Pirates. Once you find any clues, report them immediately. Understood. G5 branch. Kuzan and Dylan sat face to face. This guy, is he here to mooch food and drink again? Kuzan placed his small bundle aside and slumped onto the sofa. I was just passing by. I plan to explore the deeper seas later. The deeper seas. Dylan frowned. Although he didn't know why this guy ultimately chose to partner with Teach, he should have his own ulterior motives. Killing Blackbeard. Isn't that just a cripple? Wait. Kuzan here hasn't turned into a cripple because of my relationship. Isn't this script falling apart? Dylan maliciously swept his gaze over Kuzan's leg. Which one should I interrupt? Hey. What's wrong? What are you thinking about, you rascal? Poof. Why were Borsalino and Akainu both sitting cross-legged that day but you weren't? Are your legs not good? Ha. After teasing him, Dylan's expression became serious. Speak, Kuzan, what exactly is the matter? That day. In the final moments of the Marineford War, Dylan unleashed the great Loguetown. But aside from Akainu and a few Vice Admirals, other high-end combat powers chose to stand by due to various positions and beliefs. If at that time aside from Akainu only 2 more people had intervened, he wouldn't have been struck by the red-haired Slash. If everyone could have rushed in at the last moment. Unfortunately, many things are not entirely as one wishes. Just wait a bit longer. Until my people become stronger, until I find that guy. My situation won't be so awkward. Don't explain anything about this, Kuzan. Dylan shook his head. Everyone's thoughts are different and the justice they uphold is also different. Although in the end you let those guys go because of your positions and hesitations, I believe that regardless of the circumstances, if I had sustained fatal harm at that time, you would definitely have acted. From a friend's perspective, that is enough. I will not impose my beliefs on others. However, I still have a personal concern. Dylan furrowed his brow. Regarding Nico Robin. At these words, Kuzan's expression finally shifted. After fleeing O'Hara, Nico Robin had drifted restlessly among gangs, bandits and pirates, each day marked by betrayal or treachery. Before the Eni's lobby incident, Kuzan had even resolved to end her life himself. At that time he believed Sorrow's conviction was mistaken. Though this vast sea stretches endlessly, Nico Robin had found no sanctuary in all these years. Thus the error he had committed demanded correction by his own hand. Destroying Eni's lobby, breaching Impel Down, interfering in the Summit War, and previously storming Marineford alongside Rayleigh, these acts have transformed the Straw Hat into something far beyond the carefree, freedom-seeking pirate he once claimed to be. As one of his crew, if Nico Robin refuses to change her allegiance, I will show no mercy. And what of your sworn sister, the navigator named Nami? Kuzan hesitated, then finally asked the question. Years ago he had deliberately returned to the East Blue. For years the entire Marine Force had known of his deep affection and quiet protection toward Belmir's adopted daughter. Everyone still has a little time. Dylan drew a newspaper from his drawer, the front page headline of the World Economic Journal. The straw hat lay beneath Dylan's footflowers scattered across the floor, the letters 3D2Y inscribed on his arm. 2 years. Find her, imprison her, break her legs, or kill her yourself. But should she still stand aboard the Straw Hat ship 2 years hence, she will be deemed a criminal. Dylan extended a finger and tapped the newspaper. 1 year from now, if you believe you've searched but cannot locate her, come to me, I'll tell you where she is. Regarding this woman, my concession ends here. Nami too, I'll find her in due course. If persuasion fails, I'll confine her and let her witness firsthand whether this world is reshaped by the Marines or by pirates. I understand. Kuzan paused in thought, then shook his head. I won't seek her out. From the day she fled O'Hara, I told her to live with caution. I am not her comrade. Her journey must be hers alone to choose. Let it truly be so, Kuzan. Leaning forward, Dylan locked eyes with him. I'd rather not fight you, you are one of the few friends I still hold dear. Having reached his decision, Kuzan slumped back into his habitual languor. Unlikely. After all, you're different from Sakazuki. Let's hope so. By the way, since you're wandering aimlessly through the new world, if you happen upon Mariah and that transparent fruit user under his command, do me the favor of eliminating them. Ah. Combat, huh? Hey, don't slack off just because you've left the Marines. Kuzan. Snatching up his small backpack, Kuzan rose and strode toward the door. Fine, I got it. Honestly. One after another. Even though I've left the Marines, they still won't let me be. As Kuzan's voice faded into the distance, Dylan faintly furrowed his brow. What does that mean? What information was he subtly conveying? Yet given Kuzan's nature, he would never infiltrate Blackbeard's ranks as a double agent. There must be another reason. As the Elbaf kingdom matured, ever more eyes turned toward it across the world. Numerous factions attempted infiltration, only to be rebuffed by CP0. You may station personnel on the periphery, that is my gesture of candor toward Mariajoa. But all other extraneous elements must be purged entirely. Can you ensure this? It's somewhat difficult. If you cannot, then neither may your people approach. Should I catch any CP operatives near the kingdom, I'll hold you personally accountable. I'll submit the request. Provided personnel numbers remain modest, we'll handle vetting ourselves, but once the population swells. Though the Tantata kingdom had yet to complete its relocation, the world government had already tacitly accepted its membership. Even before its capital was fully constructed, the world government's flag flew proudly over the nascent royal city. Yet it was not that banner which deterred pirates. Alongside the capital's harbor stood unmistakably a CP headquarters, while on the opposite flank stood a G5 branch base. Marineford Fleet Admiral's office. Justice that reigns supreme had been replaced by absolute justice. Relocation. Sakazuki clenched his cigar between his teeth as he regarded Dylan. Why this sudden notion? Advancing deeper into the new world, you're planning to swap headquarters with G1, aren't you? Indeed. It seems our thoughts converged, though G5's position remains uniquely strategic. It cannot be vacated lightly. Sakazuki watched Dylan idly tapping his foot. Since the Summit War, he had unofficially recognized Dylan as a commander within his faction. Even the former hawkish officers now treated Dylan with marked warmth. Do you have a recommendation? Or perhaps assign one of your rear admirals to garrison it as you once did. 8 years earlier Dylan had assumed command of G5 as a rear admiral, an unprecedented appointment. Had it not been for Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, that region would long since have become a pirate-free zone. Though Dylan's rear admirals might not match his own strength, each surpassed ordinary vice admirals. No, I decline Sakazuki. My officers are all assigned critical missions. Choose someone else. My new base lies only a few hundred kilometers away, anyone can take over the old one. Even Smoker, that inept rookie, would suffice. Then, puffing out a thick cloud of smoke, Sakazuki declared, "Send Tsuru. You're right, we needn't waste elite forces guarding its periphery. Tsuru the Black Cage, No matter, it's as he said, his new base sat nearby, and even an unoccupied former base would deter any would-be challengers. Tsuru, wasn't she one of Vice Admiral Koreha's protégés? Tsuru accepts. As a Marine, it is my duty to serve where danger runs deepest." In the office, Tsuru stood rigidly at the side of the desk, her expression stern. Dylan lifted his gaze. "Say that again and I'll be displeased." That wasn't Tsuru's intent. What she meant is, serving on the front lines of the new world combating evil has long been her deepest aspiration. Ah yes, I know. Though few low-level threats dare approach my current post, a major pirate might appear unannounced. So yes, danger is certainly present. Understood. Also, prior to receiving her transfer order, someone entrusted Tsuru with submitting this request. Sakazuki removed his cigar. Whom? Who? Tsuru straightened her posture. Lieutenant Commander Toshiji of Captain Smoker's division wishes to train at G5 for a period. However, her rank precludes direct contact with the Fleet Admiral or Dylan. She encountered me outside and asked me to submit the request on her behalf. She seeks you. Sakazuki offered no judgment, such trivial matters held little weight for him. Toshiji. Have her enter. Lieutenant Commander Toshiji reporting from headquarters. The bespectacled officer entered Sakazuki's office, nervous yet executing her salute with flawless precision. Sakazuki leaned back in his chair without speaking, merely tilting his chin toward Dylan to signal the decision rested with him. Your reason. This time Dylan dispensed with courtesy, cutting straight to the point. After all, joining his command demanded unquestioning obedience. To battle pirates in the New World. That reason. Dylan fell briefly silent, contemplating. Seeing his silence, Toshiji pressed her lips tightly together. Moments later she blurted out, voice ringing with urgency, "Does the Vice Admiral consider me too weak?" Weak? Dylan emerged from his reverie and shook his head. No such notion exists, we all began as the weakest, ascending step by step. Since your resolve is firm, report to the new G5 yourself. Ah, by the way, how did Smoker react to your transfer? Though Sakazuki remained a pure soldier indifferent to factional politics, Smoker's situation was less certain, especially now that Kuzan had abandoned his post. Oof. Sakazuki, who had remained silent until now, let out a cold snort. That fool claimed he needed to hone his combat skills and took indefinite leave. Utterly foolish. In the middle of the New World. It's about time. Based on the remaining supplies, we should head back. Looking at the pile of bounty notices on the ground, Bayermeyer felt somewhat helpless. It's strange, why do these guys carry their bounty notices with them when they go out? Luo, while treating the injured nearby, casually replied, for them it might be a form of honor or symbol of strength, right? Phew. The fainted injured person woke up and glanced around. You are the Navy. Yes. What's wrong? Please. Save my family. They are not far ahead in the kingdom of Sovia. He pleaded desperately. Bayermeyer looked at the man who had just regained consciousness and seemed quite weak, then turned to Ian, opened the map and observed Sovia. It's indeed not far, but... Please. I beg you. Upon hearing Ian's words, the man rolled off the makeshift stretcher and started bowing on the ground. My daughter was kidnapped by pirates. I was blown here by the storm. I don't know. Tears stained the man's face. I don't know how long it has been. Regardless, I beg you. Hearing the word daughter, Bayermeyer's heart tightened. Seeing her expression, Luo and Ian began to pack their things. The kingdom of Sovia. Ian confirmed the information again. It was not an area occupied by the 4 emperors, nor was it marked as a red danger area by CP0. Set sail. Rotate for rest as for supplies. Let's take them from the pirates. In the kingdom of Sovia, at a secluded small port village. This place has been abandoned for a long time. Those pirates haven't sent anyone to keep an eye on it. Despite his wounds not healing, the man named Bart still gritted his teeth and led the way. After learning the date from the Navy, he realized that it had been a full 4 days since his fishing boat was shelled by pirates. Fanny. Wait for me. Dad will come to save you soon. Ian, walking in the middle of the group, suddenly halted. Whom? What's wrong, Ian? Bayermeyer, curious, noted that while Ian usually showed little emotion, her face was now filled with confusion and seriousness. I don't know. But I have a bad feeling in my heart. Luo. Walking at the forefront, Luo furrowed his brows as well, then shook his head. I don't sense anything unusual. In any case. Stay alert, Ian said solemnly to the team behind. This is the intuition of a swordsman. After quietly navigating the narrow steep mountain path for an hour, a medium-sized palace appeared before the group. Bayermeyer did not rush to give orders but looked at Ian and Luo on either side. The results were completely opposite. Ian remained serious and nodded. Luo, however, frowned and shook his head again. Among the three of them, Luo had the strongest observation haki. This bizarre situation was the first of its kind. Normally carefree, Bayermeyer turned to Bart the fisherman and said, "You wait for us here." "No. I want to." "Fool." Bayermeyer whispered sharply, "What are you doing? Going to get yourself killed? Or should we send someone to protect you?" After hesitating, Bart finally nodded. Then, "I'll wait here. My daughter's name is Fanny. She was wearing a dress with a starfish pattern when she was taken." "Understood, move out." With Bayermeyer's command, the G5 team began to stealthily approach the back of the palace along the winding path. Swoosh. Swoosh. Several pirates standing guard on the wall were swapped to the ground by Luo and were instantly dealt with by Ian. It seems. Bang. Bang bang. 2 gunshots suddenly pierced the sky. It's the Navy. Eliminate them. Luo's expression changed as he glanced at the gap atop the city wall. It's a monitoring snail. I was careless. Charge in directly. Break through from the front. Bayermeyer shouted, instantly enveloping herself in haki. Oh. Sensing the commotion inside the palace, Bayermeyer looked back at the G5 soldiers. Charge in close combat. Upon hearing the order, the rogue navy instantly unleashed their true nature, each displaying a fierce grin. Charge in. Eliminate the pirates. I want to take down 10. As everyone's weapons were drawn, Bayermeyer turned to Luo. Deal with the one shooting from the wall. After nodding, Luo activated room again and his figure flashed to the top of the wall. Follow me. Oh. As they reached the edge of the gate, Ian drew Chiu Shui, unleashing a sudden slashing strike. Swoosh. Bang. The massive iron gate shattered into pieces. Roar. Charge in. Ian and Bayermeyer led the charge, with the rogue navy closely following behind. Over 100 people moved like a sharp sword through the corridors of the palace. Change formation. Conserve stamina. Seeing the densely packed pirates in the corridor, Bayermeyer shouted. These scoundrels fought with increasing ferocity. Although their physical abilities had surpassed ordinary people due to G5's intense training and high-quality meals, this approach received. Change formation. The vice captain of the 01 combat team raised his right hand, changing the gesture circle. Alternating combat. Oh. After receiving the command, the rogue navy quickly assembled, with those in good condition without injuries standing on the perimeter. Those injured or exhausted moved to the inner circle to recover stamina and tended to their wounds. Ian. I'll grab someone to ask for directions. In the midst of clashing swords, Bayermeyer pulled 2 seemingly frail pirates back into the inner circle. Where is your captain? Gripping the pirate's neck, Bayermeyer turned to the one on her left. He's. The pirate's face was filled with terror, yet something seemed to overshadow the imminent death. Crack. The pirate's neck snapped and Bayermeyer tossed the corpse aside, looking at the other where. Turn right ahead, then left at the end. Crack. The pirate died with a look of confusion. It seemed to ask. I answered, why are you still killing me? And the figure that had returned to the front of the team seemed to respond with a fist. I never said that answering would spare your life. Bayermeyer leaped forward and instantly took down 3 pirates. Looking at the pirates continuously pouring in from the end of the corridor, she nodded back. Ian. Long-term partners had developed an incredible tacit understanding. As soon as she received Bayermeyer's signal, Ian gripped the hilt of Chiu Shui across her chest. Judgment-breaking illusions. A flurry of crescent-shaped slashes erupted and the pirates ahead fell like wild grass. Recover stamina. As the pirates fell, Ian took a slight breath and returned to the center of the formation. Luo, weaving through the gaps of the battlefield, instantly reached her side. They are retreating. It seems they have entered a defensive posture. No. It seems they are guarding something. First, get the injured out. Luo raised his hand. Command staff. The severely wounded Navy members vanished from their positions. Bayermeyer glanced back. There were about 70 people left who could still fight. I don't know what they are waiting for, but we need to resolve this quickly. Organize yourselves, we will break through in 2 minutes. No one responded. Everyone took the opportunity to organize themselves or started drinking water. As they approached the side door to the palace hall, a pirate glanced at them. It's the G5 guys. Other pirates froze, showing hesitation and fear. Is that the devil's underlings? But wait for the captain to wake up. No matter what, otherwise we will still die. A swarm of pirates filled the last stretch leading to the palace like ants. This is the middle of the new world. These guys are not weak. Many still possess haki. Who exactly has occupied this place? Ayan stepped forward from the rear of the formation, her breathing steady but her expression grew more serious. Hurry up and resolve this. My unease is growing stronger. Something is about to awaken. All right. Bayermeyer barked, readying herself to surge forward. Ayan gripped her shoulder and shook his head. Luo and I have already expended much of our strength. You must hold yourself together. Here. Let me handle this. When Ayan stepped out of formation, the pirates opposite swallowed nervously. That man. It's Duan Yue Ayan. A ripple of unrest ran through the pirates, then quieted. Though puzzled and increasingly uneasy, Ayan steadied his breath and lifted Xiaoshui. He exhaled. A flowing conquering aura coiled around the blade of Xiaoshui. Ayan's muscles tightened. This move. With Ayan's present strength, he still could not fully command it. Duanzi Nai Hikyo Duanzi Nai Ha bridge. Whoosh. Wave upon wave of intricate slashes instantly flooded the corridor ahead. The pirates at the front felt a gale brush past, a faint tingling. Those behind felt as if a spray of water hit their faces. Water. No, it's blood. The dense slashes pierced through the pirates' bodies. Even those partly shielded by armament-imbued protection began to seep blood under the unrelenting assault. The gate at the corridor's end began to rip open with a series of creaking fractures. Ayan gritted his teeth and poured his remaining strength into the blade of Xiaoshui. Ha! Boom! Hundreds of pirates and the gate behind them collapsed simultaneously. A still-breathing pirate drenched in blood stared at the passing G501 combat unit. You. Too. Then with a wet sound he fell apart. The ghost whale scabbard shattered his neck instantly, yet Luo's expression was puzzled. Is this man mad? Why that eerie smile? The great hall stank of liquor. A cluster of trembling women huddled in a corner, forcing back their tears. Elsewhere, a group of very young girls had been locked into cages. A single sweep of the room made Bayermeyer's brow rise. On the throne above, a shirtless man, his body crisscrossed with scars, lay sprawled across the thighs of several women. Burp. I told you to keep quiet when I'm sleeping. The women who bore his weight clamped their hands over their mouths, terrified to utter a sound. Ugh. You disturbed my pleasant dream. A grey mist crept up from the throne. The women, frozen in a row, stiffened, then withered as if scorched by raging fire. Rubbing his forehead as he pushed himself up, the man sneered down at the crowd. Navy ha. Poof. The moment Bayermeyer saw his face, her heart leapt. You. I've seen you before. You were the one who destroyed the Whitehead Kingdom back then, weren't you? The women on the throne turned to ash and fell away. The bald-headed man, still half-drunk, shook his head vigorously. Whitehead Kingdom. Where is that? Bayermeyer did not answer. Though she had not faced this man personally in those days, that face could not be mistaken. Fun. Fenny. A trembling voice rang out from a corner of the hall. Fisherman Bait, hands shaking, pulled his daughter from the cage. The girl named Fenny hung her arms listlessly, no longer responding to her father's calls. Ah. Ah. Fenny. Wake up. Fenny. Daddy's here. Daddy brought your favorite cod soup. Watching Fisherman Bait on the verge of collapse, everyone present tightened their grip on their weapons. Honestly. All this chattering one after another, it's maddening. He exhaled sharply. A pale yellow wave of energy swept toward the corner. Luo. Command baton. The women and children in the corners vanished in an instant. Bayermeyer crossed her arms and cloaked them with armament-imbued aura to block the yellow force. Ho. An ability user. The wave subsided and the man finally rose from the throne as if unconcerned his power had been repelled. He still mused aloud. Whitehead Kingdom. Where on earth is that? Bang. Bayermeyer's heel appeared at the side of his head. The man casually lifted an arm. Where is it? Madare Bayermeyer's expression sharpened. She spun and the armament-imbued aura on her heel swelled. Lawn kick showed one. A dull tearing of air sliced through the hall. Thud. The man's eyes brightened. I remember now, must be nearly 20 years. I miss those East Sea days. He grabbed Bayermeyer's calf. You were there too back then, weren't you? Wasn't the Navy all wiped out? Ugh. Bayermeyer groaned. This man's strength and armament-imbued presence. Finally had a fine drink. Damn it. Since you're one of those old escapees, then you shall die. Sizzle. A violent blast erupted and the man swung Bayermeyer's body down onto the ground. Scalpel. Wu Shang, the man grinned. Black blade. Boom. Bayermeyer was driven into the earth while he leapt high, evading Luo and Ayan's strikes. Are today's Navy so formidable? He was somewhat surprised that the earlier Conqueror's aura volley hadn't felled a single sailor. This level of Conqueror's aura. From the rubble, Bayermeyer, cloaked in armament-imbued aura, rose again. It stopped working on us long ago. Whoosh. Bayermeyer flashed atop his head, her right foot raised high once more. Bang. You never learn. Your frail flesh, the strength of your armament is laughable. The bald man raised his arm to block, then sensed something amiss. It was not a simple clash of force, woven into that aura was a peculiar power. Internal disruption. No. This is a far more complex alteration. Crack. The bald man's arm trembled as the stone beneath him shattered and flew apart. Shaking his arm to dispel the pain, the bald man looked up at Biermeyer. What is this power? Quite novel. Luo and Ian in the hall wore graver expressions. That technique, it was said, could breach the ice continent. And this fellow suffered only slight discomfort in his arm. Ah. Never mind. A flashy trick, but that's all there is. No good then. Before Biermeyer could finish the thought, the bald man flickered to her side. Damn. Instinctively she raised both arms. A crushing force struck and a searing pain burned across Biermeyer's limb. Boom. At the other end of the palace, Biermeyer was sent flying by a spinning kick and engulfed in stone and debris. The moment she was launched, Ian and Luo vanished. A bead of sweat formed on Ian's brow as he moved. They had already been fighting for 2 continuous days' stamina. Where is the weakness? I cannot find it. Not at all. It's up to you, Luo. Duanzi I Manchashawa. Blood-red sword chi erupted, enveloping toward the bald man. He hesitated as the petals took shape into a shroud. As he raised his arms to cross them, Luo had already appeared behind him. Heart channels. You brat. A spinning elbow struck Luo square in the face. You underestimate me far too much. Turning, the petals had fully encased him, only to be shattered by a surge of black energy. After breaking the petals, the energy wave swept toward the nearly exhausted Ian. Ian shuddered. This distance. Sizzle. Sizzle. He let out a breath. An equally fierce blast rose from behind Ian, intercepting the strike that would have hit him. Ho! Conqueror's aura. The Navy. A woman. What of the Navy? What of the woman? The bald man's expression turned serious. That woman. I remember now. I went too far back, then made too much noise. You were the madwoman who fought desperately. So many years. You've changed a great deal. Belmer slowly advanced from behind. To obliterate an entire nation, unleashing calamity and tragedy without end, is this in your eyes nothing more than a mere diversion? An ever-intensifying aura erupted. The catastrophe that had befallen the kingdom of Oiket remained vivid in memory, fallen comrades and subordinate civilians writhing and wailing amid the flames. Decades of buried grief and fury surged forth uncontrollably. Within the churning shockwave, Belmer's hair whipped wildly in the wind. The celestial dragons are indeed despicable, yet you pirates deserve death 1,000-fold. A chill hardened the bald man's expression, as if those words had struck a raw, festering wound. Woman, do not presume your Hashiko haki makes you formidable. You are still far, far from worthy. Boom. The shockwave surging from the throne swelled instantly, crushing the opposing pressure beneath it in an instant. Belmer let out a low grunt and charged forward without hesitation. I know, but facing pirates. I have no reason to retreat. Their auras flared anew, furniture splintered and windows shattered under the violent collision of their overwhelming presences. Unwavering passion, fearless unto death, such a place as the East Blue truly breeds monsters, yet this ends here. As the bald man stepped forward with deliberate gravity, blood began to seep from the corners of Belmer's mouth. GHK. Though she could no longer tell whether the blood welled from her lungs or her clenched teeth, Belmer held her ground, jaw locked, not yielding an inch. Just as consciousness began to blur, a familiar voice seemed to echo through her fading awareness. If you knew the East Blue-bred monsters, why didn't you slink away quietly after escaping it? Dyren. At the certainty of that voice, her nerves slackened, and her body slowly collapsed. After handing Belmer to Wine, Dyren turned toward the bald man. Mighty warriors may go bald, but baldness does not by itself make one mighty. Hiss. Lightning flashed. Dyren materialized before the bald man in an instant. His pupils contracted sharply, and then Hashiko haki erupted, laced with crackling lightning and crimson energy. Spit. The bald man's throat constricted, blood gushed forth. Your Hashiko is utterly ordinary. Then he saw a figure suspended upside down in midair. At the brink of death, he raised both arms. The instant his crossed forearms met the black soles of Dyren's feet, a sharp, sickening crunch echoed. Crack. The bald man's breath seized. The same technique as that woman's, yet the force, the precision. Thud. His body slammed into the floor, shattering the massive stone tiles of the hall like parched earth cracking under drought. Lying dazed in the cratered depression, his arms numb, he coughed up blood while staring up at Dyren. What is this technique? Technique. Dyren strode forward, gazing down at the man's gleaming hairless scalp. Do I need technique to strike scum like you? In the bald man's final moments, astonishment and resentment mingling, his life force faded. On board G5's warship, Law sat on the edge of a bunk, his head wrapped in bandages. Ein, pale and frail, sat beside him. Dyren lounged across from them, legs crossed. On the infirmary bed, Belmer drew a quiet, shallow breath and stared at the ceiling. Dyren. I've lost again. So what? Don't you blame me? Arms folded, Dyren glanced first at Belmer, then at Law and Ein. Have you all mistaken something fundamental? We are Marines, not pirates. There's no such nonsense as never losing or must never lose. Do you think I'm invincible? If I truly were, I'd fly straight to Toto Land and slaughter my fill, then to Wano country for another spree, and finally. Even the world's strongest Whitebeard ultimately lost to time and to the Marines. Frowning Dairon studied the three dispirited faces before him. Everyone loses. As long as you retain your life and your will to fight, you can rise again even after 1,000 defeats, 10,000 losses. Those hollow slogans, you must never lose, I've never lost once, discard them. Who in this world hasn't lost? Even the so-called gods have changed dynasties. Waving a hand dismissively beneath their stunned gazes, Dairon added, consider this conversation never spoken. He cast them a sidelong glance. You lack the strength to bear such truths now, it would only burden you. Silence lingered, then Dairon met their eyes again. Remember, this failure is neither frightening nor shameful. What matters is finding direction for breakthrough amidst the pain. Each of you possesses unique opportunity and latent potential. Return home, take time. Reflect deeply on your own path forward. Don't squander a hand of royal cards, right, Smoker? After Law and I departed, Dairon regarded Belmare, still adrift in thought. I was the first among your subordinates, but lately I feel the widening gap between myself and Tom Shilyu and Tahil, even Ein and Law, may soon surpass me. Dairon, will I become your burden? Dairon opened the porthole, tossed Belmare a cigarette and lit one for himself. The moment you truly believe that, your power begins to wither and vanish. Drawing deeply on his cigarette, he fixed his gaze upon her bewildered face. The world is vast, talented individuals abound. Yet how few reach the summit. Why? Because no one is immune to defeat, yet most lose themselves in power or strength, and after one or two failures begin doubting themselves, even abandoning their inner truth. From that moment they forfeit the very essence of true strength. Tears, sorrow, helplessness, rage, these are inevitable, yet to reclaim faith afterward, that is rarest of all. Belmare smiled faintly where she lay. And you, Dairon, have you known such moments? Me. Gazing out at the tranquil sea and soaring seabirds, Dairon offered a quiet, knowing smile. Of course I have. In youth I craved fervor and adventure, chafed at my family's constraints and admonitions. But when I truly arrived in this world, I learned its merciless, unfeeling nature. Our family merchant vessel was sunk by pirate cannon fire. I clung to a splintered plank and barely survived, subsisting on rainwater and wild fruit. My frail child's body couldn't sustain me alone. I labored wherever I could, cheated, sold, enslaved. When I awoke, I was scarcely human. I realized then, the world holds no inherent kindness. No one waits for me. No one is moved by my smile or offers unconditional aid. On my wandering path I fought for survival, scrambling with monkeys for fruit, evading slave traders, every day a battle against despair. After joining the Marines, no matter how grueling or crushing the duty, I dared not show weakness in public, only retreating to weep in secret, because I was utterly irrevocably alone in this world. 20 years, how I longed to see them once more. Mother. Father. At the moment when Dylan took down the bald man, life cards in the hands of people around the world were igniting. In a mountain in the east, see a robust figure sat in the shadows watching the telephone bug before him. What's going on? He said the days of waiting were too boring and wanted to go out and find some fun, and encountered the subordinates of Dark Dragon. The person in the shadows fell silent for a moment before staring at the telephone bug. I told you when you wanted to recruit him that he is not suitable to join us. Arrogant, conceited, yet lacking the strength to match. His destruction of the Oikode Kingdom nearly exposed our layout in the East Sea. If we hadn't promptly informed him to escape to the Grand Line, he would have been killed by the incoming carp in the Oikode Kingdom. But you insisted on recruiting him, even giving him the withering fruit. Have you forgotten the duties of the guide and the guardian? The telephone bug fell silent, and the person in the shadows seemed unwilling to say more. Let everyone near G5 lie low. No one is allowed to act without permission before he arrives. Understood. On board the G5 warship, Belmel looked at Dylan, who gazed toward the sea as if her chest had been struck hard. Although her childhood was not easy, being known as the troublesome girl in the village, that wandering life filled with confusion and helplessness. Well, those are all things of the past. Dylan stood up and smiled at Belmel. Don't lose heart. Strength always resides within a person. From a specific perspective, you are currently the one with the highest potential in the G5 branch, second only to me. Remember the anger of that moment, the persistence of that moment. This is the most crucial step for you to reach a new level. After leaving the cabin, Ein and Luo sat on the edge of the deck, lost in thought. Seeing Dylan come out, both turned their heads to look at him. What's the matter? Have your hearts wavered? After exchanging glances, it was Luo who eventually spoke up. That person's strength. Strength. Dylan stroked his chin. If I had to describe it, it's probably at the upper level of the 7 warlords, comparable to Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Boa Hancock. But he is definitely much stronger than your previous opponents. During the Marineford War, their main adversaries were still the captains and crew of the Whitebeard pirates. Dylan once evaluated the first generation of the 7 warlords. Nighthawk stood alone at the top tier, while Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and Jinbei were in the second tier. Crocodile, who had lost the heart of the strong, and Gecko Moria were at the bottom. As for Kuma, he lingered between the first and second tiers. Later, Dylan also explained that this ranking was purely based on their displayed combat power at present. But it cannot be generalized. For example, in the ocean, others combined might not be able to defeat a fathead fish. When it came to crowd control, Doflamingo and Moria were far superior to the others. As for clearing minor enemies, Crocodile with his natural fruit was the most efficient. As for Kuma, at that time Dylan's evaluation was his ability was too bago and was forcibly deleted. Although they couldn't fully understand what bago and deleted meant, they could vaguely guess. Our combat capabilities still have some issues. Dylan paused and said, Tom, Tahir, Shirio, any of them could easily take down those 7 warlords. You all need to work harder. Go train, go fight, go summarize, go imagine. I believe that in the near future. No. After experiencing this setback, I believe you will soon find your own direction and path. You can always consult me and the others in the base. Don't be discouraged, don't hesitate. The world awaits us to change it together. After emerging from Balchico, Alex followed Tom to the old land of the Elsino Kingdom. Tom did not impose any additional restrictions on his freedom in New Greenbit. He could come and go freely anywhere. The people in the base were also curious about this suddenly appearing young man and maintained a degree of awe. After all, he was someone who could occasionally attend the officer meetings which the adjutants of all combat units could only participate in after being summoned. Although the higher-ups did not clarify his position and rank and the rear admirals rarely paid him any attention, he himself was not wearing G5 military uniform. Yet this mysterious person sparked numerous speculations. Even CP0 took note of him. Don't mind him. Their squad leader, who had collaborated with Dylan for several years in CP0 wave to stop his subordinates, report that guy possesses some magical insight, always able to find powerful potential in inconspicuous places. Don't provoke him for no reason. The subordinate hesitated for a moment before nodding and leaving. Meanwhile, CP0 was still troubled by the matter of the abundant fruit. The world is so vast, where to find such a fruit? In the palace of Mariewa. The 5 elders looked at the documents submitted. It was the agreement for the Dongtada Kingdom to officially join the world government, along with a decree for the relocation of the G5 branch. One of the 5 elders wearing a hat asked gravely, with the strength of the little people, are we really going to grant them the qualification to participate in the World Conference? No. It's not merely about the little people, said another of the 5 elders who was sitting nearby polishing his long knife while observing his blade. This is a signal of our victory. The alien races are internally disintegrating. However, Adams Dylan's actions. Might they have crossed the line? What does it matter? With a birthmark on his forehead, one of the 5 elders leaned back on the sofa. Even if he truly possesses a king's heart after the end of history, we can grant him territory. If he has rebellious intentions, after witnessing true power, he will understand how to make choices. When the despondent Pika departed on the ship of the Don Quixote pirates, Dylan looked at the orderly buildings in the royal capital. With this strength, why be a pirate? Isn't it better to build houses for others? Randomly doing that for a few years could make him a wealthy man. The relocated G5 base stood on the left wing of the former Elsino, now Greenbit. The base was established on a gigantic and steep cliff with tens of thousands of square meters of massive mountains being repeatedly reinforced and shaped by Pika. A towering fortress stood on the cliff's edge with a navy flag fluttering in the wind atop. In the center of the fortress was its number, G5. Behind the massive fortress was an exaggeratedly large parade ground and auxiliary buildings. Below the cliff was the military port belonging to G5 and the world-renowned G5 alloy workshop. Quite efficient, huh, Tom? Except for the 04 combat unit, which was still out on missions, the other personnel had gathered together. No. Mainly thanks to Tahir's efforts, including the fortress design and some other arrangements. I was just responsible for the construction on site. Over 1,000 G5 soldiers stood in the massive square gazing at the fortress that pierced the clouds. Dylan looked at the sparsely populated surroundings and then glanced again at the fortress. Recruitment. Yes, aren't you conducting a world recruitment? G5 can participate as well. Sakazuki twirled the cigar in his mouth. Sure. Dylan, according to the current division, the new headquarters is located beneath the Red Earth continent, regarded as the end of the New World, while your G5 guards the midsection of the New World, thus should possess a more comprehensive system and greater combat power. Do we need the headquarters to assist with the promotion? Yes. Of course, the bigger the momentum, the better, Sakazuki. Understood. The strongest Navy branch, G5 Special Recruitment. General Dark Dragon will directly be awarded the rank of Rear Admiral, showing its fangs to the New World, for a hard-hitting advance towards peace and justice. With the joint efforts of the Navy headquarters Mariewa and the World Economic Journal, the whole world was set ablaze. The youngest and strongest Navy Rear Admiral Special Recruitment. I must join. G5. I've heard it's the stronghold leading into the New World. Where are we going, brother? Where? Of course we're going to G5. Dark Dragon. That devil. Does he still need to enhance his power? He already has so many monsters under his command yet. Is it so blatant? This guy. He actually matches up with Marineford. We cannot sit idly by. We must not allow any potential candidates to join G5 anymore. The world recruitment for G5 lasts only 3 months. Contact others. Cut off the sea routes. Oh. Dylan didn't expect that his casual action would trigger a new wave of enlistment frenzy. However, the G5 recruitment regulations clearly stated that the world recruitment lasts only 3 months and everything after that must follow the original promotion rules and background checks.
Mom, should we send someone to infiltrate? No need that guy's observation hockey.
There's no need to provoke him. But we can send someone to participate in the interception war initiated by those little brats.
Interception war.
What is that?
Asked Kreja while stuffing something into his mouth.
It's a disruption plan launched by the pirates of the Grand Line targeting G5 special recruitment, intercepting those from the 4 seas or other regions heading to G5 to enlist. Meanwhile, Katakuri, wearing a fluffy scarf, still vividly recalled the scene of that man coming to Whole Cake Island alone and battling with Mom,
the current self. No. There should still be a gap.
According to intelligence, the power that guy displayed during the Marineford War.
Along with his subordinates. Angry Sea Tom, Rain, Shiria, Skyfox, Tahir.
The sea routes leading to G5 were swarming with pirates.
Another ship is coming. Open fire. What? They actually dared to charge in. Let's go up.
Oh. At the top of the G5 fortress, after fully recovering under Manchuri's treatment, Belmir sprang back to life. Aren't we going to intervene?
It's quite noisy around here. In the office, which was several times larger than before, Dylan's plaque Justice of Peace hung prominently.
The reception room, conference room, lounge and gym were all complete.
No need. Dylan lay back in the rocking chair, squinting. This is a contest between new recruits and thieves. We don't need to interfere.
Since we decided to participate in this special recruitment, we must have the courage and strength to forge ahead. The first batch of recruits appeared on the very first day the announcement was published in the newspaper.
They were humans from Dressrosa, former humans of the Elsino Kingdom, and small warrior races from the New Greenbit Kingdom.
Many people from the islands previously protected by G5 began migrating to New Greenbit under G5's promotion.
Among them, many young people chose to join G5 as soldiers, and Dylan had the logistics department select many families as logistical support personnel for G5. The busiest individuals during this process were not the G5 soldiers. Because the world knew that while that man was a Navy Rear Admiral, his style and methods were extremely tough. During the Marineford War, he even live-streamed the execution of that deserter in front of the whole world. Thus, although Greenbit had not yet enacted strict laws, everyone consciously restrained themselves and there were almost no disturbances. Those gangs and thugs simply would not appear in Greenbit.
The most active were still the CP organizations, who were constantly worried. If infiltrated by members of other organizations and they managed to identify them, that would be fine, but if that guy discovered them himself, their qualification to stay would be revoked, and if that happened,
the accountability from Mariewa is something they cannot bear.
Although the Giant Clan publicly claims to be the royalty of New Greenbit, in reality they have rarely shown themselves in front of the people. All that is known is that they are a peaceful and kind-hearted small race. They reside in the massive forest at the center of the royal capital.
The governance of the Greenbit Kingdom is temporarily being managed by G503 Combat Unit Commander Skyfox Tahir. This also took some effort from Dylan, who ultimately transferred some administrative personnel from the East Blue.
However, these individuals are not members of the Round Table Conference but were borrowed from the East Blue kingdoms with whom he has good relations. The skirmishes and breakthroughs outside the G5 waters are intensifying, and it even subtly began to affect more distant areas. However, the pirates remained disunited and more people were breaking through their blockades to reach G5. The new G5, the throat of the New World.
Are there any particularly strong individuals? None for now, Rear Admiral.
Dasky pushed her glasses, but those heading to the special recruitment channel all possess unique combat skills.
Understood. Arrange them into teams to participate in naval training.
Yes. As more and more people flocked to G5 from around the world, the pressure on the pirates grew increasingly intense. Once the breach was open, individuals heading to G5 would immediately tear through the previously blocked areas.
Our Rear Admiral. Giants are coming to enlist. Dylan was somewhat surprised. The Giant Clan, Elbaf, known as the strongest nation in the world.
But that title, although their hero Thor was already quite old when defeated by Big Mom, being directly killed still feels a bit unreasonable. Especially when it was done by a 7 or 80-year-old Big Mom. Large in size, slow in movement. It's unclear whether it was due to physical reasons or something else, but that so-called giant prodigy Helding seems to have never shown his might. However, given that it was the power Big Mom has longed for, it should be quite substantial. After all, there are so many vast and powerful human nations, yet Elbaf has maintained its title as the strongest for hundreds of years, indicating they must possess unique strength. It appears, however, that the Giant Clan does not harbor hatred towards the world government like other alien races. Upon closer thought, they seem to be in some sort of division. Among the known giants, there are mercenaries, pirates, navy members, and gourmets. The lifespan of giants is long, typically living 300 to 400 years. If one had to discuss history in the blank 100 years, they would definitely hold the most authority. After all, in their villages, some old man's grandfather could very well be a figure over 1,000 years old. Possibly knowing even more than that Zogai.
What's your name? Obran. Full name. Salpa D. Obran. D. Dylan instinctively seemed to want to refuse as D. In his speculation was likely just remnants of the so-called Great Kingdom from back in the day. It always felt strange to be associated with them, as if he had inexplicably shouldered some heavy and bitter burden. What age combat characteristics? Dasky said while flipping through the documents. 60 years old, armed with a great sword. Not tested, after all, they are from the giant tribe. It's important to know that members of the giant tribe are a rare and valuable combat force in any faction. The Navy headquarters has fewer than 10 giant warriors, and they all hold the rank of Rear Admiral. 60 years old. That's considered quite young among the giants. That's right, Dasky pushed his glasses up. According to legend, the average lifespan of a giant is 300 years. At 60 years, that's equivalent to about 25 to 30 years for a human, indeed very young. Such a young fellow joining the Navy. If it were to become a pirate, it would seem quite normal. Why does it always feel so off? Let him settle in for now. We'll discuss it after the conscription ends. So how is it, Grand Commissioner? As he entered Tahir's office, he found him engrossed in reviewing documents. I have some thoughts, let me finish what I'm handling first. Tahir did not look up. Although Dylan was very assertive and domineering when issuing orders, he appeared quite casual about everyday matters. Dylan looked at Tahir, who was draped in a pale yellow cloak. Two very complex and contradictory auras emanated from him, alluring and tempting like a sorceress, yet regal and untouchable like a goddess. The two auras intertwined continuously, but fortunately after the Marineford War, Tahir's state of mind gradually calmed and matured. Aside from his external beauty, his enigmatic charm was also well controlled. Although it would sometimes still reveal itself a little. This guy is close to awakening. As soon as he truly achieves perfection in divinity, he will perfectly awaken the Tamamonome fruit. There's even a possibility that he will become Tamamonome. Just like Nika. You've changed a lot lately, but it seems like you're still missing something to take that final step. Tahir walked to the meeting table, lifting his long sleeves to pour hot tea for Dylan. I don't know, but I can indeed feel a lack within. It seems just one last step is needed. Dylan gently blew on the teacup. Did you read a lot when you were young? In Zuwa's ancient texts, is there any record about the concept of God? God. Tahir certainly understood that the God he referred to was definitely not the people currently residing in Mariewa, nor were they the ones vaguely mentioned in ancient texts. But records from a much more distant past. I'm afraid I haven't seen the kind of classics you mentioned. Then what is your view on God? Seeing Tahir's delicate brows furrow, Dylan gently sipped his tea. To put it another way, what do you think about the will residing within the mythical beast fruits? Dylan had told him and Silu about this notion long ago. To awaken a devil fruit, especially a mythical beast type, one must gain the will recognition within. As for where this will comes from, how to determine it, no one knows. Let's discuss this question. Dylan set down his teacup and shifted to a more comfortable position. You should have some suspicions. Before the celestial dragons, there was another generation of gods, right? Yet Tahir nodded. From some scattered and obscure records, one can deduce that before the celestial dragons there indeed should have been another generation of heavenly gods who ruled these seas. To be precise, it was the Lunaralia tribe, an alien race from the starry sky. They possessed technology far beyond that of humans, able to survive in any harsh conditions. They ruled these seas for a long time before being overthrown by a group of party-loving individuals known as the D-Clan. The enemies of the gods. So that's it. Dylan ignored Tahir's astonished gaze and continued, but what we need to discuss today isn't about this god. Dylan crossed his arms, seemingly reminiscing. These mythical beast fruits are all named after certain deities or divine beasts. Do you think they exist? Tahir's heart trembled. I don't know. Indeed. After consuming a devil fruit, one will understand what kind of fruit it is, and based on reliable deductions, devil fruits are passed down through generations and will not disappear. Then what about their origins? Natural elements like thunder, desert, snow, swamp, and magma. These things exist in reality. For the superhuman types, rubber, steel, diamond, foam, these also exist. Even vibrations, splits, opening doors, and meatballs. All of these exist. As for ordinary zoan types, whether they are common or ancient species, there is some basis for them. Only these mythical beast types. Do you think they exist, or rather, did they ever exist? If they still exist, where are they? If they once existed, where did they go? Tahir's long fingers intertwined. These questions. The deities or divine beasts named after these mythical beast types, I believe they may have truly existed, but in the distant ancient times. One day they were defeated by a stronger lifeform, all defeated. Or rather, they were all melted down. There's also a second possibility that they were merely folklore. Through countless years of oral tradition, a certain resonance was created. That kind of power that people longed for or feared truly came into being and became a devil fruit. So, what is the legend of Tamamonome? Midsection of the New World. Former territory of the Whitebeard pirates. On a medium-sized warship, a multitude of heads were stacked closely together. Scylla held Thunderstorm standing at the bow. How many? As for bountied pirates, we have killed a total of 92 so far. Just 8 more to complete the target and regroup. 8. Let's go to Whitebeard's territory and have a look. We can't have all these several tens of millions of fodder. So, according to the information provided by CP0 when we left, the highest probability in this vicinity is the former Whitebeard pirates under a... Oh. Pirates. They're all pretty much the same. Aside from those 2 or 3 guys, the others. During the Marineford War, except for the Phoenix Marco Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista, the others were all quite ordinary. Captain, there's a pirate flag ahead. The flag is the Kid Pirates. The Grand Line Gol D go. Still unable to confirm. I apologize. Although Betty has frequently exposed flaws over the years, they seem particularly cautious. The Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon wore a solemn expression. They have overthrown many tyrannies in the East Sea and many nations are governed quite well. Strangely. Sabo also frowned. They have not opposed the world government. Instead, after developing sufficient national strength, they have all joined the world government. What about internally? Sabo became serious at this point. This is precisely where our confusion lies. Based on some clues, we have compiled a list of all the kingdoms in the East Sea that have experienced regime changes or turmoil over the past 15 years. After years of observation, we discovered a rather astonishing situation. Their kings, governors, and generals. Their lives are very ordinary. While not exactly simple or poor, they are absolutely worlds apart from other noble families. The lives of the common people, though not particularly affluent, are certainly very stable. The most terrifying aspect is, according to some intelligence, when these officials begin to show signs of corruption, they are swiftly eliminated and replaced. 15 years. Dragon raised his head as if grasping something. Pushed the investigation timeline back. Sabo, starting from Roger's execution. Mary Geos. CP Organization Headquarters. Any leads? No, the clues cannot be connected. All we know is that there is definitely a terrifying force hidden in the East Sea. They are similar to the Revolutionary Army, but their goal is not to oppose the world government. In the past decade, the number of kingdoms in the East Sea that joined the world government has increased by 37, of which 9 have obtained seats at the World Conference. Adding to the original kingdoms, the East Sea now occupies nearly 1/3 of the seats. We need to bring in a stronger force. No. A voice immediately interrupted this proposal. The power of this organization itself is already formidable. The Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army seems to have a vague relationship with them. Moreover, do not forget how many people have mysteriously disappeared in the East Sea over the years. Besides this mysterious organization and the Revolutionary Army, the East Sea also has another group of people. Although their organization is loose, their strength is even more terrifying than the aforementioned two. Let's complete the other transactions first. Regarding Dark Dragon and Kaido. Upon hearing the words Kid Pirates, a smile appeared on Shirya's face. Very well. Back then he let him escape on Sabaody Archipelago, and he could clearly sense Dylan's disgust towards this guy. If he were to kill him, Dylan would surely be pleased, right? Black mist began to envelop Shiryu and his fangs appeared increasingly robust and sharp. Stay in position. Yes. The adjutant had just answered when with a bang 2 massive flesh wings spread open behind Shiryu, soaring towards the distant pirate ship. On the distant sea, a navigator on the mast shouted, Navy. Navy. G5's Navy warship. Whoosh. Bam. A pitch-black slash swept through, instantly knocking the main mast of the Victoria Punk to the side. Oh no. It's Rain. Shiryu. Upon hearing the words G5, Eustace Kid jumped out from the cabin wearing goggles with a cruel expression as he gazed at Shiryu, who was hovering in the sky holding Thunder Rain. Seeing the panic in Kid's eyes, Shiryu felt a bit puzzled. This guy. Eustace Kid gritted his teeth. I absolutely cannot fall here. Seeing the panic in Kid's eyes, Shiryu felt a bit puzzled. This guy is not exactly a well-known character. What supernovas 11? They're just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. A small character whose bounty has just broken 100 million. Although he felt some doubt in his heart, his body showed no hesitation. A wave of black mist fell onto the Victoria Punk. Bounty criminal. Several bounty notices were plastered on the wall outside the cabin. Shiryu glanced over, his gaze sweeping across the deck. 1, 2, 3, 9. There is still surplus to complete the mission. Crack. Shiryu's right hand grasped the knife handle. The black mist instantly engulfed the entire deck. At the moment the black mist rose, a figure began to dart across the deck. Ugh. Ugh. Eustace Kid activated his ability the instant he heard the screams and thuds around it. The skull head built of metal on the cabin vibrated and emitted a series of clanging sounds. Magnetism D. Where? The metal-encased Kid looked down at the black mist beneath him, desperately searching for Shiryu's figure. Found it. The moment he spotted Shiryu, the metal monster's fists with howling wind clamped down on that position. Magnetism clamp. Boom. A tremendous crashing sound echoed, and the expression on Kid's face within the metal shifted to joy. After all, this guy is still flesh and blood. Such a level of impact. Squeak. A grating sound of friction echoed as the fists of the metal demon which were originally pressed together slowly separated. One head short. Standing still, Shiryu looked at the shattered bones and blood on his hands and chest, raising his head to glance at Kid, whose pupils had constricted, adding, "Yours will be just enough." Drops of water began to fall from the sky. Kid started to sweat profusely. The gap. Is it really this large? Drip, drip, drip. The rain in the sky began to intensify. Red. Is it? Blood rain. Thunder rain slowly returned to its sheath and Shiryu shook his head. No. It is. The river of Hades. Crack. As thunder rain returned to its sheath, the body of the magnetic demon began to disintegrate and vanish. Shiryu walked in front of Kid, who had turned into a blood person, and lifted his head to examine it. What material is this goggles made of? They surprisingly do not break. Gurgle. After returning to the warship, Shiryu tossed the 8 heads onto the deck. Set sail. Return to the fleet. Yes. Excited responses came from the deck as they had drifted in the sea for nearly a month. No matter how strong a person is, they would start to feel fatigued and uneasy. 100 pirates with bounties have finally been completed. At this time it has been a month since G5's world conscription. How many waves now end midway along the Grand Line aboard a ship? 2 strikingly similar young men stood chatting idly. Pa! The youth at the helm spat, then kicked aside the corpse of a bandana-wearing pirate lying nearby. The entire deck was thickly carpeted with pirate corpses. The second wave today, 24th since we set sail, and pirates here are truly brazen even this close to G5. And the helmsman steered steadily as he spoke, an exception perhaps. After all, that man surely knows of the pirates' interception war. To join the Navy directly as an officer through special conscription, one must possess formidable strength. And, by the way, brother, the helmsman turned toward the youth leaning against the rail. Why don't we simply enlist in the Marine headquarters? And the youth reclining by the rail scoffed dismissively. Nothing but puppets controlled utterly by the celestial dragons. Though many details of the Summit War had not been broadcast live, its full scope was later reconstructed and widely disseminated. Akainu was a stern, iron-willed soldier, a worthy Marine admiral, but, and what of Dim Dragon? Can he truly do it? Change, this world, and their homeland, unable to afford the exorbitant heavenly tribute, had long been denied recognition and protection from both the Marines and the world government, plagued ceaselessly by famine and war. Who can say? Still. The youth by the rail closed his eyes. We must try. We cannot remain confined to the West Blue forever. Before the helmsman could reply, another vessel bearing a pirate flag emerged on the horizon, bearing down upon them. And here they come again. Poof. The youth rose from the rail, gazing intently toward the pirate ship on the distant sea. And after over a month of probing skirmishes, both sides are now locked in relentless combat. More and more New World pirates have joined the interception, yet those who reach this zone, name traced a circle on the map centered on the new G5 base, all who arrive here are exceptionally powerful. Some have even begun organizing themselves spontaneously. After breaching the pirates' defenses, they've chosen not to report in immediately but to continue hunting other pirate crews. It seems they plan to report only on the final day, and Dylan laughed heartily. Truly spirited recruits, excellent. G5 needs precisely such individuals. How many days remain until conscription ends? N5 and excellent. Dylan rose and commanded, issue the order. Below, every officer snapped to attention. This was a formal solemn command. And all G5 branch Marine combat units 01 through 07 immediate reorganization and full combat readiness. 10 days of external cleansing following conscription's conclusion. My territory, and you may enter, but you shall not leave. Outside pirates and newly arrived recruits alike had grown fiercely embroiled in battle. And these recruits had converged from all 4 seas, among them renowned figures. Bounty hunters, martial arts champions, royal guardsmen, celebrated adventurers. Though strangers to one another, they united for a shared purpose, trusting their backs to comrades, advancing side by side toward a common goal. Gradually the pirates were squeezed into the narrow corridor between G5 and the recruits, encircled and trapped. And Tina stared in astonishment. In Commander Dylan's office, Tina fixed her gaze upon him. Was this your design? Nah. A design. And she removed her cigarette and studied the red circle on the map. Surely it was using conscription as pretext to provoke pirates' fear and vigilance, luring them into intercepting recruits, thereby forging this encirclement. A masterful strategy, I stand humbled. Using conscription as pretext to provoke pirates' fear and vigilance, luring them into intercepting recruits, thereby forging this encirclement. A masterful strategy, I stand humbled. Dylan chuckled softly. Pure coincidence. Just as I thought, you're exactly that kind of man, Dylan. No wonder every Marine respects you. Ha! And Tina held her cigarette, her gaze drifting upward to the plaque above his head, Justice of Peace, as she murmured, young, mighty, compassionate toward the people, merciless toward enemies, possessing vast wealth yet indifferent to personal luxury. Tina felt deep shame and profound awareness of her own weakness and superficiality, and Dylan shook his head. These are merely others' perceptions. I am no paragon. I harbor desire, self-interest, just like anyone else. Never trust saints, Tina. Sometimes saints are more terrifying than demons. Black Cuff Tina remains silent, her eyes fixed on the massive plaque, Justice of Peace, and will there ever truly be peace? Who can say? You serve under Vice Admiral Koramara, don't you? The Grand Strategist's intelligence networks run deep. Dylan watched Tina lost in thought and sighed inwardly, a responsible, morally clear-sighted Marine officer, modest in power yet undeniably distinguished. She must have encountered certain classified truths, her confidence shaken. Some things can only be understood after one has acted, and Black Cuff Tina departed burdened with quiet reflection. Dylan offered no further words. The elder generation of powerhouses, and 7 years ago after Dylan severed Wiru's arm he vanished alongside Miss Bakken. Current reports indicate he now roams the New World hunting remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, claiming he seeks to reclaim his father's legacy. Rumors of restructuring the 7 warlords of the sea have surfaced. Of the original warlords only Mihawk, Boa Hancock and Doflamingo remain. Crocodile was slain, Jinbe rebelled, Moria and Bartholomew Kuma were both stripped of their titles. Unsurprisingly, this so-called Whitebeard too has already drawn their attention, hailed as possessing strength rivaling Whitebeard's in his prime. Nearly 2 years remain before the next World Conference. Even if the warlord system is to be abolished, such a monumental decision cannot be made overnight. Dylan did not believe he could bargain with the 5 elders on matters of such gravity, nor did he deem it necessary. Power and demands should be directed where they yield true purpose. Yet. Zepha, and watching Ein enter to deliver his report, Dylan sighed inwardly. Whatever happens, I will support you out of gratitude for your steadfast backing during my years at headquarters. Admiral-in-Chief of the Marine Headquarters, Black Arm Zepha. And though long retired from the rank of Fleet Admiral, his prestige within the Marines remains unmatched, even rivaling that of Vice Admiral Garp. Following the Devil Fruit user attack incident, Zepha's attitude toward Dylan shifted dramatically, repeatedly defending him during Marine Headquarters meetings. None like the apathetic Kuzan, Zepha's loyalty resembled that of a devoted superior. Ha! 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 In the quiet depths of the G5 sword arena, Dasky wore a serious expression, meticulously wielding the Huajo sword. I must be stronger. I must put in more effort than others. Sweat beads have already formed on my forehead and droplets slide down my cheeks. Her glasses were fogged up, and although her arms were starting to feel unresponsive and her body was growing stiff, she still completed each sword swing with precision. Every swing was executed with meticulous care. Dylan quietly watched her from the windowsill behind her. Once she stopped, Dylan tapped on the windowsill. Dasky. After finishing her training, Dasky returned to a somewhat dazed state, quickly wiping her glasses as she heard Dylan's voice. General. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Dylan jumped down from the windowsill, walked to a nearby cushion and gestured for her to sit down and take a break. I can sense the anxiety within you, but I don't quite understand where it comes from. Sitting across from her, Dasky tightened her grip on the Huajo sword, recalling the hidden masterpiece, the Wadeo Yuenzi, and its owner. I want to do more. If I had more powerful strength, I could. Strength. Looking at Dasky's face filled with unwillingness, Dylan took out a devil fruit and placed it between them. This is a very powerful devil fruit comparable to Tahir and Shiryu. If you simply want power, I can let you eat it without any cost or return. Regarding Teach's body, he had once speculated that the reason the Garuda fruit had remained in his hands was not only the lack of a suitable candidate but also because he wanted to test it himself when the time was right. After all, in some ways he and Teach's bodies might have some similarities. Looking at the golden devil fruit before her, Dasky hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Although she knew that Shirya had significantly increased his combat power due to the fruit, Dasky still answered from her heart, I want to be a simple swordsman. Seeing Dasky drenched in sweat, Dylan put the fruit back into his ring and took out another sword. Then, try to tame it. When you can tame it, you will be a powerful swordsman. The second generation Anido, Daikatsu Knife 21 works. A gift from the swordsmith of Ueno Tengu Mountain, Feichun. The second generation Anido, such a famous sword. Dask, seeing her hesitant demeanor, Dylan shouted loudly. Don't underestimate yourself. But also don't overburden yourself. Everyone has their own stage. No one can become a savior solely by their own efforts. Battling fiercely and seizing flags contributes to peace, while staying behind and safeguarding the people also contributes to peace. Do not be blinded by the illusions of this era. Everyone has their own strengths and passions. Do not force yourself but follow your own heart. Dylan stood up and walked towards the door. I have already spoken to Ein and you will join the 06 team she leads. You can participate in the next hunt. As he reached the first floor, the light in Ayu's room was still on. Due to Ayu's young age and her frequent training at the drill ground, Dylan had deliberately arranged her room on the first floor. Glancing at the clock at the end of the corridor, Dylan walked to Ayu's door and knocked. Are you still not resting, Ayu? D? Dylan, big brother, just a moment. I'll open the door right away. After a flurry of sounds, Ayu's footsteps echoed at the door. What are you doing? If you don't rest so late, you won't grow tall. Dylan stood at the door, showing no intention of entering immediately. The child has grown up and started to have her own privacy. Ayu bit her lip and turned her body to invite Dylan in. Inside the room a thin blanket was neatly folded on her small bed and there were a few articles of clothing that had not been hidden away. These were the belongings prepared for her by Tengu Mountain Feicheng when they left Wano 2 years ago. The clothes and blanket were already fading from washing and they were covered in patches. Seeing Ayu's red eyes, Dylan sat beside her and gently patted her head. He was usually very busy, and although most matters of G5 were handled by others, there were still the East Sea Water City and Magnetic Drum Island, not to mention his own training. With all these things piling up, his leisure time was actually very limited. He had little time to accompany Ayu. "Are you worried about Feichun?" Ayu buried her head and beads of tears slid down her cheeks. "Big brother. Ayu lives such a life every day in G5, but everyone in the village." Although Dylan had left plenty of food and easy to cultivate grain seeds for the villagers when he left that kind of place, was severely polluted and often faced plundering from the beast pirates, likely returning to a state of hunger. "Ayu." Dylan showed a hint of regret. "Big brother promised you that he would return to that place, and by that time everyone will be able to have enough to eat and drink clean water. When that time comes you must tell everyone about your experiences at sea." Ayu wiped her tears with the back of her hand and looked up at Dylan. "I'm sorry big brother, Ayu knows you were very busy." Ayu shouldn't. After patting Ayu's back to comfort her, Dylan shook his head. "How could that be? If you have sad things in your heart you should definitely tell big brother, it is my honor." After Ayu calmed down and fell asleep, Dylan let out a light sigh, turned off the light and tiptoed out. In the darkness the tears on Ayu's face slid down again. Sigh. Reaching the end of the corridor, Dylan lit a cigarette and sat on the steps gazing at the vast starry sky outside. "It's rare to see you like this." Belmare, draped in a coat, walked over and sat down beside him, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it for herself. "Do you have something on your mind? Why not share it with me?" "Belmare." Dylan looked at the distant sea and starry sky and sighed. "Sometimes when I see Ayu I wonder if I did something wrong. Back then should I have brought Nami and Nojiko directly to G5? Would today's situation have been different?" During his return to Kokoyashi village over the past 2 years he had clearly felt Ayakin's guilt and Nojiko's pain. "This isn't your fault, Dylan." Belmare sighed. "As well, you saved us once back then and over the past 2 years. I talked with Tahir about some things and he shared some of his speculations with me. Your rise back then was so rapid and your methods were so firm that if you had brought them to G5 from the start, unless you were always by their side, even Tom at the base might not be able to take care of them. After all, Tom also needed to train and look after the shipyard and workshop. If people knew that the Dark Dragon, Dylan's sworn sister, was in the base. Later, when our strength grew a bit more, Nami had already formed her own ideas, and by that time you must have realized the existence of those people. It was those people who deliberately guided Nami, right? This isn't your fault. You provided them with a prosperous life, allowing them to grow up carefree. You have done very well, Dylan. No need to feel guilty. If anyone should feel guilty, it should be me as their mother. After a while I will go look for Nami, and by the way..." Dylan extinguished the cigarette in his hand. "I have already sent someone to fetch Nojiko. Let her come help me." "Okay." The G5 base square. Dylan stood on the high platform observing the neatly arranged formations below. The 01 combat unit was led by Major General Scarlet Skybelmel. The 02 combat unit was led by Major General Raging Sea Tom. The 03 combat unit was led by Major General Heavenly Fox Tahir. The 04 combat unit was led by Brigadier General Rain Shiryu. The 05 combat unit was led by Colonel Scalpel Trafalgar Law. The 06 combat unit was led by Brigadier General Crescent Moon 9. The 07 combat unit was led by Brigadier General Squad Leader Leo. The auxiliary unit was led by Black Flag Alex. As the first rays of sunlight rose above the horizon, everyone straightened their expressions. This is the first large-scale advance of the G5 branch towards the New World. Although some new recruits just arrived yesterday and haven't had time to rest or receive their ranks. But I believe those who came to G5 are not here for titles or power. We stand here for only one purpose. Crack. 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 Right in the center of the fortress a huge plaque rose below the G5 lettering. Justice for peace. For peace we fight for those who are unarmed. We fight for those who cannot fight. All the Navy members felt their breaths quicken, their eyes glowing with fervent light. What rests upon our shoulders is not merely rank or power, it is the trust of countless people. It is a shield to guard peace and a sword to shatter evil. Now. Bang. Everyone straightened their bodies in unison. The massive sound broke through the clouds and the heartbeat in their chests thundered like war drums. Grab your weapons, board the warships. Battle. After a brief silence the roaring cry surged forth like a giant wave. Battle. Battle. Dylan raised his right hand into a fist, set sail. Back in the office the map was divided into 8 regions centered around G5. As the massive lift on the cliff activated, the G5 combat units entered the harbor to board their respective warships. Except for the auxiliary unit led by Alex, which had only 1 warship, every other unit was composed of 1 flagship supported by 4 warships. A total of 36 warships set sail from the G5 branch heading in all directions. New Greenbit Eastern Region Dressrosa Kingdom. What a reckless fellow, ha! Although CP0 had done their best to identify spies, inevitably various factions still had people lurking on the outskirts monitoring G5's every move. Doflamingo. If it takes 10 days, our business will be greatly affected. Toribol leaned on his cane behind Doflamingo. What does it matter? Doflamingo gazed at the calm sea in the distance. That guy Dylan is truly exceptional. It's a pity that if he were willing to be a pirate, this world would have been in chaos long ago. Our business is just as well to shrink a bit and clear out some outdated ventures. Doflamingo raised his arm. Haha, next we won't need to lift a finger, we just need to wait for this guy to stir up the sea. Damn Dark Dragon, our country's war is at a critical moment. If the sea routes are blocked like this, we won't be able to purchase weapons from Joker. What about Joker? Isn't he one of the 7 warlords of the sea? The title of 7 warlords doesn't hold any weight in front of that guy. These rules can't restrict him. The 18s charging outward were like fierce tigers entering a flock of sheep. Although there were a few well-known players among the pirates, the subordinates of the great pirates had long retreated or simply did not join the fray. During the interception war, G5's combat strength did not engage. While the great pirates did not directly enter, there were still some fringe figures participating to some extent. Now that G5 has taken action, the great pirates have very sensibly left the scene early. Pirates are like that, they are not comrades. Pirates are also enemies among themselves. When the first pirate crew saw the G5 warships approaching them, the crew felt their bodies begin to weaken. G504. It's rain, Shiryu. Turn the helm quickly. Shiryu stood at the bow of the ship adjusting the storm, but then let go. If they directly cut the ship, they wouldn't be able to collect heads. Before departing, all the commanders of the combat units agreed to have an internal competition. Goal first in total bounty. Although there were no stakes involved, everyone was sharpening their blades. This is not only an internal competition but also a great opportunity to showcase the Navy's strength to the world. After this time, within the thousands of kilometers of sea controlled by the G5 branch, pirates will halt. Countless pirates cried out as they fled into the distance, but the power of the pirate ships is worlds apart from that of G5. Manufactured from metals provided by the G5 Alloy Workshop. Powered by the system provided by the chief scientist of the Navy Headquarters Scientific Unit, Vegapunk. Produced by the world's No. 1 Shipbuilding Center, Water City Special Production Line. All fleets follow one command. Only kill, do not capture. I don't have the leisure to feed them. Remember to bring back all the heads I have use for them. Originally gathered from various places, the pirates hadn't had time to retreat before the fully powered G5 fleet pierced through them. Although G5 was outnumbered compared to the pirates, their combat power was incomparable. To the east, the pirates who couldn't escape in time rushed toward Dressrosa. There is a member state of the world government. Still one of the 50 nations of the World Conference. The G5 guys shouldn't cause trouble, they're right. Join me. Haha, you guys really know how to exploit loopholes, but I refuse. As the birdcage opened, the entire Dressrosa was instantly sealed off. No one can enter from the outside and no one can exit from within. Damn Doflamingo, he actually sealed off Dress. Run, the fleet of raging sea Tom is coming. The pirate ship had just raised its sails when the sea suddenly began to churn violently. A brown figure stood atop the waves watching the pirate ship swaying in the sea. Not good. The currents. He has controlled the surrounding currents. Charge in together. Take him down. Oh. Tom atop the waves was slightly stunned. They actually charged forward. Watching the swaying pirate ship coming at him, Tom raised his arms. In an instant, the sea surface within several kilometers sank slightly. Sea drum void. Boom. As he pressed down with both palms, countless ripples spread across the sea surface centered around Tom. Crack. The pirate ships surrounding them made cracking sounds in the waves. Snap. Watching the countless disintegrating pirate ships and the pirates floating on the water, Tom rubbed his palms together. There are quite a few of them. Looking at the pirates sinking to the bottom, Tom leaped down from the waves. As he plunged into the sea, he remembered a joke Dylan had made back in the day after he had defeated Jean Bay. Dylan had said to him, Tom, from today on you are the strongest corpse collector on these seas. Beneath the Red Earth continent, the new Navy headquarters. The commotion is quite significant, isn't it, Dylan? After the sweep, no pirate ships will appear around that sea route, except for the Don Quixote family. I fear they won't dare to hoist the pirate flag to set sail anymore. Most likely they will switch to the flag of Dressrosa. Regarding the reconstruction of the 7 warlords of the sea. As he spoke, everyone in the conference room fell silent. The list from Mary Geos has been issued. The others may not care, but one name makes everyone uneasy. Whitebeard 2, Edward Weevil. This person who caused the chief instructor Zephyr to lose a hand ultimately appeared on the proposed list. Zephyr. Outside the conference room, Sengoku, Garp and Tsuru were also looking at the list laid out on their small table. If this continues, it may greatly impact Zephyr's beliefs the Navy. What about Zephyr? Tsuru supported her chin with a sigh. I heard he has stopped training and hasn't gone out for days. Sengoku slammed his teacup down heavily. We can't harm Zephyr like this. Garp crossed his arms and remained silent while Tsuru a bit unexpectedly said, do you have any plans? Sengoku, this is the list proposed by Mary Geos. Pohaha, that's right Sengoku, when you were the marshal you couldn't do anything about it either. Now you're all semi-reclusive, do you really think you can reject the draft from above? Garp laughed heartily but his expression carried a hint of disappointment. Zephyr. The man who trained the entire navy. Sengoku's glasses glinted. That's right, we are all semi-reclusive now and can no longer directly participate in decision-making, but don't forget. Sengoku took out a pen and marked through the name Whitebeard to Edward Weevil. There's a guy who is currently in the spotlight and deeply trusted by Mary Geos. Tsuru smiled slightly. Indeed, in this list is merely a draft, it hasn't been published or enacted. With his strength and character there is still room for maneuver. Garp and Sengoku simultaneously looked at Tsuru, revealing a look of expectation. Tsuru shot them a glance. Alright, I understand. You guys, I will discuss this with little Dylan even if it means sacrificing my old face. Sengoku and Garp's expressions stiffened. After the top war Dylan had not contacted them again, and upon returning to Marineford he had ignored both of them. During the war their hesitations and positions did not lead to a complete rupture with Dylan, but they did create irreconcilable differences. Blurp 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 blurp. Hello. Is this Dylan? It's Tsuru. The snail phone transformed into a shriveled old lady. Grandma Tsuru, what's up? Although Tsuru did not charge into enemy lines during the war, but how should I put it? Women and men are still different and Tsuru is not known for her combat prowess. Sitting beside them Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances upon hearing Dylan's tone, both showing a hint of joy. If it were the two of them, even if Dylan wouldn't directly hang up. But he would certainly not be in a good mood. Official matters could be discussed, but for personal matters there would probably be no chance. Dylan. Tsuru hadn't finished her sentence when Dylan on the other end frowned. You guys. Tsuru displayed a hint of disappointment. Yes, it's a matter concerning us old folks we want to ask you to. Sengoku and Garp beside her tensed up if Dylan hung up the call now. On the other end of the snail phone Dylan paused for a moment before asking, is it about Zephyr? Tsuru nodded. It seems we can't hide it from you, Dylan. We want to ask for your assistance. To eliminate Edward Weevil. To their surprise Dylan responded without any hesitation. Sure. However, the next statement caused both Garp and Sengoku to frown. But I have a requirement. Sengoku and Garp need to go to Sora to apply. I require Zephyr to be transferred to the G5 branch under the pretense of a retired re-employment. Can you do that? Before Tsuru could respond Dylan squinted. Sengoku, Garp. You all stay aside. Is this your justice? A man who has devoted his life to the Navy and justice, a soldier purer than any of you. If I refuse to take action today, what will his fate be? The two of you, if you are willing, just a mere Bakeen and Weevil, you could easily kill them, right? In 10 days I will take action, and I also want to receive Zephyr's transfer order. Blurp. The snail phone closed its eyes and after Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances they fell silent. You old fogies. Tsuru knocked on the table. What he said is reasonable, let's have some understanding. Moreover. Tsuru looked at Sengoku and Garp with an unusually serious expression. Old folks, go warn those old geezers not to act rashly because of Bakeen and Weevil. Since we asked the young people to take action, we can't let them be attacked from both sides. Understood. Sengoku nodded in response while Garp remained silent for a moment before nodding as well. In any case, we cannot allow the situation to develop unchecked or else Zephyr will completely lose faith in the Navy. The blow to the Navy's morale would also be tremendous. On the 8th day of the G5's external cleanup, nearly all the pirates capable of fleeing had escaped, while those who had not fled had become piles of corpses on the ships of various fleets. That's about it. In the snail phone meeting, the commanders of each combat unit exchanged opinions and decided to clean up the fish that slipped through the net and consolidate their achievements. After the various fleets returned, flags were planted on the outermost islands. The flags came from the Greenbit Kingdom. However, all pirates knew that it was actually another flag of G5. This also declared that this sea area spanning thousands of kilometers had been declared governed by the new Greenbit. No, it had been dominated by the G5 base. Dividing areas, allowing mid-level officers to establish lower-level outposts, cooperating with the Greenbit Kingdom to conduct trade, develop commerce and collect taxes. Dylan began planning the next strategic step in front of the map. Nojiko recorded while asking brother Dylan, why do we need to collect taxes and do business? Your money. She didn't quite understand, but she had already learned about the rumors from the outside world. The Navy Rear Admiral Dark Dragon might be the richest person in this world. Since possessing such wealth, why still develop commerce and trade? Nojiko wealth is not merely defined by gold or jewels or even berries. In certain aspects they do not count as wealth. If I were to inject my gold and jewels into this world, it would only lead to a significant depreciation of their value. This issue is quite complex. I didn't study well when I was young, so I can't give you a systematic answer.